Chapter 1 Dreams. Do not belittle dreams, June. In the early hours of the morning in Shuangqing City, the ground still radiates heat. Geo Street is renowned as a favorite haunt for the youth, not due to marketing, but because of its authenticity. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Social, societal shake. The sounds of popular bar songs echo from the bars and KTVs lining the street. Occasionally, streamers dance on the street, broadcasting live to their phones, their fair skin and long legs contrasting starkly with their ordinary reality. In an era where videos can be photoshopped, who would be foolish enough to engage in online dating? Soo-hee, wearing a mask, strolls down the street, muttering to himself before entering a nearby bar. He does not particularly enjoy such environments. The dazzling lights and intoxicating atmosphere are overwhelming. He prefers the tranquility of a foot massage establishment. Both are forms of consumption, yet drinking not only harms the body, but is also expensive. In Soo-hee's view, foot massages are a remarkably healthful form of entertainment. Priced reasonably, it offers not only foot massages, but also a buffet, though the taste may not rival that of high-end hotels. Its value is undeniable. After a foot massage, one can even indulge in a nap at the establishment. As he approaches the bar and orders a cocktail, removing his mask to take a sip. Leaning against the bar, he surveys the chaotic revelry within, his gaze somewhat dazed. He reaches into his pocket, retrieves a pack of Huangalu cigarettes, pulls one out, and lights it, releasing a puff of smoke. It is melancholic and profound. The smoke seems to hold countless tales. In the distance, two girls dressed in revealing outfits approach, sporting crop tops and denim shorts shorter than Soo-hee's undergarments. "Hey handsome, can I kiss you?" "I lost a dare." Their large eyes sparkle with an air of innocence. "Sorry, I'm allergic to saliva," Soo-hee replies nonchalantly, cigarette in mouth. "All right then." The girl, disappointed, turns to leave. Soo-hee downs his cocktail in one go. What can he say? He is simply too handsome. He has lost count of how many times girls have approached him. However, this caliber of woman fails to captivate Soo-hee, who has grown accustomed to the presence of various celebrities. Just then, a familiar fragrance wafts towards Hema, niche perfume, rich with ink and the earthy aroma of vetiver, which he finds delightful. If she knew you truly were allergic to saliva, would she regret missing out on a potential romance? A melodious voice interrupts his thoughts. He turns toward the source of the voice. A girl clad in a simple long dress, a cap perched atop her head, her face obscured by a black mask. "I do not require such affection," Soo-hee replies with a slight smile, discarding the half-smoked cigarette. He then playfully removes her cap. "I've told you countless times, the best concealment is to cover the essential parts, not everything, for that only draws more attention." "Is it possible that I desire such attention?" She responds softly. He places the cap back on her head, continuing to chuckle. When the popular diva Li Xian meets a commoner in a bar, the level of attention and topic of discussion could easily trend on social media. Can you be serious for once? Li Xian's brow furrows, then relaxes. Moreover, you are not a commoner, you are Soo-hee, the genius music producer of the entertainment industry, with over 50 million followers on Weibo. After just 2.5 years, you become a gold medal producer, with predictions that you will become the god of music within 5 years, the youngest in the industry. Are those accolades still mine? Soo-hee interrupts her, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Indeed, those titles once belonged to him. He harbors a significant secret. One morning at the age of 5, he awoke with memories of his past life. Yes, he is a reincarnate, reborn from Earth to Blue Star. Armed with this invaluable memory, Soo-hee has meticulously charted his career path since childhood. In his previous life, he was a content creator sharing music videos, deeply involved in music. However, due to a natural vocal flaw that hindered his ability to hit high notes, he abandoned the path of a singer and opted to become a music producer. At the age of 20, he signed with a company as a music producer, leveraging the songs embedded in his memory. After 2.5 years of imitation, borrowing from existing songs, he ascended to the status of a gold medal producer and elevated Li Xian to diva status. Yet, Soo-hee acknowledges his folly. He underestimated the power of capital in this world. The entertainment industry is a stage for capital. They can elevate or destroy anyone at will. Therefore, to rise within the industry, one must have a company that provides resources for promotion. Otherwise, even the finest works will languish under capital suppression. The unspoken rule of the Chinese music scene is that newcomers must sell themselves during their initial phase. The rights to their works belong to the management company. Of course, once fame is attained, one gains the leverage to negotiate terms with the company. After becoming a gold medal producer, Suhi intended to discuss rights with the company, only to be met with demands for commercialization. As long as he was willing to exploit his fans, they would consent to renegotiate his contract. However, Suhi declined, believing such actions would compromise his integrity. He would earn what was rightfully his and refrain from unjust gains. This led to a breakdown in negotiations, resulting in the company reclaiming the rights to his previous songs, even taking back the name Suhi, which he could no longer use. It was a bitter irony, yet a harsh reality. This was the nature of Capital.Suhi. If you are willing to embrace commercialization, Warner will consider returning the name Suhi to you, Li Xian said softly, her gaze fixed on him. That name was always mine, and even if I return, they can expel me at any moment. Even if I become the god of music. Suhi's smile vanished, and his breathing quickened. He is generally easygoing and seldom angry, but that does not mean he is devoid of feelings. Being ousted by the company feels akin to having invested 2.5 years into a game, nearing the pinnacle only for the game company to reclaim his account. Who wouldn't be incensed? Mr. Du wants me to tell you that if you refuse, they will have Du Feng take over as Suhi, Li Xian said, pursing her lips. Due to certain familial circumstances, Suhi has remained behind the scenes, writing songs. Though the name Suhi is immensely popular in the entertainment industry, few know his true identity. Does he even have the right? Suhi scoffed. Not only is the gaming company reclaiming his account, now they wish to use an imposter under his name. The name Suhi is the foremost in the industry, bearing significant commercial value. The company can secure high-quality songs, and though Du Feng is a newcomer, he is Mr. Du's nephew, making it all too convenient. Capital possesses countless methods of siphoning wealth and myriad strategies for deception. They purchase songs from others, crediting them to Suhi, then bring Du Feng to the forefront under Suhi's name to profit from fans. Overy! Suhi clapped. Mr. Du is truly clever. Li Xian urged. You wouldn't want the name Suhi to fall into someone else's hands. Would you? Suhi shook his head, but I also refuse to support others' ventures. Li Xian's gaze bore into him. Have you truly made your decision? Suhi replied with a smile. Of course, the moment I deliver a resounding no to Mr. Du and strut out of the company, I shall never return. Li Xian frowned. You are quite naive. Suhi waved dismissively. You have been brainwashed by capital. Let us part ways. Li Xian lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the ground. The renowned diva, Li Xian, and Suhi were bound as a couple. Yet with Suhi having changed partners, there was no longer a necessity for them to be together. Moreover, the company forbade any further association between them. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. I have the ability to elevate you to the status of a queen in the future. I can equally use my talent to elevate you to the level of a musical deity. Suhi, do not be foolish. Do you truly believe that any company beyond Warner Entertainment would dare to keep you? Without the name Suhi, no matter how melodious your songs may be, they will never achieve fame. Talent cannot triumph over capital. It is merely luck that grants you the favor of investors. Li Xian replied with a bitter smile. So it seems that what you truly cherished was merely that stage name. Suhi observed, finding Li Xian to be an unfamiliar sight at that moment. Suhi, you possess remarkable talent, but in the face of capital, talent is rendered worthless. You represent love, while that stage name embodies dreams. I am sorry, but I choose dreams. Dreams. Do not belittle them. Suhi nodded in resignation. I agree, let us part ways. There was no acrimonious confrontation, no harsh words exchanged. As Li Xian turned away, observing the indifference etched on Suhi's face, she departed without a trace of longing. Watching her silhouette fade, Suhi felt an unexpected calm wash over his heart. Everything was lost, even his girlfriend. He wished to gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, suppressing his tears, only to be met with glaring spotlights that nearly blinded him. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a painful burn in his esophagus. Suhi had never been intoxicated before thus. He remained oblivious to his tolerance. He recalled seizing the keyboard from the bar's pianist and, in this venue deemed vulgar by many, performing an elegant piece that composition was titled The Wedding in a Dream. Once, he had released half of it under the name Suhi, with fans clamoring for the latter half. Yet he had never found the opportunity to fulfill that demand. Tonight, it felt like he had finally completed that unfinished business. After finishing the piece, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, it was already the following day. The ceiling of the room was stark white, and the June morning sun streamed through the window, warming his face pleasantly. However, a dull ache throbbed in his head. He rubbed his temples and sat up. He was suddenly struck by the realization that he was completely unclothed, a wave of soreness radiating from his waist. Initially stunned, his expression swiftly morphed into one of horror. I am no longer pure? Chapter 2. Let us pretend last night never happened. What the hell? Have I been a victim of a one-night stand? Sui gazed at the chaotic scene on the bed, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. His memories were hazy, likely due to the excessive drinking. After performing the wedding and dream at the bar, it seemed a woman had approached him. He could not recall her face, but she had a notably generous bosom, albeit dressed rather conservatively. Wait a minute. Being picked up in such a context. Oh dear, what is the big deal? The odds of winning the lottery are. He inspected his sides anxiously, relieved to find everything intact, his kidneys unharmed. So he attempted to locate his phone, searching his shirt pocket, then his pants pocket, but to no avail. Where the hell is it? Not only did they rob me of my dignity, but my money too? What would they even do with my phone? They can't unlock it. Curiously, his wallet containing identification and over 200 yuan in change remained untouched. So, this doesn't seem like a robbery? Oh, woe is me. A young man must always protect himself. Have I truly lost my cherished innocence of 23 years, just like that? So he hugged his knees, tears streaming down his face. Regardless, life must go on. First, a visit to the hospital for a health check, and then I'll figure out how to reclaim my account. With this thought, Sui rose from the bed and began dressing. Ding! Host memory awakening detected. Initiating the entertainment system. This system will guide the host to the pinnacle of Blue Star's entertainment industry. A mechanical female voice resonated in his mind. Leaving Sui utterly stunned, his hands slackening as his trousers slipped down. He was not astonished by the system and Oppo's emergence, but rather by the phrase host memory awakening. My memories awakened when I was 5. Is it the system malfunctioning or my memory to blame? Awakened at merely 5 years old? You ask me? With the scant memories I possess, I nearly reached the zenith of Blue Star's entertainment. This was thanks to my previous life as a music-sharing content creator, where I managed to remember a few songs. Defying my family's objections, I pursued a degree in music, acquiring extensive knowledge about composition, which enabled the name Sui to ascend to the heights of the entertainment industry. Cough, cough. In the absence of a musical genius, Sui indeed stood atop the entertainment world. Wow, that impressive. Haha, it's average. Let us not change the subject. Just as Sui felt a swell of pride, it vanished. The system arrived late. However, it was entirely too late. Had the system been present earlier, he might have already achieved greatness, but then his top-tier status would have been snatched away by the unscrupulous Warner Entertainment, resulting in an even greater loss. Detecting the host and Oppo's anger, system activation in progress. System activation successful. The host will gain reputation points for published works, which can be used to customize creations or enhance professional skills. Note, the required reputation points vary based on the quality of the works. The system will periodically issue tasks, which the host may choose to accept or decline. Host, Sui, age, 23, current reputation, 0, ding, a beginner in Oppo's gift package has been awarded to the host. Would you like to open it? Open. Sui felt a surge of excitement. Previously, he believed the few songs he could remember had been stripped of their rights by Warner, leaving him with nothing to draw upon. Thankfully, the system had emerged. Sui, shall reclaim everything that was lost. Grinning mischievously. Ding, the beginner and amp, Oppo's gift package has been opened. You have acquired this song, The Initial Dream. Copyright has been registered for the host, and the song has been successfully placed in the system's repository. Sui gasped. He recalled this song, which had been immensely popular in his past life. He had contemplated adapting it, but it felt too dated compared to his style, and he only remembered fragments, ultimately deciding against it. With the system activated, Suhi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He initially thought he had been outmaneuvered by capital, his ideas exhausted with no means of revenge, but the system had flooded his mind with a wealth of entertainment resources. To not take off now would be akin to being utterly useless. If talent cannot conquer capital, then I, Suhi, shall become capital myself. The largest force in the entertainment industry of Blue Star. Suhi resolved inwardly as he dressed, though it seemed somewhat grandiose. It was a fact that Warner Entertainment was one of the 4 major entertainment companies, possessing countless methods to suppress a mere producer. They wielded the power of public opinion, able to dictate what the masses see or do not see. Li Xian had a point. Talent does not triumph over capital. Rather, it is talent selected by capital that prevails. Suhi knew that merely declaring himself as Suhi would lead to a barrage of legal letters, as that stage name belonged to Warner Entertainment and was no longer his. Having gathered his belongings, he glanced at the bedside table, momentarily stunned. There lay 20,000 yuan. Is this an insult? I am a man with principles, not some lowly gigolo. He scooped up the cash, intending to pocket it when a slip of paper fell out. Quick as lightning, Suhi caught it. Let us pretend last night never happened. The elegant script, punctuated by 3 exclamation marks, indicated the woman's heightened emotions. Yet, wasn't she the one who initiated the conversation? Suhi couldn't quite recall, but it was no longer significant. In the adult world, surprises are commonplace. His cherished innocence of 23 years, once meant for a future partner, was now lost. It was somewhat melancholic, yet not overwhelmingly so. More so, it was a feeling of annoyance. How can I forget how it felt to lose my innocence? It's disheartening. With a sigh, Suhi shook his head and stashed the 20,000 yuan into his pocket. Just as he prepared to leave for the hospital, he suddenly froze. For on the hotel's pristine sheets lay a petal-like stain. No way. Shocked, astonished, incredulous, ecstatic. Surely, this negates the need for a hospital visit, right? After all, it was his first time. Surely, he couldn't have contracted anything serious? So, everyone has their first time, and he didn't feel cheated. It was merely unfortunate he could not recall the sensations of that moment. Suhi furrowed his brow, striving to remember, but aside from the ample bosom, nothing else came to mind. This was no fault of his. Every man harbors the desire to provide for his family, hence the sensitivity toward that particular aspect. After pondering fruitlessly, he regretfully shook his head, taking a few steps only to step on something. Bending down, he discovered a cherry-shaped earring. Did Cinderella leave behind her crystal shoe? He picked it up and pocketed it. Upon descending to the lobby via the elevator, a thought struck him. Approaching the front desk, he awkwardly yet politely addressed the receptionist. I'd like to check out. Suhi felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had booked a room under his ID. He inquired about the events of the previous night, but the receptionist informed him that her shift had ended and she did not know. Reluctantly, he accepted this and left the hotel with his 100 yuan deposit. Sigh. The room was paid for by the woman, and he even received 2,000 yuan for his troubles. Yet, why did she take his phone? Chapter 3. I no longer deserve you, my idol. In the bustling city of Shuangqing, within the grandest commercial office building in Jiangbei, Lin Qingming parked her car in the garage. After donning her mask and grabbing her bag, she stepped into the elevator. It was no longer office hours. Thus, the elevator was devoid of the usual throngs of people. The upscale building was adorned with mirrors, and Lin Qingming found herself lost in the reflection staring back at her. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and her neck bore 2 conspicuous red marks. She adjusted the collar of her white shirt, attempting to conceal the blemishes. Ding! The elevator arrived at the designated floor. President Lin, greeting her, was a young receptionist as she entered the company. What was meant to be a routine salutation startled Lin Qingming. Ahem. Good morning, Xiao Li. She waved back awkwardly. Her steps hurried as she traversed the office area towards her office. Good morning, Qingming. President Lin. The office area, though seemingly spacious, housed only 3 individuals, 1 man and 2 women. The employees whispered amongst themselves. Qingming seems a bit off today. Is that the outfit she wore yesterday? Indeed, it was the very same ensemble she had donned the previous day. Lin Qingming was known for her fastidiousness regarding cleanliness. Not only in summer, but even in winter, she changed her clothes daily. Moreover, she was late today. Upon reaching her office, Lin Qingming locked the door and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She collapsed onto the sofa, reclining against the backrest, grabbing a cushion and lying there in a daze. How could this happen? How could I have let myself be taken advantage of? The sanctity of her 24 years was lost, surrendered to a stranger. She muttered to herself like a mantra, her hands raking through her hair in frustration. Last night, due to work-related stress, she had impulsively decided to visit a bar while passing through Geo Street. Little did she know, she overestimated her tolerance for alcohol. One cocktail was all it took to render her inebriated. In her hazy state, she thought she recognized a familiar melody. Yes, it was Wedding in a Dream by her idol, Soo-hee, which played on. Not only the beginning, but the latter part continued seamlessly. Under the influence, she had mistaken the man playing the piano for her idol. Oh, Lin Qingming, you foolish girl. There is no such thing as an idol. He is merely a pretty face, nothing more. The recollection of waking up next to an unfamiliar man sent her into a frenzy. In the murky waters of the entertainment industry, she had resisted all temptations, diligently preserving her chastity for 24 years. Lin Qingming rummaged through her bag, unzipping a compartment to reveal a photograph. It was a picture of a masked man, with only his striking eyes visible, exuding an air of confidence and rebellious charm. Wah, my idol, I no longer deserve you. She wept, clutching the photograph tightly, her sobs resonating loudly. The photo was a clandestine capture taken during a backstage encounter at an event, as Soo-hee had never revealed his face online. Countless nights were spent cradling this image, dreaming of her idol. Yet, admitting her infatuation was a bitter pill to swallow. For girl, having an idol was a source of happiness, especially one as talented as Soo-hee, who generously shared his music without charging a dime. Nevertheless, the thought of having engaged in such intimate acts with another man while her idol's photo lay in her bag felt like a betrayal. Lin Qingming's emotional state began to unravel. Suddenly, her phone rang from within her bag. Quickly wiping her tears away, she rummaged through the contents and retrieved the phone, recognizing it as belonging to the stranger from the previous night. Due to the peculiarities of her profession, she had taken the phone to prevent any potential indiscretions while she slept. However, she left behind a generous sum of 20,000 yuan intended for her employees, along with a note to clear the air over this ridiculous one-night stand. Hello. Upon answering, Lin Qingming realized it was not her phone and felt a pang of annoyance. She was about to hang up when a melodious voice, tinged with curiosity and excitement, inquired, "Who are you? Where's my brother? He's not here." Lin Qingming hastily disconnected the call and powered off the phone. As a woman, she could discern the tone of gossip in that voice. Yet, she lamented, men frequenting such places were rarely of good character. They were merely seeking fleeting pleasures. Although she acknowledged the man in Oppo's has striking looks, even outshining many popular stars, she prided herself on not being superficial. No matter how appealing a Fade may be, her heart would forever belong to Soo-hee. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. It was her manager, a Jiao. Qingming, Lao Yang has left. A Jiao and Oppo's voice was filled with regret. Let him go. Just remember to send me a wreath. Lin Qingming bit her lip in frustration. It was indeed Lao Yang's departure that drove her to seek solace in alcohol. Having founded Qingming Studio herself and risen to prominence in the entertainment industry, Lin Qingming was acutely aware of the unspoken rules that governed it. To navigate through the treacherous waters of capital, one had to comply with its dictates, particularly the expectations placed upon women, especially beautiful ones, where exchanging one's body was often deemed acceptable. Under various insinuations from her former agency's head, Lin Qingming opted to pay a hefty penalty to break her contract and subsequently established her own studio with the remaining funds. Her aspirations had once been grand, envisioning a realm within the entertainment industry free from such predatory practices. That dream still lingered, albeit now accompanied by smaller hopes, primarily that her remaining artists would stay. Once boasting a roster of over a dozen artists, only 3 remained, leaving her with just 6 personnel in total, including herself and her assistant. The sense of defeat was palpable. It was no wonder Lin Qingming had sought refuge in a bar. Haisha Entertainment may not be a large corporation, but they have Warner's backing, which provides them with considerable resources. Lao Yang's prospects there will undoubtedly surpass ours, a Jiao side. Big companies valued their image, while smaller ones prioritized talent. Lao Yang, being the most skilled singer in their company, was naturally sought after by Haisha Entertainment, and it was equally reasonable for him to accept an opportunity with a brighter future. Just wait. When our company flourishes, he'll regret his decision. Lin Qingming's tone was soft yet resolute. However, with Lao Yang gone, who will represent us in the voice of Qingren competition? A Jiao's voice dropped to a whisper. The Voice of Qingren was a competition hosted by Shuangqing Television, inviting several entertainment companies from the area to participate. One company declined to join, leaving Qingming's studio to fill the gap. Let Han In take part. Lin Qingming pondered aloud. She and Oppos, LL be fine. It and Oppos. That's just to make up the numbers. A Jiao nodded with a bittersweet smile. Isn't that just a euphemism? Competing without aiming for victory is akin to being a dead fish. Are you hoping for the 50,000 yuan prize? Ahem. How superficial. Do you think I am that kind of person? Lin Qingming shot a Jiao a glare. Go tell Han In to give it her all. A Jiao hesitated, but the competition requires new songs. Lin Qingming pondered for a moment before speaking. I shall visit the Uego website. It should assist Han Hui in purchasing a song. A Jiao looked at her skeptically. Do you still possess any funds? Should I not sell the car? In truth, even if you were to rely on your past savings, with your status as a leading artist in both film and music, you could easily live without worries. Why then would you choose to incur losses as a business owner? Perhaps we should consider closing down and disappearing? I, Lin Qingming, am not one to concede easily. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Oh, what happened to your neck? Oh, just a mosquito bite. Chapter 4 in Kyoto, at Warner Entertainment's general manager's office. Du Tao and his nephew Du Feng were sipping tea. After a gentle knock, Li Xian entered the office. Upon seeing her, Du Feng and Oppos, his face brightened, and he instinctively rose, only to be halted by a glance from Du Tao. Xian is back. Come, join us for tea. Du Tao gestured toward the sofa beside Du Feng. Monsieur, Du. Ah Feng, Li Xian greeted the two. Du Tao poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. A silence enveloped the trio for a considerable time. Finally, Du Tao lightly tapped the tea table with his fingers and inquired, what did he say? Li Wan pour cette harips. Ultimately offering a bitter smile as she shook her head. He said he wanted amp. Oppos, TB coming back. Ah, that was to be expected, Du Tao remarked, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The bruise on his left cheek from Su He still throbbed, and he added, given the circumstances, we cannot be overly sympathetic. Mr. Du, perhaps I could try reaching out to him again in a while. He is rather proud and will surely be unyielding in his current state. Once he calms down, things may improve, Li Xian suggested, looking towards Du Tao. There in Oppos, there's no need for that. I know his character well. If he truly desired to commercialize the name Su He would have done so already. Du Tao shook his head. Su He, having achieved such success in his 20s, would never allow for the commercialization of his stage name to exploit his fans. However, nurturing a top-tier producer entails significant promotional and operational costs. Despite Su He's songs consistently topping charts and garnering vast listening and download figures, all his music was freely accessible to the audience. Initially, the company viewed this as a strategy to build his reputation. Yet now that he has become a renowned producer, change is imperative. Capital seeks profit, and the board will not permit him to continue in such a manner. It is crucial to recognize that the fame and prestige of the name Su He, even without charging for his music, could yield a measurable income if he were to appear in public, participate in variety shows, or host live streams. In this era of digital engagement and fan economy, there are extensive methods to profit from fans while maintaining Su He's image of not charging for his work. If Su He cooperates, all parties benefit. However, his obstinate nature complicates matters. The board is eager not to miss the opportunity to capitalize on Su He's peak as a top producer. They might reclaim the copyrights to all his songs, revoke his rights to the name Soo-hee, and effectively oust him. Such tactics are commonplace in the entertainment industry. And Soo-hee's situation is particularly convenient since he has never revealed his face to the public. Any replacement could easily assume the name. As the ownership of the name belongs to the company, is it really necessary to take such drastic measures? He is still so young, and the royalties from his songs amount to a significant sum annually. With his immense talent, given sufficient resources and time, he could undoubtedly become a musical genius. Li Xian and Appo's eyes reflected her reluctance. Do you believe the company would invest in nurturing a producer who refuses to commercialize his talent to the level of a musical genius? Du Tao took a sip of his tea. What good is talent if the royalties from those songs are meager? The company must support numerous artists. If he is unwilling to generate profit, others will gladly step in. His fervor grew as he spoke, even causing him to spit as he emphasized his points. In this age of universal entertainment, talent is abundant. To gain the recognition of capital, one must commercialize. Otherwise, which company would support someone who does not yield profit? Li Xian glanced at the teacup in her hand before setting it down. Very well, she said, shaking her head in resignation. As the artist who had been elevated by Soo-hee, she felt she had done all she could. Du Feng, prepare for the upcoming music festival. You'll be Soo-hee. Du Tao directed his gaze toward Du Feng. Yes. Du Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having just returned from studying popular music at a prestigious institution in the United States, his knowledge was on par with Soo-hee's. He had long disapproved of Soo-hee's arrogant demeanor within the company. Even as a celebrated returnee, he had once addressed Soo-hee as a senior. But now that Soo-hee had been ousted from Warner, and his uncle had given the name to him, Du Feng felt a sense of vindication. An exhilarating relief washed over him. Well then, I must inform the board about this development, Du Tao said, rising to leave the office. Just as Li Xian intended to exit, Du Feng called out to her. Xian, I know a fantastic Western restaurant. Would you care to join me for a meal? I have other matters to attend to. Li Xian declined, shaking her head. My uncle suggests that before the music festival, we, the Soo-hee couple, should interact more, allowing paparazzi to capture some photographs for exposure. This will make my identity reveal more seamless. He quickly entered the role of Soo-hee. Soo-hee and the renowned Li Xian were marketed as a couple, with many of her fans being supporters of their pairing. They were celebrated as a golden duo within the entertainment industry. All right then, Li Xian hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. The online buzz was overwhelming. The genius producer Soo-hee will attend the music festival. Breaking news. Popular diva Li Xian spotted dining with a mysterious man. The entertainment industry's most enigmatic producer Soo-hee is about to make an appearance, and fans are ecstatic. Warner Entertainment announces that Soo-hee will release a personal physical album for diva Li Xian by the year's end. The internet was flooded with news about Soo-hee. The most elusive top producer in the industry was finally stepping into the spotlight, and fans were elated, having anticipated this day for quite some time. My husband Soo-hee is finally going to reveal himself. I reiterate, Soo-hee is my husband. Honestly, what good is claiming him as a husband when Soo-hee and Li Xian have been paired for so long? Typical of Soo-hee, he is directly producing a personal album for our diva. I need only say one word, bye. Of course, we must support him after enjoying so many of his excellent songs for free. The audience's reactions surpassed expectations. Initially, there were concerns that some might accuse Soo-hee of forgetting his roots, of having once claimed his songs were free and now attempting to profit from a physical album. However, such sentiments were few and far between, quickly drowned out by online backlash. Their collective mantra was unified. They owed Soo-hee for all the free music, and they were all in debt for an album. What a masterful rhythm. Soo-hee sat before his computer, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The smoke wafted around him, stinging his eyes. Squinting, he glanced at the barrage of critical comments beneath a post, noting the thousands of responses attacking him. A mix of irritation and gratitude washed over him. His rationale for not charging for his music was straightforward. These songs were the culmination of the hard work of music industry pioneers, and he merely served as a vessel, providing them free of charge for peace of mind. Moreover, there were numerous avenues to monetize music. Charging was merely a fraction of the possibilities. Even without fees, he could still earn a considerable income. Too much to bear, truly too much to bear. His newly purchased phone suddenly chimed. It was a video call on WeChat. Upon seeing the caller, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Fatty, what brings you to call me? Let us meet up for a foot massage, same place as before." Chapter 5. Oh, why is your face breaking out? In Shuangqing City, there are numerous branches of the Golden Basin Foot Spa. This establishment offers a comprehensive experience including foot massages, entertainment, mahjong, and buffet dining. Notably, patrons can even sing karaoke in private rooms. Technician Sun Qian, a longtime acquaintance of Su He, is nearly 30 and possesses exceptional skills in foot massage, applying just the right amount of pressure. It had been a while since Su He last visited, and he missed her dearly. Sun Qian is quite the conversationalist, as one must be in this profession, given the diverse clientele from all walks of life. Silence can be rather awkward. Among all her customers, however, Sun Qian holds a special fondness for Su He, who is remarkably handsome, even more so than many stars. Unlike others, he approaches the experience with genuine appreciation. Having just returned to Shuangqing a few days prior, Su He remarked, "Sister Qian, you look increasingly beautiful." Taking a deep breath, he chuckled softly. It must be said, foot baths truly offer a sense of relaxation. Under Sun Qian and Appo's skilled hands, the frustrations caused by Warner began to dissipate. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. A rotund man with a jovial face poked his head inside, beaming upon seeing Su He. "Ha, Sue, are you already getting your massage?" Sui shot him a glance, slightly annoyed. "You invited me for a foot massage, but arrived late. It's just traffic, all right? Your brother Jiang just got off the plane and wanted to see you." "Isn't that what friends do?" The hefty man plopped down on the sofa beside Sui, causing it to creak under his weight. "Is Ling Ling on duty?" he inquired, glancing at Sun Qian. Sun Qian wiped her hands on a towel and pulled out her phone to message a colleague. "What's the word from our genius producer? I hear you're finally willing to make an appearance. Aren't you afraid your esteemed President Su will find out?" The man reclined on the sofa, grinning at Su He. "You seem well informed," Su He replied. "Of course. After all, your brother Jiang is making waves in the American financial sector, turning 500,000 into 5 million in just a year." The man's name is Li Jiang, a childhood friend of Su He, akin to brothers who have shared countless experiences. While Su He pursued music in university, Li Jiang opted for finance. After studying abroad, he frequently returns, always eager to boast about his financial triumphs. "I'm tired of hearing about it. Is it really that impressive to turn 500,000 into 5 million? Is it worth bragging about for an entire year?" Su He remarked, digging into his ears. "Huh, you wouldn't understand. Jiang and Appo's achievement in the financial world is akin to your success as a top producer in the entertainment industry. We're both prodigies." Li Jiang retorted. "Prodigy indeed," Su He said nonchalantly. "Fair enough, we are both prodigies," Li Jiang conceded, nodding. Su He raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seemed Li Jiang had matured, for he used to be particularly sensitive about his weight. He recalled the first time he called Li Jiang fat. The latter had ignored him for an entire week. Yet now, he appeared to have accepted it. On a serious note, "Are you really preparing to step into the limelight?" Li Jiang inquired, his curiosity piqued. "That is not my intention," Su He replied with a wry smile. "What do you mean?" Li Jiang asked, bewildered. Su He then recounted the events involving Warner, detailing everything in full. As the story unfolded, Li Jiang's expression morphed into one of shock, his mouth agape. "Damn that Warner, and damn that capital. They disregard humanity," Li Jiang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration, his entire body trembling with indignation. "Getting angry to that extent, are we?" Su He teased, observing him with a bemused expression. While Li Jiang may not yet be a capitalist, he was certainly on that path. Fresh out of university, he had turned 500,000 into 5 million in the American financial sector. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he indeed possessed a knack for making money. "I still have a long way to go," Li Jiang grumbled. "Shouldn't you have a word with your esteemed President Su? The stage name Su He is something you've worked hard to build. Wouldn't you be willing to protect it? How could he possibly help me? He would only say I deserve it." Su He sighed. Su He's father, Su Jinghua, is the president of the Literary Association of Huagua. He once hoped for Su He to become a writer or a poet, but Suhee disregarded his wishes and pursued music at an art school instead. This decision had since led to a rift between father and son. You and your father are alike, both stubborn as mules. Just look at the harmonious relationship I have with mine. Li Jiang Shukulat. If you weren't so overweight and unable to fit into a costume, you might have been performing on stage, Suhee retorted without hesitation. Li Jiang comes from a family of traditional operatic performers, where legacy is highly valued. However, due to his weight, he had limited roles available to him, leading his father to allow him to pursue his own passions instead. Let us stop discussing those irrelevant matters. Are you truly prepared to just let this go? Li Jiang rose from the sofa, leaning towards Suhee, his previous nonchalance replaced by seriousness. Do I seem like that kind of person? Suhee replied with a knowing smile. Not at all. I remember when I took your racer. You seized my entire pencil case while I was distracted. A Scorpio never lets things go easily. Li Jiang shook his head. Ah, you truly understand me. Suhee chuckled. Will you be leaving again after this visit? I'm staying. With my credentials. Entering the domestic financial sector will grant me top-tier treatment. Li Jiang boasted, thumping his chest with pride. Suhee remained silent. At that moment, the private room door swung open once more. A girl in her 20s entered, carrying a foot bath basin. Ling Ling is here. Li Jiang greeted her with a wide smile. It's rare to see Brother Jiang in person. Ling Ling set down the basin and began to massage Li Jiang's feet. After a brief period, Li Jiang suddenly yelped, pulling his foot back. It seems Brother Jiang has been having kidney issues lately? Ling Ling smiled, her gaze teasing. Suhee chimed in, seems like Western cuisine agrees with you, Li Jiang. Nonsense. Brother Jiang's kidneys are perfectly fine. I just need to adjust, Li Jiang insisted, unwilling to admit any weakness. He extended his foot once more, exclaiming, come on. Target Brother Jiang's kidney reflex zone, full force. The room erupted with exaggerated sounds akin to a pig being slaughtered. After a while, the cacophony subsided, and Suhee's voice broke through fatty. What is it? I'm planning to register an investment company. Are you serious? If I'm going to chase excitement, I'll do it thoroughly. Scorpios are not to be trifled with. Need assistance? Do I even need to ask? With my talents in the financial sector, Warner 1T stand a chance. Prodigy indeed. By the way, why is your face breaking out? I was licked by a dog. Chapter 6. Is this not a case of sleepiness bringing a pillow? After washing his feet, Suhee chatted for a while with Li Jiang at the foot washing city before finally returning home. He applied some anti-allergy ointment to his face, lay down on his bed, and took out his phone. Although Li Jiang, his childhood friend, was often unreliable, Suhee acknowledged his professional capabilities. At this moment, Warner was undoubtedly monitoring his every move. As one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the domestic industry, Warner possessed the power to blacklist Suhee from other renowned entertainment firms. Should he wish to return to the industry, he would not only have to abandon his stage name, but also face significant barriers to entering major companies. The path of a producer was one he had to pursue, for he sought to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to him through that identity. However, this time he needed to prepare thoroughly, utilizing the resources he possessed from a myriad of stars to establish himself as a formidable asset in the domestic entertainment sector. Given the vast ambitions of entertainment companies, he contemplated starting an investment firm to operate from behind the scenes. Once he amassed sufficient resources, he would step into the limelight and surprise Warner. Of course, these were merely preliminary thoughts. The details of the operation would be drafted by his colleague, Fatty, and they would discuss it further. The immediate priority was to earn reputation points. Only with sufficient reputation could he customize more works within the system. With this in mind, Suhee opened the UegoNet app. Lacking a singer and hindered by his innate vocal limitations, the quickest way for him to release a song was to sell it. UegoNet, as the most popular music trading forum in the industry, served as the marketplace for countless music producers to monetize their creations. The website comprised 2 sections, one for casual exchanges and boasting, and another for selling various types of music. In this world, the majority of song copyrights were held by Capital, which was naturally reluctant to see its holdings threatened. With capital and official intervention, plagiarism was akin to encroaching upon their profits. Thus, the consequences of such actions were severe, resulting in a complete industry-wide boycott. Consequently, few dared to plagiarize, and creators felt secure in selling their works online. The copyright types for music were diverse, with numerous selling options available on UEGOnet. Some well-known music producers retained the copyrights and credits, only selling the rights to performance. Others opted to bundle and sell all song copyrights, a common practice among newcomers who lacked fame and channels, thus resorting to public trading platforms to sell their creations. For these producers, a song typically fetched only a few hundred yuan. Beyond newcomers, there existed industry veterans who, having signed with their own entertainment companies, could not leverage their names to earn money externally. Many of these established figures operated under pseudonyms to earn extra income. Due to company restrictions, they too could only sell all copyrights bundled, often foregoing credit altogether, a tacit understanding within the industry. The price for a song from these veterans could even reach the hundreds of thousands. The account levels on UEGOnet were determined by transaction amounts, requiring a minimum of 100,000 yuan to elevate a level. These veterans, due to the high sale amounts of their songs, often boasted elevated levels, allowing them to post a thread and attract buyers with specific requests, tailoring their offerings accordingly. The buyers were not ordinary singers. Many were popular singer-songwriters within the circle, seeking to maintain their image as original artists. When inspiration eluded them, they would purchase songs from UEGOnet, claiming the lyrics and melodies as their own original works, a widely acknowledged but unspoken rule of the industry. Of course, buyers could also post threads to solicit songs through a bidding process. Some veterans, possessing suitable works or discarded drafts, would place bids accordingly. What was the password again? Sui had previously earned some extra cash through UEGOnet. Although his account was only level 5, it was certainly better than a standard account, and besides, no one knew about this pseudonym except him. UEGOnet maintained commendable privacy for its users. Otherwise, so many veterans would not resort to pseudonyms for extra earnings. He entered his birthday, only to find the password incorrect. After pondering for a moment, he input Li Xian and Appo's birthday and miraculously succeeded in logging in. ID, Xinghe level, 5 title, junior producer transaction count, 3. While the account level was not particularly high on the site, pricing a song at 10,000 yuan was feasible. However, Suhi could not sell the initial dream for merely 10,000, although he intended to sell only the performance rights and not the copyright. He could not part with it for mere 1 or 2,000. After changing his password, Suhi began browsing the forum, seeking a heart-wrenching love song about a breakup. Requirements: male singer, primarily describing the inability to move on after a breakup, contemplating suicide, yet unwilling to abandon the ex-girlfriend. Copyright type: all copyrights reward, 500 submissions, 50 cat master. This price, even a dog would shake its head. Flying groundhog. What the hell? 500 yuan for a bid. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Erguzi, damn, this is just too much. Such a price, yet still 50 fools bidding. Meichuan Ikuzi Sai. Musicians today are worse off than dogs. You all can keep competing, I'll just lie flat. Waves of Dreams. Hey, the one above. You're saying you'll lie flat, but your submission is the first in the list, right? Sui chuckled as he read these comments. Indeed, every industry faced competition, and musicians were no exception. Under the pressure of capital, many of the lowest-tier musicians could barely afford a meal for those with some achievement. 500 yuan was indeed a trifling sum, yet for struggling musicians, it represented several days' worth of living expenses. Thus, even with a meager reward of 500, numerous musicians still submitted their works. Having not visited the site for a while, he found the users here still quite amusing, their banter charming. After scrolling for a while, Suhi finally remembered he had important matters to attend to. He continued browsing down the page when, suddenly, a rolling announcement appeared on the site. Major order announcement, to be revealed in 5 minutes. Typically, only transactions meeting a minimum of 500,000 yuan were considered major orders, and such listings would be accompanied by a rolling announcement at the top of the site. Users who had reached level 10 and enabled pop-up notifications would even receive alerts from major orders. Suhi waited for 5 minutes and, finally, the bidding post appeared in the forum. Seeking a song, preferably uplifting and motivational. Requirements: best suited for a female voice, moderate difficulty. Lyrics should be inspiring and encourage people not to forget their dreams, to forge ahead. Reward: 500,000. Copyright type, all copyrights. Submissions, 0. Is this not a case of sleepiness bringing a pillow? A slight smile crept across Suhi's lips. However, the buyer's demand for all copyrights posed a dilemma for him. After experiencing the situation with Warner, he had come to appreciate the significance of copyright. Thus, even in selling songs, he would not relinquish the copyrights. With this thought, he decided to observe for a while, hoping to negotiate with the buyer. Just as he contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his brow arched slightly. He pulled out a Huangalu cigarette, lighting it with a wry smile as he said, "Sister, what brings you to call me?" Chapter 7. Losing a phone is trivial. Losing one's heart is devastating. Hey, who was that woman you were with this morning? A melodious, sultry voice emanated from the other end of the line, tinged with an unmistakable curiosity. What woman? Suhi felt a sudden jolt in his chest, his tone betraying an unwelcome unease. Could it be that his one-night affair had reached his sister's ears? Surely not. Come on, don an amp. Amp, Oppos, play coy. Why I called you earlier, a woman answered. The voice didn't sound like Li Xian's. Is our esteemed golden producer keeping a mistress on the side? The teasing tone was unmistakable. That's absurd. Do I seem like the type to keep a mistress? Suhi retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. I lost my previous phone and just got a new one. The number was retrieved from the service center today. Suhi's sister, Su Muyin, was 3 years his senior. From a young age, she was a captivating figure, a true beauty of the anime world. Now 26, she remained an avid fan of anime, which led her to a career in an animation company post-graduation. She had risen to a supervisory position and garnered a modest reputation within the industry. Like her brother, she had a strained relationship with their father, Su Jinghua, who had always envisioned his children as poets or writers. However, Su Muyin adored anime, while Suhi pursued music. Their father, feeling disappointed, had refused to support them. Both siblings were headstrong and believed in their choices, leading to a prolonged estrangement from their family home. Is that so? Su Muyin mused, disappointment evident in her voice. What do you need from me? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Suhi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he spoke, his tone heavy. What do you mean by is that so? Are you disappointed that I'm not keeping a mistress? Is that how you see me in your eyes? Well, I saw your message and heard you're making an appearance. You got some nerve. Don't you fear father showing up with a cleaver at your music gala to give you a piece of his mind? Su Muyin chuckled lightly. Don't worry. If he comes, he won't find me, Suhi replied with a wry smile. What's going on? Su Muyin asked, her curiosity piqued. I was dropped by Warner. They've given my stage name, Suhi, to someone else. The admission left Suhi feeling rather sheepish, knowing it wasn't exactly a proud moment. Yet, with his sister, he felt no need to conceal the truth. There was a brief silence on the line, and just as Suhi thought the connection had faltered, Su Muyin's voice broke through, filled with fury. Damn Warner. Where's my knife? Brother. Gather at Warner's entrance. I'll help you reclaim your dignity. Are these entertainment companies so brazenly deceitful, without a shred of decency? Her voice had transformed from a teasing allure to that of a fierce protector, a far cry from her earlier tone. Hearing her anger warmed Suhi's heart. Sister, getting angry won't help. I'll just have to accept my misfortune. You saying that puts my mind at ease, she replied, regaining her composure. Suhi was left bewildered. You know, she continued with a playful laugh, whenever you utter those words, it seems the other party ends up in trouble. Am I really that kind of person? He protested. Let us not get into explanations. I understand. Whatever you choose to do, I'll support you. If need be, I'll join you, and we'll create a ruckus at Warner and Oppo's entrance, tarnishing that unscrupulous capitalist's reputation. Suhi struggled to suppress a smile. Just as he was about to end the call, Su Muyin's voice took on a peculiar tone. I saw online that they're still hyping your pairing with Li Xian. Could it be? You guessed correctly. I've broken up with Li Xian. Suhi interjected, his tone dismissive. And now you have a new girlfriend? Her voice brimmed with gossip once more. I've told you, there is no new girlfriend. The woman who answered my phone was. The thief who stole my phone. Well, losing a phone is trivial, but losing your heart is where the real tragedy lies, my silly brother. Last time, I'll say it, she is not my girlfriend. With that, Suhi ended the call, tossing the cigarette but into the ashtray and exhaling deeply, feeling utterly dejected. His sister was wonderful in many ways, yet her penchant for gossip was overwhelming. However, he never expected that woman would dare answer the phone. He had already reported the number as lost and obtained a new SIM card. Otherwise, he might have called to check. With a sudden slap to his own face, Sui reprimanded himself for seeking out someone else after a one-night stand. Did he truly believe that a woman encountered in such circumstances would harbor genuine feelings? Later that evening, at 8 o'clock, Sui logged onto the Uego website. The post offering a reward of 500,000 had already attracted 80 submissions. Upon inspecting the levels of the submitters, he noted that most were newcomers. However, he was surprised to find 2 level 20 accounts among them. Little B. Wintermelon. Those usernames seem rather familiar, he mused. Clicking on their profiles, he felt a sense of recognition, though he couldn't quite place where he had encountered them. Accounts at level 20 could easily earn 2 million by selling songs on Uego. While it might be a lucrative platform for newcomers for established artists, it served merely as a side gig. To earn 2 million on this site indicated considerable talent in the real world, enough to be recognized as an influential producer. Furthermore, Uego maintained a ranking system, with level 20 placing one within the top 100 a significant achievement. Scatter, everyone. With these 2 level 20 heavyweights in play, we might as well bow out. I remember Wintermelon and Amp. Oppo's S song made it into the top 10 of the new songs chart, right? Wasn't Tilo B's song also a hit? The one he sold to Left Bank Entertainment, lingering at 8th place for 5 whole days. These 2 must be high-level producers, but I wonder who they are. These big names are already raking in plenty of cash in reality. Yet they still compete with us for crumbs online. It's outrageous. Indeed, after the emergence of these 2 prominent figures, submissions had come to a halt. While only the buyer of the post could hear the submitted songs, the account registrations provided a glimpse into the submitter's abilities. Producers in the entertainment industry could earn anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions. Those who ranked among the top 100 were undoubtedly formidable figures, with their songs having previously graced the top 10 of the new songs chart, ensuring their market viability. Thus, many producers, seeing no hope, chose to refrain from submitting further. The allure of 500,000 was indeed substantial, but one needed the capability to seize it. Regardless, it wouldn't hurt to try submitting something, especially since the initial dream perfectly aligned with their requirements. With that thought, Sui sent the demo of the initial dream and noted at the end, only the rights for the song and Amp, Oppo's S performance are for sale. If interested, please contact me privately. I've sent my WeChat ID for further discussion. After completing this, he shut down his computer and prepared for rest. His back still ached a bit. Although he had received a massage from Qianjia earlier, prolonged sitting always took its toll. Chapter 8. If only the company had a producer. The online forum Uego has become a buzz, as the esteemed figures Xiao Mifeng and Donghua vie for the same song, igniting a flurry of discussions. This industry, seemingly vast with millions of producers online, is in reality a tight-knit community where only a scant few can truly make a living. And those who strike it rich from songwriting are exceptionally rare. Let the bidding commence. Who will secure the lucrative contract of 500,000? An enthusiastic individual even initiated a thread for betting. I'm definitely backing Xiao Mifeng. After all, he has topped the new song charts. As if Donghua has never been on charts. Another interjected. It seems to me that they are evenly matched, both possessing exceptional skills as producers. It merely hinges on who lucks out and catches the client's fancy. Regardless, I'm placing my bet on Donghua, declared another, with unyielding confidence. Xiao Mifeng will undoubtedly land this song. On the forum, participants were eagerly spending their forum coins to support their preferred producer. Given that both were of similar stature and renown, the distribution of support was almost neck and neck. At that moment, the illustrious Donghua finally made his appearance. Donghua, Xiao Mifeng. My friend, I am in dire need of funds. Would you consider relinquishing this opportunity to me? Xiao Mifeng. I'm afraid not. Just a couple of days ago, I had a song returned by the client that perfectly aligns with the requirements of the thread starter. Donghua, is this how you treat a fellow producer? Xiao Mifeng, apologies. Donghua, well then, let us see whose song prevails. Xiao Mifeng, is there any doubt? It will surely be mine. Their exchange drew a crowd, with many spectators captivated by the boldness of Xiao Mifeng, who dared to submit a discarded piece for such a grand opportunity. It appeared that Donghua was losing his edge in this tense showdown, and the excitement was palpable, as neither was willing to concede. Hey, you all should check that thread. Someone has submitted another entry. The audience, initially engrossed in the rivalry, hastily shifted their attention to the new submission. Typically, when prominent producers like these are in the fray, few would dare to enter unless they were of superior caliber. As they rushed to discern the identity of the newcomer, their anticipation turned to disbelief upon discovering that the submitter was merely a level 5 account. Xinghe, I've never heard of this individual, someone remarked. Wait, they're a level 5? What a waste of expression. How audacious. 2 seasoned producers are vying for this opportunity, and yet this newcomer dares to submit? Ugh, what a waste of my time. Who spread the rumor that a level 50 giant was in the mix? Someone should be dragged out and punished for 10 minutes for this nonsense. The maligning of such rumors was rampant, as the distinction between levels was crucial. A true giant in the industry would not even deign to notice a level 5 account. Typically, accounts ranked between level 20 and 30 are often established producers, while those above level 50 are likely to be gold standard producers, the veritable titans of the industry whom aspiring artists can only dream of emulating. Upon realizing the submitter was just a level 5, the crowd erupted in frustration. Look at the details they provided. They're only selling the singing rights to the song. For inquiries, please add me on WeChat for further discussion. This elicited laughter from the audience. Seriously? A level 5 isn't exactly a novice anymore. For such a significant deal, they're still trying to retain rights? Perhaps they think that having earned a few 100,000 grants them the prowess to retain rights. Lucky fellow, to have stumbled upon such earnings, but in the presence of titans like Donghua and Xiao Mifeng, even selling full rights would be futile, let alone holding on to them. In the face of life and Oppo's pressures, this amusing spectacle provided a rare moment of levity, swiftly circulating through various chat groups, drawing even more spectators. The thread soon accumulated thousands of comments, remaining a hot topic of discussion. 3 days later at the Xingming studio, in the office area, Lin Qingming was perusing submissions on Yuego, accompanied by her assistant, a Jiao, and 3 remaining artists from her company. The sum of 500,000 had necessitated Lin Qingming to mortgage her beloved vehicle, making this a high-stakes gamble for her. If she could clinch the top spot, not only would she recoup her investment and reclaim her vehicle, but she would also acquire a song without charge, alongside promotional support from a local television station. Though the reach of the station was limited, it could save her considerable expenses, and with a stroke of luck, her song might even chart on the new song list. This was Lin Qingming's strategic plan. She had to wager her cherished car to secure a quality song. If only we had a producer in the company. She mused quietly while sifting through the submissions on the forum. Indeed, the primary reason for the studio's inability to retain talent was the lack of a songwriter-producer. All the artists possessed talent, yet without quality songs to perform, they were doomed to obscurity. Her assistant, A. Jiao, nodded in agreement. In the music industry, while finding singers is relatively easy, securing a good producer is exceedingly rare. Moreover, as a small studio, they were barely managing to support a few artists, let alone a producer. If this song turns a profit, I'll grit my teeth and hire a producer for you all, Lin Qingming declared, her determination palpable as she painted an optimistic picture for her team. Let us make sure he is handsome, chimed in Chunchi, a young woman in her 20s clad in leather pants and a jacket, exuding a punk vibe. Her voice was deep and powerful, albeit tinged with a nasal quality. Are you recruiting a producer or a handsome husband? Zhang Xiaoan quipped, her tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Qingming was particularly invested in this song, having funded it for Qinqi. After enduring a series of low-budget songs, she was thrilled that her employer was finally willing to invest in a significant project. Surely we need at least a mid-level producer. A beginner won't suffice, she reasoned, aware that settling for anything less would be akin to purchasing songs from Yuego. The remaining employee, a man in his 30s, appeared well-maintained and exuded an air of calmness. Shueliang, once a champion of a talent show, had soared to fame, only to be sidelined due to his refusal to lip-sync. For the past decade, He had languished in obscurity, his talent unrecognized, and his efforts seemingly in vain. The industry was unforgiving. Many talented individuals existed, yet their potential often went unacknowledged. Let us set aside the producer discussion for now and focus on selecting a song. We must choose wisely since this venture will cost $500,000. Lin Qingming decided, redirecting the conversation, aware that even affording a mid-level producer was a distant dream. Chapter 9. Did he think he was a gold medal producer? Why were there only 80 submissions? Lin Qingming frowned. In her estimation, a sum of $500,000 on the website should attract at least a few hundred submissions, right? Although she had only allowed 3 days for the submissions. That was not an insignificant duration for this platform. On such a song-selling platform, the participants were either newcomers or part-time veterans. Newcomers wrote songs at an astonishing pace, far outstripping the veterans, yet their quality often fell short. Conversely, the veterans typically sold off their discarded drafts for a bit of extra cash, providing ready-made songs. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Qingming opened the back end of her post. There were over 80 song samples available for listening. Let us listen to them in the order they were submitted. A Jiao, noticing Lin Qingming's uncertainty, spoke up beside her. All right then, 80 songs. It's not necessary to listen to every single one. Most of these were written by newcomers, with lyrics and compositions that were quite rudimentary, and some barely met the standards of even novice songwriters. Soon enough, they had listened to over 50 songs. A Jiao, holding a notebook, recorded the songs that Lin Qingming and a few other singers found to be decent. Out of those 50-odd songs, only 3 were deemed acceptable by Lin Qingming. Honestly, did these people have no sense of whether their songs were worth $500,000? Lin Qingming's mind buzzed. After enduring too much electronic trash, her irritation grew. This platform was akin to a treasure hunt on Taobao. Finding quality works required both skill and luck, so Lin Qingming shouldn't be too upset. Shueyang reassured with a light chuckle. Chenqi and Zhang Xiaoan both nodded in agreement, wearing wry smiles. True high-end custom creations are sought after in major entertainment companies. Platforms like Uego.com cater to the sinking market or offer newcomers a chance to earn a little. The majority here are indeed newcomers, some of whom barely know how to use composing software, hastily throwing together songs to sell. Let us finish listening. There aren't too many left. A Jiao took over Lin Qingming's mouse. Lin Qingming leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms, and nudged the edge of the table with her high heels to make room for a Jiao. It's infuriating. Although Lin Qingming had a rather ample bosom, it was quite heavy, and maintaining a forward-leaning posture was becoming exhausting. She longed to rest her chest on the table, but with Shueyang present, she refrained from such an ungainly action. Relax, Qingming. If the fans knew that the adorable and charming Lin Qingming was actually a tough girl behind the scenes, I wonder how they would react. Chun-Chi teased. It's all because of the persona the agency crafted for me, forcing me to act all cute and helpless on camera. It's utterly exhausting. Lin Qingming sighed heavily. Every artist who rises to fame in the entertainment industry has a crafted persona. Lin Qingming, with her sweet and cute appearance, had a rather carefree and bold personality. Yet her agency insisted she embody a cute and charming image. This predicament left her struggling to maintain her image while feigning innocence on camera. Qingming, you are using your savings to support us and ensure we have a meal. It honestly brings tears to my eyes. Zhang Xiaoan wiped away a tear. Her statement was half in jest, as it reflected the truth, but was delivered in a light-hearted tone to avoid sounding too heavy. What do you mean supporting you? I'm the capitalist here. You all need to help me make money in the future, Lin Qingming retorted playfully. Don't worry, Qingming. Even if we can't pay salaries, we won't betray the company like that traitor, Old Yang. Chun-Chi vowed, patting her rather unimpressive chest, then cast an envious glance at Lin Qingming's ample figure. Don't even mention that traitor. He has such a downer. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively. Let us focus on selecting songs. Shueyang, the eldest brother in the team and the most mature and composed person in the studio, quickly shifted the topic as he noticed the conversation drifting. Prompted by his reminder, everyone fell silent. A Jiao clicked on the next song. Finally, after sifting through the 80-plus submissions, only 3 songs remained. Huh? A Jiao suddenly exclaimed. Lin Qingming, who had almost dozed off while leaning back in her chair, was jolted awake by a Jiao's surprise. "What's wrong?" she asked, pursing her lips in confusion. "It seems the last two songs were written by two level 20 producers," a Jiao exclaimed. "What? Level 20? Is that true?" Chun Chi and the others sat up straight, their excitement palpable. "On you ego. Calm. Achieving level 20 signifies a transaction amount of 2 million. Such producers in reality are at least senior producers. Even their discarded drafts would possess commendable quality. Hurry, let us listen." Lin Qingming's interest peaked instantly. Just when she had nearly given up, a surprise emerged. A level 20 veteran. Zhang Xiaohan's voice trembled with anticipation. "These songs could very well secure a spot in the new song charts top 10. If we could sing these songs, we'd surely soar." A Jiao clicked on a song titled Little B. The introduction began. The rousing music, with the song's sample typically produced with synthesized sounds, lacked emotion, yet as singers, they could assess the song's quality based on the lyrics and melody. "This song seems more suitable for a male singer, right?" Chun Chi swallowed hard. "The lyrics are a bit too tough. I don't think I can pull off." Zhang Xiaohan shrank back. Although her voice was powerful, the lyrics were evidently written for a male vocalist, merely adjusted to a feminine pitch at the last minute. The melody was excellent, but the lyrics were lacking. It was clear they were handling an old and used draft. Nevertheless, even a discarded draft from a producer of this level held considerable quality. "Let us listen to the next one." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Qingming said to a Jiao. A Jiao nodded and clicked on the song titled Wintermelon. The introduction featured a piano, complemented by string instruments. The lyrics were indeed tailored to a female perspective. However, the melody lacked the catchiness of the previous song. Especially in the chorus, there were few memorable points. Once the song concluded, silence fell over the room. One song had excellent lyrics, while the other had a great melody. Lin Qingming found herself torn. Which one to choose? Chun Chi swallowed again. Both songs exhibited commendable quality, as expected from level 20 producers, yet neither was perfect. Each had its strengths and weaknesses. This left them in a dilemma. Let Henin choose. After all, she's the one singing this song. Lin Qingming turned to Zhang Xiaohan. Zhang Xiaohan quickly waved her hands. "No, it's better for Qingming to decide. After all, she spent so much money. I'm worried about not making the right choice." "No worries, just pick one." Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance while her heart raced. This was 500,000. If she couldn't recoup that, her beloved car would be gone. "Well, then I'll choose." Just as Zhang Xiaohan was about to decide, a Jiao interjected suddenly. "There's still one more song. Shall we listen to it? One more?" Lin Qingming raised an eyebrow in surprise. This producer is level 5, but his submission looks rather novice. A Jiao's expression was somewhat peculiar. "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaohan inquired. "He only sells the rights for the performance. He is not selling any other rights." A Jiao clicked on the submission titled Star River. "Ah." Lin Qingming leaned forward, peering at the computer screen, muttering under her breath the initial dream. 50,000, and he won to sell the rights. Does he think he is a gold medal producer? Chapter 10, boss. I want this song, just this one. A Jiao tentatively inquired. "Lin, would you like to listen to it?" "Forget it. It's a waste of time." Lin Qingming shook her head and turned to Zhang Xiaohan. "Henin, have you made up your mind? Which song are you going to choose?" Zhang Xiaohan's expression revealed her dilemma. It is indeed perplexing. If it were merely one song, the choice would be simple. However, now faced with two options, the challenge of selection arose. One with splendid lyrics, the other with a captivating melody. How to decide? Let Henin ponder a bit. After all, we have time to spare. I find the title The Initial Dream quite appealing. Perhaps it holds a surprise? A Jiao suggested, picking up the mouse to prepare for a preview. Having listened to so many songs prior, one more would hardly make a difference. What surprise could there possibly be? Can a level 5 account rival a seasoned 20-level expert? I see it as mere luck that they managed to sell a few songs and level up without even selling the rights. Lin Qingming scoffed. There are two kinds of revenue from songs. One is the copyright fees, where platforms pay the song and oppos, as copyright holder for plays. And various shows also compensate for performances of the songs. The other is the performance fees when singers participate in programs. which falls under labor compensation and constitutes a significant income source for many artists. For top-tier singers like Lin Qingming, a single performance can command fees ranging from hundreds of thousands to $1 million. In the industry, while there are producers qualified to retain rights, they are certainly not abundant. No artist or company would be foolish enough to purchase a song solely reliant on performance fees, without the potential for copyright earnings. Of course, this is not absolute. For instance, renowned producers like Sue, he carry their own traffic and can earn through copyright fees, while singers performing their songs make sufficient income from shows. 500,000 and still not selling rights? Even if I were to purchase those rookies' mediocre songs, I would never buy from such an arrogant individual. Lin Qingming leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of determination. With an air of conviction, Ajiao clicked the mouse, and the preview commenced. If pride has not been harshly dashed by the cold waves of reality, how could one understand the effort required to reach the distant shores? The synthesized female voice resonated, distinctly superior to others, with articulation that was far from mechanical, even infused with emotion. At the moment the song began, Zhang Xiaohan raised her brow in surprise. Chun Shi, initially fiddling with her freshly done nails, perked up upon hearing the song, adjusting her position for comfort and attentively listening. Shuai Yang, who had been looking down, lifted his head slightly, his ears twitching. Lin Qingming's crossed arms trembled unconsciously, her lips parting in astonishment. The initial dream firmly grasped in hand, the place I yearn to reach, how could one turn back midway? As the chorus played, Ajiao turned slightly, only to find Lin Qingming had somehow moved beside her, nearly bumping into her face. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Qingming snatched the mouse from her hand, cranking the volume to the maximum. In the office, the song reverberated. Several singers began swaying to the rhythm involuntarily. The initial dream will undoubtedly be realized. Only when true desires are fulfilled can one claim to have reached paradise. When the song concluded, the office fell into a brief silence. Lin Qingming's expression shifted awkwardly. The previous haughtiness had dissipated, replaced by an air of embarrassment as she covered her chin and waved dismissively. Huff. Nothing remarkable. Chen Shi shot a peculiar glance at the boss. Truly, as expected of Lin Qingming, her stubbornness was unwavering. Even if the world crumbled, her pride remained intact. Boss! Zhang Xiaohan slid off her chair and clung to Lin Qingming's thigh. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Qingming startled, her body jolting. Boss, I want this song. Just this one. One hand gripping Lin Qingming's thigh, the other pointing at the computer screen. Is it really that good? Lin Qingming thought back to her earlier comments, feeling a flush of embarrassment on her cheeks. So quick to draw conclusions. How to backtrack now? Wah. Boss, I absolutely want this song. I must have it. Zhang Xiaohan pleaded, clinging to Lin Qingming's leg. Sighing, Lin Qingming's face bore a look of resignation. She leaned down, gently tilting Zhang Xiaohan's chin with her finger. Since you were so fervent in your request, as a caring boss, it would be remiss of me to refuse. With that, she retrieved her phone, opened the private chat interface, and located the account named Xinghe. Sure enough, the other party had sent their WeChat details. Boss, Qingming Jia, you're the best boss and sister I could ever ask for. Zhang Xiaohan's head bobbed enthusiastically. She was utterly enamored with the song, both the lyrics and arrangement resonating deeply within her. Even the mere preview almost brought her to tears. The song struck a profound chord within her. She believed that performing it would elevate her abilities by 1 or 2 tiers. I'll discuss with him first and let you know the outcome later. With that, Lin Qingming stood, gently freeing herself from Zhang Xiaohan's grasp and making her way to her office. With several hours remaining until the final deadline for submissions, there was ample time for negotiation. Moreover, since the other party had chosen to connect on WeChat, it indicated a willingness to engage. Admittedly, that song was indeed impressive, not only captivating Zhang Xiaohan, but also Lin Qingming herself. To her astonishment, a level 5 account could compose such a melodious piece. Lin Qingming recognized that this song was perfectly tailored to Zhang Xiaohan and Oppo's vocal tone. Upon returning to her office, just as she closed the door, a notification pinged on her phone. Ding dong. A message alert appeared. The producer named Xinghe had accepted her friend request. Lin Qingming felt that if she intended to negotiate terms, she ought to demonstrate sincerity. Thus, she sent a video request, believing it to convey more earnestness than a voice message. After all, a producer capable of crafting such a song must possess considerable talent. Perhaps she could even use her charm to entice him to join her company. Sigh. Lin Qingming lamented the sacrifices she made for her artists. However, to her surprise, as soon as she sent the video request, it was promptly declined. Lin Qingming stared at her phone in bewilderment. "I and Oppos. Am busy. If they're in Oppos, has something to say, make it quick." A rather crude message appeared on the screen. Lin Qingming's forehead was lined with frustration. Chapter 11. Can such a person really open a studio? Teacher Xinghe, I am the initiator of the post on ULI Shopping Network. Your song, The Original Dream, is immensely loved by our singers. Lin Qingming suppressed her disgust. Holding her phone slightly away from her delicate face, using her index finger to type. It was as if the unpleasantness could be transmitted through the network. However, after sending her message, a minute passed without any response from the other side. Just when her patience was wearing thin, she received a curt 3-character reply. How arrogant! Lin Qingming slammed her palm on the table, nearly cursing in frustration, before taking a deep breath to calm herself and recompose her message. However, Teacher Xinghe and Oppos' demands were somewhat challenging for us. After all, you are aware of the industry norms, particularly regarding the sale of songs without the transfer of copyright. The matter of copyright leaves no room for negotiation, although the price could be reduced. Lin Qingming frowned slightly at the reply. She sensed the other party's resolute stance. Yet, if they relinquished the copyright, once the song became popular, it would merely benefit Teacher Xinghe financially, with all future royalties having no connection to their Xingming studio. Wouldn't that make her a pure victim? Contemplating this, Lin Qingming pressed the voice key, tightening her throat. Teacher Xinghe, please consider it. I am Lin Qingming, the singer, wah. Your voice is unsuitable for this song. Even if you sang it, it wouldn't achieve success. I shall find someone else. To her surprise, her playful charm not only failed to yield any advantage, but also led to the withdrawal of the offer. Please, Teacher Xinghe, it's not me singing. It's an employee from my studio. Trust me, I guarantee this song is a perfect match for her. If you don't believe me, look up Zhang Xiaoan and listen to her vocal quality. After saying this, she fixed her gaze intently on the screen. Before long, the other side finally responded. I can reduce the price by 100,000. This is my bottom line. I'm sorry, but I cannot sell the copyright. Lin Qingming fell into deep thought. The quality of this song was indisputable. She believed that if Zhang Xiaohan sang it, they would have a genuine chance at winning the championship, which could yield a prize of 500,000. She could even redeem her little car. Moreover, as a first-tier singer, Lin Qingming could discern the song and Oppos' potential for success. If it truly became popular, even without earning from the copyright, having Zhang Xiaohan, the original singer, perform for commercial gigs could still be profitable and alleviate the company and Oppos' predicament. All right, I accept your proposal. Lin Qingming gritted her teeth and typed this message. After much hesitation, she finally clicked send. Teacher Xinghe, pleasant cooperation. Handshake. Have you washed your hands before shaking mine? Lin Qingming scoffed, then sent a handshake emoji followed by a cute, playful emoji. Noticing the other party remained unresponsive, Lin Qingming stamped her foot in frustration. What an impolite man. In Shuangqing City, within an apartment, Suhi emerged from the bathroom, holding his phone. Can such a person really open a studio? He tossed the phone onto the sofa and reclined back onto it. Suhi understood that without the identity of Suhi, selling a song for 500,000 was exceptionally challenging. Even the best songs faced great difficulty unless one stumbled upon an extraordinarily suitable singer by sheer luck. Therefore, his psychological price point hovered around 100,000. He placed little importance on production costs. The substantial revenue lay in the subsequent copyright fees. His greatest fear was that the other party would purchase the song but refrain from releasing it, or worse, publish it without investing in proper promotion. In such cases, there would be little difference from not selling it at all. Earlier, while searching for Zhang Xiaohan, he had come across her announcement on a variety show, noting that she would participate in Voice of the Celebrations this weekend. The winner would receive a prize of 500,000. along with promotional opportunities from the show's production team. Upon reading this, Soo-hee had already resolved to sell. The original dream had achieved remarkable success on the charts in his previous life. Winning such a small competition would be a breeze, especially with the show and oppos as promotional support, which could propel it onto new song charts effortlessly. Money wasn't the primary motivation. Rather, he aimed to earn reputation points to customize more entertainment works, which are the crux of Soo-hee's path to revenge. Could such a person truly manage a company? Having witnessed the capitalists and oppos, profit-driven machinations, and various attempts to gauge opponents and oppos limits, Soo-hee found himself somewhat unaccustomed to communicating with such a naive party. His experience suggested that individuals like this, when placed in leadership roles, often led to financial losses, eventually collapsing under the weight of mismanagement. Ding dong. The phone notification chimed. Soo-hee reached for his phone. The platform cannot modify the amount. Once I finalize the details, the platform will transfer the funds to you, and then you will return 100,000 to me. The naive party had messaged again. Soo-hee promptly updated her contact name to naive party and replied with an OK emoji. He then sighed helplessly. Did she not fear that he might not return the money? Or that he might continuously find excuses to delay? Did he appear so much like a good person? The emotional toll was unbearable. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling Soo-hee, who thought the other party possessed some extraordinary ability upon seeing her contact name. To his relief, it was Lee Jiang calling, the portly figure. He answered the call. Please press the elevator button. Lee Jiang's voice was filled with excitement. The residential complex where Soo-hee lived had 2 units per floor, requiring a key card to access higher levels or assistance from a resident. Previously, the adjacent unit was occupied by an internet celebrity, but since their departure, it had remained uninhabited, making Soo-hee effectively a single occupant on his floor. After pressing the elevator button, it wasn't long before Lee Jiang arrived upstairs. He tossed a folder of documents at Soo-hee and rummaged through the refrigerator for a bottle of ice-cold cola, gulping it down with relish. Ah, refreshing. Lee Jiang exhaled contentedly before plopping down beside Soo-hee. Quick, take a look at the project proposal. He gazed at Soo-hee with dark circles under his eyes, his excitement palpable. Did you stay up all night? Soo-hee smirked slightly. What else could I do? Lee Jiang shrugged. I've always worked diligently in my career. You've worked hard. Soo-hee patted his shoulder, then picked up the proposal. Lee Jiang explained, given our limited funds, the best approach for registering an investment company is to provide angel investments to smaller firms. Although investing in larger companies is safer, the returns are far less than those from smaller enterprises. However, small companies also entail greater risks and longer return periods. Lee Jiang succinctly summarized the risks and rewards. How much do you have? Suicidally inquired. 8 million. Lee Jiang gestured with his hands, a smug smile gracing his lips. I have 20 million. Suriplayed nonchalantly. Over the past 2 years, he had released numerous hit songs. Had he charged for them, he could have earned over 100 million. Fortunately, he had refrained from commercializing his image, thereby avoiding any lucrative endorsement deals that Warner might exploit to strip him of his earnings. He retained a starting capital of 20 million. Chapter 12. The ultimate winner of the 500,000 big order. Lee Jiang's Sumila Froza. His eyes filled with bitterness. No wonder you celebrities get criticized. Earning over 20 million in 2.5 years. I feel so envious. Indeed, our funds are limited. But your proposal to invest in smaller companies is quite commendable. Soo-hee perused the business plan and nodded in agreement. Investing 28 million in a large enterprise would yield no returns, but smaller companies are different. We can fully control them. Lee Jiang chuckled, but then he pointed out the drawbacks. Smaller investments come with higher risks and longer return cycles. Let's not dwell on that. Look into small music companies in Shuangqing City, preferably those that haven't attracted other investments. Soo-hee suggested with a smile. Of course, registering our own entertainment company would be ideal, but if the company flourishes, it will inevitably attract the attention of major corporations. If Warner discovers that Soo-hee is behind the company, we would face immediate suppression. Thus, Soo-hee planned to establish an investment company with Lee Jiang to support other entertainment businesses, drawing attention while they quietly developed in the background. Not a problem. I can find that out quickly. One issue remains. If the company and Oppo's legal representative is me, I will sign a power of attorney so that while legally you are the representative, the name will be mine, Li Jiang said, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Suhi regarded him with a peculiar smile. Aren't you afraid I might kick you out later? No worries. Consider a lesson learned at my expense, Li Jiang shrugged. All right then, I will invest the entire 20 million. You won't need to contribute any funds, and I will allocate 30% of the profits to you. Suhi proposed a plan he deemed reasonable. Such generosity? Li Jiang looked at Suhi in surprise. To him, if no money was put in, 30% was already a substantial share. A professional investor would typically only take around 10% or even less. I and Oppo's am not interested in money, Suhi stated, gazing at the ceiling as if embodying a detached sage. I almost believed you. Li Jiang rolled his eyes. Eventually, the two reached an agreement. The company would be named Xingshan Investment, with a registered capital of 20 million. It would also include a copyright management department to handle Suhi and Oppo's as copyright issues, including plagiarism disputes, all of which Suhi entrusted to Li Jiang. Besides this, the immediate priority was to invest in a music company, allowing Suhi to leverage the system to create songs and elevate the company with cultural elements from Earth. This was his first step toward revenge. As he told Li Jiang, if one seeks excitement, they must pursue it to the fullest. He did not intend to overlook the film industry either, if opportunities arose. He could also invest in animated projects. Indeed, Suhi's ambition was to dominate the entire domestic entertainment industry. When this star accumulated enough energy, it would lead to a cataclysmic explosion. Talent cannot triumph over capital. Thus, I, Suhi, shall become the capital. I will rise to become the largest capital in the domestic entertainment industry. Having encountered betrayal from Warner, Suhi underwent a significant transformation. Once brimming with confidence, he now bore the melancholy of a mature man. The depth in his eyes hinted at untold stories. He suddenly found himself with a cigarette in hand. Pop! Li Jiang flicked his lighter and leaned closer. Suhi looked at him quizzically. I just think that with your current aura, smoking a cigarette would be perfect. With that, he lit one for himself as well. On Yuelyong Purchase Network, many were intrigued by the post regarding the 500,000 order. Only 10 minutes remained until the final announcement. The thread was already bustling with activity. Another thread, featuring the two titans Xiaomi Feng and Donghua, was equally lively. Currently, Xiaomi Feng held the highest support, followed closely by Donghua. Both were level 20 giants, and their aliases had previously reached the top 10 of the new song charts, an impressive feat that made them highly sought after by major music companies. Notably, the thread's creator appeared to be a playful individual, as he added a name at the end. Xinghe, this level 5 account, after the two giants took action, audaciously submitted a proposal and quickly gained popularity on the site. Currently, there were 5 anonymous individuals betting on Xinghe to secure the big order, each purchasing a few hundred forum coins. Due to the limited number of bets, Xinghe's odds soared to a staggering 2,000. This meant that if Xinghe won the big order, those who bet on him would profit immensely. But is that possible? Let's see who the 5 clever ones are betting on Xinghe. Are there too many forum coins? Or do they just want to waste them? I suspect some gamblers, drawn by the high odds, are taking a gamble. Gamblers should consider the actual situation. This is a waste of forum coins. Thankfully, there are only 5 clever ones. Otherwise, I would question the average intelligence level of our website. The comment section was particularly lively. Initially a duel between 2 giants, the sudden entry of Xinghe became a source of amusement for all. However, it seemed that Xinghe was rather low-key. He merely submitted one proposal and didn't engage in the forum, remaining silent despite the ridicule. Meanwhile, Donghua and Xiaomi Feng were incredibly active, arguing for 3 straight days, with the comment section stacking up over 2,000 replies. Xiaomi Feng, although my song is just a discarded draft, defeating you is more than enough. Donghua, from now on, I, Donghua, will exclusively seize your business. Xiaomi Feng, you think you are worthy? Donghua, you probably don't know who I am. Just say my name, and you'll be shocked. Xiaomi Feng, oh dear, I'm so scared. You wouldn't be the genius producer Soo-hee, would you? That would surely shock me. But the others? Forget it. Donghua, look at your arrogance. Do you even know Soo-hee? You, a mere level 20, think you deserve to know him? Would he even glance in your direction? Xiaomi Feng, as if you're not level 20 yourself. The two, vying for each other and Oppo's business, became embroiled in a heated argument. Donghua urgently needed the money, while Xiaomi Feng sought to monetize his discarded draft, leading both to fiercely compete for the 500,000 prize. Just then, a series of announcements flashed across the Yuelyong Purchase Network homepage. The final selected work for the 500,000 order from Xingming Studio is Xinghe and Oppo's and Oppo's, the initial dream and Oppo's. Upon the appearance of this announcement, Donghua was left dumbfounded. Xiaomi Feng was equally astonished. All those who had been following the big order were left in shock. Chapter 13. Throughout history, deep affection cannot be retained. Only indifference brings joy, alas. Could this be true? This must be a conspiracy. Is the client truly that foolish, foregoing the songs of two esteemed level 20 artists to spend 500,000 on a composition from a mere level 5 newcomer? I cannot fathom this. There must be some underlying issue. I just checked that post, and the transaction has been completed. They have indeed selected the song by Xinghe. If I recall correctly, that piece was not up for copyright sale. How could it possibly have been sold? The forum has erupted with astonishment. It is not uncommon for only the performance rights to be sold while the work's copyright remains intact, but such privileges are reserved for esteemed producers. Others should simply be content if they can profit from a single song, rather than fretting over copyright. Do they truly believe that capitalists are philanthropists? Yet somehow, this Xinghe has managed to do the unthinkable, selling his work amidst competition from two distinguished level 20 artists. At this moment, many industry peers following this event are filled with curiosity about the song The Initial Dream. However, they lack the privilege to listen to the submissions and remain oblivious as to what makes this particular song so special. Little B, what is happening here? Wintermelon, if you're asking me, who should I ask? The two key individuals involved have yet to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Little B, keep an eye on this song. As long as the title remains unchanged, it will be searchable when it goes live. Wintermelon, I look forward to discovering what sort of song could have secured my contract. After a lengthy dispute, the two prominent figures finally fell silent. Yet, the forum was awash with lamentations. For those who had backed Little B and Wintermelon, the losses were staggering. Haha, I mistakenly voted for Xinghe, and, unexpectedly, I profited handsomely. I merely thought the odds were enticing betting against the grain, and now I'm swimming in riches. The 5 users who had wagered on Xinghe and Oppo's victory finally surfaced, having endured days of ridicule, now relishing their vindication. This led to another wave of dismay. Damn, it's more painful to see you profiting than to witness my own losses. It's absurd. Even reckless bets yield returns? Share half with me, or I curse you with a 10-centimeter reduction in your manhood. The gambling enthusiasts truly deserve their fate. I am so envious. In Kyoto, Ifeng Entertainment ranks among the top 10 companies in domestic entertainment. In the producer's area, a man in his 30s placed his mouse down, reclining in his chair, his breath quickening with agitation. How could I, Xie Xiaodong, lose to a level 5 rookie? He raked his hair in frustration, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. As a senior producer at Ifeng Entertainment, he was accustomed to the reverence of even first-tier artists. He had confidently submitted to Yuego Gong, only to have his business snatched away by a newcomer named Xinghe. This was a disgrace. Winter brother, what's the matter? His colleague inquired, puzzled. Lao Lu, I need a favor, Xie Xiaodong replied with a sly smile. What kind of favor? The colleague approached. You're somewhat familiar with the marketing department. Could you help me investigate Xingming Studio? See if they have any artists planning to release new songs soon. I'm not that acquainted with the marketing department either. I'll treat you to a bath at Tianshang Runjian tonight. Even if he wasn't too well acquainted, Winter Brother's matter warranted an effort. After sending off the chubby colleague, Soo-hee reclined on the sofa, browsing the Yuego forum on his phone. Following this substantial transaction of 500,000, Xinghe had rapidly gained prominence on the site, even making it to the trending list. His private messages overflowed, Impossible to keep up with. Conspiracy. Refund. Huh. Did you kneel and beg the client behind the scenes? Umph. Your level doesn't even match mine. How could your song be worth 50,000? A newcomer earning such money. Can you truly sleep at night? Brother, congratulations on landing a big deal. I'm currently in a bit of a bind. Could you lend me 20,000? I'll pay you back by the end of the month. Amused and irritated by the bizarre messages, Suhi shook his head. In this era, many harbor extreme thoughts, feeling worse about other successes than their own failures. Moreover, in a time when criticism abounds, being overly concerned with others' opinions is merely self-sabotage. Hence, he paid no heed to such individuals. After browsing the forum a while longer, Sui rose to grab a bottle of cola from the fridge, then took a cigarette from the box on the table, placing it between his lips as he reclined back onto the sofa. He opened WeChat to scroll through his friend circle. Sui's WeChat friends list comprised only the hottest stars, be they from film or music. Each name could easily trend. Of course, apart from these top-tier celebrities and entertainment moguls, there was a small group of colleagues from Warner, a handful of whom he had assisted and formed connections with. When he was still at Warner, these colleagues often reached out to him. Now that he had been ousted, not one of them had bothered to send a message of concern. Casually, Suhi clicked on a contact named Chen Yang, a talent he had personally nurtured, considering him half a prodigy. Their chat history was limited to Chen Yang asking for feedback on new song, Great River. Could you help me identify any areas for improvement? The tone was humble and sincere. Following were Suhi's suggestions and expressions of gratitude from Chen Yang. The exchange seemed warm and amiable. Sui sent a casual emoji in response. Unsurprisingly, he found himself blocked by Chen Yang. After removing Chen Yang, he decided to delete the entire group of Warner colleagues. Indeed, no matter how strong the relationships or how great the favors in the workplace, at the moment of departure, all dissipate into thin air. A smirk crept across Suhi's lips. In truth, he could understand these individuals. If he were simply dismissed, it wouldn't matter. However, being cast out by Warner and having his stage name stolen meant they would never allow his return to the industry. A person oppressed by the top forces in the circle had already been condemned in their eyes. Remaining in their WeChat contacts was merely a matter of occupying space. Warner had done a commendable job of maintaining secrecy. Aside from a few key figures, no news had leaked thus far. After erasing those former colleagues, Sui glanced at the peers group. This group comprised industry titans from other companies, all connections he had cultivated over the past 2.5 years, which would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Returning to the chat interface, Sui found himself staring blankly at the top of the chat history, where a pinned contact lingered, his ex-girlfriend, Li Xian. He remembered when Li Xian first arrived at Warner. She was an exceptionally talented young woman. At that time, Sui had only recently joined the company, and due to his vocal limitations, he needed to find a singer to perform his songs. When Li Xian came for an audition, he immediately chose her. He recalled her expression of surprise and the admiration shining in her eyes. With Suhi's assistance, Li Xian gradually rose through the ranks, ultimately receiving a nomination for Best Female Artist, becoming the youngest diva in the Chinese music scene. The name Suhi also gained recognition as a golden producer due to her dazzling achievements. Their partnership, once a mere promotional gimmick, eventually blossomed into genuine affection as they spent time together. Sui found himself drawn to Li Xian and Appo's strong ambition, her resolute nature, and her unwavering pursuit of dreams, qualities that endeared her to him. His chat history with Li Xian has remained untouched since their acquaintance. Master Sui, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Today, I attended a commercial performance in Jiangsheng and brought back some local specialties for you. Please don't leave after work. Wait for my return. Master, look at those fools. We are merely engaging in hype, yet they genuinely believe we are a couple. I dreamt of you last night, though in my dream, you lack the charm you possess in reality. Suhi, while you may not need to protect your voice, smoking excessively is detrimental to your health, and I am quite averse to the smell of cigarettes. Could you possibly quit? Sui, I do not wish for us to be merely a couple in name. I have feelings for you and wish to be your genuine girlfriend. Each message chronicled the evolving affection between him and Li Xian. As Suhi perused their conversations, the cigarette he held slowly extinguished. Once he had finished reviewing the chat history, he inhaled deeply, a faint smirk gracing his lips. True affection has never been retained. Only indifference brings joy. He accessed the chat management settings and clicked delete, subsequently blocking Li Xian's account. To hell with love? Only fools believe in such nonsense. Chapter 14. Of course. I must attend. This is my idol's first public appearance. The Voice of Qingrun is a singing competition program aired by Shuangqing Television. Such local programs often lack high viewership and professionalism, serving merely as a task for the television station. Typically, each department within the station has specific performance metrics to meet monthly, and The Voice of Qingrun is a newly devised live singing competition by the planning department. The winner is awarded a prize of 500,000. Initially, the intention was to invite the 3 major entertainment companies in Shuangqing City, but the leading company, Liuguang Entertainment, declined the invitation for unspecified reasons. This left only Haisher Entertainment and Xindong Entertainment, necessitating the inclusion of Xingming Studio to fill the gap, as 3 entertainment companies were required for the competition. Backstage, staff members busily prepared for the event. Contestants from the 3 companies waited in the lounge for the live broadcast to commence. Xindong Entertainment, ranked second in Shuangqing City, sent a singer named Chao Ji, a third-tier artist with over 20 songs, who possessed a modest level of fame. Meanwhile, Haisher Entertainment's representative, Yang Wei, straddled the line between third-tier and second-tier. Having once placed in the top 10 of the new song charts and boasting nearly 1 million followers on Weibo, Zhang Xiaohan, representing Xingming Studio, entered the lounge and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Wei lounging on the sofa, her expression swiftly darkening. "Xiaohan, I didn't expect them to have you participate in The Voice of Qingrun." Yang Wei greeted her with a smile. "Ha, just switch companies and already got a resource. It seems you're quite favored by Haisher Entertainment, old Yang." Zhang Xiaohan replied with a half-smile. Just days prior, Yang Wei was a singer at Xingming Studio, which had intended to send him to this competition, but Haisher Entertainment secretly lured him away with an irresistible offer, and now he was chosen to represent them. "There's no need to be so confrontational. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have had this opportunity to perform either, would you?" Yang Wei chuklet likli. "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Qingming has treated you well, you traitor." Zhang Xiaohan, known for her impulsive nature, felt an urge to lash out, though the setting restrained her. "I apologize, but a wise bird chooses its tree. Haisher Entertainment offered me a price I couldn't refuse. If you were in my position, I believe you would make the same choice," Yang Wei said, shaking his head with a smile, though his eyes gleamed with pride. "Bah, do you think everyone is as ungrateful as you? If it weren't for Qingming using her own funds and resources to promote you, where would you be today?" Zhang Xiaohan glared at him. "She is my boss, and I have talent. Should she support you lot instead?" Yang Wei, slightly irritated by her aggressive tone, refrained from saying that they were a bunch of useless individuals, choosing to show restraint due to their former camaraderie. When he joined Xingming Studio, he was indeed just a third-tier singer in terms of popularity, yet he possessed talent, being the best vocalist in the studio. To him, it was only natural for Lin Qingming to promote him. After achieving fame, better companies sought him out, and with his contract expiring, he felt changing companies was a perfectly normal occurrence. "You." Zhang Xiaohan's cheeks flushed with indignation, at a loss for words. Yang Wei smirked disdainfully and chose to ignore her. Out of respect for their past as colleagues, he had greeted her. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with someone like Zhang Xiaohan, who had merely a paltry following of a few 100,000 on Weibo, hardly more than a minor internet celebrity. With no retort forthcoming from Zhang Xiaohan, she sulked on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Meanwhile, Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment watched the exchange with mild amusement, rolling his eyes at their antics. As the atmosphere in the lounge settled into silence, a staff member entered, announcing that the show was about to begin. "Everyone, the program is about to start." The singers, upon hearing this, put away their phones and followed the staff out of the lounge. "Since you just joined the company, I bet you're eager to make a mark." "Sorry, but this championship is mine," Zhang Xiaohan scoffed. "Oh," Yang Wei and Appo's face flickered with a peculiar smile. "That's not a certainty." Chao Ji, observing the tension, shook his head in resignation. He had been privy to their earlier dispute and understood their relationship. However, this girl was still too inexperienced to think she could defeat Yang Wei. At Xingming's studio, the reception area was furnished with sofas and an 80-inch television hung on the wall opposite, typically used for company gatherings. However, with most employees having left, such meetings had become a rarity. Xingming, come here. The show is starting. Chen Shi, clad in leather pants, called out from Lin Qingming's office. Coming. Lin Qingming emerged from her office, her heels clicking as she approached the sofa. Watermelon is here. Shuai Yang entered with a platter of sliced watermelon, placing it on the coffee table before joining them on the sofa. Go call Xiao Li from the front desk. This is our chance for a comeback, Lin Qingming exclaimed, taking a bite of watermelon. Such is the advantage of a small company. There are fewer rigid rules, and it possesses a certain warmth absent in larger corporations. Lin Qingming was not particularly adept at management, which contributed to the company's struggles, as many had left, leaving only a few behind. Welcome to the Voice of Qingren, proudly sponsored by Chunjia Hot Pot. For the most delightful dining experience, choose Chunjia Hot Pot. Now, let's welcome our 4 judges to the stage. The host and Appo's voice resonated. As the stage lights flashed and enchanting music filled the air, the judges took to the stage, each with a microphone, serenading the audience. Oh, this is Mouse Loves Rice. Qingming, it's your idol's song. Chen Shi shook Lin Qingming's arm, her voice brimming with excitement. It seems this program has a good selection of songs. My idol Su He's music is simply wonderful. I love you, loving you. Lin Qingming's face beamed with pride as she joined in singing along with the 4 judges. I heard Su He will be participating in this year's music gala. Will you attend, Qingming? Chen Shi inquired. Of course. This is my idol's first public appearance. Lin Qingming hummed, her face alight with anticipation. After such a long wait, she would finally see her idol and Appo's true self. Chapter 15. For the sake of that song, I will endure. After the 4 judges concluded their performances, they returned to their designated spots beside the stage. Due to the lack of popularity, the audience present was sparse, primarily consisting of hired spectators from the production team. However, everyone maintained a professional demeanor, applauding enthusiastically. Next, let us welcome the owner of the program and Appo's sponsor, Ms. Chun from Chunjia Hot Pot, to the stage for a performance. Celebration of Voices is an initiative by Shuangqing Satellite TV, primarily aimed at securing sponsorship funds, with a significant prize money of 500,000 also sponsored by Chunjia Hot Pot. Ms. Chun, a passionate singer, sponsors the program not only to promote her hot pot restaurant, but also to seize the opportunity to sing on television. For Ms. Chun, who owns dozens of chain stores in Shuangqing, spending 1 or 2 million on television is a trivial matter. Upon the host and Appo's introduction, a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman with voluminous curls stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am the owner of Chunjia Hot Pot. You can call me Ms. Chun. I will now perform a song, Wild Rose. With her announcement, the audience erupted into warm applause. Naturally, they could not afford to be disrespectful to their benefactor. After all, their wages for the day were funded by this affluent lady. As Ms. Chun began to sing, the program seemed rather unprofessional. Inviting sponsors to perform, the sound was unbearable, akin to witnessing a cacophony in a public square. Disheartened, many viewers began to leave, deeming the program a disaster. You don't understand. Ms. Chun is a billionaire, exclaimed a spectator. Wow, is she that impressive? Rich ladies, please adopt me. Such a delightful sound. Another quipped sarcastically. Oh my goodness. How absurd that you would indulge in such a performance. Despite the criticism, it must be acknowledged that Ms. Chun and Appo's rendition of Wild Rose was indeed wild. Initially, only a few thousand were watching the live broadcast, but under the onslaught of Ms. Chun's performance, half the audience vanished. However, the production team remained indifferent, having already secured their sponsorship funds, caring little for viewership ratings as long as their benefactor was pleased. In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Xie Xiaodong, wearing headphones, furrowed his brow while gazing intently at the live broadcast on his computer screen, resembling an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Lao Lu, are you certain that song will be performed on this dreadful show? He swallowed hard, glancing at Lao Lu beside him. Of course, I spent a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to gather this information. That Zhang Xiaoan is a singer from Xingming Studio, and she will be performing the initial dream today. Lao Lu removed his headphones and rubbed his ears. As a professional singer, hearing such noise felt akin to dumping garbage into his ears. Is it possible they're in oppos? Has been a mix-up with the song title? Xie Xiaodong inquired skeptically. That and oppos, as beyond my knowledge. Lao Lu stood. This was all he could ascertain. Whether it was indeed the song Xie Xiaodong desired remained uncertain. For the sake of that song, I will endure. Xie Xiaodong gritted his teeth. As a distinguished producer, listening to a middle-aged woman sing Wild Rose would surely invite ridicule from his peers if word got out. Thank you, Ms. Chun, for such a beautiful performance. The host, with a professional smile, spoke with exaggerated sincerity. Ahem. I seem to have caught a bit of cold today, so my performance was not up to par, Ms. Chun humbly remarked. We hope Ms. Chun will have the opportunity to perform for us again. The host extended his hand. He genuinely feared that Ms. Chun might suddenly declare, since I didn't perform well, shall I sing another? While Xuanqing TV may be a small local station, it certainly had its limits. Extra time on air? That required additional funds. Next, we present the most thrilling competition segment of the day. Let us give a warm welcome to the first contestant, Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment. After bidding farewell to the benefactor, the host's tone immediately elevated. Chao Ji stepped onto the stage from the backstage. Hello, everyone. I am Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment, and today I will perform a song titled Between Aspirations. He nodded to the staff, who then played the accompaniment. With Ms. Chen's performance as a backdrop, the audience found everything else pleasing to the ear. The quality of Between Aspirations was commendable, reaching a beginner's peak level. Xindong Entertainment ranked third in Xuanqing and had its own producers. Crafting a song for the competition was well within their capabilities. Chao Ji sang with great immersion and emotion, concluding cleanly and succinctly. Thank you, everyone. After his performance, Chao Ji maintained a professional smile, though he seemed unconcerned about his ranking. Next, let us welcome the singer Yang Wei from Haisher Entertainment. After Chao Ji exited the stage, the host announced with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Haisher Entertainment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Yang Wei, microphone in hand and a subtle smile on his lips, greeted, Hello everyone, my name is Yang Wei. Old Yang? The viewers at home exclaimed in recognition. They were well acquainted with him, having just switched from Xingming to Haisher Entertainment a few days prior. No wonder he made the switch. He is being nurtured at Haisher Entertainment. Chen Qi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. How enviable to enter the company and immediately participate in such a competition. Even the mature and composed elder brother Shuel Yang could not help but express admiration. To achieve stardom, talent is foundational, but resources are the key, he mused. Countless singers possess exceptional skills, yet only a select few truly rise to fame. A feat achieved through the accumulation of resources. What, Brother Shui, are you considering a switch as well? Lin Qingming looked at Shuel Yang sideways. Cough, cough. I merely expressed a sentiment. Who else would want me besides General Lin? Shuel Yang quickly waved his hands. So if someone offers, you go? Lin Qingming stated ominously. No, as long as General Lin does not dismiss me, I shall remain at Xingming. Shuel Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The devilish gaze from the spirited girl was enough to rattle even an old hand like him. Now that's more like it. Lin Qingming beamed. Let us hold on a little longer. Once Han Hui wins the championship in this competition and her song becomes a hit, our lives will improve. I will buy you all good songs and take you along with Han Hui. How can we not succeed then? Upon hearing this, Chen Qi and Shuel Yang nodded eagerly, albeit with a tinge of bitterness. Becoming successful? It's not that easy, with someone as capable and outwardly appealing as their boss Lin Qingming. Reaching the pinnacle of stardom was already a considerable achievement. Lacking the capital to further elevate oneself to an ultra-first-tier level was an insurmountable challenge. If it was difficult for the boss, it would be even more challenging for them. After all, Lin Qingming had supported them for so long through her own stardom, yet they had seen little advancement. Shuel Yang, having once tasted fame, felt this acutely. Meanwhile, Chen Qi, still in her early 20s, brimmed with potential. merely feeling a fleeting sadness while remaining optimistic about the future. Chapter 16. The initial dream, the song Struggle by Yang Wei, is a motivational piece, significantly superior in arrangement compared to the previous performance by Chao Ji from Jindong Entertainment. Furthermore, Yang Wei's vocal technique and emotional delivery during the performance were commendable. His singing ability is at a secondary level, and under optimal conditions, he could potentially challenge the top tier. However, that is only when he is in good form. In this instance, Yang Wei's performance was at a standard level, meeting the criteria of a professional singer. The chorus featured a slight crescendo, showcasing his skills and earning him applause from the audience. If adequately promoted, this song could easily secure a spot in the top 30 of the new song charts. As Shuel Yang noted, as a veteran in the music industry, he can discern a song's potential based on his experience. While his assessment may not be entirely precise, it is generally reliable. A song produced at an intermediate level, combined with Yang Wei's secondary level talent, could indeed breach the top 30 if marketed effectively. One should not underestimate the significance of this ranking. The new song charts are based on total listens within a week, and maintaining a presence on the charts for that duration is crucial. The top 10 positions garner substantial exposure, and achieving a place in this echelon is essential for entering the monthly hit song charts. Without the visibility from the new song charts, promoting to the hit song charts would require an astronomical budget. With countless artists and producers releasing hundreds, if not thousands, of songs daily in the domestic entertainment industry, most of which are subpar debut works, it is still possible to find a handful of quality songs amidst the releases. Over a week, nearly 10,000 songs may be launched, so ranking in the top 30 is indeed an impressive feat. It appears that Haisher Entertainment genuinely seeks to promote Yang Wei. Chen Qi remarked, chewing on a piece of watermelon. They must be aiming for the championship, subsequently leveraging television promotional resources to publicize this song, potentially placing Yang Wei in the top 20, Lin Qingming said lightly. As a top-tier singer, she has experienced as much as Shuel Yang. Hence, she could surmise Haisher Entertainment and Oppo's intentions regarding Yang Wei and Oppo's song. Fear not, we have Han-In's assistant A Jiao interjected. Even though Ms. Lin invested a substantial amount in purchasing the song, Han-In's and Oppo's vocal prowess, while slightly inferior to Yang Wei and Oppo's is still comparable, maintaining a secondary level. That said, I am apprehensive. Lin Qingming gazed intently at the television screen, her brows slightly furrowed. The others looked at her, puzzled by her insinuation. Thank you, Yang Wei, for bringing us such a delightful song. Perhaps this is the allure of motivational music. Listening to it fills me with boundless energy. Yang Wei concluded his performance, and the host took the stage, visibly exhilarated, as enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. In truth, after Sister Chen's performance, any standard song would be well received, especially given the quality of this piece, which deserved the audience and Oppo's applause. Next, let us welcome the final performer of the day, Zhang Xiaohan from Xingming Studio. Once the applause subsided, the host gestured towards the backstage entrance. Xingming Studio? How did this small studio manage to participate? I thought a major company from Shuangqing City would be here, someone remarked. I heard Liuguang Entertainment opted out due to the low prize money, leaving this small studio to fill the slots. Why bother listening? Isn't Yang Wei already the champion? Most viewers of this local television broadcast were residents of Shuangqing City, familiar with the local entertainment scene, and naturally aware that the largest entertainment company in the area was Liuguang Entertainment. They had anticipated the final act would be from this company, only to be met with an underwhelming smaller studio, causing their interest to wane. Buxtage, Yang Wei bruchet bust Zhang Xiaohan. Haha Xiaohan, good luck. He cheerfully waved at her. Zhang Xiaohan shot him a glare, replying somberly, Did you know that Sister Qingming was prepared to sell her car to buy you this song, but you betrayed her? Yang Wei paused, a smirk gracing his lips. Young lady, let me offer you a piece of advice. There's no such thing as an unconditionally benevolent boss in this world. Her intentions were merely to profit from you. Capitalists share a common facade. So, why should I not seek a broader platform while working for someone else? Sister Qingming is not a capitalist. Zhang Xiaoan protested, raising her eyebrows. You are too naive, Yang Wei replied, shaking his head. He was a pragmatic individual. Joining Xingming Studio was also a strategic move to capitalize on Lin Qingming and Amp, Oppo's name as a top artist to elevate his own career. She had indeed assisted him significantly, providing resources that allowed him to participate in programs and eventually establish himself as a secondary artist. However, Yang Wei understood that this was the extent of Lin Qingming and Amp, Oppo's influence, as she herself was merely a top-tier artist. Therefore, upon the expiration of his contract, when Haisher Entertainment approached him, he chose to switch allegiances decisively. Just watch. The championship is mine for the taking, Zhang Xiaohan declared, dismissing any further conversation with Yang Wei as she took the microphone and walked onto the stage. Youth is truly wonderful. So Navi, it is almost enviable, Yang Wei mused, watching Zhang Xiaohan's retreating figure with a mocking smile. Yay! Xiaohan is on stage. On the sofa, Chun-Chi excitedly squealed, clutching Lin Qingming and Amp, Oppo's arm. She looks fabulous today, Lin Qingming complimented with a smile. Zhang Xiaohan donned a striking white long dress, the hem hovering just above her knees, revealing her fair calves, paired with white knee-high socks and sneakers, exuding youthful vibrance. She was naturally beautiful, and her youthful attire accentuated her charm. Go Xiaohan, shouted front-row spectator Xiao Li and assistant A Jiao, gesturing encouragement towards the television. Dongguan and Oppo's here. The song is here. In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Lao Lu nudged the dozing Xie Xiaodong, who immediately straightened up, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. As a senior producer, he found no interest in such an amateur competition, regardless of how decent Yang Wei and Amp, Oppo's song might be. It simply did not pique his interest. After all, he could easily place any of his songs in the top 10 of the new song charts, occasionally even clinching the first spot. Senior producers aspire to larger platforms, such as the monthly hit song charts, and naturally disregard these lesser competitions. She is Zhang Xiaohan, seemingly just over 20, Lao Lu noted. Having reviewed her profile, a third-tier internet celebrity who gained fame on Douyin for her covers, yet possessed little else of note. In the eyes of professional artists, internet-born singers are often viewed as amateurs. Regardless of how popular an internet star may be, they are inevitably looked down upon in the entertainment industry. Although such discrimination should not exist, it remains a harsh reality. Just then, Xie Xiaodong suddenly sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. The song information had appeared. The Initial Dream, performed by Zhang Xiaohan, lyrics by Xinghe, music by Xinghe. This Xinghe is the very ID selling songs on Yuegao. He actually retained the copyright and sold the song. Chapter 17. How I longed to stand in that position again as the prelude began. Zhang Xiaohan stood at the center of the stage, microphone in hand, devoid of any backup dancers. The lighting, rather than enhancing the atmosphere, proved somewhat counterproductive. Nevertheless, despite the unremarkable stage setting, Zhang Xiaohan cherished this moment immensely. For a singer, the greatest joy lies in having an audience to hear their voice. Glancing at the spectators before her, she felt a twinge of anxiety, yet an overwhelming urge to sing surged within her. The instant the prelude concluded, she commenced her performance. If pride had not been coldly cast down by the ocean of reality, how could one comprehend the effort required to reach distant shores? Zhang Xiaohan's timbre was exquisite, pure and untainted, perfectly suited for an inspirational piece. Although her initial note quivered slightly due to nerves, she quickly regained her composure. The once boisterous crowd gradually fell silent as she began to sing. The stage lights continued to flicker in a disjointed manner, reminiscent of a nightclub rather than the setting for an uplifting song. Yet, such details were inconsequential, for Zhang Xiaohan's voice enveloped the audience, making the amateurish staging fade into the background. If dreams had never plummeted from the cliffs of ambition, how could the resolute know they possess invisible wings? With unwavering poise, Zhang Xiaohan stood on stage, singing with increasing confidence, fully immersing herself in the performance. Within a few lines, she reached her prime, even exceeding her own expectations. From the moment she first encountered this song on a streaming platform, a yearning had blossomed within her, as she believed no other song resonated with her soul as profoundly. As a singer, albeit a nascent internet sensation, the fervor she felt upon discovering a song that could be her anthem was indescribable. Zhang Xiaoan was convinced that the initial dream was her destined song. Not only did she feel this way, but her friends, including Lin Qingming, shared the sentiment that the lyrics, melody, and style of the initial dream seemed tailor-made for her. This conviction led Lin Qingming to forsake two higher-tier songs, opting instead to purchase this modestly ranked piece, even at the risk of ridicule. Planting tears in one's heart will yield blossoms of courage, allowing one to close their eyes amidst exhaustion and breathe in a fragrant aroma, as if one had slept soundly until dawn, able to stroll and hum a tune with a light-hearted gait. As the accompaniment intensified, the audience instinctively straightened in their seats, as if a palpable force resonated within them, evoking an indescribable sense of emotion. Many pressed their lips together, eyes gently closing, fully engaged in the music. Memories of childhood aspirations surfaced. The relentless pursuit of knowledge for a brighter future, the bittersweet gaze of parents as one departed for distant lands. Solitary nights spent working in unfamiliar cities, and the warm glow of streetlights illuminating the early morning streets. Had childhood dreams truly been so easily forgotten? In that moment, as eyes opened, they brimmed with unshed tears. In times of despair, one feels the weight of solitude, yearning for understanding, for warmth, and for a shoulder to lean upon. The melody swelled to a crescendo. Zhang Xiaoan, who had risen to fame as a singing streamer since the age of 18, possessed a wealth of experience in live performance that surpassed many seasoned artists. However, her stage experience remained limited, even as she sang with passion. Her envisioned stage presence consisted of one hand holding the microphone while the other reached skyward in rhythm. Her stage demeanor appeared somewhat naive, devoid of sophisticated camera work. Yet, this innocence and purity resonated deeply with the audience, who raised their hands, swaying to her rhythm. Through her sincerity, she captivated the listeners, moving their hearts. How delightful it is that our understanding has spanned such a distance, traversing winds and bends, our hearts still connected as always. As the main verse concluded, emotions reached a fever pitch. The audience's response starkly contrasted with the earlier performances. While Chao Ji's singing had elicited distracted phone scrolling, and Yang Wei's had prompted scattered applause. Zhang Xiaoan and Oppo's song fostered genuine interaction. They relished the unexpected joy, savoring the emotional journey the music provided. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaohan slightly bowed, her voice rich with emotion as she launched into the chorus. The initial dream firmly grasped in hand. How could one turn back mid-journey to the place most desired? The initial dream shall undoubtedly be attained. Only by fulfilling true desires can one claim to have reached paradise. The camera panned back and forth between the audience and Zhang Xiaoan. The power of the chorus resonated profoundly, and her rendition was nothing short of flawless. In Xuanqing City, at the Xingming studio, Lin Qingming and Chen Qi, along with their companions, sat on the sofa, their expressions unified in solemnity as they intently watched the television screen, absorbing Zhang Xiaohan's performance. Lin Qingming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The essence of an inspirational song lies in its ability to evoke empathy, and it was clear this piece had immersed her completely. Unexpectedly, the most poignant response came from the elder brother, Shuai Yang, whose eyes glistened with tears. Once a sensational figure in the online music scene, he had experienced fleeting fame before facing a swift downfall, leaving him with profound reflections. How I long to stand in that position again, he murmured bitterly. As a singer, who would not yearn to return to the stage, to sing with unadulterated passion? Yet, the reality is fraught with challenges. Success is not merely a product of talent, nor is fame a guarantee of recognition. The Chinese music industry is a battleground of capital, a realm governed by financial rules, where survival necessitates adherence to these dictates. If pride had not been coldly cast down by the ocean of reality, how could one comprehend the effort required? After the interlude, Zhang Xiaoan continued with the second verse. As the audience absorbed the first segment, they began to savor the song anew. This melody is enchanting. I have goosebumps. The emotion is palpable. Who would have thought the best performance would come from a small studio? This young girl is astonishingly talented. Why does this song evoke such bittersweet feelings within me, as if tears are on the brink of falling? It truly resonates. I seldom experience emotional shifts while listening, yet this song has moved me deeply. This local program attracted few viewers, primarily comprising attendees who merely filled seats for the sake of appearances, expecting a routine event. However, they were pleasantly surprised by the beauty of the performance, unintentionally becoming emotionally invested in the song. P.S. The Initial Dream original artist, Fan Weichi, lyrics, Yaoru Alom. Music, Nakajima Miyuki. Chapter 18. How wonderful it is to have someone listen to my singing. The initial dream will undoubtedly be realized. Only when true desires are fulfilled can one truly say they have reached paradise. As she sang the final line, Zhang Xiaohan was already brimming with tears on stage. No matter how many times she performed this song, she could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to cry. The emotions encapsulated within this piece were profoundly deep. Every lyric, every melody seemed to evoke the essence of her earliest dreams, touching the heart of any dreamer. The audience erupted into fervent applause. Some even stood up to cheer for Zhang Xiaohan. Witnessing this scene, she could no longer contain herself, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. The presence of a stage, supportive spectators, and a sensation of being heard while singing. How delightful it is. In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, CS Xiaodong and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw to the floor. His companion, Lao Lu, fared no better. His hand, once propped on the table, suddenly weakened, and his head nearly collided with the surface. Initially, both had approached the performance with a relaxed demeanor, even Xie Xiaodong with a hint of disdain, thinking to himself, what remarkable song could a level 5 account possibly produce? It seemed probable that the buyer who selected his song had questionable musical taste. Thus, he did not pay much heed, only listening out of a sense of unwillingness. However, none could have anticipated that the moment Zhang Xiaohan sang the first line, Xie Xiaodong and Lao Lu fell silent, not uttering a word until the song concluded, gradually regaining their composure. Be careful, Xie Xiaodong exclaimed, grasping Lao Lu's hand to prevent him from falling. I was curious why Brother Dong would pay attention to this relatively unknown Xinghe, but now I finally understand. Lao Lu remarked, taking a deep breath after steadying himself. Xie Xiaodong gazed at Zhang Xiaohan on the screen, ultimately shaking his head. I admit, this song is indeed remarkable. Truly impressive, but what a pity. Lao Lu nodded in agreement. Is indeed a pity, Xie Xiaodong echoed, shaking his head. Such a splendid song, if performed by a first-tier singer from our company, would surely top the new song charts and possibly even break into the top 10 of popular songs. A good song necessitates a good singer, and this good is not merely about vocal skill, but rather about fame and popularity. In Xie Xiaodong's view, it was a waste to assign the initial dream to the relatively unknown Zhang Xiaohan. She was merely a small internet celebrity. Even if she sang beautifully, without heat and attention, the song could never rise to prominence. As a producer, he felt a twinge of anger at such a squandered opportunity, to the extent that he had not noticed he was still holding onto Lao Lu's hand. The audience's applause was unceasing. This was the genuine passion that erupted from being moved by the song, starkly contrasting the feigned cheers that followed Yang Wei's performance. Tears streaming down her face, Zhang Xiaohan bowed deeply to the audience and the camera. Just as she was about to turn back to the backstage, the host called out to her, "Please wait a moment. One inspiring and moving song. It nearly brought me to tears." Taking a deep breath to steady himself from the emotional stirrings evoked by the initial dream, the host continued with the program, leading into the scoring segment, inviting singers Chao Ji and Yang Wei to the stage. Although the show lacked professionalism, it still included a panel of judges. The 4 judges, despite their modest fame, were of considerable age. 2 men and 2 women, all middle-aged, represented an older generation of singers who struggled to thrive in the entertainment industry. While their abilities were not particularly exceptional, their seniority was notable. The domestic entertainment industry often regards seniority highly. Typically, first-tier singers of the younger generation treat seasoned second-tier singers with respect, acknowledging that everyone ages and wishing to maintain this unspoken rule. However, this was not absolute. Some stars enjoyed flaunting their status, often because they were top-tier, garnering substantial financial backing. Such stars often held an air of arrogance, dismissing others, and even their haughtiness was perceived as a quirk by fans and industry insiders. In fact, some top-tier stars could influence scripts within the film industry, compelling writers and directors to alter their narratives. Following the order of performance, the host invited the judges to comment on singer Chao Ji's between aspirations. The host concluded his introduction, and the camera focused on the four judges. Chao Ji's between aspirations demonstrates commendable vocal skills. However, the emotional delivery could use some enhancement, particularly at the onset of the chorus. I feel it should be more heartfelt. Aside from that, there are no significant issues. Overall, the song conveys a strong, inspirational message. I give it an 85. I share a similar perspective as Teacher Zhang. The technique is solid, but the emotional depth is slightly lacking. I score it 87. I suggest you practice your diction more, as there were some pitch issues. I rate it 83. I'm giving it an 80. I'm sorry, but it didn't move me. The four judges shared their evaluations before submitting their scores. Chao Ji maintained a smile, offering a slight bow to the judges before stepping back to allow Yang Wei to take the stage. You must win. You must win. Suddenly, he overheard Zhang Xiaohan murmuring beside him, turning to see the young woman with her hands clasped in prayer, her expression tense. He could not help but smile wryly and shook his head. With a sigh, he chose not to focus on Zhang Xiaohan any longer. Chao Ji ultimately scored 83. 75 points. Next, the host invited the judges to score singer Yang Wei and Damp Oppo's piece, Striving. The host announced the scores, then continued, Yang Wei, your performance reminded me of my days struggling in the music scene, evoking the feelings of those poignant years. Therefore, I grant you a score of 93. Teacher Zhao is correct. Yang Wei's timbre is magnetic, allowing listeners to immerse themselves instantly. His emotional expression takes precedence over technique, giving me the impression of a very mature artist. You performed exceptionally well, and I award you 95. My opinion aligns. I give it 95. What moving song, brimming with positive energy, and the performance had minimal flaws. I score it 96. Wow. After the judges concluded their scoring, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Thank you, esteemed judges. Yang Wei smiled, bowing to the four judges and then casting a triumphant glance at the astonished Zhang Xiaohan. Yang Wei ultimately achieved a score of 94. 75. An impressive result. The host then announced, now, let us invite the four judges to score the final singer of the day, Zhang Xiaohan. As the host concluded, Zhang Xiaohan stepped forward, her brow slightly furrowed, a sense of foreboding filling her mind. She felt uneasy about Yang Wei's exceptionally high score, which exceeded her expectations. According to Chao Ji's scoring standards, Yang Wei should have scored no more than 85. Yet he had nearly reached 95. Chapter 19. Is there any fairness in this world? After achieving a high score, Yang Wei's smile broadened. A hint of mockery lingered at the corners of his mouth as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaohan. Sensing his gaze, Zhang Xiaohan clenched her silver teeth and turned her eyes toward the four judges. The first judge, after locking eyes with her, averted his gaze and cleared his throat. Zhang Xiaohan and Oppo's performance was commendable, showcasing both emotion and technique. However, in this competition, we must also consider the song itself. The lyrics and composition are somewhat immature, which limits your potential. Hence, I award you a score of 83. Another judge nodded in agreement, stating, my thoughts align closely with Teacher Zhao's. To sing this well as a social media influencer is impressive and nearly comparable to professional singers. Unfortunately, there are issues with your song selection, so I can only give you 80 points. The song pursues emotion too aggressively, sacrificing purity, another judge lamented. It is a pity for such vocal prowess. I grant you 81 points. I give you 75 points due to the song selection issues. The four judges were in complete accord. The singing was excellent, capable of stirring emotions, but the song itself fell short. Initially, some audience members were unconvinced by the first judge and Apos' remarks. After all, they had felt the powerful emotional impact of Zhang Xiaoan and Apos' performance, which in comparison even surpassed that of Zhang Wei and Chao Ji. Yet, with all four judges declaring Zhang Xiaoan and Apos' singing commendable but the song problematic, many in the audience began to doubt. Was the song genuinely flawed? Was the earlier emotional resonance merely a result of Zhang Xiaohan's vocal skill, rendering her song inferior in quality to Yang Wei's striving and Chao Ji's between aspirations? The final score for singer Zhang Xiaohan was announced as 79-75. Zhang Xiaohan's mind exploded with disbelief, leaving her momentarily dazed. She stared blankly at the four judges and the host beside her. How could the song be at fault? How could the initial dream possibly lack in quality compared to Yang Wei and the others? In her mind, it was undoubtedly superior, and she was aware that her remarkable performance was due to how well the song resonated with her, enabling her to shine. Yet, why did the judges perceive her vocal ability as strong while attributing her low score to the song's shortcomings? Why had she ended up in last place? Stumbling 2 steps, Zhang Xiaohan furrowed her brow and glanced at Yang Wei, who smirked and shrugged in mockery. Let us extend the warmest applause to congratulate Yang Wei on winning the championship of Apos, celebrating voices and Apos, with the host and Apos as final words. Yang Wei stepped to the front and accepted the trophy from the staff, raising it triumphantly above his head. The audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers. However, some spectators remained seated, bewildered, staring at the stage. Yang Wei as the champion? I thought it would be Zhang Xiaohan. How could the judges be deaf? Zhang Xiaohan and Apos' performance nearly brought me to tears. She placed last? What nonsense! If her singing was excellent, but the song was poorly chosen, does that mean my tears were insincere? What a sham of a judging panel. Is it possible that professionals know less than these amateurs? There will always be those who presume to instruct experts. With all 4 judges declaring the song inadequate, what more is there to discuss? I am genuinely dissatisfied. Even if they are experts, there are few songs that can bring me to tears, and The Initial Dream is one of them. I wholeheartedly support Zhang Xiaoan. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted in outrage. Although the judges represented authority within the program, and all 4 stated that The Initial Dream lacked quality. Even if the audience was moved, there was little they could do. In such a small competition, the audience's opinions had little weight, and everything was ultimately determined by the judges. Thus, even if the spectators felt the rankings were unjust, they could only grumble and exit the live stream. In the Star Dream studio, everyone fixated on the television screen. At the moment Zhang Xiaohan's score was revealed, all were left in shock. The usually composed Shuel Yang was visibly stunned, dropping the watermelon rind he had been holding. Last place? Chen Qi leapt from the sofa in disbelief. Is this a joke? General Manager Lin had invested $500,000 in that song, only for these judges to deem its quality lacking? Assistant A. Jiao's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. It was well known that while Yang Wei and Chao Ji songs were decent, anyone with a modicum of musical understanding could recognize they paled in comparison to Zhang Xiaohan's The Initial Dream. Even a Jiao, not being a professional, had heard many excellent songs as Lin Qingming's assistant, and she found it hard to accept this outcome. Lin Qingming's gaze was icy as she stared at the television screen, watching Zhang Wei bask in the glory of victory. She said nothing, but her hand crushed the half-eaten watermelon rind, juice spilling onto the sofa, her fingers losing color from the pressure. General Manager Qingming, Shuel Yang, and Chen Qi spoke softly, realizing that Lin Qingming was truly furious. Despite the company's financial struggles and Yang Wei's betrayal, she had never been this enraged. Don't waste the watermelon. It's all gone now. Lin Qingming rose and spoke coolly, tossing the rind onto the coffee table as she walked toward her office. The others exchanged glances, recognizing the resignation and bitterness in one another's eyes. As industry insiders, they understood what had transpired the moment the scores were revealed. The competition's champion was predetermined. Haishur Entertainment must have colluded with the production team, which explained Yang Wei's victory. No wonder Lu Guang Entertainment chose not to participate. No wonder a small studio like theirs earned a chance to appear on television. They were merely relegated to the role of background players. Sigh. It is only natural for others to win the championship when they have invested money. Shuiliang sighed. He felt fortunate that during his time in the talent competition, capital had not yet become so dominant, and one could still achieve victory based on merit. There was at least some semblance of fairness. Now, it is truly difficult to stand out. This is unjust, Chen Qi exclaimed, stamping his foot. In today's entertainment industry, where is there any fairness to be found? Shuiliang chuckled bitterly. Even a prodigy like Su He relied on Warner's resources to achieve his current success. The group fell into silence, sighing collectively as they turned off the television, dividing the remaining watermelon among themselves before returning to their respective tasks. This is the best of times with social media influencers, internet celebrities, and various video platform creators. Anyone with talent and skill has the chance to rise. Yet this is also the worst of times. If one does not conform to the rules of capital, even with immense talent and capability, it becomes exceedingly difficult to achieve recognition without being chosen by the industry. Chapter 2050-50, I often win against him. Bang! That's outrageous. Xie Xiaodong slammed his hands down on the desk, startling the nearby Lao Lu. What is wrong with you, Brother Dong? He said, his tone tinged with irritation. He glanced apologetically at the colleagues who had been drawn to the commotion and waved his hands dismissively. Xie Xiaodong leaned over the computer desk, his breath rapid, his chest heaving. Can and oppose. Do you see the blatant manipulation here? He pointed at the program image of Voice of Qingrun on the monitor. Any sane person can discern the stark difference between those two songs and the initial dream. Even if the judges praise Zhang Xiaohan's singing, that wouldn't warrant this level of frustration. I can see it, Lao Lu shrugged. As an industry insider, he too could differentiate between quality and mediocrity. The disparity was glaring. Even an amateur could perceive it. But you're not at all angry? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xie Xiaodong replied, Why should I be angry? It didn't oppose. It's not like I'm the one being wronged. Lao Lu chuckled lightly before continuing. I ascend and oppose. This sort of thing quite common in our circle. Just look at Yang Wei. He clearly has connections. So if he doesn't win the championship, who will? His words were casual, as if discussing a commonplace occurrence. Such events transpired continuously in their industry. Competitions were merely a means for singers to gain recognition, and preordained champions were a well-accepted norm. That may be true. Xie Xiaodong and Amp, oppose. S mood began to settle. Lao Lu was right. In larger competitions, due to the heightened visibility, there might be some semblance of fairness. At least not as overtly biased. The smaller the competition, the more it became a contest of connections. Those with stronger ties would invariably emerge victorious. The industry had long since grown accustomed to this reality. But damn it, it still doesn't sit well with me. Xie Xiaodong huffed. It's not even your song. Lao Lu smirked slightly, muttering under his breath. This song and oppose, the initial dream and oppose, one on Yuedu Online against me, and now in an oppose, S being overshadowed by some rubbish song. Doesn't that imply that I, Xie Xiaodong, am inferior to this trash? If it weren't for Yuedu Online, I wouldn't even care about this rubbish program. After watching it, he felt worse than if he had swallowed a fly. That's not the point. Lao Lu shook his head, a wry smile on his face, unsure of how to respond. He had never seen Xie Xiaodong so incensed. I've been in this industry for years. Even when Suhi just started, I didn't regard him highly. After all, it wasn't easy for him to beat me. If news of today's incident gets out, where will that leave my reputation? Xie Xiaodong grew more animated, his words spilling forth in a torrent. Lao Lu dodged the spittle that flew from Xie Xiaodong's mouth, not daring to interrupt his tirade. So, Brother Dong, what do you plan to do? Once Xie Xiaodong finished, Lao Lu wiped his damp face. The collateral damage from the outburst was not easy to evade. But Brother Dong, when was the last time you rinsed your mouth? Your breath is foul. Retweet and expose this rubbish program. Xie Xiaodong declared. Is that really necessary, just for an unfamiliar singer? Lao Lu quickly interjected. Not for them. Xie Xiaodong shook his head. In an oppose. That's just to let everyone know that this rubbish program doesn't deserve an oppose. The initial dream and oppose. In that moment, Lao Lu gazed at Xie Xiaodong, who seemed to radiate light. It was a spirit of pure, artistic pursuit, a sacred glow. Brother Dong, you really never held Suhi in high regard? Lao Lu and Amp, oppose. As curiosity was piqued by Xie Xiaodong and Amp, oppose, as statement. Of course not. When Suhi was still a newcomer, I often competed with him for rankings, Xie Xiaodong replied, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. And what was the outcome? Who won? Lao Lu asked, suddenly filled with respect for Xie Xiaodong. Suhi was a genius producer in the Chinese music scene, achieving the status of a gold medal producer in just 2.5 years. 50-50. I often won against him, Xie Xiaodong reminisced, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his face. He recalled that it was during his first song that he had decisively bested Suhi, but as time passed, with Warner backing Suhi, the disparity in resources widened. Brother Dong, you're amazing, Lao Lu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. So you really have such a glorious history. At that moment, 2 veteran employees from the company passed by, shaking their heads with amused expressions. Xie Xiaodong is bragging about beating Suhi again. Ha, he did win, though it was just against Suhi's debut song. Still, a win is a win. He brag about that for life. But when has he not been utterly crushed afterward? Their hushed tones still reached Xie Xiaodong and Lao Lu's ears, causing Xie Xiaodong's confidence to wane. Lao Lu's admiration seemed to freeze in place, and the atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Backstage in the program, Zhang Xiaohan lowered her head, packing her belongings. Her confidence had dissipated entirely as tears streamed down her cheeks. After gathering her things, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and exited the lounge. Upon stepping into the corridor, she spotted Yang Wei leaning against the wall, arms crossed. A subtle smile played on his lips as he saw her red-rimmed eyes. So, how did it go? I told you the championship wasn't yours, didn't I? He chuckled. Zhang Xiaohan shot him a glare, but remained silent, turning towards the elevator. This world operates on the principle of the strong devouring the weak. To progress, one must seek a more formidable backing, Yang Wei remarked, but Zhang Xiaohan ignored him. Her gaze fixed downward as she reached the elevator. She pressed the button, and soon the elevator arrived at her floor. Stepping inside, she thought, if I wish to continue in this industry, I need to leave Xingming's studio. Lin Xingming can hardly support herself, let alone elevate us. Yang Wei's voice drifted in from outside the elevator. Zhang Xiaohan lifted her gaze slightly, watching the doors close. We all arrived at Xingming during our toughest times. Without Sister Qingming, we would have long departed this industry. As the elevator doors sealed shut, Yang Wei paused, then scoffed dismissively. Indeed, those who ended up at a small studio like Xingming were often on the brink of giving up. Lin Xingming paid them monthly salaries and sought various resources, albeit meager ones, allowing them to scrape by in the industry. But did that mean they had to gamble their futures? If Lin Qingming lacked the power to elevate her artists, would they be doomed to remain in this small studio forever? Yang Wei believed that when better opportunities arose, anyone would make the same choice he had. It seemed the young lady hadn't faced enough hardship. However, now that Lin Xingming had even sold her car, it wouldn't be long before Xingming's studio faced dissolution. With that thought, Yang Wei shook his head and glanced at the championship trophy in his bag before heading back to his lounge. Chapter 21. Invest in Star Dream Studio. Sue, your new song is a disaster. Li Jiang and Appo's voice boomed. Upon entering the room, he shamelessly helped himself to a chilled bottle of cola from Suhi's refrigerator. Damn it. Is your failure making you fatso, so happy? Sui lay sprawled on the sofa, irritation evident in his tone. Ha! I just find those 4 foolish judges utterly amusing. I wonder how they'd react if they knew that the song they dismissed as worthless was penned by the genius producer Suhi. Li Jiang plopped down onto the sofa, which let out a mournful creak under his weight. What reaction could they possibly have? It's merely Suhi. Does he even deserve their critique? Suhi glanced at his sofa, feeling a twinge of sympathy for it, as it bore a weight it shouldn't have to. Are you really not angry? Li Jiang leaned closer, confusion etched on his face. He had come not only for work, but also to witness Suhi's fury. To his surprise, Sui appeared completely unfazed. Why should I be angry? Sui snatched the unopened cola from Li Jiang's hands, popped it open, and took a swig. Hey! Li Jiang attempted to intervene, but Suhi had already gulped it down. He shot Suhi a glare and pressed on. So what is your plan? Are you just going to let it slide? I'm the boss. Should you expect me to devise a strategy? Suhi retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, lit one, and tossed the pack to Li Jiang. Li Jiang took one out, returning the pack to the table. Is this a test of my professional skills? Although I have never dabbled in the entertainment industry, I don't see it as a bad thing. Suhi nodded, encouraging him to continue. Such a trashy show. Even if your song wins, without promotion, it won't gain traction. However, now there is an opportunity for it to catch fire. Li Jiang stood, flicked off some ash, and eyed the cola he had drunk, ultimately opting to fetch another bottle from the fridge. Such underhandedness exists in every industry, but in the entertainment world, it's commonplace. While there are many trolls online, most netizens are just. Li Jiang chugged a few gulps of cola and let out a long belch. Impressive, fatso. Suhi, cigarette in mouth, generously offered his praise. This was precisely why he sought Li Jiang. Despite his shortcomings, this chubby fellow was exceptionally skilled in his field. Huh! If your brother Jiang couldn't see through this, how could he dare take on such a significant task? Li Jiang chocolat, his face lighting up with delight at Suhi's commendation. He was brimming with enthusiasm for dominating the entertainment scene. After a brief pause, Li Jiang continued. Now we just need to find a few marketing accounts to stir up the narrative online, exposing the dark underbelly of the television station. Then, we can have singer Zhang Xiaoan share her sob story online. If we can generate enough buzz, both Zhang Xiaoan and the original Dream will rise to prominence. It's a simple yet effective promotional tactic. Marvelous. Truly worthy of your reputation. Sui aplaudid. This fatso's ideas aligned closely with his own, with the only addition being Zhang Xiaoan. Suhi had considered her. She appeared quite innocent during the show's scoring. Such innocence was rare in the entertainment industry. Preserving her purity within this murky world could be seen as a breath of fresh air. This cannot start with her. It must be approached from another angle. Li Jiang was visibly excited. This is his first battle in the entertainment realm. Let us not make the female singer the focal point. After all, placing her in the limelight might expose her to the backlash from the television station. The main conflict should revolve around the show's dark underbelly. Initially, he expected his song to garner significant attention. A spot in the top 10 of the new song charts would suffice. However, the television station had unexpectedly handed him such a grand opportunity. To be honest, he felt quite grateful. What? Are you interested in that young lady? Li Jiang was taken aback momentarily before grinning mischievously. Did you turn dark after being dumped? Wanting to be a scoundrel? Apologies, but my noble character does not permit me to be a scoundrel. I, Suhi, remain the most romantic figure in the entertainment industry. Suhi exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of melancholy and stories etched on his face. This brooding demeanor could undoubtedly captivate the hearts of many. I almost believed you. Li Jiang scoffed, continuing, you're the boss. It's your call. Whether or not the female singer makes an appearance is inconsequential. As long as there is conflict, we can generate buzz. Have you found an entertainment company? We've found one, but not completely. Li Jiang pulled out his phone, opening a document. The 3 major entertainment companies in Shuangqing all have backing, and the winner of this competition, Yang Wei, is an artist from Haisher Entertainment. It seems they are preparing to promote him. Haisher Entertainment. Looks like they're changing their favorite talent. Suhi mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was not too familiar with the entertainment companies in Shuangqing, having previously dealt with the top-tier firms in Kyoto. However, he knew that if the dark underbelly were to be publicly scrutinized, Yang Wei would be left vulnerable. Such a level of scrutiny was beyond what a mere singer could withstand. The capital behind Haisher Entertainment is your former employer, Warner Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the industry. Li Jiang gazed at Suhi with a knowing smile. Upon hearing the name Warner, Suhi's expression sharpened momentarily before returning to calmness. What a small world. Thus, while we haven't pinpointed an entertainment company, I have discovered a small studio. Suhi frowned. A studio? Li Jiang nodded with a cryptic expression. Indeed, the Star Dream studio that purchased your new song. Suhi raised an eyebrow. Here's the information. Li Jiang leaned closer, opening a file on his phone. The owner of Stardream Studio is Lin Qingming, who used to be a top-tier singer but has been shelved by her former company and is now on the verge of fading into obscurity. Her studio is in dire straits, lacking resources, with artists leaving and a dwindling roster. As Li Jiang spoke, he looked at Su He, only to find him completely unfazed. Continue. A boss who has allowed a studio to deteriorate like this is quite reasonable. He had previously interacted with Lin Qingming and found her to be rather naive. She had expressed her admiration for his song without even discussing the price, simply purchasing it outright. What else could one call such naivety? By the way, I still owe her 100,000, and she hasn't come to collect. I suggest we negotiate now. This studio is on the brink of collapse. Although Li Jiang was unaware of Su He's history with this naive owner, he wholeheartedly agreed with Su He's statement. In his field, allowing a company to reach such a state was akin to incompetence. All right, you go negotiate. After a moment of contemplation, Sui nodded in agreement. Once you succeed, it will be time for me to make my move. It was indeed an opportune moment, especially following this competition-esque setback, which should serve as the final straw. Discussing investment now would be remarkably straightforward. Once the investment was secured, he would become the studio's hidden benefactor, enabling him to unabashedly promote the studio's artists and foster its growth. Chapter 22. Take a break and come back. In Xuanqing City, beneath the Star Dream Studio, Lin Qingming and her employees sat in a hot pot restaurant in Oppo's private room. The atmosphere was notably somber. Zhang Xiaoan, with reddened eyes, sobbed softly, Sister Qingming. I'm sorry. I have let down your expectations. It's all right. It's my fault for not inquiring thoroughly. Lin Qingming replied, shaking her head. As someone familiar with the industry, she understood that many competitions had predetermined champions. However, her sources of information were limited, and she was not well acquainted with the inner workings of Voice of Qingren. Upon learning that the leading entertainment company in Xuanqing City, Liuguang Entertainment, had declined to participate, she mistakenly believed it was a golden opportunity and signed up, even investing hundreds of thousands in song purchases, ready to fight with everything she had. The outcome, however, was a complete defeat. Don't worry, we'll do better next time. Chun Shi, ever the cheerful one, attempted to lighten the mood. Lin Qingming, however, shook her head with a bitter smile. After being sidelined by the company, my resources have dwindled significantly. All my savings have gone towards the company's daily expenses and your song promotions. I'm out of money. Lin Qingming was not one to easily concede defeat, yet at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of failure. Once filled with ambition to create a fair space in the entertainment industry, reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Without resources, her artists had no opportunities to showcase their talents, and without funds, even the most basic promotional efforts were impossible. The artists in the company had left or scattered, leaving only a few, including Zhang Xiaohan, while she could not even provide them with basic sustenance. Everyone looked at Lin Qingming with complex expressions. Shueliang, the studio's elder statesman, struggled internally before finally exhaling and saying softly, I have some savings left. Hanan's song is quite good. If we invest in its promotion, it could potentially become popular. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively. It's futile. Why? Shueliang furrowed his brow. Have you forgotten? We only purchased the singing rights for this song. Lin Qingming sighed. At that time, she believed a song so exceptional would guarantee victory. Winning would yield a prize of 500,000, and the production team would assist in the promotion. Once the song became popular, the singer Zhang Xiaohan would also thrive, leading to lucrative performance opportunities for the company. Yet, no one anticipated the presence of underhanded tactics. I forgot about that. Shueliang coughed awkwardly. Silence enveloped the room once more. The beef balls and duck blood in the pot had risen to the surface, yet no one reached for their chopsticks. This gathering was meant to be a farewell dinner. Suddenly, Lin Qingming raised her glass. The others were taken aback, followed by a change in their expressions. Despite the scarce opportunities on stage and modest salaries at Star Dream Studio, they all harbored dreams, striving together towards a common goal. This camaraderie was something other companies lacked. Though they were colleagues, their interactions resembled those of close friends. Mature and steady Shueliang, lively and adorable Chen Qi, and ever-determined Zhang Xiaoan. Under Lin Qingming's leadership, They had managed to survive in the challenging music industry without ever considering giving up. Sister Qingming, I can forego my salary. Chen Qi's eyes glimmered with tears. Coming from a well-off family, she felt little pressure. I can also forego my salary. We can promote ourselves and Oppos. The initial dream and Oppos has exceptional quality and will surely become a hit. I can post on forums and music websites, pleading for them to listen. Once the song gains popularity, even without royalties, I can earn money from performances. Zhang Xiaohan grasped Lin Qingming's hand, her voice filled with emotion. Sighing, Shuiliang remained silent, knowing too much to intervene. It's pointless. Lin Qingming shook her head, her eyes glistening. She then turned to Qin Shi. You're still young. Your future holds infinite possibilities. Staying here would only hinder your progress. After that, she addressed Zhang Xiaohan. You have the singing rights for and Oppos, the initial dream. And Oppos, consider it a gift for your journey. Take this song to a larger company, and they will undoubtedly help you promote it. You can then shed your online celebrity status and become a true singer. As for Shuiliang, he had the capability to easily enter the entertainment industry. Having once been a talent show champion, joining a company posed little difficulty. Lin Qingming made her arrangements, and after finishing, she raised her glass. Gulme, let us toast to everyone's bright futures and the realization of your dreams. Tears streaming down her face, Zhang Xiaohan and the others lifted their glasses, downing the contents in one go. But what about you, Sister Qingming? Chen Qi asked through her sobs. Me? Lin Qingming smiled. Perhaps I will take a break. She shook her head again. Under the gazes of her team, the helplessness on her delicate face gradually transformed into determination. I will take a break and return. Lin Qingming had risen to prominence through her talent. How could she be easily defeated? The following day, having drunk heavily the night before, Chen Qi and the others arrived at the company around noon. Upon entering the building, they saw Lin Qingming struggling to carry a cardboard box out of her office. Sister Qingming. Chen Qi rushed forward to assist her with the box. There are still 5 days left on the office lease. Just move your things within that time, Lin Qingming said, setting down the box and smiling at them. Her smile radiated vitality, maintaining the spirited image of Lin Qingming. Yet everyone could see the fatigue lurking in her eyes. As for your salaries, Lin Qingming paused, apologetically addressing them. The Star River will refund me 100,000. Once that is settled, I will ensure you receive your salaries and compensation. You can trust my character, right? With a hint of jest, Lin Qingming reassured them. Sister Qingming, I can't bear to see you go. Zhang Xiaohan embraced Lin Qingming, her eyes reddening once more. Woo woo woo. Sister Qingming. Chen Qi also rushed to her side. Ha ha. All good things must come to an end. I look forward to the moment you all rise to fame. Perhaps you will surpass me in status. Lin Qingming laughed, patting them gently before glancing at her phone. My ride is on the way. I must be off. She bent down to pick up the box from the floor. I'll see you downstairs, Zhang Xiaohan offered, quickly extending her hand. Lin Qingming accepted her assistance, and together they made their way to the exit. However, as they reached the entrance, the world suddenly went dark. Lin Qingming looked up to find a stout man in a black suit standing at the company's door, smiling broadly at her. Chapter 23. Is there really such a thing as reverse bargaining? Two beautiful women. What are you up to? Li Jiang inquired curiously as he observed the two girls with reddened eyes, one of whom was carrying a cardboard box. He recognized Zhang Xiaohan from Celebration of Voices and had heard of Lin Qingming, a former top-tier singer with a notable reputation. Although she had seldom appeared on shows in recent years, Li Jiang had researched her and instantly recognized her. Please step aside. Lin Qingming, lacking the patience for idle chatter, stated that her car had been pawned and a taxi awaited her downstairs. I have matters to discuss with General Manager Lin. I have a moment of your time? Li Jiang adjusted his tightly fitted suit, maintaining a composed smile. Make it quick. I'm in a hurry, Lin Qingming replied, her brow furrowed, as she did not know this rotund man. Matters concerning investments cannot be settled in just a few sentences. Could we perhaps discuss them in detail? Li Jiang remained unruffled. One must admit his physique, coupled with today's attire, lent him an air of authority. Investment? Lin Qingming looked at Li Jiang in surprise, noticing he was not jesting. She gently shook her head, stating, "I do not accept any capital investments." With that, she prepared to leave. Nothing is absolute. Li Jiang stepped forward, his corpulent figure blocking the two women. "We are an investment company that respects dreams." Dreams? Lin Qingming scoffed at the mention of the word, her lips curling into a derisive smile. This jest was far from amusing. Capital seeks profit without exception. In the eyes of investors, dreams are non-existent. Only profit holds significance. I am aware of your company's current predicament. I kindly ask for a few moments of your time, and I believe you will be grateful for this choice." Li Jiang said with a light chuckle. Lin Qingming frowned. "You've investigated us?" "As a professional investor, I must thoroughly vet my investment targets," Li Jiang replied candidly. Just then, Lin Qingming's phone rang. It was the driver from downstairs. "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to," she said, answering the call. Observing this, Li Jiang's smile broadened slightly. Inside the company, Chen Qi and others were surprised to see Lin Qingming return, accompanied by a hefty man. Their previous sorrow instantly morphed into curiosity. "Henin, who is this man?" Chen Qi asked Zhang Xiaohan hurriedly. "He seems to be from some investment firm," she replied. "An investment firm?" Shuel Yang frowned. "Hasn't T General Manager Lin always been resistant to investment companies?" Lin Qingming established Xingming Studio to distance herself from capital and provide artists with a pure environment. Although it appeared she was somewhat overestimating her capabilities, her character suggested she would never allow capital to interfere. "I heard him say he is different from ordinary investors," Zhang Xiaohan noted, having caught only a gist of their conversation outside and lacking clarity about the specifics. She merely recalled that this man claimed he would not disappoint Lin Qingming. In truth, if someone were to invest, the pressure on General Manager Lin would significantly diminish. Though Shuelyang harbored discontent towards capital, he understood that only capital could counteract capital in this world. Moreover, reality had dealt them a harsh blow, with just a few of them lacking resources and funds. It was exceedingly difficult to gain traction in the entertainment industry. However, as employees, they could only wait for their boss to negotiate. Ultimately, the decision lay with Lin Qingming. In the office, Lin Qingming sat on the sofa while Li Jiang faced her. "Doesn't T General Manager Lin offer any refreshments?" Li Jiang remarked, noticing her solemn demeanor and attempting to lighten the mood. "A Jiao, please bring in a cup of water," Lin Qingming called to her assistant outside. "Certainly, boss." A Jiao responded quickly, hurrying to the water dispenser. Li Jiang's mouth twitched. This woman, aware of his purpose for investing, seemed indifferent to the niceties of social decorum. "General Manager Lin, our company is called Xingchen Investment. We are here primarily because we believe your company is remarkable and wish to discuss investment opportunities with you," Li Jiang stated, sitting up straight and clearing his throat to get straight to the point. "Remarkable, even as the doors are about to close?" Lin Qingming replied effortlessly. Li Jiang's smile faltered momentarily, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "You are indeed straightforward. Had it been anyone else, upon hearing an investment proposal, they would likely boast about their company's greatness to inflate their worth. Running a company inevitably involves challenges, and we are here to assist you through these difficulties." Li Jiang offered a somewhat awkward yet polite grin. "Do not speak so grandiosely. Present your plan, so I may see how you respect dreams." Lin Qingming retorted with a cold smile. Had Li Jiang not claimed to be a company that respects dreams, she would have outright ignored him, although skeptical of his words. Hearing the term dream from a capitalist's mouth prompted her to afford him a chance to converse. "Very well, I shall be forthright." Li Jiang took a deep breath and retrieved a stack of printed documents from his briefcase, detailing the investment proposal. The initial investment amount is 10 million, subject to adjustments based on circumstances. Moreover, our business model at Xingchen Investment deviates from conventional investment firms in that we provide capital without engaging in company management. Meaning if General Manager Lin consents to our investment, you will remain the owner of Xingming Studio, and everything within the company will remain unchanged, barring significant decisions which will require your notification. Li Jiang unfolded the proposal, explaining it to Lin Qingming. Upon hearing about their non-involvement in company management, Lin Qingming lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting profound astonishment. "Naturally, since we are providing funds and bearing risks, The profit distribution should favor Xingchen investment. My initial proposal is an 80-20 split, where we take 80% of the returns. What do you think, General Manager Lin? Li Jiang had reserved a backup plan, as he and Su He had set their bottom line at 70-30. Thus, he quoted a higher figure to allow for negotiation. General Manager Lin, noticing Lin Qingmeng lost in thought, Li Jiang waved his hand before her. "Oh, I apologize." Lin Qingmeng returned to her senses. "Are there any additional conditions?" "None," Li Jiang replied with a smile, but her skepticism lingered. "Are you certain?" Lin Qingmeng probed. "Absolutely. The contract will explicitly state that should you harbor any doubts, you may have a lawyer examine it thoroughly," Li Jiang reassured her, sensing he had piqued her interest and releasing a silent sigh of relief. "If what you say is true, I could accept only 10%, Lin Qingmeng suddenly declared. Taken aback, Li Jiang, who had prepared for a negotiation, found himself at a loss. Reverse bargaining? Why? Li Jiang could hardly comprehend the situation. You invest in dreams, and we fulfill those dreams. The profit share is of little consequence. Lin Qingmeng's tone softened considerably. If what this hefty man claimed were accurate, the company would only gain wealth without impacting the employees. Of course, her status as the owner would diminish, leading to reduced income should the company thrive in the future. However, with the company on the brink of closure, she recognized that, given her abilities, she could not sustain it on her own. Currently, there are investors in Xingming Studio who merely provide financial support without interfering in the company's affairs, except for significant decisions, allowing them to develop freely. This undoubtedly represents a tremendous blessing for Lin Qingmeng and several artists associated with the company. Chapter 24. If it were her, I would find it quite normal. Inside the apartment, Su He, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sat before the computer. He logged into the Uego website using Li Jiang's account and began to draft a post in the forum. Battle. That song, which triumphed over Wintermelon and Little B, astonishingly placed last in a minor competition. The poster had been closely following the song The Original Dream, as it was the most significant entry of the week. Finally, he discovered its debut in a local program called Voice of Qingren. However, what the poster did not anticipate was the revelation of a sordid and ugly underbelly. The Original Dream was utterly belittled by the judges, deemed worthless, and failed to surpass even two dismal songs. In a fit of rage, he felt compelled to share this news with his fellow musicians, asserting that talent should never be buried by capital. Such a conspiracy is the gravest insult to every musician. I am truly heartbroken. After all, we all make our living in this industry. Today, one person in Oppo's livelihood has been jeopardized, and tomorrow, it could very well be our turn. I hope everyone can share and pay attention to this, to collectively safeguard justice. The emotion is sincere. The tone is heartfelt. The incitement is profound. Most users on the website are newcomers, a demographic characterized by their fervent curiosity for gossip. Various scandals from the entertainment industry can be found in the forum, with the most talked about being the last major hit, The Original Dream. At the time, many had placed bets on Wintermelon or Little B to win, yet it was a fifth-tier account named Xinghe that claimed the victory. Many lost substantial forum currency, making them particularly invested in the song and Oppo's aftermath. Upon seeing this post, numerous users clicked to engage. The content ignited an uproar. Newcomers possess a certain fervor and vigor, especially the youth, who are particularly averse to corruption and injustice. Coupled with Su He's remark about today's loss of one person and Oppo's livelihood potentially foreshadowing tomorrow and Oppo's loss for all, the sense of empathy was palpable. Flying Field Mouse. I've listened to the 3 songs from the competition, and I must say, The Original Dream rightfully deserves to win over the 2 titans. But what are those 2 songs in the program that could possibly compete with The Original Dream? Dog 2, I support the fight. The poster is correct. This industry is our shared livelihood, and solidarity will only strengthen it. Assaulted Fish, brothers, let us bombard this dreadful program. I listened to that song Struggle, and it's utterly formulaic, and that singer's performance was atrocious. How dare they think they can compete with The Original Dream? Cloud Gray, fight. Let's take down this program. Barely 10 minutes after the post was sent, it skyrocketed to the website's trending list. Suhi observed the outraged musicians, a knowing smile curving his lips. If I were to run a marketing account, I could easily tarnish even a top-tier singer's reputation. He extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and switched to his Xingha account. Entering the trending post, he commented, "Xingha, I just logged in and saw everyone discussing this matter. I'm deeply moved by your support. The Original Dream is my third song, which I've painstakingly honed over an entire year, from lyrics to arrangement. I never imagined it would be devalued so greatly by the judges. Am I truly unfit for this industry?" His tone resonated with a sense of despondency and helplessness, instantly striking a chord with many musicians. "Brother, don't give up. Those judges don't know anything. Your song is definitely top 10 material. Do those washed-up singers even deserve to be judges? Our hard work as musicians should not be overlooked. Keep going. I have a connection with a music blogger. I'll make sure they promote this issue for you. Only 3 songs written, but you're a newcomer? If you can craft something like this for your third song, you're a true genius. Don't ever give up." The chorus of encouragement nearly brought tears to Suhi's eyes. There is genuine compassion and love in this world. In every industry, it is the newcomers who are perpetually endearing. Though they may lack fame and experience, they embody an innocent enthusiasm for the industry and a profound disdain for injustice. However, Sui did not anticipate that, following the post's rise to prominence, the esteemed 20-level figure, Wintermelon, would join the fray. "Wintermelon, Xingha, rest assured, I will expose my own identity to help you seek justice. I'll ensure your song reaches the new song charts." Wow, the esteemed Wintermelon is stepping in. Is he really going to reveal his identity? Incredible. Now that is a true heavyweight. Wintermelon is formidable. Let us fight. Instantly, a horde of newcomers replied beneath him. A 20-level account signifies at least a senior producer. Who could he be? Sui replied with gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one. Justice will prevail," then fell into deep contemplation. Senior producers have already garnered a reputation in the industry. Such a level of producer is qualified to collaborate with top-tier artists. So if Wintermelon is willing to promote this issue, Suhi could save at least $1 or $2 million in advertising costs. What a generous benefactor. As he pondered this, Suhi silently gave him a thumbs up across the network. It's painful, truly painful. His phone rang. Suhi saw it was Li Jiang calling, smiled, took out a cigarette, lit it, and stepped onto the balcony to answer. "Suhi, I've got it sorted out," Li Jiang exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. "Quick work. What's the profit split?" Suhi asked, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, smoke hazing his half-closed eyes as he gazed at the bustling traffic outside. 19%. Haha, are you surprised? She said we invest in dreams while they fulfill them. The profit split isn't important. Not surprised. If it were her, I'd find it quite normal. Suhi removed the cigarette from his lips and took a deep breath. Such a person may indeed be a pure artist, but not necessarily a good business person. Shall I arrange for the song as promotion? Li Jiang inquired. The Original Dream has sparked considerable controversy, but is of high quality. Promoting such a topical song should be relatively easy. No need, Sui replied with a light chuckle. Why? Li Jiang asked, astonished. You'll see when you check the Uego website, Sui said, offering no further explanation. With someone helping with promotion, there was no need to waste his own funds. The preliminary preparations had been completed. He awaited the rising popularity of the Original Dream, allowing more people to hear it, thus earning him reputation points to customize songs. As for subsequent arrangements, having become the behind-the-scenes boss of Xingming Studio, he naturally aimed to expand and strengthen the company. The best approach was to cultivate a few breakout artists. With his wealth of songs, producing several superstars would be no challenge. With Xingming Studio and Xingshan Investment providing dual layers of protection, Warner Entertainment would never suspect that the true owner behind Xingming was Suhi. Once he successfully scaled Xingming Studio, he would deliver a grand surprise to Warner. He eagerly anticipated seeing Du Tao's expression. Ding. Random task issued. Please proceed to Xingming Studio to apply for the producer position. Successful completion will yield a popular anime script. Do you accept the task? Accepted. Sui raised his brow, directly opting to take on the task. Initially intending to work at Dream Studio, the system conveniently assigned me a random task. Although the anime script holds little value at present, My elder sister serves as a supervisor at an anime company, presenting future opportunities for collaboration. Aspiring to become a major player in the domestic entertainment industry, I understand that I must not confine myself solely to the realm of music. Chapter 25. Means in the world of entertainment. The news has been buzzing with the upcoming release of a new single by the prodigious producer Soo Hee and the illustrious diva Li Xian, aimed at claiming the top spot on the July charts. The music festival is on the horizon, and Soo Hee's latest fan support design has been unveiled. Meanwhile, a popular singer suffered an injury during a concert, prompting an immediate halt to the performance. Additionally, rumors swirl regarding the romantic entanglement of the trending star Lin Yi. These events have dominated Weibo and Oppo's trending topics, reflecting the fervor of the entertainment industry. As the most prominent producer at present, Soo Hee consistently garners attention on social media, and the announcement of his new collaboration with Li Xian has sent fans into a frenzy. Among the trending topics, a particularly noteworthy discussion has emerged: the underbelly. The Chinese music scene has deteriorated due to such incompetent judges. This topic was initiated by the well-known senior producer Xie Xiaodong, who recounted the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the high-quality work of a newcomer, The Initial Dream, which faced unjust treatment during a local program. Xie Xiaodong expressed his outrage and shared the evaluations from the 4 judges, alongside a link to the song. The topic has amassed over 10,000 comments. How could such a beautiful song end up in last place? Many viewers were moved to tears during the live performance. Upon watching the replay, it was heartbreaking to see the young girl's expression upon receiving the last place. It was bewildering how the judges could critique the song while ignoring the singer's talent. The quality of the song was undeniably high, rendering the judges' comments utterly nonsensical. The struggles of aspiring singers are immense, and it seems even minor competitions are rife with corruption. What was Yang Wei even singing? How could he possibly win the championship? As comments proliferated, netizens rallied in support of the victim, Zhang Xiaohan, who is not only beautiful but also possesses a lovely voice. Their indignation grew, with calls to support Zhang Xiaohan echoing throughout the platform. Conversely, the champion, Yang Wei, faced a wave of online vitriol. At Haisher Entertainment, Yang Wei sat in his office, toying with the trophy he had just received. After his victory, he returned to the company, where the general manager personally congratulated him and promised focused training. Although Haisher Entertainment was not a top player in the industry, it held a solid position in Shuangqing City, offering resources far superior to those of Xingming Studio. With the right support from the company, he believed he could rise to stardom within 2 years. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Placing the trophy aside, his manager, Zhang Chun, entered with a grave expression. "There's been an incident. What is it?" Yang Wei's smile faded as he asked, bewildered. "Check Weibo." Zhang Chun thrust a tablet into his hands. Yang Wei took it, and, upon seeing the trending topic about the corruption, his expression shifted dramatically. "Resist the corruption. Yang Wei does not deserve the championship." Incompetent judges handing Zhang Xiaohan the trophy. "If this rubbish can win, I could too." The barrage of accusations and insults left Yang Wei feeling utterly deflated. He looked at Zhang Chun in panic. "Chun Gu." Zhang Chun shook his head. "I never expected such a minor competition could escalate to trending on Weibo. The platform is a vital hub for entertainment and societal issues, where trending topics are highly coveted. Typically, artists aim to secure a spot on the trending list by investing substantial sums. Yet this time, a minor competition's controversy had captured widespread attention. What do we do now? Yang Wei's face flushed with anxiety. The situation jeopardized his reputation as the champion, and he feared no one would want to listen to him sing again. "You just signed, and we haven't made any public announcements yet. President Li has already instructed to sever all ties with you. You are prohibited from presenting yourself as a Haisher Entertainment artist, or else the company will pursue damages for reputational loss." Zhang Chun's words struck Yang Wei like a thunderbolt. "Sever all ties? But didn't the company say they would nurture me?" He grasped Zhang Chun's arm desperately. "Considering your current predicament, does the company still see you as worthy of investment?" Zhang Chun replied with a cold laugh. "You're not a top-tier artist. Instead of attempting to salvage your reputation, it would be wiser to step back. After all, there are countless singers in the Chinese music scene, and anyone can be promoted. Moreover, due to your damaged reputation. The company reserves the right to terminate your contract and demand 2 million in penalties. Zhang Chun's words resonated in Yang Wei's mind like a deafening explosion. The corruption was orchestrated by you, he shouted, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you have any evidence? Zhang Chun replied, a smirk on his lips. He patted Yang Wei's shoulder before exiting the office. Yang Wei stared blankly at his retreating figure, his mind spinning. In a moment of panic, he stumbled and knocked the trophy off the table. With a shatter, the crystal trophy lay in pieces. He crouched down, gathering the shards, the sharp edges slicing into his fingers, yet he clung to them tightly. Is this the nature of capital? He muttered through clenched teeth. 2 million in penalties. How could a second-tier singer possibly afford that? This was the true face of capitalism. Memories flooded back to his time at Xingming Studio, where he was encouraged to participate in competitions, believing his strength could earn him victory. Weigo, if you succeed, you must treat us to a meal. When you rise to fame, let me ride your coattails. Yang Wei, your contract is expiring. Come to my office to sign a new one. You've been with the company for a while now. I can increase your share. There, everyone appeared genuinely supportive, not vying for fame at each other's expense. They treated one another as friends, unburdened by the insincerity prevalent in other companies. Even when facing their boss, Lin Qingming, they did not grovel. Although the future seemed uncertain, the atmosphere was comfortable. Even if he turned his back on Xingming Studio, he could leave unscathed. Y&T, he realized this sooner. Alas, it appeared he could never return. Chapter 26. The scandal trends online. Zhang Xiaoan becomes a sensation. No one could have anticipated that a small competition from a local television station would ascend to the trending topics. It is important to recognize that such scandals occur daily. Even in nationally renowned competitions, the possibility remains. Thus, those within the industry, upon encountering this news, deemed it unnecessary to react with such astonishment. Yet, this seemingly trivial incident managed to secure a spot among the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Due to this trending topic, the initial dream also garnered exposure, skyrocketing to the top 10 of the new song chart overnight. The singer of this song, Zhang Xiaohan, became a victim of the scandal. Her genuine emotions displayed while announcing the scores on stage, coupled with her heart-wrenching expressions, were described by numerous netizens as heartbreaking imagery. Zhang Xiaohan, already strikingly beautiful, was even more captivating in her flustered state. With this newfound meme, her popularity soared dramatically. Overnight, her Weibo followers surged from 100,000 to 500,000. Hey, Xiaoqi, Lao Shui, I'm famous, Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed, covering her mouth as she beheld her rapidly increasing follower count, and the flood of private messages marked 999. What do you mean famous? Chun Chi inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Upon seeing the astonishing figures, she was instantly left speechless. Wao Shuiliang gasped in astonishment, gaining 500,000 followers in a single night. The news of the initial dream ranking in the top 10 of the new song chart was enough to send them into a frenzy. Chun Chi leaped from her seat, racing toward Lin Qingming's office. Qingming Jia, it's on fire. It's a huge sensation. Where's the fire? Lin Qingming responded, bewildered, glancing around. No, it's Xiaoan. She's trending online. Chun Chi stammered, barely able to contain her excitement. Why? Lin Qingming began to ask, only to be pulled out of her office by Chun Chi. Arriving at Zhang Xiaoan's workstation, she gasped upon seeing the rankings and follower count displayed on the computer screen. What's going on? For the past few days, she had been preoccupied with company matters and had not checked Weibo, thus remaining oblivious to the trending topic. It seems a musician named Xie Xiaodong spoke out online for the initial dream, and then other musicians from Uego joined in, which propelled us into the trending topics. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Xiaohan's eyes glistened with tears. Lin Qingming took a deep breath. This indicates that justice still exists in the world. Xiaoan, share more of your daily life on Weibo. I'll see if I can secure some business opportunities for you, converting this heat into followers. Thank you, Qingming Jia. Zhang Xiaoan expressed her gratitude fervently. Why thank me? This is your chance. It seems our long streak of misfortune is finally turning. Lin Qingming's demeanor returned to her usual spirited self. With an influx of funding and the sudden trending topic, good news poured in. Xiaohan, I envy you so much. Chen Qi remarked, embracing Zhang Xiaohan's arm. Don't worry, Xiaoqi. Once I'm famous, I'll take you along for business opportunities. You're so beautiful and have such a unique personality. You'll surely attract many fans. Zhang Xiaohan reassured as she patted Chen Qi's shoulder. Meanwhile, Shuai Yang observed with a smile, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Qingming glanced at her phone and stated, I have something to attend to. You two can celebrate with hot pot later. I'll treat. Wow. Thank you. Qingming Jia. Long live Qingming Jia. Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Qi jubilantly cheered. The initial dream was a song recorded by Zhang Xiaohan, after which Lin Qingming sent the source files to the copyright holder, Suhi. Subsequently, Suhi released it online. The song belongs to Suhi on the official copyright site. Thus, any program wishing to use it would contact Suhi through the details provided on the copyright website to negotiate fees. Naturally, Suhi did not handle this personally. He established a copyright operations department within the Star Investment Company founded by Li Jiang, specifically to manage the copyrights of Xinghe's musical works. As before, this song is available for free across all platforms, incurring no charges. Consequently, its play count significantly surpasses that of paid songs, accumulating over 300,000 plays with an exceptionally high approval rating. From the trending discussion, the young girl is remarkable. Do not let negativity affect your mindset. The future is bright. Xiaohan, you have my support. You're beautiful and have a lovely voice. Your rise to fame is well-deserved. Who would have thought that such a conscientious singer would charge for her work? Not the singer. The copyright information indicates that the rights belong to the producer, so credit should go to them. A producer who doesn't charge? Suddenly, I think of my friend Sue. Someone joked, "Ha, could this Xinghe be a fan of Su He, wanting to follow in his footsteps without charging?" The first song is already so good. It seems Xinghe possesses considerable talent. I eagerly anticipate future works. Even the most critical of netizens would offer favorable reviews when presented with a high-quality, free song. Coupled with the scandal, Zhang Xiaohan, dubbed a treasure girl due to her heart-wrenching portrayal, experienced a tremendous boost in public favor, resulting in overwhelmingly positive evaluations. Done. Suhi concluded his tasks, stowing his cigarette pack and lighter in his pocket. Grabbing his keys, he prepared to head out. His refrigerator had run out of cola, and he was left with only one pack of cigarettes, necessitating a trip to the convenience store. The initial dream gained its current popularity without any expenditure, leaving Suhi exceedingly satisfied. Given the current momentum, attaining the top spot on the new song chart should pose no challenge. After all, this week's chart features no renowned artists or standout songs, making it easy for the initial dream, with its quality and trending status, to secure the top position effortlessly. Perhaps with the exposure from the new song chart, it could even make an appearance on the popular song leaderboard. System, what is my current prestige level? Ding. The host and amp, Oppo's prestige value is 326680. Can I customize blue and white porcelain? Host, are you joking? Eilicht. A piece like blue and white porcelain would likely require an astronomical amount of prestige. However, Suhi remained undeterred. As he released more songs, his prestige would naturally increase. Moreover, releasing a masterpiece like blue and white porcelain without the requisite fame would only serve to dull its brilliance. Lost in thought, Suhi returned from the convenience store, laden with snacks and beverages, while clutching a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes in his other hand. Entering the elevator back to his apartment, just as the doors began to close, a girl in a light pink dress came sprinting towards him, pulling a suitcase. "Hey, handsome, please wait for me," her sweet voice called out. Just as Suhi instinctively reached for the door button, his hands were occupied with bags, and he missed the chance to press it, resulting in the elevator doors shutting. Damn! As the doors closed, that sweet voice vanished, only to be replaced by a frustrated exclamation. Chapter 27. He still owes me 100,000 yuan. Lin Qingming, dragging her suitcase, pressed the elevator button in frustration. What a lack of manners, she muttered under her breath. Due to the expiration of her previous villa lease and the company's difficulties, she opted for this apartment, which is not far from her workplace. The two-unit layout is more affordable than a villa, providing a certain level of privacy for someone in her public position. Hopefully, the neighbors will be amiable. After all, having a first-tier singer like me as a neighbor should delight them. As the elevator returned to the ground floor, Lin Qingming stepped inside, and upon arriving at her designated floor, she found the layout allowed for direct access to the two front doors facing each other, with a shared area of approximately 10 square meters. The door next door was tightly shut, and she refrained from greeting her neighbor at that moment. Retrieving her keys from her bag, she unlocked her door and placed her cat space capsule on the floor, unzipping it. A plump cat emerged, meowing as if to say, "Let's get acquainted with our new home." After rubbing against her leg, the cat began to explore the living room. Lin Qingming knelt down and opened her suitcase, revealing support merchandise for Su He, as well as several photos of the pop diva, Li Xian. As a fan of Su He, many also ship him with Li Xian, and Lin Qingming is no exception. Her dream is to become a singer as remarkable as Li Xian. Once Su He attends a music gala, she will surely have his photo. She hung Li Xian and Appo's pictures along with a reprinted profile shot of Su He on the wall designated for photographs, arranging the support items with care. Her daily necessities were still to be delivered by the moving company, but Lin Qingming was in no hurry. The house had remained unoccupied for some time, and despite the windows being closed, dust still lingered. Just as she was about to start cleaning, her phone rang. "Hello, Ajiao," she answered. "Lin Zong, a film crew just contacted us, wanting Huan Huan to sing their theme song," her assistant Ajiao said excitedly. "Really?" Lin Qingming's face lit up with surprise. It seems Zhang Xiaohan has finally made a name for herself, garnering offers without any assistance from her. However, the theme song is completely outsourced, meaning they require us to compose a song based on the film and Appo's content for their approval. The budget is quite generous, at 500,000, covering everything from the song to the artist and the release process. Ajiao explained the specifics. Such outsourcing is not uncommon in the industry. Many film companies prefer to delegate the theme song and all music to music companies for convenience. However, crafting a song based on a set theme can be challenging, as it must closely align with the film's narrative. Typically, even mid-level producers find this task quite demanding. With such a high budget, their expectations must be considerable. Lin Qingming remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. "That wasn't Appo's," he explicitly stated. Ajiao replied. "I see." She approached the living room, dusting off the sofa before sitting down. The cat, noticing her, leaped onto her lap. Lin Qingming stroked the cat and continued, "It seems we are in need of a producer." "I agree. Our company requires a producer, especially now that Huan Huan is gaining traction. As a music studio, we cannot function without one," Ajiao concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingming suddenly thought of someone. The producer, named Xinghe. His work on the initial dream received widespread acclaim, indicating his talent. Most importantly, he might be a newcomer. If he truly is a fresh talent with such capability, signing him would be a lucrative decision. Moreover, that Xinghe still owes me 100,000 yuan. He hasn't Appo's even initiated repayment. With this thought in mind, Lin Qingming deemed it necessary to have a conversation with him. "By the way, they're in Appo's. That's another issue regarding this project." Ajiao suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Lin Qingming inquired. "The opinions on the client's side are divided. The investors want Huan Huan to sing the theme song, but the film crew insists on Zhao Yang from Liuguang Entertainment." "Zhao Yang from Liuguang?" Lin Qingming exclaimed. As the largest music company in Shuangqing City, Liuguang Entertainment was initially invited to participate in The Voice of Qingrun, but they withdrew from the program, allowing Xingming Studio the opportunity. It seems they were aware of the inside information and chose not to participate, as failing to secure the championship would hold little value for a company like Liuguang. Furthermore, they likely consider the exposure from such a minor program negligible. Zhao Yang, being a second-tier singer who previously competed in The Voice of Huagua, has garnered some fame within the industry. Thus, if we wish to secure this project, we must account for the cost of writing the song. If the film crew does not select us, the production fee would be forfeit and the song would only be released as a single. Ajiao outlined the risks. Lin Qingming understood all too well. She caressed the cat and Amp, Oppo's head, who purred contentedly on her lap. Do you think we should take this on? She pondered, feeling uncertain. Although she now had $1 million in investment, allowing for some boldness, Lin Qingming is a principled individual who feels a responsibility to the investors. She would not squander their money intended to fulfill dreams. Therefore, funds must be wisely allocated. If we accept the project and are selected, Huan could ride the wave of the film's success, possibly elevating her status to second tier. Conversely, if we decline, once the hype fades, she may well remain a third-tier singer or worse, regress. This kind of internet-driven hype is fleeting. While Zhang Xiaohan is currently trending, this buzz will dissipate within a month. Hype garnered through manipulation is not sustainable. Everyone in the industry is well aware of this, A. Jiao remarked. Then let end Oppos, as proceed. After all, we were already planning to release another single for Huan, and if we aren't in Amp, Oppos, T selected, the loss one in Amp. Oppos, T be significant. Lin Qingming resolved, steeling herself. Once successful, Zhang Xiaohan could sustain her popularity through the film's theme song. If it fails, we still have the single to release, so it wouldn't be a waste. Will Lin Zong still purchase the song from Yuego? A. Jiao asked. No need. I Oppos. LL contacted Xinghe directly. He still owes me 100,000 yuan. Lin Qingming pouted, her displeasure rising at the thought of Xinghe and Oppos, as prolonged silence regarding his debt. This time, she could approach him for a song and offset the repayment, resulting in a 10,000 yuan reduction in expenses. Chapter 28. If I don't block you, shall I keep you for the new year? Upon returning home, so he placed all the cola in the refrigerator and ordered some snail noodles from downstairs. Although he possessed culinary skills, he lacked the desire to cook when home alone, opting instead for the convenience of takeout. A native of Shuangqing, Suhi harbored a deep affection for snail noodles, a dish that, while odorous, was incredibly fragrant when consumed. Thus, it was the dish he indulged in most frequently in Shuangqing City. His phone rang. Glancing at it, he saw an unfamiliar number and assumed it was a telemarketing call, promptly hanging up. In this era, unsolicited and fraudulent calls were rampant, often aimed at luring individuals into dubious ventures in northern Myanmar. With the advent of big data, personal privacy had become a mere illusion, especially regarding mobile phone numbers. Even after meticulously obscuring his number on delivery slips, post-online shopping, and disposing of them, such actions were little more than a psychological comfort. Suhi understood that salespeople could easily purchase detailed information, including user phone numbers, from data companies. The phone rang again shortly after he had hung up. It was the same number. Frowning, Suhi pressed the answer button. Hello, Suhi, came a melodious female voice. Li Xian? Suhi recognized the voice immediately, his frown deepening. Why are you calling me? Having blacklisted Li Xian's WeChat and phone number, he was surprised she had reached out from another phone. Why did you block me? Li Xian and Amp, Oppos. Voice was tinged with emotion as she confronted him. So he was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. We broke up. Why would I keep you unblocked for the new year? Can't we still be friends after breaking up? Li Xian asked, her tone somewhat sulky. Have you been drinking? So he detected something amiss. Just a little, she replied with a soft taking a deep breath. Sui momentarily contemplated questioning her about her drinking. However, he swiftly extinguished that thought. Regardless of past affections, they were no longer together, and he felt neither obligated nor entitled to concern himself with her well-being. I'm hanging up, he stated coolly. Li Xian fell silent, and as Sui prepared to end the call, her voice broke through the quiet. You used to care when I drank. Infuriated, Sui retorted, you were my girlfriend back then. Of course, I cared. But who the hell are you now? Sui, do you really want to make our relationship this strained? Laughing in disbelief, Suhi replied, Sister, you were the one who initiated the breakup. Why am I the one being painted as the heartless one? With a hint of grievance in her voice, Li Xian asked, Do you know why I'm drinking? Suhi inhaled deeply, fighting the impulse to curse. I don't want to know, nor do I need to know. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Today, I attended an event and met Mr. Zhang from Jingyang Entertainment. After much persuasion, he agreed to consider you for a position there. I thought you'd be grateful. Yet you treat me this way. Li Xian, having drunk a bit too much, began to cry over the phone, feeling utterly wronged. Aware of Su He's precarious situation in the industry, she knew he would likely face a ban from most companies. Few would dare to hire him, given that accepting Su He could anger Warner. However, Jingyang Entertainment was among the top entertainment firms in the industry, and they were competitors with Warner, thus unafraid of potential repercussions. After securing the opportunity for Su He, Li Xian eagerly contacted him, only to find herself blocked on both WeChat and his phone. Why do you always insist on acting unilaterally? Su He felt his anger dissipate, his tone turning unnaturally calm. I'm helping you. Li Xuan exclaimed, her voice rising with emotion. Keep your so-called kindness. I don't need it. Let me reiterate, the moment you chose Warner, we had no further ties. With that, Su He hung up abruptly. Lying back on the sofa, he stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while. Finally, he inhaled deeply, reaching for a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the coffee table, extracting one and lighting it. This is unbearable, truly unbearable. The phone rang once more. Su He frowned, his fury resurfacing as he answered. Are you out of your mind? We broke up. Do you understand what that means, damn it? Silence ensued on the other end, followed by a timid voice. Xing He, I'm not your ex-girlfriend. Momentarily stunned, Su He withdrew the phone from his ear, noticing the name Di Yuan Zhong on the screen, causing his eye to twitch involuntarily. Speak your mind. He inhaled deeply, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray and regaining his composure. Xing He, do you have time recently? We'd like to purchase a song. The singer being the same Zhang Xiaohan from before. If you're available, we can discuss the specifics. Sensing Su He's foul mood, Lin Qingming quickened her pace of speech. However, her curiosity about the gossip brewed within her. She was taken aback to learn that Xing He had broken up with someone. What was the reason? Moreover, it seemed his ex was persistently bothering him. She yearned to inquire, to delve into this juicy tidbit. Yet, as she needed something from him, she had to suppress her curiosity. Still looking to buy a song? Su He raised an eyebrow at the news. It appeared Zhang Xiaohan's popularity was indeed on the rise, as companies were now approaching them for her to perform. What type of song? He continued. A theme song for a movie. I'll send you the details via WeChat, and you can respond after reviewing them. Lin Qingming's heart soared at Su He's lack of immediate refusal. The initial dream had already topped new song charts and was steadily climbing the hot song rankings, with the potential to break into the top 10. Recognizing Su He's capabilities, Lin Qingming no longer viewed him as a mere newcomer. He was at least a mid-level producer, a vital force in the industry that many companies sought after. All right, send it to me, but you're aware of my terms. Su replied nonchalantly. I understand, but this time, in addition to the singing rights, we'll also need the film rights since it's a theme song. Of course, I'm aware of industry norms. As Lin Qingming thought that perhaps this Xing He was not so difficult to deal with, and that she had previously misunderstood him. The conversation took another turn. Just add a bit more money, and we can finalize it. Chapter 29. The new neighbor next door, after hanging up the phone. It wasn't an amp, oppos, long before the information arrived. What is the synopsis of Time Flies? Su He opened the document. Inside was a brief overview of the film and amp, oppos, as plot, along with character introductions for the main leads. At a high school classmate and amp, oppos, wedding, the male protagonist unexpectedly encounters his first love, who is serving as a bridesmaid. This triggers memories of their past in high school, filled with innocence and the obstacles posed by reality. The male lead sacrifices his opportunity to study abroad for the sake of the female lead, and they plan to elope. However, the female lead receives a misdiagnosis of a terminal illness and fails to meet him as planned. Later, the hospital informs her that the report was mistakenly switched. This misunderstanding leads to them missing out on the best years of their lives together. With a cigarette in his mouth, Su He wore a peculiar smile. Due to memories from a past life, he had never been fond of television dramas. Although the entertainment industry in this world was not lacking, he found the works rather kitsch. Whether in music or film, he felt that any of the outstanding pieces from his previous life would overshadow the current offerings. How utterly kitsch, Su He scoffed. However, considering the current scale of Xingming Studio, it was quite impressive to come across such a lackluster film, especially one that gained traction due to Zhang Xiaohan and Oppo's trending topic. Just then, the delivery person called. Warner and Oppo's headquarters was in Kyoto, and when he left Warner, they had sent over some items that he had not expected to arrive until now. He had to admit, the efficiency of those at Warner was quite lacking. Since the elevator required a keycard for access, Suhi had to make another trip downstairs. He tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped outside, cigarette in hand. As he opened his front door, he was taken aback. After 2 years of vacancy, the door across the hall was ajar, with several cardboard boxes piled outside, indicating that someone had just moved in. A neighbor? Suhi glanced inside, noticing a girl with her back turned, mopping the floor. Oh, she has a nice figure. The elevator arrived, and he stepped in. Having a neighbor diminished the appeal of living there, as he had enjoyed the exclusivity of having the entire floor to himself. With a new neighbor, he could no longer leave his shoes scattered in the common areas, for he prided himself on maintaining a sense of public decorum and would not disturb others. Fortunately, she appeared to be a diligent and tidy girl, which was quite pleasant to ponder. After signing for his delivery downstairs, he noticed that the boxes at his neighbor and Oppo's door had vanished, and the door was now closed. Suhi had initially wanted to greet the new neighbor, but would have to wait for another opportunity. Upon returning to his own door, he found it slightly ajar. Having grown accustomed to living alone, he realized he needed to rectify this bad habit. Since he was the only resident on the floor, he occasionally forgot to shut the door tight. However, with a new neighbor, it was essential to amend this behavior. He carried the box inside, using his foot to close the door behind him. Placing the box on a coffee table, he retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the fridge and took several hearty gulps. The summer in Shuangqing City was sweltering, and he had worked up quite a sweat during his outing. Using scissors, he opened the box, revealing miscellaneous items he had left in the office: a water bottle, headphones, some business cards, and a humidifier. All rather useless trinkets. Where are my trophies? Suhi grumbled as he rummaged through the box. During his 2.5 years at Warner, he had won 2 Golden Melody Awards and numerous other accolades. Naturally, he had not personally accepted these awards. Instead, he had other artists collect them on his behalf. These trophies were usually displayed in his office, and they were the items he most wanted back. Yet he was dismayed that Warner had failed to send them. Just as Suhi was about to toss the useless items into the storage room, he spotted a picture frame nestled in the corner of the box. At first, he was taken aback, but quickly retrieved the frame. It was a photograph of him and Li Xian, captured in a tender moment. In the picture, they were nestled together, with Li Xian sporting a sweet smile, while Suhi seemed to be asleep, eyes closed. This photo had been taken by Li Xian as a playful prank while he was resting in the office. Given their unique circumstances, they rarely had pictures together, which made this one all the more special. So he had printed it out using the company's printer and framed it for his desk. Did Warner's staff truly dare to send him this photograph? Did they not fear he might expose it, claiming to be the secret boyfriend of the diva Li Xian? Such a scandal could have dire consequences for her career. However, Warner itself would not suffer much damage, even if one of their artists fell from grace. The penalties and compensations would cover the losses. It's better to part ways amicably. Suhi shook his head. Indeed, he could never bring himself to do such a thing. He tossed the frame back into the box, lit a cigarette, and headed toward the storage room, casually placing the box in a corner. Returning to the sofa, Suhi reclined, pondering. System, is my prestige sufficient to customize Time Flies? Ding! Time Flies requires only 200,000 prestige points. Customize Time Flies for me. If there is a theme song that perfectly encapsulates the essence of a coming-of-age film, it is undoubtedly Time Flies, especially for a song about reunions after many years. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoan and Oppo's vocal tone is quite suitable for this genre of music. After the customization was complete, Suhi didn't rush to send it off, as this was a commissioned piece and he could not use the excuse of relying on stock material. He could easily send it tomorrow. Just then, Suhi felt an itch on his calf, accompanied by a damp sensation. Alarmed, he sat up abruptly. Meow, a large, plump cat had somehow appeared on the sofa, staring at him with round, curious eyes. What the heck? Suhi dashed into the bathroom, washing the cat's saliva off his leg. He was allergic to saliva, and, although he adored cats and dogs, he had never owned one due to their tendency to lick their owners. As he washed his leg, he pondered. This hefty cat appeared quite clean, not resembling a stray, and strays would not be able to reach his floor. It must belong to the girl next door. Perhaps she had left the door ajar, allowing her cat to wander into his home. Just as he finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom, a knock sounded at the door. It seemed she had realized her cat was missing and had come to look for it. Chapter 30. The Morning Grump Who? Sue, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, arrived at the door. Hello, I just moved in next door. I forgot to close the door earlier. My cat is missing. I wonder if it has wandered over here. Her voice was sweet, ringing like a delicate bell. However, Sue furrowed his brow. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Meanwhile, the plump cat, upon hearing its owner's voice, dashed from the living room, scratching eagerly at the door. It's here, he murmured absent-mindedly as he twisted the doorknob. The door swung open. The chubby cat meowed and leaped straight into its owner and Appo's arms. Box, so you were here. How dare you run off and make me worry? Just wait until I get you home. Lin Qingming exclaimed, cradling the fat cat, which flailed its legs against her chest, creating a rather vivid scene. A surge of emotions flashed through Sue He's mind. Thank you so much. I thought Box was lost. I never expected to find her here. I'm so sorry to trouble you, Lin Qingming said, lifting her head. Yet, the moment she laid eyes on Sue He, her face registered shock, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. How could it be him? It was impossible. The cat jumped down and scurried into Lin Qingming and Appo's room. She maintained her hold on the cat, staring at Sue He in astonishment, confusion, distress, and a hint of embarrassment. What's wrong? Sue felt a shiver down his spine under her gaze and instinctively touched his face. Was there something on it? Thank you. Lin Qingming, flustered, uttered a quick thanks before turning and rushing into her room. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut. A flurry of question marks appeared above Sue He's head. Shouldn't and Appo's a typical girl be captivated by his handsome features? What was that expression she just had? Nevertheless, this girl was quite attractive and seemed somewhat familiar. Lost in thought, Sue closed the door while still holding the cigarette. After Lin Qingming shut the door, she leaned against it, breathing heavily, her heart racing. Memories that she had almost forgotten flickered in her mind. That day, after drinking too much, she had heard the piano piece Wedding in a Dream and, in her haze, mistook that man for her ideal. The following morning, upon awakening and seeing that face beside her, she nearly fell apart. Although the man was undeniably handsome, she had established her criteria for boyfriends with looks being the least important factor. She admired talented men, like Sue He, whom she had never met, but whose brilliance had captivated her. What troubled her most was that she had been the one to initiate that night. How could they cross paths again? With reddened eyes, Lin Qingming slowly sank to the floor, leaning against the door. The man who had taken her first was not just a fleeting encounter in her life, but had now become her neighbor. Moreover, they lived in the same building. If the door opened, how different would it be from cohabiting? However, judging by his expression and reaction, it seemed he had not recognized her. That made sense. He had been thoroughly intoxicated that night, and she had kissed him without him even knowing to respond, leaving him with no memory at all. No. Lin Qingming took a deep breath and pulled out her phone. Landlady, I've decided I don't want to rent anymore. Could I get my deposit back? The contract has been signed. If you want to stay, you stay. If you don't, you move out. I want to refund the rent. The landlady's words plunged her into despair. When she had chosen this apartment, it was due to its privacy, which was crucial for someone in the public eye. Thus, she had signed a 3-month lease at $5,000 a month, handing over $20,000. Although her company had recently secured investments, Lin Qingming held firm to her principles and refused to use company funds for personal matters. Yet, her savings had dwindled, and she had even sold her car. For now, she would have to endure a month, hoping that her share from work would come through soon, so she could find a new place. She could manage it, only needing to go out for work. In a month, they might not even cross paths frequently. She had no desire to maintain any connection with that man. Meow. At that moment, the plump cat wandered over, rubbing against Lin Qingming's legs. It's all your fault. Lin Qingming scooped up the cat and gave it a good squeeze to relieve her frustration. The following day, Sue He was awakened early by a racket. It seemed the neighbor was practicing their vocal skills, howling like a banshee at dawn. Sue He was accustomed to staying up late. He rarely fell asleep before midnight. so he typically awoke around 10 in the morning. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was only 7:30. In June, the sun rose early on the double celebration day, shining brightly. Sui furrowed his brow, getting out of bed, reaching for a cigarette from the box on the nightstand. With the cigarette in his mouth, he made his way to the living room. He grabbed a cup of instant noodles from the dining table, added hot water, and sealed the lid with a fork. The noise from next door persisted, and the more he listened, the more irritable he became. Though it was not yet considered disruptive at this hour for someone like him, a night owl, it felt like a rude awakening. He knocked on the door. "Open up. I need to talk to you." "Who is it?" "Your neighbor." "Suedip Laiv Kertli." "What do you want?" "Just open the door. I have something to discuss." Just put it like that. Open the door. After he spoke, some of his irritation dissipated. Perhaps sensing the annoyance in his tone, Lin Qingming thought something was wrong and opened the door. As it swung open, the chubby cat darted out, racing into Su He's room. Box! Lin Qingming exclaimed in surprise, slapping her forehead. "You troublesome cat. Could you please keep it down? I sleep late at night, so I tend to wake up later during the day." Lin Qingming said as she opened the door, her tone softening. They were neighbors, after all. There was no need to let their relationship sour. Moreover, if it came down to an argument, technically, the other party wasn't in the wrong. It wasn't legally considered disruptive during the day. "Oh, I and Oppos am used to living alone, so I didn't pay attention to that. I'll be sure to keep it down and practice in my room," Lin Qingming said, avoiding eye contact with Su He, eager for him to leave. "All right, thank you." Sui's lips curled into a slight smile. This girl had a nice personality. If she were a more domineering neighbor, she probably would have just shut the door without a second thought. Her attitude sparked a favorable impression of her in Su He's mind. Could you help me get my cat out?" Lin Qingming mumbled, looking down and pointing at Su He's back. "You can grab it. I'm allergic to saliva, so I'm afraid it might lick me." "So I step to safe." "Okay, fine." Lin Qingming nodded hesitantly, finally summoning her courage to walk into Su He's home. Chapter 31. The ashtray was a gift from my ex-girlfriend and had accompanied me for 8 long years. I initially thought that as long as I stayed indoors, I would never encounter him. However, Lin Qingming never anticipated that after living in the villa for an extended period, she would unconsciously sing on the balcony, inadvertently drawing the attention of the man across the way who eventually came to her door. Every time she laid eyes on this man, her mind would spiral into confusion, rendering her incapable of even basic conversation. All she wished for was to retrieve her cat and distance herself from the man who left her heart in disarray. Upon arriving at Su He's home, she glanced around and found her plump cat lounging comfortably on the sofa, licking its paws and grooming itself. Meow. Upon seeing Lin Qingming, the cat even waved its paw. This insufferable feline. Lin Qingming darted forward, intent on capturing it. To her surprise, despite its portly frame, the cat was surprisingly agile. With a single leap, it sprang from the sofa to the coffee table. Lin Qingming missed her grasp and lunged again. The plump cat wriggled free like a slippery eel, darting around Su He's home. Crash! The ashtray toppled to the ground. Bang! The trash can was sent flying. Lin Qingming chased after it, while Su He stood at the doorway, bewildered by the chaotic chase between the girl and the cat. "Huh! Finally caught you." Lin Qingming triumphantly embraced the fat cat, a victorious smile spreading across her face as she headed for the door. As she approached Su He, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. I won't trouble you any longer," bowing her head and attempting to slip out. However, to her shock, Su He abruptly closed the door. "What were you doing?" Lin Qingming's face paled. Could it be that this man harbored ulterior motives? "Oh no, Lin Qingming. How could you be so foolish as to enter a stranger's home without a second thought?" In that fleeting moment, various crime and suspense film plots raced through her mind. Before she could react, Su He stepped closer. Lin Qingming retreated until her back hit the wall, panic flickering in her eyes. "No!" She shut her eyes tight, lifting the fat cat to shield her face. Meow, the reluctant cat, turned its head to gaze at Su He. Upon seeing this, Su He took a step back, as he was allergic to cat saliva and would break out in hives if the feline licked him. "Do you think you can leave after making such a mess?" Su He's expression darkened as he pointed to the disarray within the room. Lin Qingming froze momentarily, then moved the fat cat away from her face, following his gesture. The trash can lay overturned, debris scattered across the floor. The ashtray was shattered, ashes strewn everywhere. A bowl of instant noodles lay overturned, its soup splattered everywhere. Oh no! Lin Qingming finally grasped the situation. In her haste to capture the cat and leave, her mind had been utterly blank. She typically wasn't this flustered. It was merely because of Su He that she felt so flustered. Alas, the more anxious one is, the more likely things go awry. Clean it up. Su He leaned against the door, arms crossed. This woman appeared quite lovely, yet her intellect seemed lacking. However, the old adage rang true. Beauty without brains was indeed fitting. Oh! Lin Qingming lowered her head. The fat cat slid from her grasp, meowing, and returned to the sofa to bask lazily in the sun. The broom and mop were on the balcony. Oh! Lin Qingming muttered, glaring fiercely at the cat before rushing to the balcony to fetch the broom and began sweeping the floor. So he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and leaned against the door, watching her clean. One could not deny that although this woman didn't seem particularly bright, she was quite efficient when it came to household chores, clearly someone accustomed to domestic duties. Ahem, could you refrain from smoking? Lin Qingming frowned, waving her hands in front of her. She detested the smell of cigarettes. The tone of her voice, however, reminded Su He of his time with Li Xian, who would wear a similar expression whenever he smoked. This is my home. Do you think you have a say? Su He replied coolly. Fine. Lin Qingming resignedly lowered her head and continued sweeping. Yet, Su He frowned slightly. If it were Li Xian, she would undoubtedly continue to complain until he was compelled to extinguish the cigarette. Suddenly, Su He shook his head and slapped himself. Damn it. Why was he thinking about that woman? What's wrong? Lin Qingming jumped at the sound of the slap. There was a mosquito. You can continue, Su He said, his tone still indifferent. Lin Qingming merely responded with a soft "oh." She felt like crying. She typically wasn't this submissive. She was rather assertive with her employees and friends. Yet before this man, she found herself at a loss for how to retort. Most importantly, she had no ground to stand on. The mess was indeed caused by her and the fat cat, and she was indeed responsible for cleaning it up. After sweeping the floor, Lin Qingming took the mop and began mopping. Half an hour later, she rubbed her sore back, organized the mop and broom, and turned to Su He. Is it okay now? That bowl of noodles was my breakfast. So he pointed to the instant noodles in the trash can that Lin Qingming had cleaned up. I'll buy you a new one. I am hungry. I want to eat now. Su He smirked, an amused expression crossing his face as he found this neighbor rather entertaining. What should I do then? Lin Qingming raised her head, finally taking a serious look at Su He for the first time since entering his home. He was undeniably handsome, exuding a rugged charm while smoking. Furthermore, there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes, the kind that suggested he had stories to tell, an alluring quality for a woman. Lin Qingming shook her head, redirecting her gaze to the floor, her heart racing. There are still noodles in the kitchen. Can you cook them? So he pointed toward the kitchen. I can. Then make some for me. Oh. Lin Qingming took a deep breath and walked toward the kitchen. Following Su He's instructions, she retrieved noodles from the refrigerator and cracked 2 eggs. Add 2 eggs. Su He's voice came from the kitchen door. Lin Qingming nodded and took 2 eggs from the fridge. She moved quickly, washing the pot, lighting the stove, adding oil, and skillfully cracking the eggs. Within moments, 2 golden fried eggs were ready. Using chopsticks, she transferred the eggs from the pan to a bowl and prepared to cook the noodles. Add more, Su He instructed again. Lin Qingming nodded and added another handful of noodles to the pot. While the noodles boiled, she began preparing the seasoning. Su He's kitchen had minimal condiments due to infrequent cooking, but when Lin Qingming spotted star anise, she tossed one into the pot as well. You can add star anise? Su inquired. Of course, Lin Qingming replied. As she spent more time with Su He, her initial nervousness began to dissipate. Before long, the noodles were ready. However, 1 bowl was insufficient, so Lin Qingming used 2 bowls to serve them. All right, can I leave now? Lin Qingming even washed the pot clean before grabbing a paper towel to dry her hands. Let's eat together. Su He stepped forward, lifting both bowls of noodles and winking at her. Lin Qingming was momentarily taken aback before hastily waving her hands. No, I have to get back to work soon. My ashtray is broken. Sui stated flatly. I'll buy you a new one. That ashtray was a gift from my ex-girlfriend and had been with me for 8 years. Ultimately, under Soo-hee's subtle coercion, Lin Qingming buried her head, accompanying him until the last noodle was consumed, and after washing the bowl clean, she embraced the plump cat and fled in disarray. Chapter 32. The movie theme song with the arrival of a new neighbor, although initially feeling a bit unsettled. Sui found the neighbor to possess a rather amiable disposition. Their relationship was not fraught with animosity, which was quite commendable. The song The Initial Dream had surged to the top 6 of the hot song charts due to its exposure from being number 1 on the new song list. However, just ahead lay the songs of the 4 major entertainment companies and oppos, popular artists, who boasted extensive fan bases that ensured their releases would almost always ascend directly to the hot song charts. This month, the top spot was held by Sun Peng from Warner, a singer he remembered from having previously listened to 2 of his songs, as he was recently being heavily promoted by Warner. In order to compete with the artists from the 4 major entertainment companies, Zhang Xiaohan still had a considerable distance to cover unless she resorted to exorbitant promotional expenditures, which would come at a steep price. After all, the 4 major entertainment companies possessed deep-rooted advantages. Even a mere fraction of their promotional resources was beyond the reach of ordinary companies, and it was commonplace for these companies to vie for the top position on the hot song charts. This month, Warner had invested nearly $10 million in promotional expenses to maintain Sun Peng and Oppo's position at number 1. How could a small internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan possibly compare to a first-tier artist like Sun Peng? Achieving the 6th position on the hot song chart was still a remarkable feat, largely thanks to the momentum from behind-the-scenes machinations that attracted many righteous listeners to her song. Nevertheless, this ranking was something many aspired to attain. Moreover, the stage name Xing he was relatively unknown, making this achievement all the more impressive. Yet, so he was not content. His ambition was not merely the 6th position, but the coveted 1st, to expedite a singer's growth. Reaching the pinnacle of the hot song charts served as the finest gilding. Whether in terms of exposure or elevating industry reputation, the hot song chart was unparalleled. The song In a Hurry that years seemed to hold promise, and with the current wave of public interest due to behind-the-scenes support, combined with Zhang Xiaohan and Oppo's high popularity in the film and Oppo's impending release, as well as the quality of the song itself, there was a chance to compete with the 4 major entertainment companies. Contemplating this, Sui promptly sent the customized In a Hurry that year to the designated recipient. At Qingming's studio, Lin Qingming sat in her office chair, lost in thought. The image of that man lingered in her mind, impossible to shake off. Regarding the man who had taken her first, she could neither say she disliked him nor truly liked him. Rather, there was a peculiar feeling within her that left her at a loss every time she saw him. President Lin, are you all right? Her assistant, a Jiao, asked with concern, noticing her distracted demeanor throughout the day. Oh, I'm fine. Lin Qingming snapped back to reality. Your phone just rang, a Jiao reminded her. Lin Qingming quickly grabbed her phone from the desk, and upon seeing a message from Xing He, a look of surprise lit up her face. Opening the chat, she discovered an audio file. Hurry, call in Han Han and the others. Lin Qingming instructed a Jiao. The latter, sensing her boss's excitement, guessed it was good news and promptly left the office. Before long, Zhang Xiaohan and Shuel Yang entered. Sister Qingming, what an Oppo's going on? Xing, he sent over the new song. Lin Qingming replied, while uploading the track to her computer. That was fast. Zhang Xiaohan initially expressed joy, but her brow soon furrowed in concern. ISN and Oppo's, a bit rushed? One day ISN and Oppo's, enough time to write a good song. The implication was clear. The theme song for the movie had specific requirements, and one couldn't and Oppo's, simply submit any song. Lin Qingming uploaded the song file and clicked the play button. Listening would reveal everything. She too was apprehensive about the quality of a song written in just one day. However, no amount of speculation could compare to actually hearing it. The prelude began, with piano accompanied by strings, enveloping the room in a melancholic atmosphere. The expressions of those present momentarily froze as they leaned in to listen. In a hurry that year, how many times did we say goodbye, delaying once more? Alas, who among us has not loved? For love is not merely a debate. As with the previous sample, Xing he had sent a mechanically synthesized female voice. However, as the singing commenced, Zhang Xiaohan and Appo's expression transitioned from skepticism to astonishment, her mouth agape, her ears attentively tuned in. Lin Qingming took a deep breath, grasping the printed synopsis of the film script from her desk. With earnest focus, she examined the script while listening to this song penned by Xing He. For a moment, the office was silent save for the melody. If we cannot part with red eyes, can we still part with flushed faces? Just like that hurried year, inscribing a beautiful lie together forever. As the chorus erupted, Zhang Xiaoan suddenly grasped Shun Qi and Damp. Appo's hand with fervor, a yearning expression illuminating her face. It was reminiscent of her reaction upon first hearing the initial dream. Yet this time her response was even more intense. It was as if she were gazing upon her beloved, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Han, you and Appo's. Rehurting me, Shun Qi protested, freeing her wrist from Zhang Xiaoan's grip and rubbing it. She glanced at the excited Zhang Xiaoan, knowing that another song perfectly suited for her was on the horizon. As a singer, who wouldn't he yearn for a song tailored to their unique vocal timbre? Shun Qi felt a wave of envy wash over her. At last, the song concluded. Lin Qingming leaned back in her chair, exhaling deeply. Zhang Xiaohan, overcome with emotion, collapsed to her knees and clutched Lin Qingming's legs, shaking them fervently. Boss, I want it. I want it. This is incredible. The quality of this song is on par with the initial dream. Keep in mind, the initial dream is currently #1 on the new song list and 6th on the hot song chart. This achievement catapults Zhang Xiaohan to the pinnacle of her debut, accomplishing what many artists could only dream of over years or even decades. She was acutely aware that her current success was largely due to the hype surrounding her, and Xing He and Damp, Appo's, as composition, but the exhilaration of reaching the top was incomparable. Is this Xing He truly just a newcomer? Can a newcomer write such an impressive song in a single day? This was not only Zhang Xiaohan's dilemma, but a question that resonated with everyone present. All right, what is the rush? It was meant for you all along, Lin Qingming said, slightly dizzy from Zhang Xiaohan and Appo's enthusiasm and shaking off her grasp. Thank you, Sister Qingming. Zhang Xiaohan and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go record the song. Once it's done, I'll send it to the production team. If they choose this track, with the momentum from a movie's theme song, Han, you're truly going to soar. Lin Qingming patted Zhang Xiaohan and Damp, Appo's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohan nodded eagerly. I'm heading over to Old Wang and Damp, Appo's to record. Dinner at the Hot Pot restaurant is on me. With a cheerful wave to the envious gazes of her colleagues, she exited the office. Don't be like that. Supporting Han is the wisest choice right now. Once she truly takes off, I will ensure everyone gets opportunities. Lin Qingming chuckled, noticing the silence among her team. Of course, we understand, Shuel Yang replied with a grin. Sister Qingming, since we have sponsorship now, should we consider bringing Xing He into our company? Chen Qi suggested suddenly. With the quality of both songs being so high, it's evident that Xing He is no ordinary talent. If we sign him, we will have a steady stream of excellent songs. With someone like him on board, who would worry about not hitting it big? I'll reach out to him, Lin Qingming thought, contemplating this possibility. However, she remains unaware of whether this Starry River is affiliated with any agency or perhaps is merely a pseudonym of a high-profile producer. After all, on the Uadu shopping platform, numerous industry giants operate under aliases. These magnates possess their own companies, and some even hold positions within the 4 major entertainment corporations. It is utterly implausible for them to forsake such promising prospects to join a modest studio like Xingming. Chapter 33. She expressed her desire to reside in your home. At Liuguang Entertainment, Zhao Yang lounged on the office sofa, perusing entertainment news on his tablet, as was his custom. The entertainment industry is rife with trending events. One day, a celebrity's persona crumbles. The next day, another reveals a hidden child. Such occurrences are commonplace in the realm of showbiz. Zhang Xiaoan, it seems, has been quite fortunate, rising to fame through online discourse, even garnering support from esteemed producers like Xie Xiaodong. He chuckled and shook his head. To be honest, as an artist, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy towards those colleagues who achieve sudden fame. After all, everyone struggles within this circle. And when someone unexpectedly takes flight, it stirs discontent among others. There's a saying in finance: watching others profit is more painful than suffering a loss oneself. The same sentiment applies to the entertainment industry. Witnessing someone else's meteoric rise is more disheartening than experiencing one's own decline. Do you regret participating in this competition? Asked his manager, Xiao Li, as he set a freshly brewed cup of coffee on the table before him. The program Voice of Celebration had initially invited Zhao Yang, but Haisher Entertainment had intervened, insisting that this year's champion be one of their own artists. Despite being the largest entertainment company in Shuangqing City, Liuguang Entertainment frequently collaborated with Haisher, thus granting them this favor. Upon learning he would not secure the championship, Zhao Yang lost interest in the competition and chose to withdraw. Following his exit, the production team sought out Xingming Studio, only to find that Zhang Xiaoan had unexpectedly gained online fame through this minor program. Furthermore, her song The First Dream topped the new song charts and even ranked 6th on the hot song list. Envy is of little utility. One can only conclude that luck favored others, Zhao Yang mused, shaking his head. To claim not to be envious would be disingenuous, especially considering that ranking is a coveted achievement for many artists. However, what good does envy do? Even if Zhao Yang had participated, he could not tarnish the reputation of Haisher Entertainment. There has been a development regarding the theme song for the film Time Flies. Xiao Li adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. What kind of development? Zhao Yang inquired, momentarily startled. The investors wish to capitalize on the current hype, so they contacted Xingming Studio to compete with us, Xiao Li explained, producing documents from his briefcase and placing them before Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang frowned as he glanced at the materials. Do they truly believe a net celebrity who rose to fame by chance can compete with me, a second-tier singer? He slammed the stack of documents onto the table, causing coffee to splatter across it. Xiao Li grabbed a tissue to wipe the table and remarked, the investors are undoubtedly seeking popularity. Yet the director remains steadfast in choosing us. After all, our song Once Loved You is crafted by Master Zhao himself. Lu He, a mid-level producer at Liuguang Entertainment, is quite renowned in Shuangqing City and Oppo's entertainment scene, with many of his works consistently ranking in the top 10 of the new song charts, even reaching first place. Thus, the quality of their output is assured. The director of the Time Flies film crew has connections with the chairman of Liuguang Entertainment, which is why they approached the company. However, the investors, upon seeing Zhang Xiaohan trending, wished to have her perform the theme song. The director and investors disagreed, ultimately deciding to allow both companies to submit a song for comparison through a bidding process. How amusing. They think they can snatch business from us. With a sudden rise to fame, Xingming Studio seems to have lost its sense of positioning. Very well, let us teach them a lesson. Zhao Yang scoffed as he raised his coffee cup and drank it in one go. How could a fortunate internet personality from a small studio hope to rival him? A second-tier singer from Liuguang Entertainment? Moreover, he had a mid-level producer backing him. At the familiar foot massage center, after their session, Su He and Li Jiang reclined on the bed in their private room, watching a movie on the wall, with fruit, snacks, and freshly brewed pu'er tea by their side. It must be said that this leisure activity, costing only 200 to 300 yuan, provides tremendous relaxation, complemented by air conditioning and a film to enjoy, offering exceptional value. Of course, this assumes a reputable establishment. Less reputable places would undoubtedly incur higher costs. However, Su He and his companions were not interested in such dubious venues. They preferred a legitimate establishment with skilled technicians. Su He, my sister is coming to Shuangqing City at the end of June for vacation, Li Jiang suddenly remarked after sipping his tea. Your sister is coming to visit. What does that have to do with me? Suri Blaif, popping a grape into his mouth and reaching for the cigarette box between them to light one. Li Jiang's sister, Li Ku, was named with much debate. Their father had initially wanted to name her Li He, but the whole family opposed, leading to the compromise of the name Ku. Now 18 and just starting university, she had excelled academically, gaining admission to the prestigious Kyoto Academy of Traditional Opera with top marks. Given Li Jiang's theatrical lineage, it was only natural for him to have such a high-achieving sister. She mentioned wanting to stay at your place. Li Jiang turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Get her to leave. So effermi de yiktiv. Though Li Jiang and Appo's sister had grown up alongside him, Suhi had never been fond of her. As children, whenever Suhi and Li Jiang skipped class to go to an internet CAF, she would always report them. Each time they returned home, their fathers would be waiting at the neighborhood entrance with sticks in hand. Thus, Suhi harbored no fondness for her. I accidentally let it slip that you were Suhi, Li Jiang said nonchalantly, munching on watermelon. Suhi froze for a moment, then leapt from the bed. Damn it, you fatso, I'll kill you, he exclaimed, lunging at Li Jiang and Appo's neck. However, with his ample flesh, Li Jiang merely shrank his neck, creating a natural cushion of fat. Suhi lacked the strength to penetrate that defense. She said if you don and Amp, Appo's, to let her stay at your place, she and Amp, Appo's. LL tell your dad that you were Suhi. Li Jiang added, spearing another piece of watermelon with a toothpick. Exhausted from the struggle, Suhi gazed at Li Jiang, who appeared unfazed by the situation, and lost his temper. What a calamity, he lamented dramatically. Actually, my sister's quite attractive. I would allow you to become my brother-in-law. Li Jiang patted Suhi and Appo's shoulder. The notion of marrying his good friend, who he knew well, seemed preferable to him than entrusting his sister to some unknown man. Suhi shot him a sidelong glance and raised his middle finger in response. You beast. Chapter 34. I want this song, and my decision is final. Emerging from the foot massage parlor, Suhi's spirits were somewhat dampened. The reason he had concealed his identity was to avoid his stubborn old father's scrutiny. His ambition was to ascend to the pinnacle of the music scene and then flaunt his success before his father. However, Li Ku had discovered his secret, and he had been unceremoniously ousted by Warner Music. Once filled with aspirations, even running away from home to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, he now found himself in a rather pathetic state. If word of this reached his family, the social embarrassment would be unbearable. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Unfortunately, Li Ku was capable of such actions. Having been reported on since childhood, Suhi knew her all too well. To mitigate the damage, he had no choice but to agree to let her stay at his place during the summer vacation. Preoccupied with these thoughts, he picked up some river snail rice noodles to enjoy as a late-night snack. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed an ashtray placed there with a note underneath. Although I know your ashtray held sentimental value, I and Appo's am unsure how to compensate you for it. I searched extensively and could only find this similar one. I apologize. The handwriting was delicate and refined. From the perspective of the son of the chairman of the Literary Association, Suhi concluded that the writer had undoubtedly practiced calligraphy. If his handwriting were this good, his father would be beaming with pride. Sigh, so innocent? I suddenly feel a sense of guilt. Suhi turned to face the closed door across from his, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. What sentimental ashtray from an ex-girlfriend? Used for 8 years? 8 years ago, I was only 15. The following day, at the film set of Fleet of Time, Zhang Shun, the representative of the investors, received an email from Starmuse Studio early in the morning containing the recorded theme song for the movie. Zhang Shun clicked on the song titled Fleet of Time. As the prelude began, his eyebrows slightly arched. As the song progressed, the smile on his face grew more pronounced. When the song concluded, Zhang Shun took a deep breath, resisting the urge to play it again immediately. He looked up at his assistant, who was wearing an astonished expression. Informed director Liu to come to the company for a meeting. With that, he grabbed his laptop and headed towards the conference room. Soon, the director, screenwriter, and 2 lead actors of the film crew arrived at the conference room. Representative Zhang, is there a matter you need to discuss with us so early in the morning? Director Liu Zhenghong asked, his tone less than enthusiastic. In his opinion, Zhang Shen knew nothing about filmmaking. Their movie was about to be released when Zhang Shun, noticing Zhang Xiaohan's recent surge in popularity, suddenly demanded a change of theme song, wanting a small-time internet celebrity to sing the theme song for his movie. Naturally, Liu Zhenghong refused. Although the investors held more sway than the director, Liu Zhenghong was a stubborn man. He directly rallied the entire crew to protest. Zhang Shun, being merely a representative of the investors, did not have the power of veto and had to compromise, requesting Starmuse Studio and Liuguang Entertainment to each submit a song for comparison before making a decision. "Send me the song from Liuguang Entertainment," Zhang Shun said, cutting straight to the point. "Starmuse has already finished their song?" Lu Zhenghong raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't oppose. Tia called you all here," Zhang Shun replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenghong smirked. Starmuse Studio had only been contacted 2 days ago, and they had already finished writing the song. A movie theme song needed to be tailored to the plot, making it impossible to use existing material. Even if there were similar themes, modifications would be necessary. Recording a song would take at least half a day, meaning they had written a song in about a day. There was no way a song written in such a short amount of time could be of any quality. Representative Zhang now sees how unreliable these small studios are, right? Lu Zhenghong leaned back in his chair, smiling at Zhang Shun. "Why unreliable?" Zhang Shun and Appo's smile was peculiar. "Hee, a song written in a day. Does Representative Zhang think it could be used as the theme song for our movie?" Lu Zhenghong frowned and sneered. "Why not?" Zhang Shun's smile grew even more enigmatic. If Representative Zhang continues to mess around like this, I have the right to complain to the investors." Lu Zhenghong was getting agitated. In his opinion, Zhang Shun was simply making a mess. The crew had already chosen a theme song, but he insisted on interfering, even bringing in an internet celebrity to sing it. Although Zhang Xiaohan had indeed become popular recently, Lu Zhenghong felt that their movie was meant for theatrical release. A theme song sung by an internet celebrity, especially one written in a day, was the greatest insult to his film. "I suggest director Lu listen to it before making a decision," Zhang Shun said, unfazed by Lu Zhenghong's attitude. "As a director, I have always regarded my movies as my children, even if I have to forego a theme song. Even if this movie has no pre-release promotion, I will not allow you to use a garbage song to ruin my child." Liu Zhenggong exclaimed emotionally. Director Lu, don't get too worked up. Let's listen to it first." The screenwriter and the 2 lead actors, seeing Lu Zhenghong losing control, quickly tried to intercede. After all, Zhang Shun was the representative of the investors, and burning bridges would not benefit anyone. However, they also admired Lu Zhenghong's dedication to his work. Director Lu treats his work as his own child. He is a pure director, and such directors are bound to achieve great success in the future. "I admire your purity," Zhang Shun said, his expression growing even more peculiar. Then, he gestured for a better and fair comparison. "Let an amp, Oppos, let's listen to the song you chose first, and amp, Oppos, I loved you dearly, and amp, Oppos." After he finished speaking, the assistant began to play the originally selected theme song. It was a typical sentimental love song, revolving around the love story of the male and female leads in the movie. "Do you hear that? How well this song fits. How wonderful this song is," Lu Zhenghong exclaimed, patting his thigh, his face filled with enjoyment. The reason he was so insistent was not because he had a close relationship with Liuguang Entertainment, but because he genuinely loved the song. He felt that this producer, named Lu Ha, understood him very well and understood his movie very well. It is easy to find 1,000 pieces of gold, but hard to find a kindred spirit. Lu Zhenghong regarded Lu Ha as a kindred spirit. "Isn't Zhao Yang singing better than that little internet celebrity Zhang Xiaohan?" Lu Zhenghong swayed his head to the rhythm. "Listen, how wonderfully he sings." The screenwriter and the 2 lead actors nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it in Oppos. That's very good. It suits their movie perfectly." When the song finished, Lu Zhenghong looked at Zhang Shun with determination, saying each word clearly. "I want this song, and my decision is final. No one can object. Director Lu, Don and Oppos. TB hasty. Listen to Starmuse and Oppos. And Oppos. Fleet of Time and Oppos." First, before making a decision, Zhang Shun said without getting angry, smiling as he gestured to the assistant. Upon seeing this, the assistant clicked on the song Fleet of Time, sent by Starmuse Studio. Chapter 35. In the bustling atmosphere of the conference room, Zhang Shun remained undeterred, prompting Lu Zhenghong to recline once more against his chair. A sardonic smile gracing his lips as he permitted his assistant to play the music. The prelude commenced with piano, guitar, and strings intertwining. enveloping the room in a melancholic ambience. Lu Zhenghong crossed his arms, his heart brimming with disdain. It was nothing remarkable. As the lyrics unfolded, the haunting melody echoed. In those hurried years, how many times did we bid farewell, only to delay again? Alas, who among us is not loved? It was not merely a fleeting moment, but a profound eloquence of emotions. Zhang Xiaohan's voice, crisp yet ethereal, transported listeners to an endless abyss of darkness, reminiscent of a dreamlike recollection. Lu Zhenghong's smile faltered, his posture straightened, and his ears perked up. Even the screenwriter, beside him, wore a contemplative expression, while the lead actors furrowed their brows, attentively absorbing the song. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun, reclining in a chair, mirrored Lu Zhenghong's demeanor, arms crossed, observing the crew with a subtle smile. This song lacks substance, and yet, I have gathered you all here. The lyrics continued, painting a poignant picture of unfulfilled promises, burdens too heavy to bear, awaiting others to fulfill them. As the chorus played, Lu Zhenghong and Appo's expression grew increasingly complex, memories from the film flashing through his mind. That year, that promise, that lingering regret. Such poignant moments were among the most heart-wrenching in cinema. A few simple lines encapsulated emotions so vividly that they left Lu Zhenghong and several crew members utterly astonished. The song's essence resonated deeply within them, evoking memories of a time gone by, a person long forgotten yet impossible to erase from their hearts. As the chorus transitioned into a delicate interplay of piano and strings, it tugged at the very strings of their souls. If we cannot part with tears in our eyes, can we still do so with flushed cheeks? Just as in that hurried year, etching forever together, a beautiful rumor. The chorus did not explode with soaring high notes as anticipated, but rather maintained an ethereal clarity that resonated like thunder within their hearts. This ebb and flow of melody and emotion captivated them, leaving Lu Zhenghong shivering, his elbows resting on the conference table, fingers tracing his stubble. A grave expression etched on his face. If the past is worthy of longing, let us not hastily dissolve our grievances. Who would be content to drift apart, unbound by ties? We must owe each other something, or else what grounds do we have for nostalgia? The entire chorus expressed a bittersweet entanglement of emotions, portraying the inescapable bonds of love and regret. Zhang Shun and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly, swaying his head to the rhythm, an expression of enjoyment illuminating his features. He had already listened to the song once, but felt an overwhelming urge to replay it. With each subsequent listen, the song's brilliance became more apparent. Its lyrics described as picturesque. The song and Appo's essence captured the bittersweet intertwining of love and separation, leaving a profound impact. As the song neared its conclusion, Zhang Shun's expression reflected a lingering desire for more. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed Lu Zhenghong, his eyes glistening and lips trembling. You're not going to cry, are you? He teased, a slight grin forming. Of course not. Lu Zhenghong hastily shook his head. He turned to the screenwriter and lead actors. I'm just reminded of some past events. It feels a bit melancholic. Listening to this song, it's as if something significant has been lost. The three exchanged glances, their eyes misty with unspoken sentiments, each voicing their feelings. Those who have experienced love will invariably be stirred by such melodies, igniting memories buried deep within. Zhang Shun nodded, choosing silence, leaning back in a chair, arms crossed, observing the crew in contemplative silence. Lu Zhenghong remained lost in thought, feeling Zhang Shun's gaze upon him. His expression faltered, and he awkwardly smiled. A brief silence enveloped the room before Lu Zhenghong, feeling the weight of Zhang Shun and Appo's stare cleared his throat. Actually, I believe Zhang and Appo's proposal is quite commendable. After all, you are the investors, you provide the funds, and we contribute our efforts. We might consider the song recommended by Zhang. To achieve great things, one must possess a degree of audacity. Having navigated the industry for so long, Lu Zhenghong had witnessed countless scenarios. This level of awkwardness was trifling. But you treat the film as your child. I cannot dictate your child's fate, Zhang Shun replied with a playful smirk. The screenwriter and lead actors stifled their laughter. Well aware that Hastily That Year, in terms of lyrics and compatibility with the film, eclipsed their previously favored song, Once Loved You. However, Liu Zhenghong's earlier hesitation made it challenging for him to backtrack now. We are all working for the betterment of the child. Naturally, we must provide the best for it, right, Zhang? Liu Zhenghong said, his face reddening as he pressed on. The song sung by the internet celebrity hardly seems worthy of Liu and Amp. Oppo's child, Zhang Xun remarked, casually inspecting his nails with a chuckle. It certainly is worthy. Zhang Xiaohan's vocal prowess rivals that of professional singers. Liu Zhenghong countered with a cough. The disparity in vocal ability was evident. But the studio version did not require live performance quality, as it had been pre-recorded. Hence, that argument held little water. Which song shall it be? Zhang Xun leaned forward, fixating on Liu Zhenghong. Hastily That Year, Liu Zhenghong felt a heat rush to his face. Biting down hard, he shouted decisively. His stubbornness was not born from ignorance. The quality of Hastily That Year was so exceptional that it felt akin to listening to a seasoned or even a master producer in Amp. Oppo's work. He could not, for the sake of pride, opt for the original choice when he genuinely viewed the film as his child. He could not offer his child anything inferior. By the way, who penned the song? Liu Zhenghong pondered aloud, incredulous that such a remarkable piece could be composed in just one day. It's the producer Star River, the same one behind The Initial Dream. Chapter 36, if it were Mr. Xinghe, Han Heng would be more than willing. In the office of Star Dream Studio, a sudden shriek erupted from Lin Qingming's office. The group, previously engaged in light-hearted conversation, immediately changed expressions and rushed towards her office. Sister Qingming, what's wrong? President Lin, what has happened? Upon entering the office and opening the door, they found Lin Qingming joyfully dancing around, phone in hand, leaving them momentarily stunned. They initially thought something serious had occurred, only to realize she was simply overjoyed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohan and the others arrive, Lin Qingming beamed with an incandescent smile. Rushing to embrace Zhang Xiaohan, her long legs bouncing with exuberance on the floor. Ha, Han Heng, your song has been selected by the crew of and Oppo's. Time flies in Oppo's. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohan let out a shriek of her own. Really? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Ha ha, you're going to be a star. This time, you're truly going to shine. The two girls hugged each other, exuding the glee of children. Shuai Yang and Chen Qi, witnessing the scene, shared a look of uncontainable joy. They had indeed been chosen by the crew. It was essential to note that this time their competitor was Zhao Yang from Liuguang Entertainment. Moreover, Zhao Yang and Amp. Oppo's song was written by a producer of at least intermediate caliber, coupled with the backing of such a large company. It was unimaginable that their small studio could seize resources from their hands, a notion that would have been unthinkable in the past. President Lin, we must recruit Mr. Xinghe into our company at all costs. Shuai Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. The song The Initial Dream had propelled Zhang Xiaohan to the top of the new song charts. And now, with The Year We Were Young, she had secured the theme song for a movie. What was the secret behind this success? Was it the small studio of Star Dream? Or Zhang Xiaohan and Amp? Amp, Oppo's fame or talent? The answer was none of these. It was Mr. Xinghe. It was the quality of his songs that had led to their current achievements. With him on board, how could they not soar in the future? Indeed, Sister Qingming. Let's sign Xinghe to the company. We have investors now, and our financial situation is not as dire as before. Chen Qi, clad in leather pants, chimed in. In the music industry, while there are many talented singers, capable producers are few and far between. A good producer is a coveted treasure that many vie for. Currently, Mr. Xinghe may not have fame, but if he were to release a few more songs and gain recognition, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of major entertainment companies, making it impossible for their small studio to compete. Having already released 2 excellent songs is sufficient proof of Mr. Xinghe's strength. Therefore, now is the best time to sign him. Rest assured, I will secure him. Lin Qingming had already contemplated this. Previously, due to a lack of funds, she couldn't afford to pay a producer's salary. Now that the company had received investment, although hiring a music producer was costly, it was undeniably essential. After all, having a producer, especially an exceptional one, would not only expand the company's business and enable it to take on custom orders, but would also provide the company's artists with opportunities to produce work, playing a pivotal role in the company's development. Sister Qingming spared no effort. Zhang Xiaohan, thrilled by the sweet success, clenched her fist excitedly towards Lin Qingming. Even if it means sacrificing you too, I would do it. Lin Qingming teased. Huh? Zhang Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. If it were Mr. Xinghe, Han Hang would be more than willing. You little vixen. Lin Qingming playfully swatted her rear, teasing her further. Why not suggest that you be the one to offer yourself? After all, you're the national goddess. Chun Chi, her earlobes turning slightly red, turned her head away. Uft. Just Mr. Xinghe, my idol, Lin Qingming, will forever be Su He. No matter how talented Mr. Xinghe may be, can he compare to Su He? He is the golden producer beneath the divine composer. Moreover, Lin Qingming believed she could never develop feelings for anyone other than Su He, making the probability of her sacrificing herself virtually nil. No, it was zero. By the way, Su He is set to release a new song in July. What kind of song do you think it will be, Sister Qingming? Zhang Xiaohan inquired curiously. The mention of Su He sparked an instant conversation among the girls. I'm not sure, but I hope it's a traditional style song. After all, that is Su He's signature. Lin Qingming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su He was renowned as a genius producer, having penned countless best-selling songs in just 2.5 years. But his traditional style was unmatched. In this genre, he could be deemed a deity. Additionally, most of his fans were drawn to his traditional music. I doubt it will be a traditional song, given that Su He hasn't released one in over half a year. This time, he is collaborating with the diva Li Xian. I believe it's highly likely to be a love song. Chen Qi speculated after a moment of contemplation. The largest audience in the domestic entertainment market is for love songs. This genre has consistently been mainstream in the industry. Su He's love songs are equally formidable. Most of his collaborations with Li Xian have been love-themed, so it's highly probable that this will be a love song too. Regardless of his song's genre, as long as it is Su He's work, I shall adore it. Moreover, it's a collaboration between my favorite producer and my favorite singer. I can hardly wait to hear the new song. Lin Qingming clasped her hands over her heart in a prayer-like gesture, her face alight with eagerness. Like an ordinary starry-eyed fan. More than a new song, I'm even more curious about what Su He looks like. The music gala is just a few days away, right? It will be Su He's first public appearance. Though Shuoyang typically avoided gossip, the topic of the genius producer, Su He drew him in. Need I even think? My idol Su He must be extraordinarily handsome. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively. Sister Qingming, that is not necessarily true. If he were truly that handsome, why has he not revealed himself for so long? Chen Qi remarked slyly. True masters are always shrouded in mystery. You wouldn't understand. Lin Qingming shook her head, wearing an expression that suggested she was in the know. Her confidence stemmed from a photo she had secretly taken backstage, although he wore a mask that only revealed his striking eyes. The confidence and rebellious glint in them were enough to captivate any girl. Lin Qingming was no exception. She had long since succumbed. As she pondered, a sudden memory sparked in her mind, coinciding with those captivating eyes. The figure leaning against the door, cigarette in mouth. A faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, her neighbor who had taken her first. Lin Qingming hastily shook her head. Although that man was handsome, he exuded a completely different aura from Su He. Su He radiated confidence and defiance, while that man seemed to carry a melancholy and world-weariness. Indeed, despite his youthful appearance, he bore an inscrutable depth, as if countless stories resided within him. Sister Qingming, are you all right? Zhang Xiaoan noticed Lin Qingming lost in thought and asked in confusion. All right, everyone disperse. The company is developing steadily, and I need to secure more resources for you. Lin Qingming gestured for the group to leave. Resources are the most critical element in an artist and oppo's development. Now that Zhang Xiaoan was essentially secure, it was time to direct resources towards Chun Qi or Shuoyang. Remember to contact Mr. Xinghe, Chun Qi reminded. Don't worry, Lin Qingming replied. Chapter 37. The collapse of adulthood evening. After work, Lin Qingming, wearing a mask, sat on a light rail. Her ears filled with the melodies of Su He's songs through her headphones. She had saved every track by her idol into her playlist. And though she had once covered Su He and Amp, Oppo's, songs, the rights had long been reclaimed by her former agency. In this capital-centric era, unless one rises to the status of a music king or queen, even first-tier artists lack the leverage to negotiate copyright. However, once capital has satiated its appetite, it still offers artists a decent income, significantly surpassing that of ordinary workers, which explains why so many choose to enter the entertainment industry. Advertisements on the subway promoted an upcoming music gala hosted by an online cloud platform. Genius producer Su, he will make his debut at the music gala. The highlight of this year's event was undeniably Su He's first appearance. Major entertainment sites and short video platforms fervently promoted this news, causing Su He's popularity to soar. Being part of the industry, Lin Qingming was well aware that this was merely capital's hype and promotion. Yet, she believed Su He deserved it, for his songs were always free for fans. This singular act of generosity was enough to earn her admiration, as such pure-hearted musicians were a rarity. However, Xing He, like Su He, also offered his music for free across all platforms. With this thought, she took out her phone and opened WeChat. "Teacher Xing He, are you there?" 2 minutes passed without a reply, and just as Lin Qingming was about to put her phone away, it vibrated. She opened the chat interface. "If you have something to say, say it." The brevity of his response left Lin Qingming feeling exasperated, as it was often followed by the phrase, "Spit it out." After collaborating with Teacher Xing He twice, she found his talent remarkable and inquired whether he had signed with the company. 5 minutes later, she received a curt no. Lin Qingming gritted her teeth in frustration. She had never found conversing with a man so arduous. Even during her time with the agency, first-tier male singers responded to her in an instant. Would Teacher Xing He be interested in visiting our company? Although our Xingming studio is currently small, we are a group of young dreamers, and our demands are not as high as those of larger firms. Perhaps it might align with your aspirations? After meticulously reviewing her invitation, she finally hit send, staring intently at her phone, awaiting a response. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Just as Lin Qingming began to lose patience, Xing He finally replied, "I was busy earlier. Please send me your company address. I'll drop by when I have time." Lin Qingming's heart skipped a beat. She quickly located her company and Oppo's location on her phone and sent it to Xing He, thrilled at the prospect of his visit. After sending, she felt the message was rather formal and added a cute emoji for a touch of warmth. Another 10 minutes passed without a reply. The announcement for the next station broke her reverie as Lin Qingming realized she had missed her stop. "Oh no, I was too engrossed in the chat." She cursed Xing He for his delayed responses that led to her oversight. Fortunately, her company was only 2 stations away, which was why she had chosen to rent this apartment. Its proximity allowed her to avoid lengthy commutes. After switching trains and finally returning, she exited the subway and made her way home. Lin Qingming preferred cooking her meals rather than dining out, so after purchasing groceries, she headed to the elevator. Glancing around, she felt relieved once the elevator doors closed after swiping her card. Upon reaching her floor, she cautiously peeked outside. Seeing no one and noting that her neighbor's doors were closed, she quickly exited and dashed to her own door. As she rummaged through her bag for her keys, panic set in. "Where are my keys? Did I forget them this morning?" She placed her groceries on the ground and searched through her bag, even emptying its contents: lip balm, sunscreen, perfume, charger, bank card, and some change. But no keys? Frantically, she searched the walls for a locksmith and Oppo's number. But in her complex, those who posted small ads were rarely allowed in, leaving her without options. This is a disaster. Lin Qingming felt tears welling up. She had always prided herself on being a resilient urbanite. Yet ever since that fateful night with a stranger at the hotel, her life had spiraled out of control. The company crisis had finally been resolved, yet her personal life had descended into chaos. Losing her keys, though seemingly trivial, felt like the final straw. Despite facing dire circumstances with her agency or the looming threat of her newly established studio collapsing, she had held her tears at bay. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over her. She crouched helplessly at her door, burying her head in her arms, her hair cascading to the floor, shoulders trembling with silent sobs. The collapse of adulthood can occur in an instant. Once a shining star in the entertainment industry, a dual threat in film and music, Lin Qingming had been sidelined for rejecting the industry and Oppo's unspoken rules. Forced to establish her own studio with grand aspirations of creating a haven free from capitalistic corruption, she was met with the harsh realities of life. Without investment, her studio would have already closed its doors. She despised the very capital she relied upon for survival. In that moment of vulnerability, Lin Qingming felt a profound sense of failure. The pent-up grievances within her erupted. "Wah!" she cried out, her voice growing louder as she released her pent-up frustrations and sorrow. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening interrupted her lament. Su-hee, having heard the commotion, initially intended to complain about the noise, but upon seeing Lin Qingming in distress, he fell silent. He could sense the sadness and injustice in her cries. Rather than approaching to offer comfort, he leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigarette and quietly observing her. Everyone deserves a moment to express their emotions, and intervening at that moment would likely have the opposite effect. Thus, he remained by the door, allowing her the space to vent her frustrations. Chapter 38. Do not be so reserved, consider it your home. Time passed, though the duration was indeterminate. The sound of weeping began to fade. At Su-hee's feet lay 3 cigarette butts. Lin Qingming looked up at Su-hee, her eyes glistening like pear blossoms drenched in rain. When she had first cried, she had heard his voice, but in her emotional turmoil, she had been too distraught to acknowledge his presence. She had thought that after such a long time, Su-hee would have departed, but to her surprise, he remained leaning against the door, quietly observing her. How could he bear to witness such a beautiful woman sobbing on the ground without offering any comfort? What a callous man. What is the matter? Why are you crying so hard? Su-hee asked lightly, sensing the weight of Lin Qingming's forlorn gaze upon him. I can't find my keys, she pouted slightly, her tear-streaked face appearing rather endearing despite her sorrow. Is that all? Su-hee's expression shifted from astonishment to nearly bursting into laughter. Humph. Lin Qingming, noticing his reaction, huffed in annoyance and ceased further conversation. Are you planning to stay in the hallway all night? Su-hee stepped closer. None of your business. Lin Qingming turned her head away defiantly. This man, who offered no comfort, seemed to revel in her misfortune. How utterly infuriating. You bought groceries, right? Won't they spoil if you don't eat them? So he picked up the bag containing vegetables and meat and leaned slightly forward, extending his hand towards her. What are you doing? Lin Qingming glared at him, her eyes slightly reddened. I haven't had dinner either, he replied, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And then, Lin Qingming felt a flutter of anxiety as their proximity heightened. Yet, she could anticipate his next words, inviting her to his home for dinner, where he would cook for her. A rather charming approach, albeit somewhat outdated. Did he truly believe that a single meal could reshape her perception of him? Get up, you can't get in anyway. Come to my place. Su-hee observed the changing expressions on her face and smiled. A hint of shyness flickered in Lin Qingming's eyes, though his invitation mirrored her expectations. She pondered whether to grant him the opportunity to host her. Despite their previous encounters, which had occurred under intoxicated circumstances, perhaps they could regard each other as strangers once more. Moreover, he had merely laughed at her plight and had not even offered a comforting embrace. Wait, what was she thinking? Why did she desire this man's embrace? Are we going or not? Let us go. Just as Su-hee intended to withdraw his hand, Lin Qingming grasped it firmly. As she felt the warmth of his palm, a pleasant sensation enveloped her heart. Once she steadied herself, she released his hand as if struck by an electric shock, her earlobes flushing red as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Let us go. Su-hee. Lin Qingming nodded and slowly walked into Su-hee's home, convincing herself that it was merely due to her lost keys that she was following this man inside. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, a shiver ran through her. Although this was not her first time in Su-hee's room, the previous occasion had been about rescuing a cat. This time, it was an invitation from him. Why are you standing there? Go start cooking. I'll wash the vegetables, and you can handle the stir-frying, Sui declared, carrying the bag toward the kitchen. Kuchen. Lin Qingming was taken aback, incredulously pointing at herself. And I'm also supposed to stir-fry? Suddenly, she felt as though she had been duped. This man had invited her to his home, merely to have her prepare the food he deemed important. How outrageous! After crying so intensely, she was expected to cook? I bought the groceries. Shouldn't he be doing the work? Lin Qingming huffed. I can't cook, Sui shrugged, speaking with unwavering confidence. He was not lying. He had only ever mastered a simple tomato and egg stir-fry, and even then, the eggs occasionally burned. Is that your excuse? Lin Qingming shot him an annoyed glare. Seeing him washing the vegetables, she reminded herself not to let this steel-hearted man frustrate her. Who could have anticipated that his invitation into his home was merely to make her assist with cooking? Where's the rice? Lin Qingming asked under her breath. Sui turned back and pointed to a nearby cabinet. Oh, it's in the kitchen cabinet. My mother bought it last year. It should still be good, right? Lin Qingming. Under their cooperative efforts, they soon prepared several simple dishes. Salt Edgewater spinach, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, spicy shredded potatoes, and a tomato and egg soup. Though they were home-cooked meals, Sui devoured them ravenously. I knew you were an excellent cook when you made noodles last time. Sui praised, giving Lin Qingming a thumbs up. Of course. Lin Qingming felt a swell of pride at his compliment, her earlier irritation dissipating significantly. For anyone fond of cooking, receiving praise for their culinary skills is immensely gratifying, and Lin Qingming was no exception. Eat quickly. Why are you just sitting there? So he finished his bowl of rice and rose to refill it. Home-cooked meals are always superior to takeout, Suhi mused. It was prudent to propose an arrangement with his new neighbor, where he would cover the expenses and she would contribute her efforts, allowing them to share meals together and avoid takeout every day. I'm not hungry, Lin Qingming replied, still feeling somewhat uneasy in Suhi's company. Their relationship was delicate, neither strangers nor friends, nor quite lovers, yet entangled in an inexplicable, intimate experience. In truth, she wished to avoid Suhi altogether, even contemplating moving away once her salary came in this month. However, her previous cat rescue and now her lost keys had conspired to confine her alone with Suhi in this apartment. After crying so hard, how could you not be hungry? Don't be so reserved. Think of it as your home. Suhi offered her a piece of pork, intending to place in her bowl. I can manage, Lin Qingming stammered, startled as she grasped her bowl. Suhi took no offense and placed the pork in his own mouth instead. Then you should eat quickly. Lin Qingming responded softly, taking small bites of her food. A silence enveloped them. Before long, Suhi finished eating, rubbed his stomach, and walked toward the sofa. Just leave her dishes there. I'll wash them later. He turned on the television and reclined on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, watching him act so casually, as if she were not a guest. Lin Qingming felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over her, akin to the intimacy shared between couples or spouses. Suddenly, she shook her head vigorously, burying herself in her meal. The scent of smoke wafting through the living room made her frown, and her gaze fell upon the ashtray she had purchased, recalling the one that had been broken. I'm sorry about the ashtray, she thought. Although she had already written an apology note, she felt it necessary to express her remorse personally. For the ashtray had been a gift from his ex-girlfriend, and he had cherished it for 8 years. It must have held significant value. It's nothing, just an ashtray, Suhi replied casually, having completely forgotten the story he had fabricated about his ex-girlfriend from 8 years ago. Lin Qingming gazed at Suhi, who was sprawled on the sofa smoking. In her heart, she began to perceive her neighbor in a more favorable light. If someone had damaged her belongings, especially something meaningful, she would have been furious. Yet here he was, trying to comfort her and alleviating her guilt with such nonchalance. Chapter 39. The Talent Show. After finishing her meal, Lin Qingming gathered the dishes and said, I will wash them. Suhi, hearing the commotion, quickly rose to his feet. He was not one to take advantage of others. His earlier suggestion for her to cook was merely an attempt to divert her attention from sorrowful thoughts, and it proved quite effective. Since she had purchased the groceries and prepared the meal, it was only fitting that she should also handle the washing of the vegetables and the dishes. Noticing Su He taking the initiative to wash up, Lin Qingming refrained from intervening. Once he carried the dishes into the kitchen, she seized the opportunity to observe his home. Although she had visited before, she had not paid close attention. The decor was a trendy minimalist style, with few furnishings, yet it appeared tidy and devoid of the typical chaos often found in a single man and Oppo's abode, indicating that he was indeed a clean individual. Lin Qingming settled onto the couch. The coffee table, however, was somewhat unkempt, littered with scattered ash and a plethora of cigarette butts in the ashtray. Did he have such a strong smoking habit? Just yesterday, she had returned the ashtray, and already it was filled. Contemplating this, she began to tidy the coffee table, discarding 2 empty soda bottles into the trash, emptying the ashtray, and using a few paper towels to wipe away the ashes. Before long, she had restored the coffee table to a satisfactory state and settled back onto the couch. A popular film had just concluded on television, and now an advertisement was airing. A recruitment announcement for a program suddenly captivated Lin Qingming and Oppo's attention. The Blue River Satellite TV was opening the application channel for the strongest female voice. If you possess talent and the courage to pursue your dreams, come and take the challenge. The program was set to commence at the beginning of next month, with rankings determined by votes from both judges and the audience. Blue River Satellite TV was the second largest satellite station after Mango TV, and its fairness was relatively commendable compared to smaller platforms, as it was a major network where reputation held significant weight. The judges selected were all professionals. And to enhance fairness this time, the audience voting channel had even been opened. Perhaps it was worth a try. Henin and Oppo's style was more suited for singing OSTs for dramas rather than competitions, while Chun-Chi was a perfect fit. In the Xingming studio, 3 singers remained. Zhang Xiaoan possessed an ethereal and melodious voice, ideal for singing theme songs for dramas, reminiscent of In a Hurry, rich in narrative. However, this type of voice had a drawback. It was not well suited for competitions. Although Shuo Liang had talent, he had previously won a talent show, and applying to another one was typically not permitted. Based on experience, the best singers for competitions were those with explosive personal styles capable of igniting the audience's enthusiasm, thus garnering more support. Especially in competitions with audience voting, such singers were in high demand. Chun-Chi was precisely such a singer. She often donned leather jackets and pants, exuding a lively and cheerful demeanor, and her singing style favored high notes. She was exceptionally well suited for this type of competition. Moreover, the strongest female voice was a newly crafted variety show by Blue River Satellite TV, which would certainly attract considerable attention. If luck was on her side and she ranked among the top, the exposure would be phenomenal. With the visibility from the competition, it was possible to ascend to the ranks of a second-tier singer and with good resources later on, even to a first-tier position. This was the allure of talent shows. Over the years, numerous major satellite networks had launched various talent shows, producing many singers who became popular in the domestic entertainment industry. Shuoyang was once among them, but due to his unwillingness to lip-sync and a disagreement with the organizers, he was subsequently shelved by his company. Otherwise, he would have long since become a first-tier artist. Zhao Hui seemed to be a program planner at Blue River Satellite TV. She resolved to inquire if there were any openings. Lin Qingming made a silent decision. Zhao Hui was her university classmate, and they had maintained some contact, but after Lin Qingming and Oppo's hiatus from the industry, she had withdrawn for a while and had not replied to his messages. However, considering their past as classmates, Lin Qingming believed he would likely assist her. Naturally, as someone within the industry, she was aware of certain rules. If a fee were required, she was willing to pay for an opportunity, as the investment would be recouped once Chun-Chi gained popularity. While pondering this, Lin Qingming suddenly sensed something nearby. She turned her head to find Su He sitting next to her, also tilting his head to observe her. They were in close proximity. A slight lean forward would bring their lips together. The faint scent of smoke, mingled with Su He's masculine aroma, enveloped her senses. In that moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Qingming could hear her heart racing faster. She snapped back to reality, leaning away abruptly, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Her cheeks flushed as she complained, I called you just now, but you didn't amp. Oppose, T respond. I thought you were lost in thought, Suhi replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He had been sitting next to her for a minute or two, yet she had only just reacted. It was astonishing how engrossed she was in the advertisement. I was lost in thought, Lin Qingming stammered, shifting back slightly. Whenever she was in close proximity to Suhi, her mind became a whirlwind of confusion. I need to discuss something with you, Suhi said suddenly, fidgeting with his hands in embarrassment. What is it? Lin Qingming asked, crossing her arms defensively and regarding him with suspicion. His expression clearly hinted at ulterior motives. You see, your cooking is exceptionally delicious. Could we perhaps come to an arrangement where I buy the groceries, and you prepare the meals for us to enjoy together? What do you think? Having grown weary of takeout, he had found the food prepared by his new neighbor to be so delightful that he felt he could never eat takeout again. No, Lin Qingming replied flatly. If it weren't for the loss of her keys, causing her to lose her composure and feel dizzy, she would never have followed this man into his home or cooked for him. Reflecting on it now, she found it utterly absurd. I can wash the vegetables, prepare the ingredients, cook the rice, and wash the dishes. You only need to handle the stir-frying, Suhi pleaded, leaning forward in earnest. That's not acceptable. Lin Qingming continued to shake her head, reclining slightly and retreating further. Don and Oppose, TB so stubborn. Your cooking is so exquisite, and I take great pleasure in eating it. It would be a fulfilling endeavor for you, and besides, you wouldn't amp. Oppose, to have to spend money on dinner, Suhi coaxed, inching closer to her. Absolutely not. Don't come any closer. Lin Qingming grasped a cushion and began to hit him with it, closing her eyes and shouting. Suhi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, as though he were being perceived as a rogue. He merely wished for his neighbor to cook, not anything else. At that moment, Suhi's phone rang. He straightened up and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Hello. All right, I'm coming out, he said before standing up and heading towards the door. Where are you going? Lin Qingming quickly rose from the couch. The locksmith has arrived, Suhi replied over his shoulder, pulling a cigarette from his pocket to light. How did you get the locksmith's number? Lin Qingming was taken aback. Dear lady, there's something called Baidu. It's quite useful, Suhi shrugged, not wishing to engage in further conversation. It seemed that she was not going to agree to dine with him anytime soon. He would have to revisit the matter later. Oh! Lin Qingming and Amp, Oppose, cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she chastised herself for not thinking of that. If she had considered it, there would have been no need to enter this man and Oppose, abode, or share a meal with him. The atmosphere between them, just moments ago, even bore a semblance to that of an old married couple. Her fair complexion flushed slightly as she followed Suhi out the door. Chapter 40. A textbook example of riding the wave of popularity. In the city of Shuangqing, at Liuguang Entertainment, Zhao Yang stared incredulously at his email. Thank you for your submission. After discussions among the production team, we regret to inform you that your submission has been declined. We look forward to collaborating with you in the future. His song had been rejected by the production team? How could this be? Zhao Yang exclaimed in disbelief. He then opened Weibo and searched for the official account of Time Flies. As expected, the production team had announced the release of the movie trailer. The trailer for Time Flies would be unveiled tomorrow at 10 o'clock, accompanied by the theme song The Year We Were Young, performed by popular singer Zhang Xiaoan. Zhao Yang and Oppose's expression darkened. He hadn't and Oppose. T anticipated that the production team would select a song from Xingming Studio. Zhao Yang, this is bad. Just then, his manager, Xiao Li, rushed into the office, looking flustered. Upon seeing the official Weibo page of Time Flies on Zhao Yang and Oppose's computer, he paused for a moment before forcing a smile. It seems you already know. What's going on? Zhao Yang did not turn around. His confidence had vanished, replaced by disbelief. The team said that Xingming Studio and Oppose's song is more suitable for the film. Impossible. Zhao Yang exploded with rage, spitting out words. How can Zhang Xiaohan compete with me for the theme song? She is merely a second-tier singer with over 2 million followers on Weibo, while Zhang Xiaohan, despite her current popularity due to controversies, is just a minor internet celebrity and not even a real singer. I wouldn't even acknowledge such a character in the industry. Even if we met, she would have to address me as senior. How could I possibly lose to such an opponent? You and Zhang Xiaoan are on vastly different levels. If the team isn't foolish, they would surely choose you. Yet, they opted for Xingming and Amp, Oppo's S song. I suspect the reason lies in the quality of the song itself, Shaoli analyzed. Zhao Yang's vocal skills and reputation vastly overshadowed Zhang Xiaoan's. Logically, the production team should have chosen Zhao Yang. Therefore, if they had the advantage in terms of the singer, the issue must reside with the song itself. But teacher Lu He is a mid-level producer, right? Zhao Yang felt it was impossible for him to bear the blame. Yet, he considered that the one writing the song was indeed teacher Lu He, a producer responsible for numerous hit songs. Zhao Yang believed that Once Loved You had at least the potential to rank in the top 5 of the new song chart, provided that no big names release songs simultaneously. While mid-level producers are the backbone of the Chinese music scene, they still fall short compared to senior or even gold-tier producers. Senior producers can consistently secure a spot in the top 5 of new songs, and even make appearances in the top 10 of popular songs when they seriously craft a piece. Gold-tier producers are rare in the industry. Their releases often guarantee a number 1 spot on the popular songs chart, effortlessly dominating the new song chart as well. Could it be that Xingming has enlisted a senior producer? Xiaoli speculata. Impossible. A small studio like Xingming has no right to enlist such high-caliber talent. Zhao Yang dismissed the idea outright. It was worth noting that Liuguang Entertainment only had 2 senior producers, who typically worked with superstars and top-tier artists. How could they possibly write songs for a minor internet celebrity? If that's the case, we truly cannot identify any reason for the production team to reject us. Xiaoli Siga. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stormed into the office, his face contorted with anger. Zhao Yang, what is going on? Why did I receive news that the song was rejected? The newcomer was none other than producer Lu He. I don't know, Zhao Yang shrugged, feeling his demeanor had been somewhat inappropriate. He softened his tone. I just received the news that the production team has chosen a song from Xingming Studio. Regardless of the situation, Lu He was one of the few mid-level producers in the company, and as a singer relying on these producers, Zhao Yang dared not offend him. Is it possible you didn't record it well? Lu He frowned. Impossible. I recorded this song for 2 days. I can assure you it was in perfect condition. There could be mistakes during live performances, but in the recording studio, with sound engineers and mixers present, even a pig could sing beautifully. Thus, it cannot possibly be the singer's fault. Are you implying that my song lacks quality? Lu He suddenly grew angry. A song's success relies on both the singer and the producer. If there are no issues on the singer's end, then it must be a problem with the song. Of course, teacher Lu's song cannot have any issues. Zhao Yang hastily waved his hands. He wouldn't dare suggest that Lu's work was lacking. Otherwise, the producer might refuse to write songs for him in the future, leaving him in a dire situation. Then what is the problem? Lu He demanded, his expression stern and relentless. This production team is blind and has missed the opportunity to feature such a great song by teacher Lu. They will regret it in time. Yes, it's simply that the production team lacks vision and discernment, unable to appreciate the quality of the song. Zhao Yang's mind raced, finally landing on a justification. It was neither his fault nor Lu He's. It was the production team's failure to recognize talent. How dare such a small production team reject my song? Lu He's expression softened at this reasoning. He found it quite reasonable. Teacher Lu, what should we do now? Zhao Yang asked softly. What else can we do? The song has already been recorded, so we must release it. If they think my song isn't good, let us see the truth on the charts. Lu He scoffed. Are you suggesting we release it as a single? Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with surprise. Truth be told, he adored this song and was optimistic about its success. In his heart, Once Loved You could at least break into the top 5 of the new song chart. Initially, he thought that after this business fell through, Lu He would reclaim the song, but he was surprised that Lu He chose to let him sing it and release it as a single. Of course, Lu He nodded. Thank you, teacher Lu. Zhao Yang hurriedly stood and bowed in gratitude. Have your fanbase create a buzz on Weibo, stirring up controversy. Let them say the production team has poor taste for rejecting our song in favor of a trash song sung by a minor internet celebrity. Lu He said with a cold smile. Brilliant, teacher Lu. Zhao Yang exclaimed, swallowing hard and continuing. if we can dominate the charts. Not only will we ride the wave of the movie's theme song, but we'll also slap the production team in the face. If they could surpass Xingming Studio's song on the charts, it would not only showcase their strength but also serve as a cathartic release. This was indeed a splendid proposal. Zhao Yang felt a surge of admiration for Lu Ha. Truly, a seasoned veteran. A mere suggestion was a textbook example of riding the wave of popularity. Hee, I'll go inform the marketing department to expedite the song's release, Lu Ha said, buoyed by Zhao Yang's brisa. He felt elated, patting Zhao Yang on the shoulder before turning to leave the office. Chapter 41. So you think you understand fan management? Do you? The controversy over the theme song of Time Flies, a Weibo topic, has surged into the spotlight. It all began with a post from the fans of singer Zhao Yang, who initiated a discussion. It's hard to imagine how shameless the production team can be in their desperate bid for popularity. My dear friends, who understands this? As a devoted fan of Zhao Yang, witnessing the unfair treatment he has endured fills my heart with sorrow. The crew of Time Flies has sunk to such depths, forsaking Zhao Yang to select the song of Zhang Xiaohan for the sake of hype. This lengthy Weibo post vividly depicts the injustices faced by Zhao Yang within the Time Flies production team. It criticizes the crew for sacrificing Zhao Yang and Appo's new song in pursuit of Zhang Xiaohan and Appo's popularity, and denounces Zhang Xiaohan and Appo's shamelessness in seizing others and Appo's resources. Naturally, this ignited the ire of Zhao Yang and Appo's fans. How could such a lowly production team exist? How dare a mere internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan compete with my brother Zhao Yang? Just after trending due to underhanded tactics, she resorts to creating her own scandals. Doesn't it Appo's? Tishi? I never expected Zhang Xiaohan to be such a person, snatching resources as soon as she gained a bit of fame. How can this be blamed on Zhang Xiaohan? ISNT at the production team that made the choice. The crew opted for her because of the traffic generated by her trending topic. Do you think she was selected for her musical talent? The internet was abuzz with chatter. Zhao Yang, a secondary-tier singer with commendable looks, still boasts a loyal fanbase. Many fans voiced their grievances on his behalf. And with the recent buzz surrounding the film Time Flies and Zhang Xiaohan, this incident surprisingly made the top 10 of trending topics. As the heat intensified, Zhao Yang posted a Weibo message expressing gratitude for everyone in Appo's support, stating he bore no ill will toward the production team or others, attributing the situation to their own shortcomings. He announced that his new song would be available on all platforms at 10:00 and Appo's clock that night, encouraging everyone to listen and download if they enjoyed it. Zhao Yang took all the blame upon himself. This action not only failed to quell the fans and Appo's fury, but rather intensified it. How could my brother endure such unfair treatment and still clean up after the production team and Zhang Xiaohan? Naturally, the fans would not stand for it, rushing to Zhang Xiaohan and the production team and Appo's Weibo to voice their anger. Star Dream Studio. Zhang Xiaohan stared at the barrage of insults on her screen, momentarily stunned. Just as she had started to gain popularity and accumulated a fair amount of goodwill from the public, she was now being bombarded by Zhao Yang and Appo's fans over a theme song. Some even sent frightening images via private messages, while others hurled insults, calling her a green tea bitch. How could they act this way when they had not even won? Zhang Xiaohan and Appo's eyes brimmed with tears. This was her first encounter with such hostility, and many of her fans were new, unable to stand up against Zhao Yang and Appo's dedicated followers. Those who supported her were too frightened to speak out, and the venomous comments left her feeling utterly lost. Han, what is wrong? Chun-Chi noticed her distress and leaned over to glance at her computer screen. Upon seeing the torrent of vitriol, her face flushed with anger. This is outrageous. It's supposed to be a fair competition, and if they can't win, they resort to slander. With that, Chun-Chi rolled up her sleeves, ready to retaliate. Forget it, there are too many of them, and they're unreasonable. Zhang Xiaohan shook her head with a wry smile. Just then, Lin Qingming emerged from the office, her expression dark. Approaching Zhang Xiaohan, she gently patted her shoulder and said, Han, get up. Zhang Xiaohan stood up, puzzled, as Lin Qingming took her place at the computer. With a cold smirk, she began to edit her Weibo. You think you understand fan management, do you? As a first-tier singer, my experience far surpasses that of this novice Zhang Xiaoan. In the face of such matters, I am well-versed, having engaged in fierce battles with singers of the same caliber, and I've never lost. Zhao Yang first manipulated the fan leader to stir the pot, then quietly posted on Weibo to incite his fans' emotions, clearly aiming to generate public discourse to promote his new song. In front of me, Lin Qingming. What do you think you are, Zhao Yang? Her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. Why is everyone blaming me? I was completely unaware of this matter. As a newcomer, I hold Zhao Yang in high esteem and have always regarded him as an idol. ISNT the theme, song chosen by the production team? Why is everyone directing their ire at me? I'm just a rookie with no power to seize a senior-S opportunities. She distanced herself from the issue while lowering her stance, elevating Zhao Yang in the process. After completing the Weibo post, Lin Qingming checked for typos, embellished it with eloquence, and finally pressed enter to send it out. Qingming, won't this make us seem weak? Shouldn't she express concern? She had a penchant for leather attire and possessed a rebellious spirit. The typo would fiercely retaliate if insulted, as the situation was inherently in their favor. It was a fair competition, and Zhao Yang had resorted to underhanded tactics. On the internet, the perceived weaker party often holds the advantage. Lin Qingming winked at Chen Qi and then turned to the teary-eyed Zhang Xiaohan, gently patting her shoulder with a grave expression. Han, remember, the entertainment industry is fundamentally a battlefield of public opinion. Wielding it wisely is your greatest weapon in your career. But even if we show weakness, they won't let me off the hook. Zhang Xiaohan wiped her tears and murmured softly. Zhao Yang's fans would not relent based on mere words. They would continue to hurl insults. Who said they would let you off the hook? Lin Qingming chuckled. Then why are you posting this? Zhang Xiaohan inquired, perplexed. I just explained it to position you as the underdog, Lin Qingming replied, slightly exasperated. And then? Zhang Xiaohan's confusion deepened. Then we wait for your new song to be released, you silly goose. Lin Qingming playfully tapped her on the head. She continued to explain to the two girls. Right now, everyone is criticizing you because they believe you've taken Zhao Yang's resources, but our song and amp, oppos, in a flash and amp, oppos, is undoubtedly superior to Zhao Yang and amp, oppos. This fact alone places us in an invincible position. Demonstrating weakness does not imply cowardice. It allows the public to realize that you triumphed over Zhao Yang through your talent, leading them to feel guilty for their earlier insults. At that point, you can post a few more Weibo messages, praising Zhao Yang and further lowering your stance, and then, who will be the one receiving the criticism? As she spoke, she winked at the two girls. A glimmer of understanding began to shine in their eyes, and they enthusiastically gave Lin Qingming a thumbs up. If all goes according to plan, not only could public opinion reverse, but Zhang Xiaoan might also attract a wave of new fans from this ordeal. Chapter 42. This time it's truly secured. The matter has escalated to trending status. Naturally, the crew of Time Flies received the news. In the conference room, investor Zhang Shun wore a grim expression. Director Lu Zhenghong and other crew members shared equally somber faces. None anticipated that a theme song could incite such a tremendous uproar. Furthermore, the online discourse was decidedly unfavorable to them. With the film set to premiere in the theaters shortly, such public sentiment might adversely affect box office revenues, a crucial concern for everyone and Oppo's earnings. Should we issue a Weibo post to refute these rumors? Lu Zhenghong asked, his voice low. As industry insiders, they were well aware that Zhao Yang was behind this chaos. Without deliberate provocation from someone, the situation could not have ballooned to this magnitude. Moreover, the comments from Zhao Yang's fans online indicated a coordinated and premeditated attempt to generate hype. There's no way to dispel this. Addressing it would be futile. Zhang Shun waved his hand. The opposing party had seized the initiative, and the public had already begun to perceive the crew as embroiled in scandal. At this juncture, issuing a Weibo explanation would only attract more attention to the issue. This is outrageous. Our song cannot possibly compare to the one from Ximing Studio. We chose to collaborate with them solely based on the quality of their song. Yet it has been twisted into this. Someone nearly cursed in anger. I've seen disgraceful acts, but this takes the cake. to tarnish our reputation after a failed collaboration. Zhao Yang is jeopardizing his own future. Lu Zhenghong declared, his face darkened. He thinks he can leverage our popularity to elevate his own status. Clearly, he has chosen the wrong target, Zhang Shun remarked with a sardonic smile. Noticing this, Lu Zhenghong quickly inquired, does Zhang have a plan? Their audacity stemmed from confidence in their own song. Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Shun addressed the group with a smile, observing their nods of agreement. But they are oblivious to the fact that the fleeting years can easily eclipse their work and quality. Are you suggesting that once the song is released, we can reclaim the narrative? Lu Zhenghong raised an eyebrow. This presents a splendid opportunity for a mutual victory between us and Ximing Studio. If we allow the narrative to continue to ferment, we can even stoke the flames a bit more. Then, when our theme song launches tomorrow, we can have the promotional team guide the discourse, ensuring that both the singer and producer of the fleeting years receive ample recognition. The higher the current fervor, the greater the rewards post-reversal. These rewards would not only amplify the film and oppos as popularity, but also elevate singer Zhang Shaoan and producer Xing He. Zhao Yang mistakenly believed his status surpassed that of Zhang Shaoan, assuming that his role as a mid-level producer would guarantee success. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Xing He, a figure whose name might not be widely known yet, but who had already topped the new song charts with the initial dream. The prospects for the fleeting years were even more promising. Zhang Shun was confident that it wouldn't be long before Xing He would carve out a name for himself in the Chinese music scene. By utilizing company resources to promote him and Zhang Shaoan, they could not only combat the negative narrative but also extend an olive branch, hoping for future collaboration. Talented producers are highly sought after in both the music and film industries. By 10 o'clock that evening, Zhao Yang's Once Loved You was launched on the music platform. In a bid to bolster their chances in the charts, they released the fleeting years a day earlier. With this head start, their streaming and download numbers would significantly outpace the competition. In the Chinese music industry, two charts are paramount. The first is the new song chart, which spans a week and is exclusive to freshly released songs. Rankings are determined by a combination of streaming, download, and comment metrics. The top 10 on the new song chart are prominently featured on the music platform's homepage, yielding immense exposure. Securing a top 10 spot would pave the way for entry into the more prestigious monthly Hot Song chart, which is fiercely contested by artists, as only the top song of the month stands a chance of winning at the annual music gala. Achieving the top position on the Hot Song chart is key to becoming a music deity. Consistently topping the chart for 12 months leads to a nomination at the music gala. However, this is a monumental challenge. Presently, there are merely 6 music deities in the Chinese music industry, with 1 from each of the 4 major entertainment companies and 2 operating their own studios, each a pinnacle of excellence. In recent years, the most promising candidate for music deity status has been the acclaimed producer Su He. After debuting, he maintained a 7-month streak at the top of the Hot Song chart, only to have his reign interrupted by another music deity. Had that not occurred, he might have already claimed the title. Nonetheless, following more than 2 years of refinement, Su He has gained recognition as the foremost contender below the music deities, and he could still challenge for a 12-month streak. Zhao Yang, however, could not dare to aspire for the top of the Hot Song chart. He was merely a secondary artist, while Lu He was a mid-level producer. Merely contending for a position on the new song chart would be a significant achievement. With the current momentum, he felt confident about securing a top spot, which would greatly aid his ascension to first-tier artist status. Lu has sat before the computer, excitement radiating from his face as he refreshed the back-end data every few minutes. Each refresh saw the streaming numbers increase by 1,000 or 2. Comments were rapidly accumulating. Support Zhao Yang. His song is delightful, and his skill is commendable. Furthermore, the crew clearly lacks vision. How can Zhang Shaoan possibly compare to our Zhao Yang? She's merely a small internet celebrity who gained a modicum of fame from trending topics. Let's propel Zhao Yang to the new song chart. Family, let us rally. Propel brother Zhao Yang to the new song chart. For justice, I stand with Zhao Yang. This song is truly marvelous. Ein Oppos, he already begun looping it. If you, like me, are moved by brother Zhao Yang's voice, then this situation is incredibly exciting. Seeing the data surge so rapidly, Zhao Yang could hardly contain his delight. At that moment, producer Lu He entered the room. "Teacher Lu, I'm about to make it big," Zhao Yang exclaimed as he waved to Lu He. "What? The data has exploded?" Lu He asked, his face lighting up. He quickly approached, and upon seeing the soaring numbers, he gasped in astonishment. "The power of trending on Weibo is terrifying," he remarked. "At this rate, Once Loved You will undoubtedly rank in the top 10 of the new song chart tonight." With this thought, the two exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. It's a soda. This time it and AMP, Oppo's, S truly secured. The top of the new song chart is already beckoning us. Chapter 43. Truly remarkable, almost ruined the studio. The following day, early in the morning, Suhee rose to wash up. He had accepted the invitation from Xingming's studio, and, as the true mastermind behind the company, it was only natural for him to pay a visit. Additionally, this weekend coincided with the music festival where the faux Suhee was set to perform. To be honest, Suhee yearned to create a scene at the event, to let fans and netizens know that he was the genuine Suhee. However, he restrained himself, setting aside the issue of lacking a work ID to enter the venue. Even if he were to make a scene under the auspices of Warner, he could easily be branded as unhinged. After all, who would believe a stranger in Oppo's S-word? To prove he was indeed Suhee, he needed to showcase undeniable talent. His new persona, Xinghe, was crafted as a means of vengeance against Warner, a weapon to reclaim his identity as Suhee. Alas, this weapon was not yet sufficiently honed and required time to sharpen. Nevertheless, Suhee was in no rush, with the system at his disposal. The future was brimming with boundless possibilities. His ambitions extended far beyond Warner Entertainment. Having already gained an advantage, merely traversing the path of music would render him no different from a mere failure. Music, film, animation, whatever pertains to the entertainment industry, Suhee desired it all. Once he established an entertainment empire solely belonging to him, a mere flick of his fingers could obliterate Warner Entertainment. It had been quite some time since he had last worked, so he casually donned a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. Gazing at his strikingly handsome reflection in the mirror, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and proceeded to put on his shoes, preparing to head out. Since being ousted by Warner, Suhee had returned to Xuanqing City, transforming into a full-fledged recluse. Aside from descending to dine or being summoned by Li Jiang for a foot massage, he rarely ventured elsewhere. Upon opening his door, he noticed his neighbor in AMP, Oppo's, S door was firmly shut. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9 in the morning. They must have left for work. Ever since tasting the new neighbor and Oppo's S cooking, Suhee had been contemplating how to forge a connection with her. There is truth in the saying that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This neighbor had successfully captivated Suhee's appetite. But as for his heart, having recently endured emotional turmoil, he was not inclined toward romance. Moreover, the seemingly somewhat clumsy woman was not to his taste. Given that his residence was not far from the company, Suhee took the subway directly to work. Upon arriving at the company and Oppo's S entrance, he followed the location sent by the big fool and entered the office building. Xingming's studio was located on the 8th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he spotted the reception desk, which appeared to be unattended. Without hesitation, he walked straight into the studio. The studio appeared quite spacious. However, the office area was filled with empty desks. Truly remarkable, this was the handiwork of someone who nearly drove the studio to ruin. Observing the desolate office, Suhee silently marveled at the so-called big fool. He was now exceedingly curious to witness the capabilities of this refreshingly exceptional individual. As he scanned the office area, he noticed 3 individuals gathered around a computer, engaged in animated discussion. Approaching them, he overheard their conversation. Zhao Yang's new song has already reached 8th place on the new song chart. Do you think it has a chance to ascend to the top today? Zhang Xiaoan, who had arrived early at the office, was tracking Zhao Yang's latest release. When she first arrived that morning, the song Once Loved You was already in 10th place, and within a mere 2 hours, it had surged ahead to 8th. I think it's quite possible, especially since Zhao Yang's situation is still trending in the top 10 on Weibo, Chen Qi whispered. Unfortunately, my song The Initial Dream dropped off the top of the chart just as the time limit hit. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance at claiming the #1 spot, Zhang Xiaohan lamented. The new song chart has a 1-week duration, and once the time is up, no matter the ranking, the song will automatically be removed. If the initial dream had remained at #1, even with rapid data increases, it would be impossible for any song to surpass its popularity in just one day. There is no need to worry about him. Regardless of how popular he is now, he will feel the weight of the backlash when the tables turn, Shuai Yang remarked while enjoying a pan-fried bun. Public opinion is a double-edged sword, capable of both elevating and destroying an individual. Zhao Yang intended to exploit fan sentiment to cast himself as a victim. Hoping to replicate Zhang Xiaohan's previous experience on Voice of the People and use the ensuing media buzz to propel his new song onto the charts. However, this strategy hinges on his work being superior to that of his rivals. Though Zhao Yang's once loved you is decent, it pales in comparison to Zhang Xiaohan's The Years We Rushed Through, which could easily overshadow Zhao Yang's effort. I hope to arrive early tonight. Zhao Yang is cunning, releasing his new song a day ahead of us. But in the face of true talent, any schemes are futile. Chun Chi chuckled lightly. Our songs are superior. It's no wonder they're from Xinghe. Each one is a masterpiece. Zhang Xiaohan had become an ardent admirer of Xinghe. By the way, I heard Qing Ming say that teacher Xinghe will be coming to the office today. Chun Chi's curiosity was instantly piqued. I hope we can keep him here. A producer with such talent is a treasure. If we can retain him, we will all be fortunate. Shuai Yang deeply resonated with this sentiment. A good producer can make countless singers shine. After all, while many singers possess great vocal skills, talented songwriters are rare gems. If Xinghe were to stay at the company, it would undoubtedly bring them unimaginable opportunities. Keeping him here is not a problem, Chun Chi replied, then turned to tease Zhang Xiaohan. Didn't you say that if teacher Xinghe is willing, you would offer yourself? With your figure, what man wouldn't be tempted? I was just joking, all right? I actually think Xiao Qi has a better chance. After all, you're young, and men are drawn to girls like you who embody youth and beauty, Zhang Xiaohan replied, pinching Chun Chi's cheek, which was plump with youthful vitality. Ugh, I'm a visual snob. I choose looks over talent, Chun Chi retorted, playfully smacking Zhang Xiaohan's backside. The two girls engaged in playful banter, while Shuai Yang shook his head in exasperation, preparing to leave. What if Xinghe is also exceptionally handsome? At that moment, a voice interjected. Then I, Chun Chi, will undoubtedly claim him for my harem. Chun Chi instinctively grasped Zhang Xiaohan's hand and replied. Realizing something was amiss, she turned to see who had spoken. Upon recognizing the individual, she was momentarily stunned. Dressed in casual attire, with a sharp-featured face, youthful and handsome, yet possessing a depth of experience that belied his appearance. Such charisma was truly deadly to young women. A cigarette hung from his lips as he leaned against the desk, a playful smile gracing his features as he regarded the group. Chapter 44. Indeed, I am Xinghe. And you are? Zhang Xiaohan glanced at the reception desk, noting that the receptionist, Xiao Li, was absent, presumably off to the restroom. She redirected her gaze to the man before her. He was strikingly handsome, appearing youthful yet possessing the unique air of seasoned maturity, particularly evident in the languid light of his eyes and the cigarette dangling from his lips. Truly a weapon of allure for young women. Handsome guy, my name is Chun Chi. What is your zodiac sign? Do you have a girlfriend? Chun Chi eagerly inquired, approaching him with enthusiasm. Being someone who appreciated looks, she found herself utterly defenseless in the presence of this youthful, yet uncle-like figure. Scorpio, just broke up, Suhi replied candidly to Chun Chi and Amp. Oppos, as question. What? Upon hearing that Suhi was a Scorpio, Chun Chi and Oppos, as face fell. Scorpios and Aries are notoriously incompatible. It seems she had no chance. May I ask who you are looking for? Shuai Yang interjected, stepping forward to address Suhi. I'm here to see your boss, Suhi smiled. The boss isn't here. Shuai Yang shook his head. Where has she gone? Suhi was taken aback. He anticipated that on his first day at the company, the boss would be absent. She seems to have gone out for a client meeting. We're not entirely sure, but she has been gone for a while. I believe she should be back soon, Shuai Yang explained. As the elder statesman of the studio, He typically handled visitors in the boss and amp, Oppo's, absence, given that Zhang Xiaoan and Chen Qi were hardly reliable. I'm here for an interview, Suhi said with a smile, shaking his head. An interview? Chen Qi's interest peaked. Handsome guy, are you a singer too? No, I'm here to apply for the position of producer. As soon as he said this, Chen Qi and the others exhibited looks of astonishment, which soon transformed into delight as they appeared to grasp something. Zhang Xiaoan abruptly pushed Chen Qi aside, her eyes fixed on Suhi, her voice trembling with excitement. You are Xinghe. You are indeed teacher Xinghe? She clasped her hands to her chest, akin to a starry-eyed fan encountering her idol, her long legs bouncing in anticipation. Lin Qingming had informed her that Xinghe would be visiting the studio soon. No one else would be applying for the producer role. Indeed, I am Xinghe. Sui did not shy away from revealing his identity, understanding that they would soon be colleagues and possibly collaborators. As per Li Zhang's words, the talents of these singers were commendable, but they lacked resources and consequently remained unrecognized. Zhang Xiaoan had already received 2 songs from him, so Suhi was well aware of her potential. Chen Qi was quite the vivacious girl, and her leather attire exuded a distinct personality. As for Shueyang, Suhi had some recollection of him as a former talent competition champion, having seen his profile during his time at Warner. He was undeniably talented, but had fallen out of favor with the industry. Xinghe, please sit down and chat. I'll fetch an ashtray for you. Would you prefer coffee or tea? Zhang Xiaoan hurriedly gestured for him to take a seat at her desk before heading towards the refreshment area. Let's have tea, Suhi thought, appreciating Zhang Xiaoan's kindness. Such gratitude was far more admirable than the ingratitude of others, even if she was merely putting on a fa ade. The 2 songs he had given her made it worthwhile. Teacher Xinghe, Shueyang began to speak, but was interrupted by Suhi, who jested. Just call me Xinghe. No need to be so formal. This is your territory. Still, let us stick with Teacher Xinghe. Welcome to our Xingming studio, Shueyang chuckled. Scratching his head, Chen Qi gazed at Suhi with sparkling eyes. Just earlier, she had suggested to Lin Qingming that they should recruit a handsome producer. And here he was, arriving so promptly and looking so dashing. He was undeniably handsome. As someone who valued appearance, Chen Qi felt herself falling into infatuation. Unfortunately, being a Scorpio, he was incompatible with her Aries sign. Moreover, their boss was also an Aries, suggesting that hope was slim, leaving the way clear for Zhang Xiaoan to pursue him. I'm merely here for an interview. There's no guarantee I'll join the company. After all, employment requires negotiating favorable terms, so he remarked with a smile, shaking his head. Even if he were to join his own company, he intended to secure certain privileges, not merely financial, but also in terms of autonomy. He had no desire to adhere to rigid schedules or be assigned tasks by the boss. He wished to maintain control over his own work. I believe the boss will offer Teacher Xinghe an excellent arrangement. I've already messaged her. She should return shortly. Shueyang assured him. Suenadi non comitali. At the CAF downstairs from Xingming's studio, Lin Qingming sat across from a sharply dressed man. He appeared to be in his 20s, sporting a slick hairstyle and a confident smile. Qingming, you only reach out when you need something. You're really like a visitor only when the temple bells toll, the man jested, taking a sip of his coffee. Well, Zhao, you know my situation. I rarely open my chat apps during busy times, Lin Qingming replied with a wry smile. Zhao Hui was Lin Qingming's university classmate and a program planner at Blue River Television. Initially, she intended to visit him in Blue River City, but serendipitously, he was on a business trip to Xuanqing, prompting her to reach out and arrange a meeting. She hoped to secure a spot for Chen Qi to showcase her talent on the strongest female voice talent show. Are you feeling better? I and Amp, Oppos, V heard about your situation. It's indeed tough for women in this industry. However, with your talent, you could easily secure a top-tier artist position without resorting to underhanded tactics. After leaving Boke Entertainment, countless companies would welcome you. Zhao Hui remarked with a friendly tone, his demeanor polite and warm. I ventured out on my own and opened a studio, Lin Qingming said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she stirred her coffee. On your own? Zhao Hui's expression momentarily reflected surprise before he quickly regained composure. That's great. Being your own boss should alleviate some worries. It's not that simple. After opening the studio, I realized that the reality is far from the idealistic vision I had. Lin Qingming replied with a bittersweet smile. Take your time. There's no need to rush. This is your first time reaching out to me voluntarily. What's on your mind? Zhao Hui added sugar to his coffee, stirring it thoughtfully. Though Zhao Hui maintained a gentle smile, Lin Qingming felt uneasy under his gaze. Her intuition warned her that there was something unsavory lurking behind his eyes. I saw online that Blue River Television is currently organizing the AMP, Oppo's strongest female voice in AMP, Oppo's talent show. Since you work there, I thought I'd reach out to see if you could help me secure a spot, Lin Qingming admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her nature rarely inclined her to seek favors. But after facing the potential collapse of her company, she had come to understand many things. In this world, sometimes achieving one and Oppo's goals required lowering one's pride. Although it felt uncomfortable to ask for assistance, in an industry dominated by capital, one had to swallow their pride at times. This was a fundamental rule of the game. Chapter 45. At that time, I was also one of your admirers. The strongest voice? Zhao Hui raised an eyebrow and nodded. As this project is managed by a senior colleague of mine. Really? Lin Qingming's face lit up with joy. However, I heard that the show only accepts newcomers. After all, it is a talent show, and you are already a top-tier artist. Participating in such a competition would be somewhat unfair to the other contestants, wouldn't it? Zhao Hui leaned back in his chair, smiling gently at Lin Qingming. Not me. Lin Qingming quickly waved her hand. It and AMP, Oppo's, a newcomer singer from my studio, who possesses remarkable vocal skills and is exceptionally suited for competition. She will undoubtedly achieve excellent results. Lin Qingming had high hopes for Qinqi. The girl was not only beautiful, but also highly adaptable, with a diverse range of styles. At just over 20, her youthful vitality needed only a chance to shine. Hence, Lin Qingming sought the help of her old classmate, hoping to secure that opportunity for Qinqi. I see. A fleeting disappointment crossed Zhao Hui and AMP, Oppo's face, quickly replaced by his usual refined demeanor. He sighed, a bit troubled, and said, I thought you, Qingming, wanted to participate. However, The Strongest Voice is a brand new program meticulously crafted by Blue River Television, with high standards for contestants. I heard that this time, the invited participants are all outstanding students and internet-famous singers from various universities, some of whom are already quite renowned. Achieving good results in this show won't be easy. Lin Qingming could discern his subtle evasions, as he intentionally steered the conversation towards other topics, aiming to raise the stakes and strengthen his bargaining position. Zhao Hui, considering our university connection, could you please speak to your senior on my behalf? We do not need a reserve spot, just a chance to audition. I understand the rules, and you can name your price. Lin Qingming set her spoon down, her gaze fixed on Zhao Hui, her tone earnest. This competition differed from typical talent shows like The Voice, which hold auditions nationwide before selecting contestants. In contrast, The Strongest Voice selects participants directly, leaving no room for even audition opportunities without connections. Lin Qingming sought this chance, firmly believing that with Qinqi's talent, she would be chosen if given an audition. I can inquire for you. We are old classmates, after all. I would certainly help with such a trivial matter. Are you implying that you look down upon me? Zhao Hui adjusted his suit sleeves, nodding with a smile. I truly appreciate your assistance, but I cannot let you help me for free. Lin Qingming and Oppo's face brightened, but she preferred having a tangible arrangement rather than owing him a favor. In the realm of adulthood, the most precious currency is the weight of favors. Should we continue discussing such formalities, I might just get upset, Zhao Hui remarked, feigning a stern expression. Observing Lin Qingming and AMP, Oppo's awkward demeanor, he couldn't end AMP, Oppo's help but chuckle. Nostalgia washing over him. Those days at school were indeed more comfortable. Ever since entering the workforce, daily burdens of work plagued him. He abruptly shifted the topic from favors to reminiscing about their school days. Lin Qingming, noticing his change of subject, refrained from interjecting, offering only a polite smile. I remember you were the belle of our school back then. Many classmates admired you, Zhao Hui continued. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively. There is no belle. That was merely their exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all. Which girl in our school matched your excellence in both appearance and talent? You were undeniably the standout. Zhao Hui chuckled. In school, she was already a figure of prominence. Lin Qingming could have effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, but she chose to defy the established rules. To reach the summit in this industry, sacrifices must be made, a truth she resisted. Consequently, from being a shining star, she found herself sidelined by her agency, reduced to her current predicament. At that time, I was also one of your admirers, Zhao Hui said playfully, gazing at Lin Qingming with an eager look, seemingly awaiting her response. Lin Qingming and Oppo's face momentarily showed surprise. Having navigated the entertainment world for so long, she understood the implications of Zhao Hui and Oppo's words. At that moment, Zhao Hui and Oppo's hand on the table began to move restlessly towards Lin Qingming. Zhao, please. Lin Qingming noticed his actions, swiftly retracting her hand beneath the table. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. She retrieved it from her bag. It was a call from Shuel Yang at the company. I need to take this call, she said, casting an apologetic glance at Zhao Hui before answering. Shuel Yang, what is the matter? Director Lin, Teacher Xinghe has arrived. When will you be back? Really? Teacher Xinghe is here? As she heard the news, Lin Qingming and Oppo's face lit up with delight. Zhao Hui, observing her smile, felt a surge of infatuation. Lin Qingming and Oppo's beauty was undeniable. Otherwise, she would not have been named the belle in an institution teeming with stunning women, becoming the dream girl of many male classmates, including Zhao Hui. However, unlike others who approached her with love letters or flowers, Zhao Hui was astute, recognizing that Lin Qingming was not one to be swayed by superficial gestures. Thus, he engaged her in discussions about their field, successfully adding her as a friend. After graduation, thanks to her exceptional skills in singing and acting, Lin Qingming quickly rose to stardom, becoming a top-tier artist. In contrast, Zhao Hui leveraged family connections to secure a position at Blue River Television, initially believing he would never have the chance to meet her again. To his surprise, Lin Qingming had been sidelined by her agency, falling from grace, and now sought his assistance. A flicker of hope ignited within Zhao Hui. He perceived this as his best opportunity to win over Lin Qingming. Director Zhao, I apologize, but I must leave. Thank you for your help regarding the audition spots. Please name your price, and I will transfer it via WeChat. Lin Qingming said as she finished the call, gathering her belongings and rising from her seat. What is so urgent? Didn't we agree to have a meal together later? Zhao Hui furrowed his brow. Perhaps next time. I'll treat you then, Lin Qingming replied apologetically. Very well. I'll reach out to my senior and get back to you, Zhao Hui said, also rising. May I escort you? No need, the company is just upstairs. I can take the elevator directly. Director Zhao, I must take my leave now. With that, Lin Qingming headed toward the CAF exit. As Zhao Hui watched her retreating figure, his infatuation deepened. He realized his impulsive desire to grasp Lin Qingming and Oppo's hand earlier was a bit abrupt. Yet, as long as she sought his assistance, endless possibilities lay ahead. Perhaps, through this endeavor, he could reclaim the goddess of his past. Chapter 46. Greetings, I'm Suha, also known as Xinghe. Following her farewell to Zhao Hui, Lin Qingming procured several cups of milk tea from a nearby shop and merrily made her way to the elevator. Despite Zhao Hui and Oppo's ambiguous response, she remained optimistic about securing a tryout spot, given the program's timeline. However, her elation stemmed from Shuel Yang's news. Xinghe had arrived. Lin Qingming held the producer in high esteem, having discerned Xinghe and Oppo's capabilities from the initial dream. The subsequent piece, Fleeting Years, solidified her resolve to bring Xinghe into the company, even if it meant conceding all copyrights, a condition typically unheard of in the industry. In the industry, entertainment companies generally retained copyrights, even for senior producers, with only golden producers being exceptions. While annual royalties were distributed, the company maintained ownership and the right to manage the producer's works. This was standard practice, as nurturing a producer required substantial resources. Unless one possessed the genius of Suha, whose songs became viral sensations, Developing a golden producer could incur exorbitant costs for the company. Given the significant investment, companies naturally sought to retain copyright control. Otherwise, a producer who gained fame under their patronage could simply defect to a competitor. Realism prevailed in this regard. However, Xingming Studios' scale paled in comparison to larger corporations, and Lin Xingming prioritized interpersonal relationships. Furthermore, she believed Xinghe deserved to retain his copyrights. If every song Xinghe produced rivaled the success of the initial dream, the company would reap substantial benefits, even without owning the copyrights. What kind of person is he? The anticipation of finally meeting Xinghe quickened Lin Qingming and Appo's pulse within the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator reached the company and Appo's floor. Lin Qingming exited, bearing the milk tea. Xiao Li. Milk tea. She offered a cup to the receptionist, Xiao Li, who was lost in thought. Wow. Thank you, Lin. Xiao Li accepted the drink with delight. Has Xinghe arrived? Lin Qingming inquired softly, leaning toward Xiao Li. Yes, he's in the office area, Xiao Li replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. He's a very handsome man. Handsome? Lin Qingming's lips curved into a smile, sensing the extent of his attractiveness from Xiao Li's reaction. So Xinghe is not only talented, but also possesses good looks? She imagined Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan would be ecstatic. With that thought, she strode toward the office area in her high heels. From afar, she noticed a group gathered around Zhang Xiaohan's computer. Are you implying that your boss posted this Weibo? A familiar voice reached Lin Qingming's ears, causing her to pause, racking her memory to place the voice. Hee, of course, Chen Qi cooed, sidling up to Suha. Not too dim-witted. I thought she'd confront Zhao Yang directly. Suha remarked approvingly. Suha was aware of the situation between the Fleeting Years crew and Zhao Yang. In his view, Zhao Yang was acting like a buffoon. He assumed his popularity would allow him to suppress Zhang Xiaohan through his fanbase. This tactic could work, but only if Zhang Xiaohan's song proved inferior in quality. Zhao Yang's haste in releasing his song before assessing the situation had cornered him. If Zhang Xiaohan's song surpassed his in quality and earned its place through merit, he would be left with no recourse. Alas, the opponents in this newbie village are too unchallenging. Suicide inwardly. His previous adversaries at Warner were far more cunning, adept at manipulating public opinion. Rerolling a new account in this newbie village, Suha found his opponent's intelligence somewhat underwhelming. What do you mean, not too dim-witted? I, Lin Qingming, am still a top-tier artist. Are you treating me like a novice? At that moment, a voice sounded from behind Suha. He turned to face it. Upon seeing the familiar face, he froze. Lin Qingming had intended to say something, but she too was stunned to see Suha turn around. What are you doing here? Are you the boss of Xingming? They spoke almost simultaneously. Qingming, do you know each other? Chen Qi asked, sensing a hint of gossip from their reactions. No, we don't. Lin Qingming quickly denied, not wanting her employees to know about her past encounters with this man. Hello. I and Appo's Suha, also known as Xinghe, Suha said with a smile, extending his hand to Lin Qingming. What a small world. The boss of Xingming Studio, the generous benefactor, was none other than his neighbor. How amusing. Hello, I'm Lin Qingming. Lin Qingming replied, taking a deep breath to suppress her inner turmoil. She shook Suha's hand, recoiling as if shocked by the warmth of his touch. Her eyes cast downward. She avoided his gaze, inwardly lamenting. How could he be Xinghe? How could he possibly be Xinghe? How could he be Xinghe? Lin Qingming had never imagined that the person she least wanted to see was the one she most desired to recruit. Heavens, are you toying with me? Lin Qingming cried out in her heart. Lin, may we commence? Suha inquired, noticing her absent-mindedness. Lin Qingming snapped back to reality. Start what? The job interview. Wasn't and Appo's. It at your behest that I came to the company? Suha and Appo's lips twitched. Yes, the interview. Lin Qingming recovered, gesturing for Suha to follow her. Lin Appo's, as discussed in my office. She sensed that the employees were becoming suspicious and feared exposure. Without looking back, Lin Qingming headed toward her office. Suha watched her retreating figure, his mind teeming with thoughts that he struggled to articulate. Glancing at the peculiar expressions of the others, he took a deep breath and followed Lin Qingming into the office. After they had left, Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan huddled together. The boss is acting rather strangely today. I agree. She didn't even offer us milk tea. Could there be a story between them? Unlikely. If the boss knew Xinghe, why would she have spent 500,000 on a song? Strange. Shui Liang shook his head with a wry smile, dismissing the gossiping duo. His gaze turned toward Lin Qingming's office. He had no interest in such matters. He merely hoped that Lin Qingming could retain Xinghe, as he believed the man was extraordinary. Chapter 47. You have always bullied me. Once the office door was shut, Lin Qingming finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She scrutinized the man before her, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Have you had enough? Suhi remarked, his brow furrowed. Her unpredictable behavior often left him bewildered. Are you truly Xinghe? Lin Qingming finally inquired. If you doubt me, feel free to call me on WeChat, Suhi retorted with irritation. How could you possibly be Xinghe? Lin Qingming murmured to herself. If we're not going to discuss this, I'll take my leave. Suhi was becoming increasingly exasperated. Even though they were neighbors, such an exaggerated reaction seemed unnecessary. Of course we must discuss this. Lin Qingming quickly responded. Suhi's demeanor softened at her words. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it, and settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs as he gazed at Lin Qingming. My demands have been clearly stated on WeChat. I am aware, Lin Qingming replied as she took a seat on the opposite sofa, nodding. The copyright for the songs you write remains yours. I agree to that. Are there any other issues? Lin Qingming was a career-oriented woman. She would not allow personal matters to cloud her professional judgment. Although she was reluctant to have Suhi in the company, she had to concede that hiring him was currently the best option for the firm and Oppo's development. There are none. Suhi replied, shaking his head. What about salary and profit sharing? Lin Qingming stared at him in disbelief. Just pay me according to the standards for newcomers. Suhi said, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. The company belonged to him, and the profits were his as well. The amount of salary was inconsequential. Are you certain? Lin Qingming was taken aback, having prepared herself for Suhi to demand exorbitant terms, even rehearsing how to negotiate. Yet, he was suggesting the newcomer standard, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Absolutely, Suhi affirmed with a smile. Do you have any other requests? Lin Qingming's tone softened considerably. She still found it hard to believe that it could be so straightforward to bring Xinghe into the company. Actually, there's one, Suhi said after a moment in Oppo's contemplation. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingming. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Lin Qingming instinctively leaned back, crossing her arms defensively. What do you want? I have but one request. Suhi leaned forward slightly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Regarding my suggestion from the last time I was at your place. What suggestion? Lin Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Cooking. Suhi winked at her. Having initially thought he would never again have the chance to savor the dishes prepared by this neighbor. This request was certainly an impromptu addition. No, absolutely not. Lin Qingming quickly waved her hands. We work together and then have to dine together? What would that imply? The thought made her ears flush slightly. Are you sure? Suhi asked, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. Let S modify the terms. I'll give you a raise or a share of the profits. Lin Qingming suggested, turning her gaze away, unable to meet his. This is my only request. If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. If not, I'll leave. In fact, Liuguang Entertainment has also been in contact with me, and their offer will undoubtedly exceed what your small studio can provide, Suhi said, feigning to rise from his seat. Wait a moment, Lin Qingming exclaimed in a panic, reaching out to grasp Suhi's arm. Upon feeling his warmth, she hastily withdrew her hand. The realization that Liuguang Entertainment was also pursuing Suhi sent her heart racing. After all, they were the largest entertainment company in Shuangqing and could certainly extend a lucrative offer to him. Most crucially, the rights to the hasty years still rested with Suhi. Should he join Liuguang Entertainment and collaborate with Zhao Yang against Xingming, Zhang Xiaohan would likely face utter ruin. A threat, an unambiguous threat. My demands aren't unreasonable, are they? Suish Chirag. Lin Qingming bit her lip. From a business perspective, his demands were indeed modest, yet from her personal standpoint, they felt excessively high. She truly did not wish to entangle herself with Suhi. The idea of sharing dinner together struck her as exceedingly awkward. Since President Lin finds it difficult. Let us drop it. Su-hee sighed theatrically, turning to exit the office. I agree. Lin Qingming squeezed her eyes shut and uttered softly. Su-hee paused, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Perfect. Let us proceed with the contract. He pulled out a lighter, ignited the cigarette perched on his lips, and returned to the sofa. Once the contract was signed, Lin Qingming wore an expression of melancholy, reminiscent of a wronged spouse. Don't look at me like that. It's as if I bullied you, Su-hee remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. You have always bullied me. Lin Qingming mumbled under her breath. What? Su didn't quite catch that. Nothing, just go out. I have a meeting to attend. Lin Qingming waved her hand, stashing the contract away as she made her way out of the office. After spending some time with Su-hee, her initial fluster had dissipated. Su-hee cast her a curious glance as he followed her outside. In the office area, upon learning that Su-hee had officially joined Xingming's studio, everyone erupted into applause. Welcome, Teacher Xinghe, to our family. Zhang Xiaohan's face radiated with uncontainable joy. Having sung 2 of Su-hee's songs, she was the primary beneficiary and understood the immense value his presence would bring to the company. Yay! Welcome, handsome. At last, we have a striking figure at Xingming. Chen Qi joined in the applause. Xiao Qi, are you looking down on me? Shuel Yang chimed in, equally exhilarated, jokingly welcoming Su-hee and expressing eagerness for collaboration. Thank you, everyone. Su-hee genuinely relished the atmosphere of the studio. While everyone might be struggling, the camaraderie and laughter here felt far warmer than the corporate coldness of a large firm like Warner. As the welcome ceremony drew to a close, Lin Qingming clapped her hands for attention. Everyone, please settle down. I have an announcement to make. The room fell silent as their gazes turned to her. Blue River TV is hosting a Strongest Female Voice event, and I plan to have Xiao Qi participate. I've already spoken with the representatives downstairs, and we should hear back shortly. Lin Qingming outlined her thoughts. The company had only 2 female singers, and with Zhang Xiaohan already on the rise, her style was unsuitable for a competition of this nature, making Chen Qi the ideal candidate. Wow, Qingming Jie, I adore you, Chen Qi exclaimed, bursting with excitement as she embraced Lin Qingming. Having been at the company for a while, she had only had a few opportunities to perform on stage, often as a backup singer. Participating in a talent competition was an entirely different experience, one where the stage would be hers alone. It was a dream come true for Chen Qi. Chapter 48. She belongs to Class 2. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will naturally strive to secure opportunities for you. Xiao Qi, I am aware of your aspirations. However, it may be premature to discuss them just yet. We must await further responses. For now, we have investments that allow us to access more resources. Lin Qingming smiled as she patted Chen Qi on the back. Chen Qi is the youngest girl in the Xingming studio and also the least recognized. In contrast, Zhang Xiaohan was once an internet celebrity with a substantial fan base, while Shuel Yang is a talent show champion who has experienced his share of glory. Chen Qi, however, is different. She has not undergone formal training and relies solely on her own exploration, typically providing backing vocals for various singers. She stands in the shadows during concerts, singing harmonies when needed, without any spotlight, without a name to her own songs. Upon joining the company, Lin Qingming could not secure her any significant opportunities, merely offering her some backing vocal roles. Now, with a competition that suits her, it is imperative that she makes an effort. Participating in the talent show is a commendable choice for Xiao Qi, given her immense potential and innate talent. With systematic training, she could undoubtedly surpass many top-tier artists. As Shuel Yang noted, in this day and age, mere talent is not the sole determinant of success. Being chosen by the right investors willing to cultivate one can lead to fame. Yet, to reach the upper echelons of the industry, one still requires substantial skill. In Shuel Yang and Amp, Oppos, SIs, Chen Qi possesses first-rate potential. Such a remarkable young lady? Su-hee, who had been listening, became intrigued. He had discerned the strengths and weaknesses of the other 2 singers, Zhang Xiaohan and Shuel Yang, but found Chen Qi, with her lively and charming demeanor, to be unexpectedly impressive in Shuel Yang's assessment. Naturally, Our Xingming studio is teeming with talent. Lin Xingming, feeling a sense of pride, glanced at Su He and said, "Come on, Xiao Qi. Let our new producer witness true talent." Chen Qi felt a bit bashful at the remark. "I'll give it a try," she said. Su He leaned against the table, arms crossed, nodding at Chen Qi. Since he was to write songs for them, understanding her abilities was essential. "Shall I sing a song by the diva Li Xian?" Chen Qi inquired, pulling out her phone to find the accompaniment. Hearing the name Li Xian caused Su He and Appo's eyelids to twitch involuntarily, yet he refrained from stopping her. Having moved on, he resolved to regard Li Xian as merely an ordinary friend. As Chen Qi and Appo's voice filled the room, Su He lit a cigarette, lost in memories. The song Reluctance was a signature piece from his previous life, an exquisite melancholic ballad, and the very first song he had gifted to Li Xian. Back then, she was merely a fledgling artist signed by Warner. Now, she had ascended to the status of a music queen. Ironically, while the song's title suggested reluctance, Li Xian had decisively ended their relationship. Hearing Chen Qi reinterpret the song surprised Su He, as she infused it with her own style. It is one thing to mimic the original artist's essence. It is an entirely different challenge to imbue a song with one's own interpretation. Remarkably, Chen Qi excelled in this regard, although her natural talent lacked the refinement of professional training. As her performance concluded, Lin Qingming was the first to applaud, followed by Zhang Xiaohan and Shueliang. "The songs written by my idol are simply delightful. I nearly cried listening to it." Lin Qingming swayed to the chorus. Lost in reverie. "Your idol?" Su He raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Of course, Su He. My idol is the esteemed producer Su He." Lin Qingming replied with a smirk. However, fearing that the similarity in pronunciation might lead to misunderstanding, she quickly clarified, "I mean the acclaimed producer Su He, the genius in the entertainment industry. As a producer, you must have heard of him, right?" "Of course, I have heard of him and am quite familiar with his work." Su He chuckled, amused by her admiration for another producer. This woman may not be the sharpest, but her taste is commendable. Yet, hearing her refer to him as her idol, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Come on, you're a newcomer. Have you even met Su He?" Lin Qingming rolled her eyes, incredulous at Su He's claim of familiarity. "Believe it or not," Su He shrugged, offering no further elaboration. He then turned to Chen Qi, saying, "Your innate talent ranks among the finest in the industry, though you lack systematic practice." I have no teacher," Chen Qi admitted a bit shyly. In industry parlance, she was a raw talent, relying solely on her innate abilities. However, such gifted singers are rare and possess significant growth potential, provided they receive professional guidance. With this in mind, Su He thought of a suitable mentor and ran from Chinsi Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in Huabua, often referred to as the maker of kings and queens. Under her guidance, 2 kings and 1 queen had emerged. Although Chinsi Entertainment was a rival of his former employer, Warner, Su He and Enran had established a friendly rapport. Her adeptness in socializing had led to a collaboration with one of her artists, resulting in her adding him on WeChat and frequently reaching out to him. "I will find you a teacher. Feel free to reach out to her with any questions you may have." Su He smiled at Chen Qi. "Wow, thank you, Teacher Xinghe." Chen Qi and Appo's face lit up with joy. "And Xiaohan, there is still room for improvement in your singing skills. I will create a group chat for you all, where you can ask the teacher any questions," he added, glancing at Zhang Xiaohan. "Thank you, Teacher Xinghe." Zhang Xiaohan nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. In her mind, Su He held significant weight. After giving her 2 songs, he had catapulted her to success, something an ordinary producer could scarcely achieve. And thus, she held him in high regard. "What about me?" Shueliang pointed to himself. "You can sit this one out. Your status as a talent show champion speaks for itself." Su He chuckled, shaking his head. Shueliang smiled wryly in response. With Zhang Xiaohan poised for success and Chen Qi potentially participating in a talent show, he suddenly felt like the only one left idol in the company. Ordinary instructors could not adequately teach them. Lin Qingming, clearly skeptical, remarked, "I doubt you can bring in a good teacher. The teacher I have in mind is different." "Suicountive." "In what way?" Lin Qingming inquired, her curiosity piqued. "She belongs to class 2. Su He winked at her. Lin Qingming rolled her eyes dramatically. You too. There and Oppos. There's something off about this, she muttered. As Zhang Xiaohan and the others sensed the playful banter between their boss and Su He, they caught a whiff of gossip in the air. What's off? Why are you staring? Disperse. Lin Qingming waved her hand, and everyone quickly returned to their respective places. At that moment, Lin Qingming's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Zhao Hui. Has there been any progress regarding the program? The senior side mentioned there is still one spot available, but what? It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Let us discuss it in person. I've reserved a table at a Western restaurant. Will you have time to come over later? Upon hearing Zhao Hui and Oppo's voice on the phone, stating that he wished to meet at a Western restaurant, Lin Qingming furrowed her brow. What necessitated a face-to-face discussion? If it existed, it did. If it did not, it simply did not. Nevertheless, she surmised Zhao Hui and Oppo's ulterior motives. Glancing at Su He, who was seated nearby, smoking nonchalantly, a subtle smile graced her lips. May I bring a friend along? There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, lasting 2 seconds before the response came. Of course, I will arrange for an additional seat. Chapter 49. A novice-level hypocrite, I still feel like I've been duped. In the elevator, Sui cast a disgruntled glance at Lin Qingming and grunted softly. It's a transaction, Lin Qingming retorted, turning to him with a playful wink. Ah. Sui rolled his eyes. The moment Lin Qingming made that phone call, mentioning she was bringing a friend and then glancing in his direction, Sui knew exactly what she was up to. He had been planning his escape. But Lin Qingming had caught him in her snare. A combination of gentle coaxing, saccharine pleas, and threats leveraging her position as his superior were all deployed. Ultimately, seeing Suhi remained unmoved, she added a condition. Suhi could knock on her door any time he craved a late-night snack. This enticement proved irresistible to Suhi, far more effective than her earlier cajolery. Thus, Suhi acquiesced. It was merely accompanying Lin Qingming to a meal. He wouldn't Oppos to have to do anything else. And in return, he would have access to midnight feasts. By all accounts, he was the one profiting. Zhao Hui had chosen a Western restaurant not too far from the company. A short taxi ride of about 10 minutes brought Su He and Lin Qingming to their destination. Qingming, over here. As they arrived outside the restaurant, they spotted Zhao Hui waving at Lin Qingming from the entrance. He and Oppos, as quite handsome, though slightly beneath you, he could be considered passable, Su He whispered in her ear, offering his assessment of Zhao Hui. You're incorrigible. Lin Qingming pinched the tender flesh of his waist. Ouch. Su He gasped, recoiling in pain. One about face. He remembered when he first met this woman, so docile and obedient, sweeping the floor at his command, cooking noodles for him whenever he asked. Su He had initially believed her to be a lamb, but now she dared to pinch him. This was unacceptable. He was, after all, the behind-the-scenes proprietor of Xingming Studio, and she, Lin Qingming, was merely an employee. Such treatment of the boss was utterly disrespectful. Unaware of Su He and Oppo's inner turmoil, Lin Qingming shot him a triumphant glare before heading towards Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui, Qingming, it's a pleasure to see you again. Zhao Hui's refined demeanor exuded an approachable and amicable aura. He merely glanced at Su He, who was trailing behind Lin Qingming, before saying to her, let's go inside. I've reserved a private room. With that, he led the way. Lin Qingming gave Su He a meaningful look and followed him into the restaurant. A novice-level hypocrite. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su He and Oppo's eyes. He had expected a formidable character, but this was just another greenhorn. A truly adept hypocrite Woon and Oppo's TB so transparent. After all, he had arrived with Lin Qingming, and a proper greeting was in order to maintain the facade of a refined gentleman. Yet Zhao Hui had completely ignored Su He, revealing his lack of sophistication. He was far inferior to Zhang Xizha. He needed more refinement. Zhang Xizha, a top-tier singer at Hongguang Entertainment, was a master of hypocrisy. He and Su He had once engaged in a bar battle of wits on Weibo, where Su He had nearly been outmaneuvered. Recalling his past adversaries, Su He sighed, a sense of ennui washing over him as he slipped his hands into his pockets and followed them into the restaurant. Inside the private room, candles flickered, and fresh flowers adorned the table. It was evident that these were not part of the restaurant's standard decor, but had been arranged by Zhao Hui himself. Waiter, a bottle of 94 Lafite. Zhao Hui snapped his fingers and pulled out a chair beside the table, gesturing for Lin Qingming to be seated. Thank you, Lin Qingming said with a touch of unease as she sat down. Knowing that he wouldn't amp. Oppose. TB offered chair. Suhi unceremoniously took the seat next to Lin Qingming. Zhao Hui had been about to sit there himself, but seeing Suhi already seated, he paused momentarily, a fleeting expression of irritation crossing his face before he took the seat opposite them. And this gentleman is? Finally, he turned to Lin Qingming with a smile, inquiring about Suhi and Appo's identity. Oh, this is Suhi, a music producer in my studio, Lin Qingming replied with a smile. A producer? Zhao Hui raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Suhi. He had assumed he was some kind of artist. He had to admit, Suhi was quite handsome, even surpassing some popular idols in terms of looks. It wouldn't be surprising if he were an entertainer, but he hadn't expected him to be a music producer. Having worked in television for some time, he had met many producers and developed a discerning eye. Behind-the-scenes workers, unless they reached the level of senior producers, were of little consequence. Yes, he and Appo's very talented at writing songs, Lin Qingming added, singing his praises. But is he as talented as your idol? Sue? He had Lin Qingming and Appo's WeChat, and she often shared Suhi and Appo's songs on her moments, even calling Suhi her idol. He had taken note of all of this. Of course not, Lin Qingming replied without a moment's hesitation. A few dark lines appeared on Suhi's forehead. Couldn't and Appo's this dim-witted woman be a little more tactful and sing his praises a bit more? Did she know how awkward she was making him feel? Suhi is a titan in the industry, a national idol. I can and Appo's compare to him. Naturally, Suhi interjected. Whether it was Xing, he, or Suhi, praising himself was the ultimate goal, albeit in a roundabout way. Suhi is indeed remarkable. He became a gold-certified producer in just 2.5 years, and even elevated Li Xian to the status of a diva. The term and Appo's, genius and Appo's, is not an exaggeration. I'm also a fan of his, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to meet him. Mr. Suhi must possess his own unique talents to have joined Qingming. There's no need for false modesty, Zhao Hui said with a warm smile, nodding in agreement. To curry favor, he even praised Suhi. He thought he had executed his plan perfectly by using Suhi to subtly put down Suhi and then complimenting Lin Qingming's idol, acknowledging his own fandom to gain Lin Qingming and Appo's favor. Thank you for the compliment. A peculiar smile played on Suhi and Appo's lips, but he didn't and Appo's continue the conversation. At that moment, the waiter brought over the wine. Zhao Hui didn't and Appo's pursue the topic further. Their filet mignon is quite good. Qingming, would you like to try it? As he spoke, he picked up the menu and handed it to Lin Qingming. Anything is fine with me, Lin Qingming replied with a smile. And Mr. Suhi? Zhao Hui turned to Suhi. Whatever, Suhi said as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He was about to light one when he noticed the no smoking sign on the wall. He smacked his lips twice and put the pack back into his pocket. This was why he didn't like going to fancy restaurants. A place that didn't allow smoking, no matter how upscale, was a form of torture for a seasoned smoker. Then we and Appo's LL have 3 steaks, Zhao Hui said to the waiter, who took the menu, gave a slight nod, and turned to leave. Zhao Hui, what did the program team say? Lin Qingming finally couldn't and Appo's resist asking. The reason she had agreed to meet Zhao Hui was because of the top female voice program. For the sake of Chun Chi and Appo's spot, let an Appo's eat first. We can talk about it after we and Appo's finished. Zhao Hui replied with a nonchalant smile, his voice gentle. All right. Lin Qingming frowned and glanced around at the candles and flowers in the private room. She felt a little uncomfortable but caught sight of Suhi playing with his lighter beside her, and for some reason, she felt a sense of reassurance. But the thought of having to prepare late-night snacks for this man in the future made her feel a little annoyed. In truth, Lin Qingming had her own little plan. She would move out as soon as she got paid next month, so she wouldn't and Appo's have to cook for him anymore. This young lady was truly clever and resourceful. Chapter 50. Young man, this is not how to pursue a girl at the dining table. Su-hee remained silent, engrossed in his steak. Zhao Hui, on the other hand, was quite animated, frequently sparking conversations with Lin Qingming and sharing several stories he believed to be amusing. Lin Qingming, needing his favor, offered a few token laughs to maintain his ego. Throughout the meal, she attempted several times to steer the conversation towards the show, but each time, Zhao Hui skillfully redirected it elsewhere. Before long, Su-hee finished his steak, patted his stomach, and noted that though his appetite was modest, he was still only half satisfied. The beef noodles or snail rice noodles from downstairs would have been far more fulfilling. Naturally, he did not foolishly ask the waiter for a second serving. Regardless of the host and Oppo's intentions, it was still their treat. Accompanying Lin Qingming this evening, he felt it was essential to uphold certain decorum. Su-hee regarded himself as a person of refinement. Even if the other party was a fool, he had no desire to take advantage of the situation. After all, he possessed wealth and was certainly not one to go hungry. "I'll step out for a smoke," he announced, wiping his mouth with a napkin before retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. He gave Lin Qingming a light pat on the shoulder. Having not smoked in the restaurant for quite some time, he felt a touch restless. "All right, go ahead and come back quickly," Lin Qingming replied, still somewhat unaccustomed to physical contact with Su-hee, feeling a slight blush creep up her neck from the unexpected sensation. Zhao Hui, observing the subtle change in Lin Qingming's expression, felt a pang of unease. Initially perceiving Su-hee as merely an ordinary employee, he now sensed that their dynamic was more akin to that of equals than boss and subordinate. This realization stirred a sense of inexplicable irritation within him. After all, an uninvited competitor had emerged, and a rather handsome one at that, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Once Su-hee had departed, a brief silence enveloped Zhao Hui and Lin Qingming. "Regarding the show, what did your superiors say? Are there any conditions?" Lin Qingming set down her utensils and smiled at Zhao Hui. This marked the fourth time she had broached the subject, having been sidestepped previously. This time, she demanded an answer. Zhao Hui also put down his utensils, took a sip of his red wine, and, wiping his hand with a napkin, offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Is it so difficult to share a meal with me? Why must you always bring up work?" Lin Qingming, taken aback, responded candidly, "I came here to discuss this matter. After all, despite the ambience created by candles and flowers, the decor did little to ease her discomfort." "Qingming, can't you sense my feelings for you?" Zhao Hui felt it was time to lay bare his emotions. Lin Qingming had been the belle of the campus, an idol for many, including Zhao Hui himself. After her graduation, she rapidly ascended to become a top-tier artist, creating an insurmountable gap between them. Previously, he would have deemed himself unworthy of even speaking to her. Yet, with her recent reemergence following a hiatus, Zhao Hui felt that the moment to declare his feelings had arrived. Otherwise, he might regret it for a lifetime. Lin Qingming found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Having navigated the entertainment industry to reach stardom, she was no fool. She could sense Zhao Hui's ulterior motives. However, she desperately desired the opportunity he represented, which was why she had invited Su-hee along, hoping his presence would temper Zhao Hui's advances. Little did she anticipate that he would still voice his intentions. "Are we still chatting?" At that moment, Su-hee re-entered, taking a seat beside Lin Qingming. Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, he inquired, "What's the matter? Did I miss something juicy over a mere cigarette? Surely it couldn't amp Oppos to have happened so quickly. What was the point of coming today?" "Qingming, I and amp Oppos V liked you since university. I'm thrilled that you've come to me for help, because assisting someone I care for is the happiest thing for me. I'm sincere. I don't ask for much, just a chance to pursue you. Would that be all right?" Zhao Hui ignored Su-hee and focused solely on Lin Qingming, his expression earnest and his tone sincere. Su-hee raised an eyebrow at this, realizing that the real drama was just beginning. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his legs, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. If only there were some sunflower seeds or peanuts to snack on, or perhaps a bowl of snail rice noodles. Yes, he decided he would pack some for later, lest he go hungry tonight. Alternatively, he could buy some ingredients for Lin Qingming to cook. "Are you threatening me? What if I choose not to give you that chance?" Lin Qingmeng va apos, et bao fudao. Her tone growing cold. Zhao Hui and Apos. Conflation of personal and professional matters left her feeling uncomfortable. If she were willing to accept such unspoken rules with her capabilities, she would not merely be managing a small studio. She would be a superstar renowned across the nation, even a multi-talented diva in film and music. Of course not. Please don't misunderstand. Even if you decline, I will still assist you. My superior has already made arrangements to reserve a spot for you. So you need not worry on that front. Zhao Hui quickly interjected, seeing that Lin Qingming and Apos' expression remained unchanged. He added, "The reason I've refrained from discussing work is that I feared you might leave after hearing it, deny me the chance to express my true feelings." Zhao Hui, we are not fresh graduates who know nothing of the world, Lin Qingming remarked, a bemused smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. Zhao Hui felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze, convinced he had done nothing wrong. He had simply revealed his heart while offering to help her, stating that it was not conditional upon her acceptance of his feelings. Qingming, Zhao Hui began, but was interrupted by Lin Qingming. Since you know me well, you understand what I mean. I genuinely desire that opportunity, but not in this manner. As she spoke, she rose, grabbing her bag. Qingming, I truly did not intend any offense. I am not demanding an answer now, just a chance to pursue you. I genuinely have feelings for you. Zhao Hui hurriedly protested. He was not lying. He was deeply smitten with Lin Qingming. Apologies, but I must decline, Lin Qingming replied, shaking her head as she cast a glance at Su-hee, who was thoroughly engrossed in his snack. With that, she proceeded to the front to settle the bill. Su-hee and Apos' expression shifted from one of amusement to astonishment, and he slowly rose to his feet, offering Zhao Hui a smile. Young man, this is not how to pursue a girl. Initially believing him to be a hypocrite, he was instead confronted with the reality of Zhao Hui's unrequited affections. With that, he shook his head and departed, leaving Zhao Hui standing there in a daze. He pondered for a long time, unable to discern what had gone awry in his approach. Having owed a favor to his superior, he merely sought a favor from Lin Qingming and had not forced her into anything. Yet, despite this, did she truly have to reject him? Did she find him so repugnant that she would forego the opportunity to let him pursue her? Chapter 51. Perhaps there is a turn of fortune? On Binjiang Road. The summer heat in Shuangqing City was somewhat stifling, yet the river breeze felt pleasantly refreshing against the face. Numerous adults accompanied their children to seek respite by the riverside, while elderly women danced in the square. Lin Qingming found the noise somewhat bothersome and distanced herself from the square. Sue, with a cigarette between his lips and a lighter in hand, followed behind her, stepping on the elongated shadow cast by the streetlight. Am I being foolish? At last, Lin Qingming spoke. Sui paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, indeed, a bit foolish. You merely gained an admirer, which granted Chun-Chi a chance to perform on stage. In truth, you haven't lost anything. Lin Qingming smiled wryly and shook her head, halting her steps to lean against the railing, her gaze drifting toward the distant Hongyudong, a renowned attraction in Shuangqing City, resembling something out of comic. The night breeze tousled her hair, the sensation bringing a slight squint to her eyes and a gentle smile to her lips. Sui leaned against the railing, observing her profile, and suddenly realized how harmoniously the night lights complemented her presence. I may truly be ill-suited for the entertainment industry. After a long pause, Lin Qingming mused, not directly addressing Su-hee, almost as if speaking to herself. I can see that. Sui nodded and added, you aren't an amp, Apos, suited for starting a company either. Lin Qingming shot him an annoyed glance, but refrained from retorting, instead sighing as she gazed into the distance. Perhaps. Indeed, Zhao Hui and Apos' actions were not excessively out of line. He merely desired a favor in return. If one were slightly more tactful, they would likely feel elated at merely gaining another suitor. If it proved too much, they could simply refuse or ignore it. From the perspective of a company owner, acquiring a slot without any cost was a rather advantageous deal. Although you may not be fit for the entertainment industry or for running a company, it does not imply that you lack the qualities of a good artist or a competent boss. Su-hee inhaled deeply, flicking the cigarette butt away. which arced perfectly before landing in a nearby trash bin. Previously, he had not understood Lin Qingming, believing her to be somewhat naive. Yet today he discovered her unwavering dedication, a rarity within the industry. It was foolish, yet he found it admirable. As he had mentioned earlier, it was merely gaining another admirer. Lin Qingming could have easily accepted the offer, secured the position, and then disregarded Zhao Hui, treating him as just another admirer to dangle. After all, he worked at a television station and had numerous resources at his disposal. This would undoubtedly be the choice of the majority. If it were his ex-girlfriend, Li Xian, she would have accepted without hesitation. Yet Lin Qingming had outright declined. This was not a matter of right or wrong. Rather, so he was simply taken aback by her choice. "Are you complimenting me?" Lin Qingming chuckled softly. "Is it strange that I praised you before?" He retorted, slightly irritated. "What else have you praised me for?" Lin Qingming turned to look at him. He met her gaze and winked. "You cook exceptionally well." Lin Qingming smirked but ultimately chose not to respond. A brief silence enveloped them. Unbeknownst to them, it was nearly 10:00 and Oppo's clock at night. If Xiaoqi were to learn that the opportunity had slipped away, she would undoubtedly be disheartened. Lin Qingming sighed, feeling guilty for her choice that had deprived Qin of her chance to perform. Hearing her words, He smiled gently. "Perhaps there is a turn of fortune?" "What?" Lin Qingming looked at him. "Nothing, it and Oppo's. It's getting late. We should head back," He said, brushing off the dust from his clothes after leaning against the railing. "All right." Lin Qingming nodded. "Are you hungry?" Suddenly inquired. "A bit. Shall we buy some ingredients to take back? I'm suddenly not hungry anymore." Meanwhile, online, the situation surrounding Zhang Xiaohan and Zhao Yang had escalated dramatically after a day of brewing controversy. Zhao Yang and Oppo's song, "Once Loved You," had surged to second place on the new song chart within a mere day of its release, an astonishing feat that even many top-tier artists could not achieve. This is the power of justice. Haha, our brother Zhao Yang is on the rise. The prospects of entering the upper echelons of stardom seemed imminent. Zhang Xiaohan's reputation was tarnished, but she had brought it upon herself, rising due to controversy and falling for the same reason. Do not harbor such bitterness. Didn't Zhang Xiaohan claim she was unaware of the underhanded tactics? You actually believe such a cliché public relations statement? Haha, if you do, then you are truly naive. Think about it. How could a small internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan possibly outshine Zhao Yang without resorting to foul play? Fans of Zhao Yang felt a sense of vindication, having defended their idol and Oppo's honor, especially now that he had achieved such remarkable success. At 10:00 and Oppo's clock at night, the lights were still on at Xingming Studio. The show was about to begin. Qin wrapped an arm around Zhang Xiaohan, her modest bosom pressing against his arm. "Should we post on Weibo now?" Zanxian Sudali Dikan Lim King Meng Va Apos et Zemin De. "Yes, there's a draft in the group. Just copy and paste it," Qin affirmed. Zhang Xiaohan pulled out her phone and opened the group chat, copying Lin Qingming's meticulously crafted statement before accessing her Weibo. She had gained 50,000 followers from her song The Initial Dream, yet had lost several thousand due to this incident. Her Weibo was inundated with vitriol, and she hesitated to read the comments. Having recently risen to fame, she had never experienced such a widespread backlash and felt disheartened by the harsh words directed at her. Nevertheless, Lin Qingming had advised her that no artist escapes criticism. Even He, a recognized genius in the industry, faced disparagement. To become a star and achieve great success, one must learn to disregard the opinions of others. While the reasoning was understood by all, Zhang Xiaohan required more experience to reach that level. Perhaps at an amp, Oppo's, because I and amp, Oppo's, am truly inadequate that you all berate me. I've considered that if I were senior like Zhao Yang, I would also feel quite uncomfortable facing such circumstances. It's my fault. I shouldn't have competed with Zhao Yang for an opportunity. I should be grateful for the current attention I'm receiving as a small internet celebrity. Such self-deprecating thoughts sent shivers down the spines of both Zhang Xiaohan and Qin. No wonder she was once a top star. She is undoubtedly a master of the passive-aggressive art on Weibo, with 4 or 5 drafts ready for posting if they were released alongside the song launch. And if public sentiment shifted positively, one could only wonder how Zhao Yang would handle the situation. Now, It all hinged on whether the quality of their song could sway public opinion. Chun Chi, embracing Zhang Xiaohan, was brimming with excitement. Xiao Qi, are you doubting teacher Xinghe and AMP? AMP, Oppos, as capabilities? Zhang Xiaohan asked with a confident smile. That song belongs to teacher Xinghe. How could it possibly lose to Zhao Yang? There's no question about it, replied the composed and mature Shui Liang, decisively stating the conclusion. Chapter 52. You may continue. It is 10 o'clock in the evening. The trailer for Time Flies is released punctually. However, even before its airing, the show's reputation is on the verge of collapse. A dispute over the theme song has arisen, as the production team, eager to capitalize on Zhang Xiaohan and AMP, Oppos, as popularity, has rejected the song by the secondary artist Zhao Yang, opting instead for a track from the small internet celebrity Zhang Xiaohan. This decision has propelled Zhao Yang and Oppos, as fans, to launch a campaign on Weibo, leading to a significant decline in the show and AMP, Oppos, as reputation. The Time Flies crew has remained silent on the matter and has even released several song teasers, lavishing praise upon singer Zhang Xiaohan. Such actions have only further enraged Zhao Yang's fans, whose vitriol has kept the topic trending in the top 10 searches. At Liuguang Entertainment, Zhao Yang and producer Lu He have not yet called it a day. They are eagerly awaiting their song's ascent to the top of the new music charts. Since this afternoon, the momentum has seemingly slowed, and, at this rate, it appears they might not surpass the current number one until tomorrow morning. Zhao Yang frowns at the data on the chart. Their song has garnered an impressive 300,000 streams in just one day, but the leading artist, a first-tier singer, boasts over 400,000 streams. The growth rate has diminished, and what they initially thought would be a swift climb to the top now seems delayed until the following morning. Be content. Your rival is a top-tier artist. If not for this wave of publicity, our song would likely only make it into the top 10. The prospect of reaching number one is already quite an achievement. Lu He remarks, sipping his coffee. In his view, Zhao Yang is still too impetuous. Achieving current success through leveraging popularity is already a significant surprise. Moreover, the cost of offending the Time Flies crew is substantial. They may no longer be able to engage with them professionally. Lu He finds this cost acceptable, as the potential for a number one hit would open doors to more resources, and Time Flies is merely a small production team. Offending them is of little consequence. You are right, Teacher Lu. I was too ambitious. Zhao Yang chuckles, scratching his head. There is nothing wrong with a young person having drive. Lu He waves his hand dismissively. Just then, Zhao Yang notices a notification. The Time Flies trailer is live. Lu He also spots the announcement on the computer screen. Teacher Lu, shall we take a look? Zhao Yang turns to him. By all means. I am curious to see what qualifications this little internet celebrity has to steal our spotlight. Lu He replies, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. Zhao Yang grins and clicks on the Weibo notification, mimicking Lu He's posture as he leans back and crosses his legs. The screen displays the wedding scene with the female lead. The male lead gazes at her in a daze. Their eyes meet, and they become lost in memories. You must have looked stunning in your wedding dress, he remarks with a gentle smile, recalling their school days, paired with the earlier visuals. This line evokes a sense of melancholy. I have no idea what this foolish production team is thinking. Our song and AMP, Oppos, once loved you and AMP, Oppos would have been the perfect match for this drama. Yet they turn it down. Zhao Yang mutters, the world is never short of those lacking vision. Their refusal is for the best. Such a mediocre show could never elevate our song to the new music charts. Lu He scoffs, a tone of satisfaction evident in his voice. His strategy is nothing short of textbook-level opportunism, directly mirroring Zhang Xiaohan's rise to fame and returning the favor in kind. Not only has he tarnished Zhang Xiaohan's reputation, but he will soon use their number one status to slap the production team in the face, an intellectual triumph. Teacher Lu, you truly are a mentor. Without your guidance, I would have been left at a disadvantage. Zhao Yang chuckles, showering praise. Lu He's expression of pride deepens as he humbly responds, in my eyes, you possess great potential. I have high hopes for you. Keep up the hard work. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang is elated. Lu He is a mid-level producer, and earning his favor could lead to more opportunities. He now feels immensely grateful that the production team rejected his song, as it has allowed him to strengthen his relationship with Lu He. Zhao Yang, will not disappoint your expectations, Teacher Lu, Zhao Yang asserts with conviction. Now, let us listen to the song. Lu He gently gestures, leisurely savoring his coffee. As they chat, the trailer transitions to the romantic scenes between the leads. The music begins, infusing the sweet moments of love with a subtle layer of sadness. In those hurried years, how many times did we say goodbye only to prolong the separation? Zhang Xiaohan's ethereal voice fills the air. Lu He, still sipping his coffee, suddenly spews it all over Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, Daken Abak, turns to see Lu He coughing violently. His newly purchased white shirt, worn only for a day, is now stained with brown coffee. Frustration wells up inside him, but he suppresses the urge to curse. After all, Lu He is a respected producer. Coughing, Lu He apologizes. I'm so sorry. That wasn't intentional. Why such a reaction, Teacher Lu? Zhao Yang frowns, grabbing some tissues to wipe his sleeve. However, since his sleeve is soaked in coffee, he can only remove the shirt to wipe his arm bare. The shirt is ruined, but thankfully it is already 10 o'clock in the evening, and most of the office colleagues have left. He plans to head directly to the parking garage and retrieve a jacket from his car. Don't speak. Just listen to the song. Lu He interjects, cutting Zhao Yang off. Zhao Yang feels a twinge of irritation. You've soaked me, and now you're ignoring me? Yet, he is hesitant to confront Lu He, understanding the importance of maintaining a good relationship with a mid-level producer. He continues to wipe his arm while listening to the song. If we cannot part with red eyes, can we still blush as we did then? Just like those hurried years, etching a beautiful rumor of forever together. As the chorus plays, Lu He's expression shifts from shock to astonishment, and finally to sheer disbelief. The song. His eyes widen, and his jaw drops slowly. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang stands there, lost in thought, the tissues in his hand crumpled into a ball, as if entranced. We must owe each other. We must remain intertwined. The song concludes, and so does the trailer, the final frame freezing on the song's details. They are unsure how much time has passed before Zhao Yang and Lu He gradually regain their composure. Time flies by Xinghe. Lu He murmurs the names of the lyricist and composer. Zhao Yang turns to Lu He, and their eyes lock, both reflecting a hint of confusion. Suddenly, Lu He drops his coffee cup, causing it to shatter on the ground, splattering coffee onto Zhao Yang and Amp. Oppo's trousers. What are you doing? Zhao Yang, unsure whether he is genuinely angry or simply venting his inner fear, shouts at Lu He, then bends down to wipe his pants. Lu He stands behind him, expressionless, his mind consumed by the recent song and the name Xinghe. Just then, Zhao Yang's assistant burst through the door. Zhao Yang, what is going on? Upon seeing Zhao Yang shirtless, one hand on the table and the other dangling, with Lu He behind him, the assistant freezes, his gaze sweeping over the scattered tissues. A peculiar, awkward smile forming on his lips. You may continue, he says, promptly closing the office door. Chapter 53. The polarized reversal due to the fervor surrounding the Zhao Yang and Zhang Xiaohan public incident. The trailer for Time Flies garnered a multitude of clicks within minutes of its release. Initially, the comment section was rife with criticism. However, at some point, the discourse began to shift dramatically. Why do I feel that Zhang Xiaohan and Amp Oppo's song is a perfect match for the film? Not only a perfect match, but also evokes memories of a girl from my past. Indeed, while Zhao Yang's song is melodious, it lacks a narrative depth, whereas Time Flies truly strikes a chord. The lyrics, if we meet again, can we do so without red eyes, yet still blush, are simply picturesque, encapsulating love to its fullest extent. How can a mere internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan compare to brother Zhao Yang? I suspect those praising Zhang Xiaohan are merely hired fans. What nonsense! Zhang Xiaohan has been apologizing throughout, yet she secured the theme song through her talent, only to be disparaged by you foolish fans. Indeed, Zhao Yang's own song is subpar. Why would anyone choose to overlook Zhang Xiaohan and Oppo's superior song in favor of Zhao Yang and Oppo's mediocrity? The comment section erupted into chaos. Zhao Yang and Oppo's Fans adamantly claimed that Zhang Xiaohan used unscrupulous means to usurp the theme song from their idol. Yet, after listening to both songs, many began to understand why the production team opted for Time Flies rather than Zhao Yang's Once Loved You. The two songs are evidently not of the same caliber. Only a handful of die-hard fans remain obstinate, asserting that their idol's song surpasses Zhang Xiaohan's. Notably, astute netizens discovered that the producer of Time Flies, Xinghe, is also the mastermind behind the initial dream. That song achieved remarkable success, topping the new song charts and landing in the top 10 of the Hot Songs list. While the spotlight initially shone on singer Zhang Xiaohan, the song's credits specifically acknowledged the producer's name, thereby granting Xinghe his due recognition. Although Time Flies diverges from the genre of the first song, its quality is indisputable, and many listeners found themselves eagerly anticipating the film after hearing it. It seems that Xinghe, previously a lesser-known figure, is indeed a talented newcomer, and Time Flies is likely to perform admirably. The song has been released on music platforms, and astonishingly, it is available for free streaming. Could it be that Xinghe is a fan of Su He, emulating his practice of providing all songs for free? One can only speculate. In the Chinese music scene, free songs typically fall into one of two categories: either newcomers aiming for greater exposure or the established producer Su He, who is known for offering all his works at no charge. Now, with the emergence of Xinghe, a newcomer whose song quality far exceeds that of typical debutantes, could we be witnessing the rise of a second Su He? With the song trending on Weibo and the film's promotional efforts, Xingming Studio has effectively incurred no promotional costs, achieving maximum exposure for Time Flies. Moreover, as Zhao Yang's fans fervently criticized Zhang Xiaohan, many passersby, upon hearing the song, recognized that the narrative painted by Zhao Yang's fans was misleading. Upon visiting Zhang Xiaohan's Weibo, they encountered her heartfelt apologies, which evoked sympathy for her plight. A song of quality, when paired with popularity, is guaranteed to achieve success. Within an hour of its release, Time Flies entered the top 30 of the new song charts. After 2 hours, it surged into the top 10. Progressing at the rate of 1 position per hour, it was on a trajectory towards the pinnacle of the charts. As night deepened, I felt compelled to see if we could secure the #1 spot tonight. The wait was agonizing. My heart ached for Zhang Xiaohan, who had faced such harsh criticism. Zhao Yang's fans seemed almost fanatical, bullying Zhang Xiaohan due to her smaller following and bombarding the production team. Now that the theme song has debuted, they have been thoroughly refuted. Haven't they? I truly wish Zhao Yang himself would clarify which song he would choose. In retrospect, his previous Weibo post appears rather disingenuous, and his fans' discussions about Zhang Xiaohan seem to reflect poorly on Zhao Yang himself, who, despite securing his spot through merit, has had it misconstrued as a conspiracy by him and his fans. Do they truly believe netizens are deaf? Zhao Yang, shouldn't you apologize to Zhang Xiaohan? As more netizens listened to Time Flies, Zhao Yang's fan base began to falter. After all, he is merely a second-tier artist. If he were among the superstars, he might withstand public scrutiny with the support of his fans. But Zhao Yang is evidently incapable of doing so. As midnight approached, Zhang Xiaohan remained at Xingming Studio. Chen Qi had fallen asleep, her head resting on Zhang Xiaohan's shoulder. Shuiliang, concerned for the safety of the two girls staying late at the office, chose not to leave. He retrieved a pillow from Chen Qi's seat, unzipped it to transform it into a blanket, and gently draped it over her. Brother Liang, I think I might really become famous this time. With the lateness of the hour, Zhang Xiaohan and Oppo's voice was slightly hoarse. Indeed, the film seems intent on leveraging this momentum. They must promote you and teacher Xinghe. This time, you are bound to succeed, Shuiliang replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaohan glanced at the back-end data on her computer. Even at this late hour, the listenership was rapidly increasing, surpassing the pace of the initial dream. At this rate, achieving the #1 spot on the new song charts would not be a daunting task. Initially, Zhang Xiaohan thought she would feel elated and thrilled, yet her emotions were tinged with a subtle melancholy, akin to the bittersweet feeling of finally attaining something long pursued. She felt grateful for her perseverance throughout the journey. Teacher Xinghe is truly remarkable, Zhang Xiaohan remarked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mr. Lin made a wise decision, Shuai Liang sighed. After hearing both of Xinghe and Oppo's songs, he was confident that they would not disappoint. Upon meeting Su He had sensed that the individual was far from ordinary, an intuition honed over years in the industry. With teacher Xinghe's support, you too can realize your dreams, right? Zhang Xiaoan looked towards Shuai Liang. She understood that he harbored frustration. His considerable talent and striking appearance had been squandered by the industry and Oppo's neglect, wasting a decade of his life. Years that many artists do not even have in their careers. Perhaps. Shuai Liang replied with a self-deprecating smile. We all can. Zhang Xiaoan turned her gaze to Qin Shi. She pondered the discussions taking place with their boss. If negotiations for the program went well, little Qi would finally step into the limelight as well. Chapter 54. Conceal growth, do not be reckless. Upon returning home, Su He and Lin Qingming found themselves unsatisfied after their steak dinner. Consequently, they purchased noodles from the supermarket and prepared 2 bowls at Su He's residence. It must be said that Lin Qingming's noodles were truly delectable, particularly with her exclusive secret ingredient, a star anise, which elevated the entire dish to a sublime level. Su He finished his bowl entirely, but Lin Qingming, preoccupied with her thoughts, ate sparingly. She was troubled by the loss of her chance to participate in the strongest female voice competition and pondered how to explain this to Qin Shi, leaving her somewhat melancholic. After their meal, she bid farewell to Su He and returned to her own home. Su He tidied up the dishes and reclined on the sofa while smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully joined the Xingming studio and received a task reward. The script for the animation Gu Xing Season 1, which has been registered under your name and stored in the system warehouse. The task was complete. To his surprise, the reward was the script for Xiaoyan Guxing, an anime adapted from a novel of the same name. This ensemble narrative centers around the story of the unperturbed monk and is filled with fervent action, making it a fitting choice for adaptation into an anime. In his previous life, Su He had been a content creator on a popular platform and recalled that the anime had garnered an impressive score of 9.5, a true gem among domestic productions. However, he realized that now was not the time to divert his attention to animation. He would address this once the production team was stabilized. With this thought in mind, Su He picked up his phone and searched for strongest female voice. The program, crafted by Blue River Television, aimed to cultivate outstanding female vocalists for the new generation of the Chinese music scene, allowing audiences and judges to collaboratively select the strongest contender. Their slogan was indeed resonant. Given Blue River Television's prominence among various networks, it was certainly justified in making such a declaration. The voting system for the competition balanced audience input with that of the judges, indicating a preference for market-driven choices. A total of 24 contestants were divided into 3 groups, commencing with a knockout round from 24 to 12. Each group consisted of 8 singers, competing across 3 episodes for elimination. After each group determined their top 4, they would advance to the subsequent rounds, culminating in a semi-final where the 3 groups would compete against one another. To his surprise, Su He noted that the chief director was someone he recognized, Li Guangliang. Upon seeing his name on the program and Oppo's roster, Su He paused momentarily. He then exited the webpage and opened WeChat, sifting through his contacts. Though he had removed colleagues from Warner Entertainment, he still had several industry acquaintances. It did not take long for him to locate Li Guangliang. Upon opening the chat, he saw the last message was filled with gratitude from Li Guangliang. Thank you, Teacher Su He, for speaking on my behalf. You saved my job. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. He remembered that Li Guangliang had interviewed him online, but due to technical issues, the recording had not saved, and they had to redo it. Most artists would have rejected a re-recording due to the error, but Su He had complied without complaint, and this kindness had spared Li Guangliang from dismissal. He was astonished that Li Guangliang had swiftly ascended to the role of chief director. I have a friend interested in auditioning for strongest female voice. Are there any slots available? So he promptly sent the message. Initially, he assumed Li Guangliang would be asleep. Yet to his surprise, he received an instantaneous reply. Teacher Su He, does the person you recommend still need to audition? I can simply grant her a slot. Li Guangliang's voice message conveyed both respect and excitement. as if Suhee's inquiry was a matter of great honor for him. Let us not make exceptions. She should audition as usual. If she meets the requirements, she will pass. If not, there will be no pressure. Sui believed Chun-Chi's talent was indisputable, thus she merely needed an opportunity. All right, just have her come directly to the production team. Li Guangliang responded decisively. Please coordinate with Xingming Studio and invite Chun-Chi to participate in the show. Xingming Studio? Chun-Chi? Do you know her? Sui was taken aback. Indeed, one of my subordinates recommended her to me. However, he informed me last night that Chun-Chi would not be coming, which is why I was surprised. Li Guangliang replied. Realization struck Suhee. This subordinate must be Zhao Hui, who had taken Lin Xingming to dinner earlier that day. I will send you a phone number shortly. Please call tomorrow and mention that the production team is interested in Chun-Chi's abilities, unrelated to your subordinate. Suhee instructed him. All right, I will say that it was teacher Suhee who referred her. Please do not mention me. Just say the production team found Chun-Chi's profile impressive and extended an invitation for her audition. Understood. Thank you. Your gratitude is unwarranted. You are my benefactor, and I cannot accept your thanks for such a minor favor. After some light conversation, Sui put away his phone and stepped onto the balcony. Observing the bustling streets below, he reflected on Zhang Xiaohan's newfound fame, which inadvertently boosted the visibility of Xinghe. As he prepared to assist Chun-Chi in her audition for Strongest Female Voice, he aimed for her to perform a new song, hoping to leverage Blue River Television's exposure to elevate Xinghe's profile. With sufficient recognition, they could contend for the monthly hit charts. The pressure from Warner was considerable. Yet with the system's presence, Suhee felt assured. However, if Warner discovered the connection between Xinghe and Suhee, it could lead to substantial suppression from one of the top entertainment companies in the domestic industry. The current priority was to enhance Xinghe's visibility and nurture several promising artists while being judicious in selecting talent to avoid repeating past mistakes with ungrateful collaborators. Once they had a few notable artists and established Xinghe and Oppo's reputation, they would be in a position to vie for the top spot on the charts. Sui desired not just a fleeting number one, but a 12-week consecutive reign. Achieving this would merit a nomination for the title of Song Deity, thereby granting him the leverage to challenge Warner. At that point, he would not only withstand their pressure, but also position himself to counteract their influence. To confront Warner, achievements in film and animation were also necessary. So he planned to have his friend investigate the anime company where his sister worked to determine the cost of acquisition. As for film, he had yet to devise a strategy, but there was no rush. Music remained the immediate focus. With a heavy sigh, Suhee gazed into the distance, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination akin to that of a wild wolf. Regardless of the challenges ahead, the imperative was clear: cultivate discreetly and refrain from reckless actions. Chapter 55. The Melody God Project. The following day, the fleeting years surpassed 1 million streams, successfully overtaking Zhao Yang and Oppo's Once Loved You to ascend to the pinnacle of the new song chart. Released a day later, it climbed to the top in mere hours. This remarkable achievement demonstrates that the public's preference between the two songs is not attributed to Zhang Xiaohan capitalizing on Zhao Yang's theme song due to popularity, but rather to the overwhelming quality of Zhang Xiaohan and Oppo's work. With this success as a benchmark, the online criticism directed at Zhang Xiaohan and the crew of the fleeting years has dissipated, with many shifting their ire toward Zhao Yang and his fervent supporters. Furthermore, the exposure from the new song chart has significantly elevated the song and Oppo's popularity, allowing Zhang Xiaohan to re-enter the public eye and achieve true stardom, finally securing the top position. I can now rest easy. Haha. After a sleepless night, I awaited the fleeting years to claim its rightful place. What a thrill it is to slap the faces of Zhao Yang and Oppo's die-hard fans. Although the crew and Zhang Xiaohan faced severe backlash previously, this turn of events has proven lucrative for them, as Zhang Xiaohan has now emerged as the most popular artist. The crew's visibility has skyrocketed due to the song's newfound fame. The only one left in a world of hurt is Zhao Yang. He brought this upon himself. failing to recognize his own lack of talent while attempting to incite online harassment against Zhang Xiaohan, leading to her constant apologies on Weibo. My heart aches for my dear Xiaohan. To those who spoke ill, please mind your words. That is my Xiaohan. In just 2 weeks, with 2 new songs, both have reached the top of the new song chart. Such an achievement can only be described as explosive. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohan, once merely a minor internet celebrity, has suddenly claimed 2 consecutive #1 spots, resulting in a rapid surge of followers on Weibo, gaining nearly 100,000 overnight and approaching 700,000 in total. The official ranking concerning the Chinese music scene uses big data to assess artists based on popularity and reputation. While not entirely precise, it serves as a reference for many. Currently, Zhang Xiaohan's popularity is comparable to that of a second-tier artist, but due to her meteoric rise, her ranking is positioned as a third-tier artist. The transformation from a minor internet celebrity to a third-tier artist in such a short time is exceptionally rare in the industry. As for the producer of these 2 songs, Xinghe, his popularity is equally high, attributed to his decision to offer free songs, earning him the nickname Little Suha among many netizens. In Kyoto, at Warner Entertainment, after Du Feng acquired the identity of Suha, the planning department devised a series of commercial strategies for him. Firstly, the fact that all of Suha's songs are free is fundamental to his reputation. Monetizing his music would be impossible, as charging for songs would surely tarnish his standing. Warner is not foolish enough to squander this remaining value. Since monetization through songs is off the table, a new approach must be adopted. Engaging in commercial activities is the most lucrative method for artists. Fees for appearances on various television networks or online platforms, endorsements, and reality shows can be quite substantial. Previously, Suha declined to participate in such events, but Du Feng enjoys the spotlight immensely. Currently, Warner has booked him for a dating-themed reality show alongside his partner Li Xian, with the premiere scheduled for 2 months from now. In addition to this show, a plan to elevate him to the status of a melody god is underway, aiming for a 12-month consecutive reign on the monthly hot song chart. Suha had previously attempted this, but was thwarted by the melody god Guo Feng after 7 months at the top, narrowly missing out even against the melody god. Thus, Suha is regarded as the foremost contender beneath the melody god. Now, with Du Feng adopting the name Suha, he prepares for another attempt at the title of melody god. If Du Feng becomes a melody god, coupled with the existing melody god at Warner, the company would boast 2 such icons, potentially surpassing the competition posed by the other 3 major entertainment firms. Indeed, ascending to the status of the foremost entertainment company in the industry would not be out of reach. In the conference room, the marketing director remarked on the rising popularity of an artist named Xinghe, who has achieved 2 #1 hits on the new song chart. Du Feng smirked. With my current level of popularity, I could release any mediocre song and still reach the top. What does it matter? You've adapted to your role quite swiftly. The marketing director replied, a hint of irritation at Du Feng's arrogance creeping in. After all, this popularity is not his own, but rather the result of Suha's accumulated reputation. Why boast so? He merely has a fortunate uncle who granted him the name Suha. Does he truly believe he is Suha? Once he regained his composure, he continued, I have listened to those 2 songs by Xinghe. Their quality is exceptionally high. If paired with a seasoned producer and a renowned vocalist, I believe they possess the potential for a #1 hit. Yet you say if. What significance does that hold? He is neither a seasoned producer nor a celebrated vocalist. Du Feng shrugged. All right, this meeting is not meant for such futile debates, but rather to discuss the Melody God project. Du Tao interjected, rapping the table to regain focus. The argument subsided. The news of a new song for July has already been released. However, the Melody God project remains under wraps. I believe it prudent to observe next month's market reaction to the new songs. Once we achieve several consecutive months atop the hot song chart, we can announce Suha's bid for the title of Melody God, the publicity director suggested. I think that sounds excellent. If we announce prematurely, the other 3 major entertainment companies will undoubtedly attempt to thwart our ascent, as they would not wish to witness 2 melody gods under Warner. The marketing director nodded in agreement. Currently, among the 4 major entertainment companies, each has its own melody god, creating a delicate balance. Should Warner produce another Melody God, this equilibrium would be disrupted, and the other three firms would surely retaliate. Just like the previous attempt by Suha, who, after 7 months at the top, was halted by Guo Feng from Chintzy Entertainment. Rest assured, since I proposed the elevation plan, I will not be intimidated by them, Du Tao chuckled, shaking his head. Everyone in the room looked on in astonishment. Could it be that Master Zhao Qingyang has agreed to lend a hand? The marketing director was the first to react. Zhao Qingyang, Warner Entertainment's own melody god, ranks second among the 6 melody gods. If he were to write songs and provide them to Du Feng for release under his name, even if other companies sent their melody gods to counteract, it would be futile. However, Zhao Qingyang would not assist so readily. Even Du Tao, as Warner and Oppo's, as general manager, could not command such help. It seems Du Tao must have offered Zhao Qingyang an irresistible incentive, a significant investment indeed. Otherwise, would I have proposed the Melody God project? Du Tao wore a proud smile, his expression revealing everything. Upon receiving this news, the management from other departments felt a sense of reassurance. Chapter 56. What do I lack compared to Suhi? In the Warner Artists department, Du Feng hummed a little tune as he strolled towards the inner office. As one of the 4 major entertainment companies, Warner Entertainment occupied an entire office building, with various departments operating within. The artist department alone spanned 2 floors, and only artists who had reached a super first-tier status were entitled to their own offices. Previously, when Suhi was still with Warner, he had been situated in the music department on another floor, and due to his habitual mask-wearing, only a handful of executives and the few artists he managed were aware of his true identity. After taking over Suhi's role, Du Feng had been running around the company, becoming quite familiar with the artist department. Mr. Suhi, here to see Sister Xian again? Mr. Suhi, Sister Xian is in her office. Many approached to greet him. Hello, everyone. Du Feng responded with a smile. At that moment, a youthful and vibrant girl approached Du Feng in high heels. Mr. Suhi, you look even more handsome after a few days, she said, hands clasped in front of her, her tone imbued with respect. Xiaoyan, you're here at the company too? Du Feng Yappo, smiled Widened. Zhao Xiaoyan had just graduated from the Kyoto Music Academy and was a promising new singer being heavily promoted by Warner. She had been allocated considerable resources and was participating in the wildly popular program, The Strongest Female Voice, which had crafted a narrative around her as a genius girl, making her a strong contender for the championship. Should she win, with Warner's backing, she would undoubtedly secure a top-tier position, potentially becoming the next diva after Li Xian. I heard from director Du that the final song will be written by you, Mr. Suhi. I wonder if it's finished yet? Zhao Xiaoyan lowered her gaze, a charming blush gracing her lovely face. The finals are still a while away, Du Feng replied, shaking his head. Leaning closer, he whispered, besides, I don't yet know your vocal range well enough. How about you come to my office after work and let me get a better understanding of your depth? That way, I can write a song suited for you. Zhao Xiaoyan paused for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face, but ultimately, she nodded softly in agreement. Du Feng chuckled and waved her off. Then I'll go find Xiao Xian first. Goodbye, Mr. Suhi. Zhao Xiaoyan blushed as she waved back before returning to her position. Though others did not overhear their conversation, many noticed Zhao Xiaoyan's bashful demeanor. Haha, look at Zhao Xiaoyan, trying to charm Mr. Suhi again. Don't be envious. After all, Zhao Xiaoyan is the company's star newcomer. What about you? At least I won tea grovel like that, vixen. Speaking so nobly, do you even have the right to speak to Mr. Suhi? If there were a chance to woo Mr. Suhi, I bet some would strip faster than anyone. Haha, you've seen through me. I'm just envious. After all, clinging to Mr. Suhi's leg could at least secure a top position. By the way, have you heard? The real Suhi is someone else. And this Du Feng is merely an imposter due to connections. Should keep it down. Du Feng is Director Du's nephew. If he hears you, you're done for. Who cares who he is? As long as Warner says Du Feng is Suhi, then he is. Even CP Li Xian is sweet with him. Do you really think you can play the savior? Everyone shook their heads in response. Play the savior? In the domestic entertainment industry, offending Warner means you can forget about surviving here. In Li Xian's office, Du Feng sat on the sofa with a smile, watching her as she brewed coffee. It must be said that achieving stardom in such a short time was not only due to Soo Hye's strong support, but also because her looks were among the finest in the industry. He genuinely liked Lee Xian, having been fond of her since their first meeting. However, this woman only had eyes for Soo Hye, even now. With Du Feng under Soo Hye's guise, Lee Xian still rejected him. The thought ignited a flame of unnameable anger within Du Feng. During his time back, he felt overshadowed by Soo Hye. The company praised Soo Hye, and the employees did the same, leaving him feeling like a mere specter. In Du Feng's mind, he believed he had acquired the finest knowledge in pop music during his time in America and was equally capable of songwriting as Soo Hye. Had he returned 2 years earlier, there would have been no Soo Hye. The title of genius producer rightfully belonged to him. Most importantly, had he returned 2 years ago and met Lee Xian, her heart would have belonged to him, Du Feng. The reality show has been confirmed. Giving us 2 months to prepare, Du Feng said, tapping on the glass table. I will cooperate. Lee Xian placed a brewed coffee in front of Du Feng and sat beside him. Du Feng took a sip of the coffee, a satisfied smile on his face. Xiao Xian's coffee is always the best. As he shifted closer, Lee Xian subtly distanced herself. Xiao Xian, you should know how I feel about you. Let us just focus on work. Please, don't bring up anything else, Lee Xian interrupted. A flicker of anger flashed in Du Feng's eyes. What do I lack compared to Soo Hye? He finally couldn't hold back, clenching his fists and speaking in a low voice. Lee Xian flinched at the mention of Soo Hye, her brows furrowing more deeply. It has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him? Then what was your dinner with Zhang from Jingyang Entertainment a few days ago for? Du Feng asked, taking another sip of coffee. His voice laced with cold laughter. Jingyang Entertainment and Warner Entertainment were competitors, and Du Feng deduced that Lee Xian sought to pave a way for Soo Hye. Were you following me? Lee Xian shot back angrily. Is surveillance necessary? You're a diva. Any move you make is bound to attract media attention. Do you know what people are saying online? The current diva Lee Xian's clandestine meetings with Jingyang's executives? Warner spent a fortune of $1 million to have those photos destroyed. Du Feng shot back, a glint in his eyes. It was just a dinner. I can shoulder the company's losses. Lee Xian turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Du Feng softened his tone, continuing, I know you still harbor feelings for him, but you should also realize he's out of the game for good. Only I can help you reach greater heights. Lee Xian pursed her lips, remaining silent. The two fell into a heavy silence. After a long while, Du Feng exhaled. I will send you the single we're releasing next month for you to familiarize yourself with. Tomorrow is the music gala, and we need to promote this single, aiming for the #1 spot on the July charts. With that, he finished his coffee and rose to leave the office. As he opened the door and stepped out, he paused momentarily. I know you look down on me and think I'm inferior to Soo Hye, but I will begin my ascent to musical greatness. And you will see that I, Du Feng, am no less than Soo Hye. With a firm declaration, he closed the office door behind him. Chapter 57. An opportunity arises. Having stayed up late last night, Soo Hye did not wake until noon. After a brief wash-up, he ventured out. Upon arriving at the office, he found Lin Qingming seated silently on the sofa in the lounge, her expression pensive. Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan were also downcast, their heads bowed. What is the matter? Xiaohan's song secured first place, so why does everyone look so disheartened? So he perched himself on the adjacent sofa, curiosity piqued. He had anticipated the office to be filled with laughter and joy, especially with Zhang Xiaohan and Appo's recent ascent to fame. Lin Qingming remained silent. Zhang Xiaohan managed a bitter smile and spoke. Xiaoqi and Appo's spot is gone. Understanding dawned on Soo Hye. It appeared that Li Guangliang had yet to contact Lin Qingming. After a moment in amp, Appo's pause, he continued, it in amp, Appo's just one spot. If it in amp, Appo's lost. We can find a way to secure another. There are plenty of opportunities. I'm so sorry, Xiaoqi. Lin Qingming finally spoke. Her gaze apologetic as it fell upon Chen Qi. She was acutely aware of Chen Qi's desire for that spot, but she could not compromise her integrity to obtain it. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a predicament now. Qingming, why say that? Teacher Xinghe is right. It's merely a spot. If it's gone, then so be it. Chen Qi interjected, waving her hands. Although she was unaware of the full circumstances, she trusted Lin Qingming. If there were an opportunity, she believed Lin Qingming would fight for it. The loss must have been for a reason. At that moment, Lin Qingming's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. She hung up without hesitation. Suhi observed, his lips twitching, caught between speaking and remaining silent. Just as she ended the call, her phone rang again. Lin Qingming frowned, but ultimately answered. Hello, is this Miss Lin Qingming? Who is this? I am Li Guanglian, the chief director of the strongest female voice at Blue River Television. Lin Qingming was taken aback by the introduction, noticing the curious looks from her colleagues. She switched her phone to speaker mode. It appears your company has a singer named Chen Qi. Yes, that is correct, Lin Qingming replied. We reviewed her information online and believe she would be an excellent fit for the strongest female voice competition. I wonder if she has time to audition soon. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Could there be a twist of fate? Did Zhao Hui provide you with her information? Lin Qingming inquired tentatively. Her immediate thought was that Zhao Hui was still clinging to hope, but she had already turned him down. He had no reason to continue assisting her. Moreover, Lin Qingming perceived Zhao Hui's character as one who would not engage in altruistic endeavors. There was a brief pause on the other end before Li Guangliang responded. Who is Zhao Hui? I do not know him. Su He, who was sipping water, nearly choked at this revelation. It seemed that Li Guangliang was even more ruthless, outright denying any acquaintance with Zhao Hui. In Lin Qingming and Appo's eyes, this could only paint Zhao Hui as a charlatan. Poor Zhao Hui. Wait, Yadon and Appo's. Do you know him? Lin Qingming was momentarily bewildered, but clarity soon washed over her. It dawned on her that Zhao Hui had likely been boasting, perhaps with the ulterior motive of persuading her to dine with him. Anger surged within her as she processed this realization. May I ask if she is available? Li Guangliang continued. Yes, of course. Lin Qingming replied eagerly. Let us arrange for her to audition at the television station in the next few days, as the program is approaching its start date. If she is suitable, we should secure her as soon as possible. Perfect. I will have her come right away. We shall be in touch once she arrives. Thank you, Director Li. Lin Qingming concluded the call and cast a glance at her companions. Xiaoqi, an opportunity has come. Xiaoqi, you can do it. Your stage awaits. The lounge erupted with jubilant cheers and shouts. Lin Qingming, Chen Qi, and Zhang Xiaohan embraced each other, ecstatic and bouncing around the room. Shuoyang watched the three girls with a smile, his previous worries dissipating. Suhi leaned back on the sofa, moved by their elation. Such opportunities for auditions were often overlooked by many artists, particularly a mere chance to audition, which seemed trivial to second or third-tier performers. Yet this audition opportunity brought them such joy. Surely, this represented the purest essence of the industry. He hoped that as they all grew, they would retain such a spirit and continue to cherish one another. Let us go celebrate with some barbecue for lunch. Afterward, Xiaoqi will head to Blue River. Lin Qingming waved her hand, determined to mark the occasion. Why not hot pot? Suhi suggested, believing that as a native of Xuanqing, hot pot was the true culinary delight. Teacher Xinghe, you may not know, but since our last encounter with unfair treatment on the voice of Qingren, Qingming has developed a distaste for hot pot. Chen Qi explained. The last sponsoring restaurant had been Chanjie Hot Pot, Lin Qingming's favorite, but after the incident, she vowed never to eat there again, leading to an aversion to hot pot altogether. Consequently, gatherings now favored barbecues or street food. The barbecue restaurant was located on the commercial street opposite the office. With most dining establishments operating primarily in the evening, the place was relatively empty. The owner, a young man with a passion for music, had arranged for live singers to perform at the barbecue joint. Naturally, the repertoire was not comprised of upbeat songs, but rather soothing folk melodies. At that moment, a bespectacled young man was on stage, crooning a gentle ballad with a rich, resonant tone that told a story. Lin Qingming began to order, selecting 2 servings of black pepper beef, 3 of pork belly, alongside lettuce, bacon, and fatty intestines. Though they were all artists who needed to maintain their figures, an occasional feast did little to affect their weight. Thus, during gatherings, everyone indulged freely. The restaurant's owner possessed a distinct artistic flair, as evidenced by the decor and ambience. Not only was there a live musician, but the walls were adorned with poetic phrases, "To our insatiable appetites, and youth never fades, and we shall not part." These sentiments, coupled with the soothing folk tunes in the background, added a touch of charm, evoking nostalgia and encouraging patrons to enjoy a few more drinks. As there were not many customers during lunch, the food arrived promptly. The three girls, wary of splatters, left the grilling to Shuel Yang, the dutiful one among them. As the pork belly sizzled, he adjusted the heat, and soon everyone was delighting in the feast. As they were eating, the first singer finished and left the stage, only for another to take his place. When this new performer began to sing, Lin Qingming and her companions were momentarily taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn to the stage. Chapter 58. The unawareness of youth towards wealthy women. Zhang Xiaoan observed the singer performing on stage, her expression laden with complexity. Once a member of Star Dream Studio, he had defected to Liuguang Entertainment. When they encountered each other on Voice of Celebration, he had mocked Zhang Xiaohan for her naivety, claiming that there was no future at Star Dream Studio. However, now Zhang Xiaoan had risen to fame, not merely a flicker, as her Weibo followers were on the verge of reaching 1 million, all fervently active new fans. She had ascended to a third-tier artist on the official artist platform, no longer the obscure internet celebrity she once was. In stark contrast, Yang Wei had fallen to the status of a karaoke singer at a barbecue shop. Rumor had it that Liuguang Entertainment had terminated his contract, leaving him with a debt of 2 million in penalties. Shuel Yang, with years of experience in the industry, was well acquainted with numerous artists and had heard whispers about Yang Wei and Oppos, as predicament circulating in their group chats. Serves him right. Chen Qi scoffed. Like Zhang Xiaoan, she believed that Lin Qingming had treated Yang Wei fairly. Yet, he had betrayed Star Dream Studio, choosing to join a rival company just as he was on the brink of success. This betrayal, although somewhat understandable in an industry where personal connections often hold little weight against ambition, coupled with his unscrupulous tactics to undermine Zhang Xiaoan, left Chen Qi with a strong sense of disdain. Yang Wei, sensing the gazes upon him, turned to see Lin Qingming and his former colleagues. He faltered, his singing slipping out of tune. "What is going on? If he can't sing, get someone else." A customer complained, disturbed by the sudden discord. The owner hurriedly approached, donning a forced smile, and reprimanded Yang Wei. The once self-assured Yang Wei could only bow his head in submission under the owner's scolding. Even though Lin Qingming and the others harbored resentment towards Yang Wei's past actions, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort witnessing his fall from grace. In this industry, artists are but servants to capital, which can elevate them to great heights or plunge them into the depths of despair. Suhi felt a similar weight on his thoughts. Had he not awakened his system, he might have found himself at odds with Warner, exposing his identity as Su-He and risking the destruction of his stage name. However, relinquishing the identity of Su, he meant avoiding exorbitant penalties and retaining 20 million for a potential resurgence. Enough of this. Let us eat. After we finish, Xiao Qi should head to Lijiang early. Lin Qingming tapped the table twice. The group returned their focus to their meal. The encounter with Yang Wei had dampened their spirits, and their appetite waned. They had originally come to celebrate Chen Qi's opportunity on the show, but the atmosphere had turned somber. After dining, Lin Qingming went to settle the bill, while Su-He led the others outside. As they passed the small performance stage, they tacitly chose to ignore Yang Wei, who strummed his guitar and sang folk songs, watching them depart with an unexpected sense of relief. He had anticipated ridicule for his past mockery of Zhang Xiaoan, yet their indifference became a quiet solace for him. Chen Qi purchased a ticket to Lijiang online and prepared her belongings at home. Sui returned to the company with Lin Qingming and the others. There wasn't an Oppos, too much to do at the office, but the routine required their presence. Teacher Xinghe, coffee. Zhang Xiaoan brought a cup of coffee to Su-He, who was by the window smoking. "Thank you," he replied with a smile, taking a sip. "Teacher Xinghe isn't a newcomer in the industry, is he?" Zhang Xiaoan leaned against the adjacent desk, engaging in light conversation. "Do I appear like a newcomer?" Sui responded with a non-committal smile. "Not really. I sense you have a story," she remarked with a subtle smile. In that moment, Lin Qingming's head peeked from her office, addressing Zhang Xiaoan. "Henin, come here for a moment. We need to discuss the follow-up promotion." "Oh, coming." Zhang Xiaoan waved goodbye to Su He, her expression curious. I cannot oppose. T help but feel that you and Qingming also have a story? Sui refrained from replying, waving her off instead. Once she departed, he felt a slight twitch in his eye, pondering how accurate her intuition was. Nonetheless, he found Zhang Xiaohan's character quite admirable, and he had already envisioned a song for the leather-panted girl, Chun Chi, when she sang. As for Shueyang, he seemed to possess the strongest ability among the singers, making him a suitable candidate for Su He's pursuit of the monthly hit song chart. With this in mind, he opened WeChat and searched for Anren. He quickly found her contact. Are you there? I never expected you to reach out first. Have you decided to indulge in some sisterly support? Anren, in her 30s, was one of Su He's few friends in the industry, and one of the few who had seen his true self. She was a top agent at Chintzy Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies, and also a vocal coach, having nurtured 2 singing kings and a queen, earning her the reputation of a king and queen maker in the industry. I oppose. V always had a hearty appetite. Soft rice isnt my style. Sui replied with a humorous emoji. Anren loved to joke, often claiming she wanted to support Su He, but with his insatiable appetite, he would never settle for less than what he desired. Ah, the naivety of youth in appreciating wealthy women. Anren responded with a derisive emoji. I need your assistance with something. Su decided to skip the banter and get straight to the point. You, Su He, are looking for help? She replied, clearly surprised. I need you to teach 2 singers. Nothing too detailed, just solidify their foundations. What? You want me to help you with Warner artists? Zhang Qingfeng would kill me. Anren's voice message conveyed her shock. Zhang Qingfeng was the head of Chintzy Entertainment, and all 4 major companies were rivals. Naturally, Anren could not assist Su He with Warner singers without inviting trouble from her own company. They aren't Warner artists, and I'm no longer with Warner. Anren, aware of his identity, understood that he would be appearing on television tonight as Su He, so she would soon learn about his departure from Warner. There was a pause before she initiated a video call. Su He couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling somewhat resigned as he accepted the call. Chapter 59. An extraordinary teacher, are you kidding me? Have you truly severed ties with Warner? The video displayed a stunning visage, exuding an air of mature allure between her brows and eyes. However, at this moment, she was predominantly enveloped in shock and astonishment. Indeed, the ties have been severed, Sui affirmed with a nod. But wait, aren't you supposed to attend the music gala tonight? I was looking forward to seeing you there. I was even pondering how you suddenly changed your temperament. As she spoke, and Rand suddenly recalled something. Her eyes widened with heightened astonishment, and she blinked at Su He inquiringly. Having been in the industry for quite some time, she was not unfamiliar with capital maneuvers. From Su He's reaction, she could surmise certain matters. You're not mistaken. The individual at the music gala is Du Feng. Sui nodded again. What? He is not worthy. And Rand was well aware of Du Feng's reputation. During her time abroad, she had interacted with him. Though he graduated from a prestigious institution and possessed certain capabilities, she felt no inclination to grant him any respect. The stage name Su He was not something just anyone could possess. At least in Ran and Amp, Oppos, his eyes. Du Feng was unworthy. Without waiting for Su He to reply, she continued, is Warner pressuring you to relinquish your stage name through breach of contract penalties? Come join us at Chintzy. Although Zhang Qingfeng isn't the best person, he is certainly preferable to Du Tao. Moreover, with my assistance, Chintzy should be able to help you with the penalties. Despite merely being a manager, and Ran held significant sway at Chintzy, having previously nurtured several prominent singers. Forget it. The 4 major entertainment companies are all the same. Su He chuckled, shaking his head. Capital is capital. Unless he is a musical deity, it's unlikely for a golden producer to negotiate terms. Enduring it? And Ran expressed out, that is not your character. I never said I would endure it. How about helping me with a singer and Oppos? S matters. Su He deftly diverted the topic with a smile. Cut it out. Which singer do you need help with? And Rand suspected Su He had secrets he preferred not to disclose. Yet she refrained from probing further. Just 2 new singers I've taken on. I'll create a group for you. You can assess their skills first. Su He had no intention of concealing anything from her. especially since it would be impossible to hide the fact that he wanted her to mentor Zhang Xiaohan and Qin Shi. And Ran was astute, and he trusted her character, which is why he sought her out. Most importantly, Suhi aspired to bring this remarkable woman to Xingming Studio. Her work ethic and talent for nurturing singers were unparalleled in the industry. Of course, such a transition was not feasible at present. Not only did she have a contract with Chensi, but even without it, no one with a sound mind would abandon a substantial company like Chensi for a fledgling studio like Xingming. This was merely a plan for the future. Revealing a bit to Enran now would facilitate better discussions later. Teaching is fine, but you must not betray me. Don't disclose my identity carelessly. If Chensi learns I'm teaching others outside, I might end up selling myself to pay the breach of contract penalties. And Ran mused before playfully responding to Suhi. And Ran held a high position at Chensi, yet she faced numerous restrictions, such as not being able to teach others outside without risking breach of contract. However, online teaching posed no such risk. As long as Suhi kept her identity a secret, no one would recognize her as Enran. Do you not trust me? Suhi replied, feigning irritation. What is the remuneration? My lessons are quite expensive, and Ran winked seductively at him. Name your price. Suhi chuckled lightly. Huh? Who is discussing money with you? And Ran shot him a playful glare. Then what are we negotiating? Suhi feigned ignorance, tugging at the corners of his mouth. How about this? Treat me to a meal sometime, and you'll owe me a favor, and Ran said with a sly smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Suhi. Deal. Suhi felt a tingling sensation at her alluring gaze. This woman was truly a seductress. After a few more exchanges, he cautioned her not to reveal her identity to the singers, then ended the video call and returned to his desk in the office area. Zhang Xiaoan had just exited Lin Qingming's office. Xiaoan, I've created a group for you and Xiao Qi, and I'll add the teacher in as well. You both need to pay attention to the teacher and learn vocal techniques diligently, Suhi said as he added her and Chun Shi to the group chat. Thank you. Teacher Xinghe, Zhang Xiaohan replied eagerly. Suhi waved her off and then noticed Lin Qingming peering over curiously. I say, why do you look like a thief in your own company? Suhi remarked, somewhat exasperated by her demeanor. Shueliang, who was drinking water nearby, spewed it out upon hearing the analogy, then hurriedly coughed his way to the restroom. Zhang Xiaohan stifled a laugh, her gaze flitting between the two. I was merely observing whether you two were slacking off at work. Lin Qingming's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, but she was no stranger to banter. She promptly retorted, Is there any work to do? Suhi spread his arms, glancing around. Lin Qingming's face turned even redder, unable to counter his remark. She shot him a fierce glare before shutting the door to her office. Suhi smirked, returning to his seat, then pulled out his phone to share Chun Shi and Zhang Xiaoan's profiles in the group chat. Xiaoran Jia. So, it turns out you were both in your 20s. Huh. Hello, everyone. Zhang Xiaohan. Hello, teacher. Chun Shi seemed to still be in transit, as she hadn't yet chimed in. Xiaoran Jia. Zhang Xiaohan. Aren't you that recently popular singer on Weibo? Unlike Suhi, who rarely kept up with industry affairs despite being a renowned producer, and Ran, as a manager, had to remain well-informed. Zhang Xiaoan had been trending recently, with her latest 2 songs topping the charts, so Ran had certainly heard of her. Yes, that's me. Zhang Xiaoan replied. Interesting, and Ran responded, sending a playful emoji. Suhi observed the conversation and mused that Ran had likely pieced together some information. Too astute. Such a woman is suited to be an employee, not a spouse. And Ran's social skills were undoubtedly impressive. Before long, Zhang Xiaoan and Ran had become quite familiar, even referring to each other as sisters, with Zhang Xiaohan affectionately calling her Xiaoran Jia. As the group admin, Suhi watched their exchanges with amusement. If Zhang Xiaohan, a newcomer in the industry, were to discover that her Xiaoran Jia was none other than the top-tier manager in Ran, whom countless leading artists aspired to be mentored by, she would likely be utterly flabbergasted. However, Suhi had promised Ran not to disclose her identity, so he remained tight-lipped. Chapter 60, I find that teacher Xinghe bears quite a resemblance. 8:00 and oppos, clock in the evening, and yet here we are, working overtime. Indeed, the company has no pressing matters. Yet Lin Qingming insists that all employees stay late. In the Xingming studio, with Chun-Chi auditioning at Lanjing, and with just the receptionist Xiao Li and assistant A Jiao. There are only 5 of them in total. In the break area, the screen displays scenes from a music gala. The popular singer Zhang Xija is on stage, performing his new song, while fans below erupt in ecstatic cheers. The atmosphere is vibrant and lively. Since Suhi wishes to smoke, the window side becomes his designated spot. A few girls lounge on the sofa, nestled together, with a table laden with delectable duck necks and beverages. Shueliang, the honest man, emerges from the tea room with a platter of fruit. Is this truly an office? Suyu Kuden and Oppos. T helped but twitch at the corner of his eye. It looks more like a gathering of friends binge-watching a series. However, despite his inclination to criticize, he found the ambience quite heartwarming. Perhaps this is a privilege exclusive to small studios. It has begun. The illustrious Su He is finally making his appearance. Lin Qingming clasped her hands in anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I am so looking forward to this. The genius producer Su He is finally willing to show himself. I've heard that tonight he will appear alongside the diva Li Xian at the music gala. I've been shipping this couple for 2 years. The other girls echoed her enthusiasm. Su He observed their excitement and silently thought to himself, the real Su He is sitting right beside you, yet you're all raving about the imposter on the screen. Nevertheless, he merely harbored these thoughts inwardly. After all, he was Su He, and whether or not he could articulate it, even if he did, no one would believe him. He could only blame his previous naivety for not participating in a single public interview. However, had he made a public appearance, Warner would not have merely taken his stage name. It was likely they would have concealed him or demanded exorbitant compensation for breach of contract, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. In reflecting upon this, it was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. We thank Mr. Zhang Xija for his delightful performance. Now, we arrive at the most anticipated segment of the evening. I believe many of you are familiar with the genius producer Su He, who in just 2.5 years has ascended to the status of a gold medal producer, dominating the hot song charts for 7 consecutive months. Tonight, he will make his first public appearance at the music gala. Are you all excited? The hostess' words were highly stirring. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Qingming and the other girls joined in the cheers. Anticipation. Oh, how thrilling. Oh, my Suhi. Qingming, you might want to wipe your drool. Suhi thought to himself. Observing their fervor, he retrieved a Huangalu cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and turned his chair to face the window. Turning his back to the television screen, Lin Qingming glanced at Su He, her smile faltering momentarily as she opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from calling out to him, redirecting her attention back to the screen. Let us welcome the gold medal producer Su He and his partner, the diva Li Xian, to the stage. Boom! As the hostess' words fell, the applause reached a new crescendo. Du Feng and Li Xian took to the stage, and the camera captured their every angle, while the audience and Oppos' cheers and applause never waned. After about 10 seconds, as the fans' fervor began to dissipate, the host resumed speaking. It hasn't been easy. For over 2 years you've heard his name, but not seen his face. Who would have thought that teacher Su He is so young? Now, let's hand the microphone to teacher Su He. Hello, everyone. Du Feng greeted the audience and the camera with a smile. The audience responded with enthusiastic cheers. Witnessing such a warm reception, Du Feng's smile grew even brighter. I have longed to meet you all. He spoke with ease, the words having been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The audience erupted in cheers intermittently. Qingming, Su He is quite handsome, Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed, shaking Lin Qingming's arm. Indeed, he is handsome, and his fashion sense is commendable. Xiaoli nodded in agreement. No wonder he is Lin's idol. He is simply stunning. Jiao, as Lin Qingming's assistant, understood well how much Lin adored Su He. Yet, just moments ago, the excited Lin Qingming now appeared frozen in place. Qingming, what is wrong? Zhang Xiaoan asked, puzzled by Lin's demeanor. Wait, he isn't Su He. Lin Qingming's words caused Su He, who was smoking, to choke, his eyes watering from the sudden intake of smoke. He turned to look at Lin Qingming, astonished. How does she know? What do you mean, Qingming? Zhang Xiaoan queried, bewildered. I've seen Su He before. Although he wore a mask, his aura is entirely different. Lin Qingming pointed at the Su He on the screen, her tone sharp. But he is Su He. Look, Li Xian is beside him. The diva Li Xian cannot be fake, can she? Shualiang was equally astonished by Lin Qingming's reaction. I have a photo. I took it backstage. Lin Qingming retrieved a photo from her wallet. There he was, wearing a black mask, with striking features and an air of confidence. Those eyes alone capable of captivating anyone. Looking at it this way, he does seem different. Zhang Xiaoan compared the photo to the one on screen, noting the disparity in brow thickness and sharpness. Although both had double eyelids, the essence felt entirely distinct. Let me see. Shualiang leaned in for a closer look and nodded in agreement. There are indeed some differences. Could it be that you and Amp, Oppos, V mistaken him? Suhi subtly approached, and, upon seeing the photo of himself, his brow furrowed slightly. It truly was him. This woman had clandestinely captured his image and even kept it in her wallet. How infatuated can one be? I find that teacher Xinghe bears quite a resemblance. Suddenly interjected Zhang Xiaohan with a smile directed at Su He. At her words, Su He felt a jolt of alarm. This woman and Oppos' intuition is uncanny. How is she always so spot on? Perhaps it is simply that handsome men share similarities. Sui check it lightly. Yet Lin Qingming was not in the mood for jest. She placed the photo back into her wallet and took out her phone to log into Weibo. Qingming, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaoan inquired, puzzled. I'm going to post on Weibo to question them. Why isn't Su He? Lin Qingming replied, her voice charged with emotion. Though she had been sidelined by the company, her Weibo account remained active, and with 2 million followers, her influence was substantial. Lin, let it go. That's Warner we're dealing with. They're not to be trifled with. Shualiang quickly interjected. As one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the industry, even top-tier artists tread carefully around Warner. I don't care who he is. Su He is my idol, and I will not allow anyone to impersonate him. Lin Qingming huffed defiantly. Just then, a hand reached out and seized her phone. Now that the studio is on the right track, Xiaohan is gaining traction. Anshin Shi is likely to secure a spot. Your Weibo post would indeed stir some public sentiment, but such sentiment would be swiftly suppressed by Warner within hours. Your account may even be suspended. Then Warner will issue a rebuttal, and you would be labeled as a hater, subjected to the vitriol of their hired trolls. They would likely uncover your identity as the owner of Xingming Studio and retaliate against the studio, causing us all to suffer. Suhi spoke softly, holding her phone in a gentle grip. Their fingers brushed against each other. Lin Qing and Oppos' delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her head and gazed at Su He, their eyes locking in an intense moment, tears cascading down her cheeks. What should we do then? Shall we allow them to deceive fans under the guise of Su He's reputation? Chapter 61 Indeed. Teacher Xinghe is correct. The distance to Su He is vast. Even if someone impersonates him, we are powerless to assist. Shualiang, typically composed and steady, wholeheartedly agrees with Su He and Oppos' recent observations. Warner is not to be trifled with, nor can we afford to offend them. In the shadow of such a colossal entity, Xingming Studio is but an insignificant ant. Yet, what gives this individual the audacity to bear Su He's name? Lin Qingming, pointing at the television where Du Feng is speaking eloquently, sobs softly. You might be mistaken. Su He sighs. Mistaken? How could I be? His uncle is the general manager of Warner. Lin Qingming asserts with newfound confidence, her lips pursed defiantly as she gazes at Su He. Their eyes meet again, and this time, Lin Qingming does not flinch. Feeling the warmth of her gaze, Su He is unexpectedly moved by her resolve. Can you believe it? He muses. All right, even if you're not mistaken, we cannot act rashly. Releasing her phone, Su He and Oppos' tone softens. At present, I may not be a match for Warner, but that does not imply I will always remain so. Lin Qingming tucks her phone away. What? Are you going to say 30 years east of the river? 30 years west of the river and Oppos? Returning to his seat, Su He chuckles. One day, I shall unmask this charlatan. He gestures toward the television, displaying the smiling face of Su He. Speaking confidently, I shall await that day. Lin Qingming responds earnestly. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Lin Qingming loses interest in the music gala. The purpose of the overtime was to support Suha, but now she feels it is unnecessary. This person is not Suha. Of that she is certain. Let us in work for the day, she declares, preparing to turn off the television and head to the meeting room to gather her belongings. Wait, Suha interjects, halting her. At that moment, Du Feng has nearly completed his introduction, and he and Li Xian are engaged in a challenge posed by the host, answering questions and sharing intimate gestures. Much to the audience's delight. Teacher Suha, fans are eagerly awaiting your new song. Could you share any updates? The host inquires. Since everyone is so concerned, I shall reveal a little. Du Feng replies with a smile, leaning closer to the microphone. The new song is a love ballad, set for release at the end of July, and it will be performed by Xiao Xian. Please offer your support. Upon hearing the announcement of a new song next month, the audience erupts in excitement. Suha and Appo's new song is indeed a focal point of the music gala. Although he gained fame through traditional music, love songs are also his forte. With mid-June upon them, the prospect of a new release in a month naturally delights the fans. Such fools. Lin Qingming scoffs at the cheering crowd. Suha, however, smiles faintly as he glances at Shui Liang, who is seated nearby, enjoying watermelon. Old Shui, are you interested in releasing a song? His voice carries a light-hearted tone. Puffed. Shui Liang spews watermelon juice, a seed shooting from his nostril, choking him to tears. What did you say? He stammers, incredulous. Our release a song? Lin Qingming, equally astonished, turns to Suha, bewildered. Do you have a new song? Indeed, I have a song that would suit old Shui perfectly, Suha confirms with a nod. Shui Liang wipes his mouth with a tissue, nodding vigorously. Of course, I want to release a song, boss. But he glances at Lin Qingming. The matter of releasing a song requires her approval. After all, while releasing a song is simple, the essential aspect is the subsequent promotion. Without substantial fanfare, it necessitates a considerable budget, and Shui Liang has long since faded from prominence. Although Xinghe is currently popular, it is not at the point where they can release a song without promotion. Of course we should release it, especially while Suha still has momentum. Henin and Appo's popularity is soaring, and we could leverage that for promotion on Weibo. Now is the perfect time, Lin Qingming agrees, nodding. Not now, Suha interjects, shaking his head. When then? Both Lin Qingming and Shui Liang ask simultaneously, puzzled. At the end of next month, Suha states calmly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. His words render not only Lin Qingming and Shui Liang speechless, but also Zhang Xiaohan and Xiao Li. Releasing a song at the end of next month sounds oddly familiar. Wait, didn't and Appo's that Suha just announced a song release for the end of next month? Lin Qingming suddenly realizes, her expression turning to shock as she stares at Suha. Have you lost your mind? He is targeting Suha. Lin Qingming is convinced that this man has gone mad. He is a renowned producer, the foremost among the musical gods. While Lin Qingming firmly believes he is not Suha, the other party is backed by a major corporation like Warner, with promotional resources that could easily overshadow Qingming. Furthermore, with Suha's built-in fanbase, it is clear that he aims for the top of the charts. This formidable force, why would one not avoid him, instead willingly walk into the fray? I merely wish to gauge the gap between myself and Suha. Suha explains with an open palm and a smile. I do not know the disparity between you and Suha, but the chasm between Li Xian and me will leave me utterly crushed. Shui Liang replies, wearing a bitter smile. The disparity in promotional resources, producer renown, and singer recognition are not even on the same level. It is akin to comparing heaven and earth. This is tantamount to seeking torment. I think we still have over 10 days this month. Why not release it now? We might just snag the #1 spot on the new song chart. Zhang Xiaohan suggests. Lin Qingming nods in agreement. Shui Liang looks at Suha, as if silently pleading, boss, please don and amp. Appo's put me in this position. He foresees that no singer will release a new song at the end of next month, for Suha has already announced it online. Whoever dares to release a song at that time will undoubtedly be ridiculed as a fool. Knowing that Suha is releasing a new song and still daring to go ahead, that is sheer madness. Under the gaze of the crowd, Suha pulls out a cigarette, lights it, and takes a deep drag. It shall be at the end of next month. His voice is resolute and unyielding. The others can only watch in disbelief. You are the producer. Your word is law. Lin Qingming breathes deeply, her gaze towards Suha softening unexpectedly. She wonders if perhaps Suha wishes to assist her in seeking retribution against the impostor, motivated by her anger. Although it may be somewhat reckless, she finds herself inexplicably touched. Linwei, Shueliang and Amp, Appo's expression shifts to alarm. Old Shui, you and Amp, Appo's, the already fallen so far. What is there to fear? At worst, we'll be mocked as fools. If we are the only ones to release a song, we may even garner significant attention. Suha winks at him. Shueliang is momentarily stunned. Despite Suha's claim of his decline, he finds the argument compelling. If others are too intimidated to release their new songs, why not seize the opportunity? This is a chance to ride the wave of popularity. As for the results, having already fallen so low, one fears nothing when barefoot. One question, are we doing it or not? Suha narrows his eyes, inquiring. Let's do it. Shueliang grits his teeth and nods. Chapter 62. The Deadly Unseen Imagination After Work. Zhang Xiaoan and Shueliang share cab home. Suhi, on the other hand, awaited Lin Qingming to take the light rail together. When are you going to buy a car? Swim used. Imagining the convenience of having a private vehicle to avoid the crowded light rail. Though he owned a car, it was back in Kyoto. This area of Shuangqing was technically considered Su-He's hometown. My car is at your place, Lin Qingming remarked coolly. At my place? Sui was puzzled. The 40,000 production fee last time was from the sale of my car. Lin Qingming inhaled deeply. Sui felt a wave of confusion, unsure how to respond. They arrived at the light rail station. Although it was late, the area was bustling with people due to its location in the business district. Lin Qingming hesitated, but Sui stepped forward, motioning for her to join him. What are you waiting for? Come on. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she boarded the train. As the doors closed, she leaned against the door while Suhi stood opposite her. The train was packed, and the crowd occasionally jostled Suhi against her, causing her heart to race. Lin Qingming, standing at 1.7 meters, was shorter than Suhi by half a head. She possessed an attractive figure, but the proximity made her acutely aware of his presence. She raised her gaze, noticing that Suhi was oblivious to her fluster. One hand steadied himself against the door, while the other was engrossed in scrolling through Douyin on his phone. For reasons she could not fathom, he looked exceptionally handsome from her vantage point, with his prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and that slight upward curve of his lips. Her heart threatened to leap from her chest. Quickly, she turned away, facing the door and pressing her back against him. Today had been overwhelming, and her thoughts were tangled. She recalled Suhi's calm demeanor when he had taken her phone to lay bare the consequences of their actions. Yet, the audacity he displayed in competing with the imposter Suhi for the hot song charts struck her as egotistical. After all, the public regarded him as Suhi, a figure with numerous devoted fans and the backing of Warner Entertainment, alongside the illustrious singer Li Xian. The thought of competing against such a formidable lineup seemed reckless to Lin Qingming. However, she did not intervene. Perhaps deep down, she too hoped for a miracle. Upon returning downstairs, Lin Qingming and Suhi ventured into a supermarket. She selected ingredients while Suhi pushed the cart behind her, resembling a couple shopping together. Given their late return, Lin Qingming opted for simple fare, purchasing eggs and tomatoes to prepare tomato and egg noodles. After shopping, Suhi dutifully paid and carried the groceries home. Once at home, Lin Qingming began boiling the noodles while Suhi lounged on the sofa, smoking. Before long, the noodles were ready. Dinner and Appo's ready, Lin Qingming announced, serving 2 bowls at the dining table. Suhi promptly joined her, but the atmosphere was subdued, likely due to Lin Qingming and Appo's troubled mood. After a few bites, Suhi got up to fetch 2 bottles of cola from the fridge, handing one to Lin Qingming. Thank you, she accepted, returning to her meal. Do you really like Suhi? Suhi asked, feeling an inexplicable warmth at the thought of Lin Qingming wanting to post about him on Weibo. Of course, she replied, swallowing her noodles and taking a sip of cola before nodding at him. Why? Suhi inquired, intrigued. Because he deserves it, Lin Qingming smiled. To me, Suhi is a remarkably pure musician. If anyone else had his level of fame, they would have long started milking their fans for money. Yet, he never takes endorsements and hasn't appeared on any variety shows. Most importantly, his songs are free. As Lin Qingming extolled Su He's virtues, her enthusiasm seemed boundless. Meanwhile, Su He's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Not taking endorsements is due to his desire to avoid the spotlight. The same goes for his absence from variety shows. He is trying to escape his stubborn father, who believes that people in the entertainment industry are not to be trusted and vehemently opposes Su He pursuing this career. Using a stage name was a means to keep his father in the dark. Reflecting on it now, he was fortunate that his father remained unaware. Otherwise, he would have endured endless lectures, not only from his father, but also from relatives in the cultural sphere. The mere thought of this made Su He's head spin. As for the free music, he believed it was not truly his own. He considered himself merely a conduit for cultural expression. Even without charging for his songs, he had already earned 20 million, rendering the question of payment insignificant to him. He sought peace of mind rather than profit. To Lin Qingming, however, these traits manifested as noble qualities. "You're quite remarkable too." Lin Qingming suddenly looked up, smiling at Su He. "Me?" Su He blinked, taken aback, and coughed awkwardly. "Well, have I done well? Though you retain the copyright, your songs are also free," she teased, grinning. Thank you for the compliment." Su He offered a polite, yet awkward smile. This woman was genuinely pure. Such individuals were increasingly rare in the entertainment industry, he mused. Just then, their phones chimed simultaneously. Su He glanced at his. It was a message from Chun-Chi in their work group. "Haha, I have great news. I passed the audition and got placed in the weakest C group. I looked at my competitors, and maybe I can last through the first round and stay on stage a bit longer." As soon as Chun-Chi's message was sent, the work group erupted with excitement. Zhang Xiaohan. "Wow, Xiaoqi, you're amazing." Shuiliang. "Congratulations, Xiaoqi." Xiaoli. "Our studio is about to produce another star." Jiao. "I knew Xiaoqi could do it. Our Xiaoqi is going on TV." In the dead of night, no one had slept. Lin Qingming read the message and let out a joyful exclamation, then put down her chopsticks. "Xiaoqi, now that you finally have this opportunity, shouldn't you aim a bit higher? If you're not competing for the championship, what is the difference from being a flop?" Chun-Chi replied, "Qingming, do you know who my opponents are? Group A has the highly promoted Zhao Xiaoyan from Warner, and Group B has Zhou Qianqian, whom I previously harmonized with. I want to win, but reality doesn't allow it." Upon hearing the names Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian, Lin Qingming and Oppo's expression stiffened. "Go for it," she sent back, forcing a smile. Indeed, with those two in the competition, it would be a miracle for Chun-Chi to last more than a couple of rounds. The only relief was that Chun-Chi had been placed in Group C, separate from those two, which might allow her to stay in the show a bit longer. Chapter 63. The number one hater after dinner. Lin Qingming returned home. Staring at the wall adorned with photographs of Li Xian and Su He, she angrily took them all down. Su He has lifted you to such heights, yet you are entangled with others. As your fan, I am utterly embarrassed for you." Lin Qingming tore the photos from their frames, shredding them to pieces before tossing them into the trash. Having navigated the entertainment industry for 2 years, she was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. Initially, she believed Su He and Li Xian were a genuine couple, only to realize it was merely a fabricated narrative spun by capitalistic interests. After all, Su He had moved on. If they were truly in a relationship, she would not permit such intimacy with others, as it raised moral concerns. Lin Qingming mused that if she were Li Xian, she would have caused a tremendous uproar with Warner rather than relinquish her dignity. Alas, she was neither a superstar nor Li Xian. She was merely an artist sidelined by her agency, her fan base dwindling. No, she was once a leading artist. When she gazed at the enlarged photograph of Su He that she had printed, a flicker of melancholy crossed her face. She was uncertain of Su He's struggles, but the transition of his identity must have been profoundly painful. Seated on the balcony couch, Lin Qingming reflected on the sweltering June night, where the city skies were devoid of stars, illuminated instead by the dazzling neon lights. Leaning back, her thoughts drifted to the moment this photograph was taken. Freshly graduated from university, she had signed with the agency alongside her close friend, Yang Ying. During their university days, they shared a dorm and promised to support one another in their quest for stardom. However, upon entering the industry, Yang Ying's charming demeanor quickly won her favor with the director of the artist department, who granted her numerous resources, propelling her to fame. Meanwhile, Lin Qingming found herself languishing in obscurity. Over time, the disparity in their fortunes eroded their friendship. The breaking point came when Yang Ying participated in a talent show, requiring a duet. The agency assigned Lin Qingming to assist. Unfortunately, during the live broadcast, Yang Ying faltered, and, as the lead vocalist, Lin Qingming's support only served to overshadow her. Didn't you hear my mistake? Why didn't you falter on purpose? Were you waiting for this opportunity, Lin Qingming? I didn't realize your scheming was so profound. In the dressing room, Yang Ying slapped Lin Qingming, severing their sisterly bond. Without a word of explanation, Lin Qingming left, clutching her face. Was it scheming? Perhaps. As a friend, she should have intentionally faltered to elevate her best friend, content to play the supporting role. Yet, Lin Qingming held firm to her principles regarding the stage and music. She could not bring herself to sabotage her performance, as that would be a grave disrespect to both her artistry and the audience. As she wept in the corridor, a masked man strolled by with Li Xian, handing her a piece of paper. It was a simple gesture, devoid of words. Perhaps at that moment, Sui did not recognize her, nor was he genuinely attempting to console her. It was likely an incidental act. Yet it provided Lin Qingming with immense encouragement, solidifying Su He as her irreplaceable idol. She acknowledged her propensity for daydreaming, but it was this very imagination that infused her with courage to persevere in the industry, even to shine brightly. Thus, she felt such agitation upon witnessing her idol replaced. What must you have felt at that moment? Lin Qingming lay on the couch, staring blankly at the night sky. In the deep of night, Su He too was awake. He had cultivated a commendable habit of reviewing his plans and strategizing the next steps. In an environment of limited resources, accumulating foundational strength was paramount. Although a producer held a prestigious position in the music industry, it was the singer who constituted its bedrock. Su He was not pursuing quantity, but rather a path of exquisite quality, utilizing the songs provided by the system to cultivate a cadre of vocal titans, aiming to capture the market share of competing artists. Once his influence burgeoned, it would pose a significant threat to larger entertainment companies. A company boasting Shui Ziqian, Deng Ziqi, and Zhang Liangying is not particularly formidable. But what if it also included Sun Yanzi, Chen Yi-sun, Su Song, Zhang Jie, Zhou Shun, Mao Bu-yi, Mayday, and even Zhou Wang Tao and Lin? Although this number pales in comparison to the thousands of artists under major entertainment firms, their quality would undoubtedly overshadow them. This was Su He's current ambition. When he showcased this ensemble, who could rival him in the Chinese music scene? Presently, Xinming Studio was on the right track. Zhang Xiaoan's 2 songs were gaining traction, allowing her to stabilize her fan base before cultivating her into a top singer. Chen Qi was fortunate, having entered a talent show with high visibility. Succeeding in the competition could catapult her to the upper echelons of the industry. Shuai Yang was a promising prospect, his talent indisputable, and Su He intended to leverage him for the hit charts. 3 artists, however, were insufficient. At this thought, Su He rubbed his temples. Yet, he had to be meticulous in selecting artists. Without proper constraints, they might abandon him for larger companies after achieving success, leaving him bereft of the fruits of his labor. Zhang Xiaoan and her colleagues had remained loyal even during Xinming Studio's downturn, proving their reliability. However, the same could not be assured for other artists, which was Su He's most pressing concern. Additionally, regarding the animation sector, Fatty had recently rented an office space to establish the company's copyright department. After all, Su He's musical copyrights were in his possession, and he lacked the time and energy to manage operations. The foundation of the investment company was built upon the revenue from Su He's copyrights, which would then be reinvested into various companies, allowing him to exert influence over multiple markets from behind the scenes. When it had developed to a point where they could rival Warner, it would mark the moment when the star truly shone. After clarifying all these matters, Su He opened the comments section for in the blink of an eye. intrigued by the public's feedback. Unsurprisingly, following Zhang Xiaohan and Amp, Oppo's reversal of fortune, the song received an overwhelming number of 5-star reviews. At that moment, one particular comment caught Su He's attention. Heaven rewards diligence. While the phrasing indeed possesses a certain charm, it is regrettable that the theme revolves around love, lacking ambition and fixated on emotional subjects. Pandering to the masses, a sad lament indeed. Upon reading this username, Su He nearly choked on his own blood. Chapter 64. The Prophet. Hard work is rewarded. The most fervent critic of Su He during his career, back when he was still with Warner, using the pseudonym Su He to release songs, this critic, known as Hard Work is Rewarded, began to disparage him in the comment section. Vapid and lamentable. Always resorting to themes of emotion, truly lamentable. As a public figure, one must guide the masses appropriately. Overly pandering to the audience only narrows one's perspective, truly lamentable. Each time Su He released a song, Hard Work is Rewarded would comment, always employing a tone of criticism. And every time, he would append a phrase of lament. Initially, Su He's fans regarded him as merely a contrarian and would retaliate in the comments. Yet over time, as this critic became increasingly fixated, commenting on nearly every song, the fans began to perceive this as a peculiar form of culture. They affectionately dubbed him Brother Lament. However, he had changed accounts. This song was penned by Xing He, and the chief critic had come here. Moreover, Brother Lament's popularity was no small matter. His replies amassed thousands of comments, with likes soaring to 50,000. Astonishingly, encountering Brother Lament here, did I not see correctly? The chief critic of Su He was commenting on Xing He's work? Ha ha! Has Su He not released new music recently, leading Brother Lament to seek a new target for his critiques? Alas, the career of this producer named Xing He would be overshadowed by Brother Lament. Su He expressed his approval. Finally, a change of pace. TCH, Brother Lament is a titan in music criticism. Others aspire for his evaluation, but find themselves unworthy. His presence in Xing He's comment section is indeed a stroke of fortune for Xing He. Observing these comments, Su He sighed in disbelief. Was this deliberate or merely coincidental? Could he truly scent my change of account? Surely a coincidence, for after all, Time Flies has been reigning at the top of the new song charts. Under such popularity, it was only natural for Brother Lament to comment. It is no wonder he is so sensitive, having truly been unnerved by this critic in the past, relentlessly pursuing arguments and lectures. The most frustrating aspect was that if you replied, he would not even acknowledge you. After commenting on each song, he would disregard everything, making any attempt to engage futile. This sensation was akin to striking a fist against cotton, a profound sense of helplessness that has accompanied Su He throughout his career. There was even a night when Su He dreamt of Brother Lament calling out in lamentation. In the ensuing days, the members of Xing Meng's studio closely monitored the situation with Chen Qi. Teacher Xing He, this sister Xiao Ran is truly impressive. After sending just 2 audio clips to Chen Qi, she was able to pinpoint all our issues. Zhang Xiaohan remarked to Su He, over the past few days, both she and Chen Qi have been astounded by sister Xiao Ran's capabilities. After sending 2 cover songs, the other party not only identified numerous problems in their performances, but also devised a detailed training regimen. Having followed the training plan for 2 days, Zhang Xiaohan felt quite satisfied. Of course, it's only natural to consider who facilitated this for you. Su He leaned against the window, smoking. In the company, aside from Shuai Yang, everyone else was female, and since none smoked, the window seat became Su He's exclusive domain. Lin Qingming, fetching water, happened to pass by and immediately became intrigued. Is she really that incredible? Absolutely. I suspect this sister Xiao Ran's identity is anything but ordinary. She must be someone who professionally trains singers. Zhang Xiaohan nodded vigorously. Ahem. Su He coughed, smoke stinging his eyes. Teacher Xing He, are you all right? Zhang Xiaohan quickly handed him a tissue. I'm fine. Su He took the tissue and dabbed at his tears. Remarkable. Zhang Xiaohan is indeed a prophet. Her instincts are undeniably accurate, always nearing the truth. Serves you right for smoking. Lin Qingming quipped, casting a playful glare at Su He before swaying back to her office. Zhang Xiaohan, amused, resumed chatting with sister Xiao Ran on her phone. In recent days, Chun-Chi and she had been exchanging insights, both striving to rectify their singing flaws and win the teacher's approval. So he observed the chat in the group and suddenly had a thought. Sue, Chinni, I will send you the new song shortly. Familiarize yourself with it. Your group S opponents may not be formidable, but do not become overconfident. It's best to prepare well. Chun-Chi, singing a new song? Sui, what? Do you doubt my abilities? Chun-Chi, not at all. With teacher Xing He's prowess, I'm naturally eager to sing your song. I merely feel that a new song might be a disadvantage on the show. Typically, in live singing competitions, song selection is crucial. The best choices are those that showcase skill and are well known to the audience, thus garnering more votes. New songs often face challenges as they haven into oppos, T-bin market tested, posing significant risks. However, with risks come potential rewards. For a producer like Soo-hee, if a song performed on the show is of high quality, it could bring a refreshing experience to the audience. Such new songs can significantly enhance a singer and oppo's performance and help them achieve better results. Soo-hee, trust me, the new song is absolutely suited for you. Although other new songs lack market validation, Soo-hee's songs are different. They have already been market tested in another realm and achieved great success. Sister Xiao Ran, Xiao Qi, how could you doubt him? You are simply too young. And Ran could no longer contain herself. After all, it is Soo-hee, the foremost genius in songwriting. Countless divas yearn to sing his songs, and performing one is a guaranteed profit. Over the past few days, she had subtly gathered insights about Soo-hee's situation. Truthfully, if she were a singer, she would have likely quit her company to join Xing Meng's studio. Soo-hee is evidently intent on reviving his career and nurturing new talents. Yet those newcomers remain blissfully unaware of their fortune. Chun-Chi, I apologize, teacher Xing-hee. I was merely momentarily absent-minded. If you send me the song, I will sing the new one. Chun-Chi also had her epiphany. Upon reflection, it was indeed logical. Although he had only released 2 songs, the quality of both was extraordinarily high. If she performed an old song and faced elimination, she would have nothing to show for it. Yet, if she sang a new song, at least she would have an original piece to her name, fulfilling a portion of her dream. Thus, the new song indeed seemed more rewarding than singing an old one, especially since it was a new piece by teacher Xing-hee. Soo-hee, go for it. Bring home the championship. Chun-Chi, teacher Xing-hee, please, you jest. I would be thrilled just to last a few more episodes. Soo-hee shook his head with a wry smile. Though Lin Qingming may be unreliable, she spoke true. Participating in a competition without aiming for the championship is akin to being a fish out of water. Chun-Chi, choosing not to engage further in idle chatter, Soo-hee put away his phone, only to see Zhang Xiaohan watching him with a bemused expression. What is the matter? Soo-hee touched his face. Was that comment directed at praising or mocking Qingming? Zhang Xiaohan chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. Come here. I have something to ask you. Soo-hee beckoned her over. Zhang Xiaohan, puzzled, approached him. Soo-hee flashed a mysterious smile and opened his phone into AMP. Oppos, S-notes, come. Predict how many goals Argentina will score tonight. Zhang Xiaohan, what could this signify? Chapter 65. So did you win or not? As the program The Strongest Voice approaches, the promotional efforts of the production team online have been exceptionally effective. The Strongest Voice is about to arrive, with live broadcasts throughout the competition, showcasing the new generation of outstanding female singers in the Mandarin music scene. The champion will be chosen by you. In a show that relies on public voting, audience engagement is significantly high. The 24 contestants are all young women in their early 20s, the majority being newcomers like Chun-Chi, though a few are already well known. Group A features Zhao Xiaoyan, a rising star under Warner Entertainment, hailed as the successor to the diva Li Xian. Group B includes Zhou Qianqian, the strongest newcomer of the year, who, despite debuting only a year ago, has 3 songs on Douyin with over 50 million plays and has even held a small concert, proving her vocal prowess in live settings. In Group C, to which Chun-Chi belongs, aside from a female internet celebrity named Liang Yuding, the other contestants are relatively obscure, hailing from various industries. Of course, the notion of hidden talents is not mere talk. Many competitions often see dark horses emerge, potentially surprising everyone with brilliant performances. However, based on current popularity, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian appear to be the frontrunners for the championship, both boasting substantial fan bases. Some argue that Zhao Xiaoyan, being a newcomer from Warner, is destined to win the title. Are we judging singing talent or backstage connections? One retorts, implying that Zhou Qianqian, despite being from a less prestigious company, Yifeng Entertainment, also has her own merits. Zhou Qianqian's explosive rise on Douyin has established her solid fan base, far outpacing other contestants. I support Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhou Qianqian's cold demeanor is off-putting. My Xiaoyan is the one. Sweet girls reign supreme. Huh. Sweet girls are overrated. We need a woman with Zhou Qianqian and Oppo's confidence and attitude. Are we here to listen to music or judge beauty? In terms of buzz, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian are on par, each supported by dedicated fans. The production team is adept at generating pre-show hype and through a series of promotional tactics. They have effectively pitted the fans of Zhao Xiaoyan against those of Zhou Qianqian. The entertainment industry thrives on controversy. It fuels popularity. As the show nears its airing, both companies are actively promoting their respective contestants, showcasing the significance they attach to this competition. Yifeng Entertainment's official Weibo account shared Zhou Qianqian's promotional poster, urging fans to support her, promising that should she reach the finals, she would deliver a new song crafted by the esteemed producer Xie Xiaodong. Following this post, Zhou Qianqian and Oppo's fans erupted in excitement. Xie Xiaodong is a highly regarded producer, and two of Zhou Qianqian and Oppo's popular Douyin songs were penned by him, affirming her credibility. ISN and Oppo's Xie Xiaodong, the one who triumphed over Suhi? Someone quips, that first song was a close call, but he was thoroughly defeated afterward. Just tell me, did he win or not? I and Oppo's am looking forward to Xie Xiaodong and Oppo's new song. Xie Xiaodong enjoys considerable fame among producers, partly due to his previous win over Suhi, despite it being just for one song. His frequent boasting about this victory has turned it into a running joke. Whenever the man who won against Suhi is mentioned, Xie Xiaodong comes to mind, enhancing his notoriety in the upper echelons of production. However, before Zhou Qianqian's fans could bask in their excitement, Warner Entertainment and Oppo's official account retweeted Zhao Xiaoyan and Oppo's promotional poster, voicing their support for her. A sweet summer is best spent with Xiaoyan. Please vote for her. Should she reach the finals, she will perform a new song by the acclaimed producer Suhi. The response was instantaneous. Warner and Oppo's tweet ignited a frenzy online. Suhi's new song. Zhao Xiaoyan will sing a new song by Suhi. It is no surprise that a newcomer from Warner could attract such a prestigious figure's attention. Fans are now rallying around the idea that supporting Zhao Xiaoyan is essential to hear Suhi's latest work. Are they really playing with fire, bringing Suhi into this? One laughs. I can't wait to see Xie Xiaodong and Oppo's reaction. Xie Xiaodong, determined, thinks, I will definitely win again. This time, the competition between the two contestants revolves around their respective backing. In this regard, Zhao Xiaoyan undoubtedly holds the upper hand, as Warner Entertainment is one of the four major entertainment companies, and having a gold standard producer like Suhi on their side is akin to having a powerful weapon. Yifeng Entertainment's Xie Xiaodong is left in a state of vexation, tugging at his hair. His colleague Lao Lu offers a comforting pat on his back, saying, Dongge, don't be like this. Perhaps this is your chance to prove your worth? A chance? Xie Xiaodong glares at him. Is that what you call it? Well, you did win against Suhi once, Lao Lu shrugs. Xie Xiaodong is momentarily speechless. Can't you see I was just boasting? Why bring up such an awkward topic? At that moment, a coworker nearby chimed in, smiling. Dongge, perhaps if you think about it differently, does winning or losing really matter? Xie Xiaodong nodded earnestly. It does matter. The colleague fell silent, caught off guard. I offered you an escape, and you didn't take it? In truth, I don't think it's that significant. If I lose, it's expected, and it won't affect my reputation much. But if I win, the colleague winked at Xie Xiaodong, conveying an understanding look. If I win, Xie Xiaodong, will have completely turned my fortunes around. Xie Xiaodong and Oppo's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. His gloom dissipated instantly. Huh, A word from you has opened my eyes. I was indeed being myopic. He praised his colleague, patting him on the shoulder. Lao Lu also gave a thumbs up to the colleague. Indeed, setting aside the fact that this competition is about singers performing rather than songwriting. Even if Xie Xiaodong loses to Su He in terms of song quality, it merely adds to his list of defeats. And he can still boast about having beaten Su He once. However, if he were to somehow win, as the thought crossed his mind, Xie Xiaodong and Oppos, as breaths quickened. "Let us go, I'll treat you all tonight," he exclaimed, feeling elated and throwing an arm around Lao Lu and his colleague. "Let us skip dinner. I want to catch the World Cup tonight." Lao Lu waved his hand dismissively. To Tian Shang Runjian, Xie Xiaodong chuckled. "Well, actually, we could always watch the replay tomorrow," he added with a cough. Chapter 66. Will you even? At last, amidst the fervent discussions across the internet, the inaugural episode has arrived. In the backstage area, Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian, two renowned singers, have their own private lounge prepared for them, backed by major corporations. They each have their dedicated makeup artists and stylists. In contrast, the other contestants do not enjoy such privileges. Among the 22 female singers, many are gathered in a large lounge, applying makeup to themselves with handheld mirrors. Here, they are divided into two groups, the academically trained and the self-taught. The academically trained singers, having undergone systematic training, are generally expected to outperform those who lack formal music education, although this is not an absolute rule. This type of talent show has witnessed numerous individuals blessed by divine talent, capable of captivating the audience solely through their innate abilities. Thus, the allure of such competitions is undeniable. Aside from Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian, Liang Yuding stands out as the most recognized among the group of girls. She boasts over 500,000 followers on Douyin, having gained fame through her covers of popular songs. Alas, I have been placed in Group A, which feels like a death sentence. Our Group B fares no better, with Zhou Qianqian among us. What difference does it make? I believe the grouping of this show is unjust. Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian should be placed in the same group, allowing us the opportunity to shine. What are you thinking? Both of them are frontrunners for the championship and cannot be placed in the same group, or else the victor would be evident early on. Who would attract the audience? You or us? The 20-some girls are seated according to their respective groups, engaged in hushed discussions. Chun Chi, clad in a leather jacket and pants, sits alone in the corner of Group C. With no acquaintances around and lacking in notoriety, she is ignored by others. Chun Chi makes no effort to engage in conversation, instead listening to the competition songs sent by teacher Xinghe through her headphones, choosing to remain aloof from their discussions. At that moment, Liang Yuding chuckles softly. What good is complaining? If any of you had the ability to win within your group, you'd be famous instantly. If you lack the talent, no matter how the groups are arranged, elimination is inevitable. Yuding, it's easy for you to say that. You are the most famous in Group C. The group champion is undoubtedly yours. Someone retorts with irritation. What use is a group championship? My goal is the overall championship. Everyone should broaden their horizons. Liang Yuding dismissively waves her hand, her voice unrestrained. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rings out from the entrance. Liang Yuding, long time no see. You remain as confident as ever. A finely made-up girl leans against the door of the lounge, a playful smile gracing her lips. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the newcomer queen, Zhou Qianqian? What brings you here, rather than staying in your exclusive lounge? Liang Yuding appears to have a history with Zhou Qianqian, promptly mocking her upon sight. I heard you were participating in the competition. Naturally, I had to come see my old friend. Zhou Qianqian responded with a smile, unfazed. Old friend? I can't accept that title. You are the newcomer queen, and I am merely a small internet celebrity. Liang Yuding quickly gestures dismissively. Zhou Qianqian, slightly vexed by her sarcasm, feels the tension rise. The other girls, unaware of the history between the two, find the unfolding drama quite entertaining. The competition hasn't even started yet the atmosphere is charged with hostility. You needn't be so cryptic, Zhou Qianqian huffs. Doi. Liang Yuding's lips curl into a slight smirk. She and Zhou Qianqian were once both artists under the same subsidiary of Yifeng Entertainment. However, When the headquarters selected female singers for development, Zhou Qianqian employed unscrupulous methods to secure her spot, subsequently receiving resources and acclaim, even winning the Douyin Annual Newcomer Award. Since then, Liang Yuding has held a grudge against her. If the competition had been fair, losing would have been acceptable. But winning through underhanded tactics was unacceptable to Liang Yuding. Her aim in this competition is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to her. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? This time, luck has placed you in a weak group. Too bad you weren't placed in Group B. Zhou Qianqian crosses her arms, regaining her haughty demeanor. Her words provoke discontent among Group C members. Why drag us into your personal feud with Liang Yuding? How dare you insult us as an oppos? Weak in oppos. Who do you think you are, calling anyone an oppos? Garbage in oppos. Being a big star doesn't make you superior. We all started as newcomers. Your inflated ego is quite unbecoming. A few temperamental members from Group C, unbothered by Zhou Qianqian and Amp, oppos, as status, retaliate fiercely. Zhou Qianqian, realizing she has inadvertently drawn a crowd of mockery, defiantly refuses to back down. Did I say something wrong? Who are you to criticize? What have you accomplished? As she glances over Group C, her gaze lands on Chun-Chi in the corner, and a peculiar smile creeps on her face. I remember you. You sang harmonies for me, didn't you? Chun-Chi, just finishing her song, suddenly realizes Zhou Qianqian is addressing her and, bewildered, points to herself. Are you talking to me? Zhou Qianqian is left speechless. Did she truly not hear a word I just said? Liang Yuding, I hope you survive the elimination rounds. Otherwise, losing to these people would be embarrassing for you. Excuse me, who do you think you're looking down on? What do you mean losing to us? Were you even? Chun-Chi, not one to submit quietly, points an accusatory finger at Zhou Qianqian. She is not one to suffer in silence. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohan faced unfair treatment, she was the most vocal. Now, having been insulted, her temper flares. While she often claims that simply lasting another round in the competition would suffice, that is merely a show of modesty among friends. It does not mean others can openly mock her. If Zhou Qianqian were a true diva, perhaps she could afford to speak down to her. But as a mere internet celebrity with lesser fame than even Xiaohan, what gives her the right to belittle me? Your feud with Liang Yuding doesn't involve me. And I assure you, I am not one to be trifled with. You, Zhou Qianqian, taken aback that Chun-Chi dared to speak to her in such a manner, finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ha! The little sister speaks truthfully. You are but an internet celebrity. Do you truly see yourself as a diva? Liang Yuding seizes the opportunity to steer the conversation. Who would have thought that such a fierce spirit resided in the corner of Group C? She truly dares to speak out. Who do you think you are, flaunting your newcomer title as if it were a grand achievement? As someone steps forward, the others in Group C gain confidence and join in the retort. Humph, a mere harmony singer, and you dare to insult us. Talking to you is beneath our dignity. Zhou Qianqian and oppos. S face turns pale with fury as she coldly huffs. Fine, engaging with you is beneath me. She storms off, humiliated. The lounge erupts with cheers and laughter. Sister, you were amazing, daring to confront Zhou Qianqian like that. Liang Yuding gives Chun-Chi a thumbs up. She anticipated that the boldest among Group C would be the one seated quietly in the corner. She started it. Chun-Chi shrugs, returning her attention to her music. The other members of Group C now regard Chun-Chi with newfound respect. Regardless of her abilities, she has earned their admiration by standing up for them. Chapter 67. The competition begins the program. The strongest female voice features a total of 24 female singers. The elimination rounds are divided into 3 episodes. 8 contestants from 3 groups will face off in pairs, with the victorious 4 advancing to the top 12. All participants will be ranked temporarily based on the final votes. According to the draw, the first episode will showcase the 8 contestants from Group B. The next episode will feature Zhao Xiaoyan from Group A, while the third episode will present Chun-Chi from Group C. Although Groups A and C will not compete in the first episode, the production team still allows them to make an appearance. Welcome to Blue River Satellite TV and oppos. As the strongest female voice, exclusively sponsored by Xiangguo Wuyu. The host, a renowned figure from Blue River Satellite TV. delivers the opening remarks with remarkable speed, leaving the audience concerned he might trip over his own tongue. Such a significant event typically warrants the presence of the station and Oppo's most prominent host. Following a brief advertisement, the judges make their entrance. As this is a competition for newcomers, the established judges from Blue River Satellite TV are not present. Instead, several recently popular singers have been invited. Among them are the renowned singer Zhu Tao, Chun Jinxing, the celebrated Zhao Lan, and the esteemed producer Lin Jingya. In competitions of this caliber, both the male and female champions are qualified to serve as judges. And the presence of a gold standard producer like Lin Jingya is crucial, especially since there may be original artists among the contestants. Original artists are not uncommon in the industry, but truly exceptional ones are exceedingly rare. Her critiques of the songs will serve as a basis for audience voting, directly influencing the contestants' performances. Next, let us welcome the contestants to the stage. The host and amp, Oppo's booming voice announces as 24 radiant young women emerge from backstage. At the forefront is the most popular contestant, Zhao Xiaoyan, adorned in a delicate pink gown, embodying a charming persona that leans towards the cute. "Ah, Xiaoyan, I love you." Her fans cheer. Xiaoyan's participation in this competition is akin to a formidable force entering a fish pond. Yet another strong contender, Zhou Qianqian, lurks within, making the outcome uncertain. The second contestant, Zhou Qianqian, crowned as Douyin and Amp, Oppo's annual newcomer king, is also among the favorites to win. Her persona, crafted by her agency, is that of an arrogant queen, and her striking suit paired with her haughty demeanor draws enthusiastic applause from the audience. "Qianqian, go for it. Goddess, I adore you." The aura of her pride resonates with many, some even expressing a desire to be under her heel, while others yearn to conquer her. Beyond these two, the cheers for the remaining contestants are significantly quieter, as many are amateurs or fresh graduates with neither the fashion stylist nor the star power of Zhao Xiaoyan. As each girl introduces herself, it eventually comes Chun Chi and Amp, Oppo's turn. "Hello, everyone. My name is Chun Chi. I look forward to your guidance." Her brief introduction radiates a bright and lively energy. Despite her lack of fame, Chun Chi and Amp, Oppo's beauty and unique style and leather attire earn her applause from several audience members. However, Zhou Qianqian casts a cold glance her way. Previously in the lounge, Chun Chi had challenged her, and given that Chun Chi had once provided backing vocals for her, Qianqian felt slighted by her lack of respect. Nevertheless, considering Chun Chi and Amp, Oppo's likely inability to surpass the elimination rounds, Qianqian dismisses her irritation, deciding not to lower herself to the level of such a minor competitor. Meanwhile, in the director and Oppo's room backstage, Zhao Hui has been temporarily assigned to assist the strongest female voice team. He gazes at the screen in disbelief as he sees Chun Chi. After being rejected by Lin Qingming, he had told his seniors that he no longer required assistance. So how did Chun Chi end up on the show? Contemplating this, he approaches Li Guangliang, a supervising staff member nearby. "Junior Zhao, what's the matter?" Li Guangliang greets him with a smile. "Did you really allow Chun Chi to participate?" Zhao Hui asks in confusion. Li Guangliang pauses before bursting into laughter. "Isn't it because of your influence? I personally reviewed Chun Chi's audition. She's quite a promising talent." He is shrewd enough to know that both Su He and Zhao Hui have recommended Chun Chi to him. Hence, he will not admit that it was because he promised Su He, who prefers to keep a low profile. This way, he can conveniently repay a favor to Zhao Hui while earning goodwill from both sides. Zhao Hui stammers, unsure of how to respond. He wants to express his discontent about Chun Chi's inclusion, but swallows his words, fearing to offend his senior. The situation feels dire. Not only has he used a favor, but Lin Qingming has also blocked him. The thought leaves him feeling more uncomfortable than swallowing a fly. Junior Zhao and Amp, Oppo's, the strongest female voice in Amp, Oppo's, is a highly valued project for the station. I brought you over because I recognized your abilities, so do not disappoint me, Li Guangliang advises. In the workplace, intelligence lies not in suppressing juniors, but in extending favors under various pretenses. Even if the other party proves ineffectual, there is no loss. However, should they succeed, such favors will prove invaluable. This is a lesson Li Guangliang learned after being helped by Su He. Rest assured, I will diligently cooperate with you. Zhao Hui expresses his gratitude. All right, go back to your work. Li Guangliang pats him on the shoulder. Once Zhao Hui returns to his position, Li Guangliang opens the materials in his hand. This is the song list submitted by the program and AMP, Oppos, as preparatory team. Unlike other platforms, songs performed by contestants must be pre-approved by the production team, who subsequently purchase the rights. This is also a significant source of income for producers. Naturally, original songs are exempt, as they are performed by the artists themselves. Flipping to the last page, he examines the information for Group C contestants. Next to Chen Chi's name is the song she will perform, a new piece titled The Painting. While not an original song, it is noted that Chen Chi holds the singing rights, indicating she is the original performer. The song's lyrics and composition are attributed to a producer named Xinghe. Li Guangliang is not very familiar with Xinghe, but he knows Chen Chi was introduced through Su He. What connection might there be between Xinghe and Su He? Friends? Or perhaps an alias? But didn't AMP, Oppos, T. Warner and AMP, Oppos, S. Weibo claim that Su He would write songs for Zhao Xiaoyan during the finals? Li Guangliang is filled with uncertainties, but refrains from inquiring with Su He directly. Nevertheless, as Su He is his benefactor, he is determined to ensure that this young woman competes on a level playing field. Chapter 68. You actually watch variety shows? The strongest female voice airs weekly, with the elimination rounds divided into 3 episodes. In the first elimination round, Group B showcased several commendable singers. Zhou Qianqian delivered a classic old song, securing the highest votes in her group, while Lu Yu, an original singer, surprisingly claimed the second position. Initially, there was skepticism surrounding her original composition, but with her guitar and unique smoky voice, she captivated the audience with a folk song. Had it not been for Zhou Qianqian's immense popularity, Lu Yu might have surpassed her in votes. Lu Yu has emerged as a dark horse in the strongest female voice. Even the proud Zhou Qianqian acknowledged her formidable rival during post-competition interviews. As for the second episode featuring Group A, it presented little in the way of surprises. As anticipated, Zhao Xiaoyan and AMP, Oppos' sweet and upbeat performance overshadowed her competitors, earning her the top spot in her group. This overwhelming success not only amplified her popularity, but also heightened the anticipation for her victory. It appears that the sweet girl has indeed captured the audience's hearts. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoyan's opponents were relatively weak. Group B, where Zhou Qianqian faced off against worthy challengers, lacked the same sense of domination, though their votes were closely matched. Personally, I found Lu Yu's voice to be incredibly moving, and her status as an original artist adds to her appeal. Her song Seasons Like Songs received high praise from teacher Lin Jingya. Additionally, Zhu Ling from Group B is quite impressive. Her rock style is well suited for live performances. Overall, Group B seems to be the strongest. As for Group C, which has yet to compete, there may be unexpected talents waiting to shine. However, the only notable contestant appears to be Liang Yuding, with the others being relatively unknown, likely fresh graduates. During the contestant introductions, a girl clad in leather pants caught my attention. She exuded personality, beauty, and a lively spirit. I eagerly anticipate her performance. As July approaches, the third round of group competitions is about to commence. Due to the lack of a standout representative like Zhao Xiaoyan, Group C has not generated much buzz online. Nevertheless, the strongest female voice continues to gain traction. Many viewers are curious whether the so-called weakest group can produce 1 or 2 astonishing singers, ultimately determining who will claim the top spot in the group stage. Welcome to the live recording of the Strongest Female Voice Episode 3, proudly sponsored by Xiangwu Wuyu. As the host delivers a rapid-fire opening, the show commences. After 2 episodes, I trust that everyone is now quite familiar with the format. In these group elimination rounds, each group must eliminate 4 contestants, meaning only the top 4 will advance to the next stage. Tonight marks the competition for Group C. Let's see which 4 of these 8 young ladies will progress. As the host elaborates on the competition rules, Chun Chi backstage takes deep breaths, feeling the weight of anticipation. Although she has graced this stage before, this time is different. She will be singing. Having fantasized countless times about having her own moment in the spotlight while providing harmonies for other singers, she now finds herself both excited and a bit nervous. Is this your first time on stage? Liang Yuding asks with a smile, recalling Chun Chi and Amp, Oppo's earlier outburst against Zhou Qianqian. No, I and Amp, Oppo's V performed before, but only as a backup. Chun Chi replies, I heard you even sang harmonies for Zhou Qianqian. Liang Yuding nods knowingly. The entertainment industry often showcases individuals in the limelight, while many, like Chun Chi, work tirelessly behind the scenes, often possessing talent that rivals professional singers, yet seldom receiving recognition. It is fortunate for Chun Chi to have this opportunity to step into the foreground. When it and Oppos, as your turn, try to gaze slightly upward and avoid looking at the audience. It will ease your nerves. The stage lights will help minimize any shadows on your face, enhancing your on-screen presence. I look forward to your performance. Liang Yuding shares her stage wisdom, with the other girls listening intently as they lack experience. Thank you. Chun Chi expresses her gratitude. They and Oppos, recalling us. Let us go. Liang Yuding gestures for everyone to follow her toward the stage. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at a brightly lit villa, Su He's father, Su Jinghua, nearly 50 yet appearing youthful, exudes a scholarly elegance. He has a habit of watching television after meals. I say, old Su, don't you usually watch poetry programs? Why are you tuning into a variety show today? Su He's mother, Shun Manfong, emerges from the kitchen with a platter of sliced fruit. The remote is out of batteries. I couldn't change the channel. Su Jinghua replies nonchalantly, pressing the remote to no avail. I can switch the channel with my phone. Shun Manfong offers, pulling it out. Never mind, it's just for leisure. I'll head to bed once I get tired. Su Jinghua attempts to dismiss her, only to retract his hand. Shun Manfong, puzzled, glances at her husband. It's quite strange. You typically scorn the entertainment industry, making it almost a taboo subject at home. Yet today, you're watching a variety show. I merely sit here to relax while the television provides some noise. All right, you enjoy your entertainment. I wish you'd shed your prejudices about the industry. So Su He have to avoid you. Shun Manfong notices her husband's growing displeasure and decides against further discussion. I'm off to play mahjong, she announces, leaving him to his thoughts. Chapter 69. Let the performance begin. Although everyone introduced themselves on stage during the first episode, the past 2 weeks have not seen any particularly notable figures in Group C, resulting in a lack of public attention and leaving little impression on the audience. Now, we invite the first contestant, Tian Ling, to present the song His Former Love. Hello everyone, my name is Tian Ling. I'm a nurse at a hospital, and I enjoy singing in my spare time. I am immensely grateful to the production team for granting me the opportunity to stand on this stage. I hope you all enjoy and Amp, Oppos, His Former Love and Amp, Oppos. Tian Ling and Amp, Oppos. S voice was clear and melodious. However, due to her lack of formal training, she did not fully showcase the strengths of her vocal abilities. Nonetheless, her profession as a medical angel added significantly to her appeal. After her performance, she garnered over 50,000 votes, a commendable achievement for a first-time singer without a fan base. Naturally, this pales in comparison to established artists like Zhao Xiaoyan, whose fans alone could secure her 200,000 votes. While such disparities might be pronounced in the earlier episodes, as singers shine in their performances, their recognition and support are likely to grow, potentially surpassing even those who are already famous. Take Lu Yu, the original singer from Group B, for instance. In her first match, the vote difference between her and Zhou Qianqian was only a little over 20,000. This is a testament to the opportunities gained through sheer talent. Even a popular singer risks losing votes if their performance does not resonate with the general public. Ultimately, it is the casual viewers who comprise the largest voting demographic. Hello everyone, I am Liang Yuding, and today I will perform a singing and dancing number titled in Oppos. I shine the brightest, and Oppos. I hope you will vote for me generously. Liang Yuding's performance was notably more professional, particularly as it involved singing and dancing, earning her much applause and cheers from the audience. Unfortunately, the girl group style of the song lacked a certain impact in a solo rendition. Nonetheless, Liang Yuding executed it impeccably, showcasing high levels of professionalism in both singing and dancing. The four judges offered her glowing reviews, and she ultimately received 175,000 votes, surpassing Lu Yu, the dark horse of Group B, and securing the third place overall and the first place in her group. Liang Yuding is quite remarkable. I remember she has previously live-streamed on Douyin and even collaborated with the rising star Zhou Qianqian on a cover song. I had thought Group C lacked formidable contenders. Yet here emerges another dark horse. It appears Liang Yuding and Oppo's position as the leader of Group C is solidified. Not necessarily, as the competition is far from over. Currently, the vote standings are led by Zhao Xiaoyan from Group A with 200,000 votes, followed by Zhou Qianqian from Group B with 190,000 votes, and Liang Yuding from Group C with 175,000 votes. Lu Yu, the dark horse from Group B, holds the fourth position with 170,000 votes. The vote differences among these four female singers in their first performances were not as vast as the audience had anticipated, indicating that rankings could shift at any moment in the upcoming competitions, thus preserving a considerable element of suspense. Sister Yuding is truly impressive, ranking third. Upon returning to the contestant area, Liang Yuding was showered with admiration by a nearby girl. However, she felt somewhat dissatisfied for not surpassing Zhou Qianqian. This was not mere arrogance. Liang Yuding bore a grudge against Zhou Qianqian, and her goal in this competition was to outshine her rival. This song was one of her strong suits, and she had chosen to unveil it in the first round to deliver a significant blow to Zhou Qianqian. Unfortunately, the gap in fan support remained challenging to bridge. After this episode aired, her popularity might soar, and she could very well surpass Zhou Qianqian in the next round. A girl comfortingly suggested. Liang Yuding offered a non-committal smile. Indeed, that was a possibility, but Zhou Qianqian was no pushover. Her popularity was also on the rise, making it quite difficult for Liang Yuding to eclipse her. While a few of them were chatting, Chunqi glanced at her phone from the corner. Sister Xiaoran, Xiaoqi, your advantage lies in your breath control. Although the resonance position you are accustomed to leans a bit towards nasal tones. It is not a flaw, but rather your signature sound. Therefore, do not overly focus on it. Relax, do not be nervous. With your talent and the song Xinghe, achieving the top position in your group is not out of reach. The vocal coach Xiao Ran, assigned to her in Zhang Xiaohan by Su He, was exceptionally professional, consistently analyzing the competition dynamics in their group chat and even providing a power rating chart for the contestants, summarizing the contestant strengths and styles. She shared her insights on Chunqi. Xinghe, if you remain calm, you and Amp, Oppo's, V, already won half the battle. Go for it, Xiaoqi. Sister Xiaoran, teacher Xinghe. I will strive to do my best. Chunqi replied before the host called her name. As the last singer of her group, her performance would influence the fate of the current fourth-place contestant. If she secured a spot in the top four, the fourth-place singer would be eliminated. If not, that contestant would continue in the competition for another round. The competition in talent shows is fierce, providing the thrilling element that captivates audiences, advancement, elimination, surprises, and emotional moments. Although Chunqi may not seem particularly remarkable to the audience, she is well known among the contestants for having gained favor when she boldly confronted Zhou Qianqian in the waiting room. Go Chunqi! Liang Yuding was the first to cheer for her. Chunqi had previously supported her. Go! Don and Oppo's. Be nervous. The 8 singers from Group C, aside from the fourth-place contestant, expressed their encouragement to Chunqi. When Zhou Qianqian mocked the group, Chunqi's retort had garnered her considerable goodwill. Oof. A mere backup singer dares to step into the limelight? Zhou Qianqian scoffed from the adjacent resting area. I can end Amp, Oppo's. Wait to see you get eliminated, so I can relish the moment of your humiliation. Having been insulted previously, she harbored resentment. Chunqi was merely a lowly backup singer who had the audacity to insult her, the newcomer champion. She had been waiting for Chunqi to face elimination to thoroughly humiliate her. Hello everyone, I am Chunqi. I am delighted to be on this stage and cherish this experience as a newcomer. I will perform a song titled Painting. I hope for your generous support. Although it was her first time on such a grand stage, she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Yet, her mental fortitude was commendable, far surpassing those who stammered upon their arrival. Painting. The esteemed producer Lin Jingya raised an eyebrow at the judges and oppos table, intrigued. Is it an original piece? Well, not entirely. But it is not my original work, Chun Chi replied with poise. I am looking forward to it. Please commence your performance. Lin Jingya gestured. As the stage lights gradually dimmed, the prelude began, and the sound of the piano resonated sweetly. Chapter 70, the performance commenced with the song Painting, sung by Chun Chi, with lyrics and composition attributed to Xing He. As the information graced the large screen, a few audience members were momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the creative mind behind the piece was indeed Xing He. Following the success of the initial dream, and in a hurry that year, the name Xing He had become somewhat familiar, especially after both songs had ascended to the pinnacle of the new song charts. Such accomplishments were enough to etch his name into the memories of many music enthusiasts. Now, on the stage of the strongest female voice, Chun Chi was audaciously performing his latest song. What could be the connection between Chun Chi and Xing He? It was indeed a bold move to sing a new song, especially one that was not her own. The quality of Xing He's music was presumably assured, and this venture seemed promising. Otherwise, many would have opted for more recognizable tunes, leading to auditory fatigue. Personally, I would have hesitated. If it were producers like Su He or Xie Xiaodong, it might have felt safer, but Xing He had only released 2 songs thus far. Chun Chi's choice to sing his new work was undeniably daring. Both songs had secured the top spots on the new song charts. Surely, that attested to their prowess? Each track had garnered significant attention, trending due to behind-the-scenes controversies, making their ascension to the top quite natural. Newcomers often face scrutiny over their song selections. Upon discovering that Chun Chi was performing a new song by Xing He, many spectators began to murmur among themselves, while original artists gain accolades for presenting their own compositions. Singing another's new work might not only fail to earn points, but also risk disappointing the audience, potentially impacting performance outcomes. Hence, most contestants typically gravitate towards familiar songs to garner broader support. As Chun Chi began to sing, the initial murmurs faded into silence. Many faces in the crowd exhibited astonishment, not only at the quality of the song, but also at Chun Chi's vocal prowess. Initially assumed to be on par with her peers, she surprised all when the 2 esteemed male judges and the lone female judge straightened in their seats, their expressions shifting to attentive intrigue. In the competitor area, Liang Yuding raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her sister and amp, Oppo's remarkable talent. As a singer, she could discern the nuances in Chun Chi's performance. Upon starting, Chun Chi exhibited a remarkably steady breath control, devoid of the trembling often seen in nervous contestants. This alone set her apart from many. Although her enunciation and nasal tone initially seemed peculiar, the exquisite elongation of her notes revealed a beautiful timbre that complemented her voice splendidly. Even though the journey ahead may be long, I sense an intuition, and I believe in this inspiration on stage. Chun Chi embraced the stagecraft lessons imparted by Liang Yuding, lifting her gaze towards the audience, the spotlight casting an even glow upon her delicate features. Accompanied by her melodious voice, she enveloped the audience in a transcendent experience. Meanwhile, in the resting area, participants from both groups wore grave expressions. Zhou Qianqian's eyes flickered with disbelief, her countenance darkening. Chun Chi appeared far stronger than she had anticipated. I envision you as a flower, a bud yet to bloom, while my longing drips like rain. Whenever I am absent, remember my love. Nurturing from afar under the same sky, awaiting autumn's departure and spring's arrival, anticipating the next bloom in the near future as the song as chorus unfolded. The seamless transitions between chest and falsetto showcased her vocal compatibility and technical skill to the fullest. Coupled with the melodious tune, many audience members felt a shiver run down their spines. I admit, I spoke too loudly earlier. This song is exquisite. The melody is captivating. Despite the high difficulty of the chorus, Chun Chi maintained remarkable steadiness. Initially, her nasal tone and diction seemed off-putting, but after listening to half the song, it became rather pleasant. The blend of melancholy and playful spirit suited her style perfectly, as if the song had been tailor-made for her. After the chorus, the audience's perceptions underwent a transformation. What they had expected to be a misstep turned out to be surprisingly delightful, with the song's enchanting melody being perfectly suited for widespread appeal. Life is akin to a vast sea, a small boat bravely navigating the waves, and you are like a harbor ahead, silently extending your arms. As her performance continued, the esteemed producer Lin Jingyao wore an increasingly astonished expression, often cupping her ears, revealing moments of surprise and contemplation. The audience had long since immersed themselves in the atmosphere crafted by the song. They waved their glow sticks, swaying gently to the soft rhythm. This piece leaned towards tranquility, devoid of complex arrangements, built solely upon the foundation of a piano, resembling an unadorned solo performance. It was this simplicity that rendered the song all the more poignant. Love is like a distant journey, a beam of bright yet gentle moonlight. Happiness, it turns out, is so simple. Your presence beside me is my paradise. Though the entire song lasted less than 3 minutes, it provided listeners with a profoundly complete emotional arc. As Chen-Chi set down the microphone, tears glistening in her eyes, she stood on a stage that was wholly hers, no longer merely providing harmonies for others, but instead singing an entire piece with conviction. She gazed out at the audience, her lips pressed together in quiet contemplation. Approximately 5 seconds elapsed before a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. What a gentle song. It feels like a spring breeze. It's simply marvelous. Not only the melody, but also Chen-Chi's performance evoked a long-lost emotion within me. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise from the final singer of Group C. Her attire suggested a fiery persona, yet her performance was refreshingly serene. I'm not impressed. I find the song too bland, lacking any climactic moments. It should have concluded with a powerful high note. Always demanding high notes. If you want that, go listen to a donkey bray. The applause resonated for a solid half-minute before it finally began to wane, a testament to the profound impact this song had on the audience. P.S. Painting was originally sung by G.E.M., with lyrics and composition by G.E.M. Chapter 71. First place in the group. The host stepped onto the stage, expressing gratitude to Chen-Chi for presenting such a melodious song. Next, the 4 judges were invited to provide their critiques on Chen-Chi and Amp Oppo's performance. Initially, Chen-Chi, who possessed a naturally large heart, felt a tinge of nervousness before stepping onto the stage to sing. However, once she found her rhythm, her anxiety dissipated entirely. Observing the audience's response, she discerned that her performance was quite successful, and a radiant smile blossomed on her charming face. The first to comment was the esteemed diva, Zhao Lan. Among the 4 judges, she was known for her amiable disposition, focusing her critiques on the contestant and Amp Oppo's strengths. To be honest, at the beginning of her song, I sensed some issues with her resonance, which I believe many of you noticed as well. However, after listening for a few more lines, I was captivated by her unique timbre. Regarding her breath control and attention to detail, I am thoroughly impressed. Chen-Chi, keep up the good work. I have great faith in you. With that, Zhao Lan gave Chen-Chi a thumbs up. The audience erupted into applause and cheers. In the resting area, Zhou Qianqian's expression darkened further. Zhao Lan's praise for Chen-Chi surpassed her own, and though she was reluctant to admit it, Chen-Chi's performance was indeed commendable. Nonetheless, Zhou Qianqian did not believe that Chen-Chi could surpass her. Thus, Zhao Lan and Amp Oppo's commendation was something she found utterly unacceptable. Not only her, but even Group A Zhao Xiaoyan watched Chen-Chi on stage with a somewhat grave expression. However, upon recalling that she had Su He as her backup, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. After all the sacrifices made, she could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to jeopardize her chances of winning the title of strongest female voice. I share a similar perspective with teacher Zhao Lan. Your performance was very stable, even more so than most singers. I look forward to your subsequent performances, commented the renowned singer Chun Jinxing. nodding in approval. Having acknowledged the positives, I shall now address the shortcomings, interjected the acclaimed singer, Zhu Tao. You exhibited remarkable boldness in selecting a new song, especially considering the producer and Oppo's lack of fame. However, in my view, the production of this song is overly simplistic, lacking arrangement, with only a piano accompaniment that feels rather flimsy. I anticipate that for your next song selection, you will invest more thought and perhaps opt for popular tracks, as that would be of greater benefit to you. Zhu Tao shook his head, letting out a sigh. A faint smile flickered on Chun-Chi and Amp Oppo's face, though it slightly faltered. She instinctively wished to retort, but ultimately refrained from doing so, understanding that confronting a renowned singer was a grave misstep in the competition. Haha, finally, someone has addressed it, Zhou Qianqian thought to herself, feeling a sense of relief as a smile returned to her lips. The judges and Oppo's opinions could significantly sway many audience votes. After all, the viewers were not professionals intended to follow the crowd. Zhu Tao and Oppo's remarks could potentially cost Chun-Chi thousands of votes. I disagree. At that moment, the final judge, the esteemed producer Lin Jingya, broke into a gentle laugh. Please, teacher Jingya, share your thoughts, urged Zhu Tao, although he was wary of offending a top producer. Even when Lin Jingya contradicted him, Zhu Tao merely paused momentarily before regaining his composure. In my opinion, the quality of song should not be confined to its arrangement. While I concur with teacher Zhu Tao that the accompaniment is merely a piano and lacks grandeur, this simplicity has its merits, Lin Jingya remarked, directing her gaze toward Chun-Chi. After a brief pause, she continued with a smile. This approach has the advantage of not having complex vocal layers, which raises the demands on the singer, since it is almost akin to a solo performance. Any imperfections in singing are easily discernible. The melody of this song is delightful and captivating, which, in the context of singing competition, is more than sufficient. This near-solo format accentuates the singer and Oppo's performance, allowing for a full display of their talent. I dare say that many top artists would struggle to deliver such a flawless rendition of this song as you have. Chun-Chi, did you choose this song yourself? Ignoring Zhu Tao and Oppo's increasingly discontented expression, Lin Jingya focused on Chun-Chi. No, it was teacher Xinghe who suggested this song as being quite suitable for this competition, Chun-Chi replied honestly, without any pretense of taking credit. From this perspective, it seems teacher Xinghe possesses considerable insight, Lin Jingya responded, appearing as if she had anticipated this revelation. He has great confidence in your abilities. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this song for you in the first round. Chun-Chi was momentarily taken aback. She had not contemplated this deeply, as she, like many others, initially aimed to select a familiar hit. It was teacher Xinghe who had encouraged her to sing a new song in the group chat, along with sister Xiaoran and Oppo's suggestion, which led her to choose this piece. So there are so many intricacies behind this, she thought, momentarily picturing Su-hee with a cigarette, his lips curling into a carefree smile. Is teacher Xinghe really that remarkable? As for your singing, while I am not a professional vocalist, I have listened to many performances by renowned singers. My assessment of you is that the song suits you well, and your singing is nearly perfect. I have high hopes for you and look forward to your more stunning performances in the next episode, Lin Jingya declared, giving her a thumbs up. Beside them, Zhu Tao and Oppo's face was painted with embarrassment. He cast a displeased glance at Lin Jingya, who had just contradicted him immediately after he criticized the song selection. Could she not have softened her words for his sake? Thank you, teacher Jingya. Thank you to all the judges for your feedback. I will continue to strive for improvement, Chun-Chi exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she bowed to the four judges. Teacher Jingya has given Chun-Chi such high praise that Shun and Amp Oppo's to be possible. I have goosebumps just hearing it, remarked another audience member. I believe teacher Jingya is correct. The more pure and simple the arrangement, the more it showcases the singer and Oppo's skill. Moreover, the melody of this song is so catchy that after just one listen, I could sing the climax. Can you believe it? Another chimed in. I memorized the melody too. Teacher Xinghe is indeed impressive. I wonder if Chun-Chi will sing another of Xinghe and Amp Oppo's new songs in the next episode? Do you think songs are as common as cabbages, one released each week? But upon checking, it seems quite feasible. Last month, Xinghe released 2 songs, and just this month, another one has come out. My goodness, that's quite impressive, like a production team working overtime. With Lin Jingya's high praise for both the song and Qinqi, many audience members took notice of the name Xinghe and began to investigate further. They discovered he was a fresh face in the industry, yet his output was remarkably rapid, prompting a significant number of people to follow this producer. Dear audience members both present and watching for screens, kindly take out your phones to scan the QR code displayed on the screen and cast your precious votes for Qinqi. The host announced, having concluded the judges' critiques and transitioning into the next segment. Qinqi grasped the microphone tightly, turning to gaze at the large screen behind her, which displayed her name alongside her vote count. In that moment, the numbers following her name began to rise at an astonishing pace. 10,000, 20,000. In no time, the vote count skyrocketed to 100,000. She widened her eyes in disbelief, fixated on the screen as the numbers continued to accelerate. Voting time is up. As the host declared, the numbers on the screen settled at 186,000. The crowd erupted into a frenzy once more. This vote count surpassed the dark horse Lu Yu from Group B and Liang Yuding from Group C, placing her just behind Zhou Qianqian from Group B, a mere 4,000 votes away from surpassing her. Remarkably, Qinqi had claimed 3rd place on the overall leaderboard with a new song, achieving 1st place in her group. Chapter 72. I cannot accept this. Cheers and applause resounded throughout the venue. Initially, everyone believed that Liang Yuding would claim 1st place in Group C. However, the final appearance of this young girl took everyone by surprise. Remarkably, her vote count surpassed that of the dark horse Lu Yu from Group B, and she was on the verge of catching up to the top contender, Zhou Qianqian. It is worth noting that Zhou Qianqian was the annual newcomer champion on Douyin, while Qinqi was merely making her debut performance, lacking any fan base. Yet she achieved such impressive results with just this one performance. Is this vote count for real? How could she garner such high numbers? It is indeed plausible. Audience voting is quite straightforward. With a melodious song and striking beauty, Qinqi possesses both, making her high vote tally unsurprising. The primary factor was teacher Lin Jingya and Appo's exceptionally high praise, which undoubtedly garnered her a significant number of votes. Qinqi and Appo's performance was quite remarkable. If all goes as expected, her song Hua should secure the top spot on this week in Appo's new song chart. This is the allure of talent shows. Even those without fame have the opportunity to triumph over established stars. I am even more eager to hear Qinqi and Appo's next song. I wonder if she will perform a new song by Xinghe. If she wishes to play it safe, it might be best to avoid that. She has already made a name for herself and can certainly leverage popular songs to solidify her position. New songs carry inherent risks. If she continues to sing Xinghe and Appo's songs, it will not only elevate her, but also bring recognition to Xinghe. I have already followed this new artist on the music platform. After 3 consecutive captivating songs, she truly resonates with my taste. In the contestants' resting area, Zhou Qianqian was left utterly stunned, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. She had presumed that after Zhu Tao's less than favorable critique, even with Lin Jingya's high praise, Qinqi's vote count would not be particularly impressive. However, the final tally left her in shock. 186,000 votes, just over 4,000 votes shy of surpassing her. I cannot accept this. She shook her head in disbelief. Had Zhu Tao not issued a negative review, and if she had not been so well known, it is likely that Qinqi would have indeed surpassed her in votes. Before the competition, she had considered Zhao Xiaoyan her main rival, hardly giving Liang Yuding a second thought. Little did she anticipate that not only had Lu Yu emerged as a contender, but now Qinqi had also surfaced. It was not only her who was taken aback. Zhu Tao at the judges' panel wore an equally troubled expression. He had initially assumed that the other party was a nobody, and the song's producer was not well known. Thus, she should not receive a substantial vote count. He thought that a slightly strict critique would demonstrate his professionalism and enhance his image in the eyes of the audience. In truth, when the esteemed producer Lin Jingya countered him, he found a sense of secret pleasure, believing that if the vote count came in low, many viewers would perceive him as more professional than Lin Jingya. Yet now, with Chun Chi and Oppos, as 186,000 votes, it was akin to a resounding slap in the face. Is this reasonable? Zhu Tao was utterly flabbergasted and incredulous. A newcomer singing an obscure new song. Though melodious, it lacked explosive high notes and heart-wrenching emotional depth. How could she possibly receive such a high vote count? Zhu Tao reflected on his career and realized he had never encountered such a situation. It is perfectly reasonable. Lin Jingya interjected lightly. You should listen to this song more. You tend to focus too much on technique and high notes. Sometimes, more subdued songs can resonate deeply. Zhu Tao's face flushed. As a king of song, there were few who could teach him. Yet Lin Jingya was one of them. Noticing his inability to respond, she chose not to elaborate further, but cast a thoughtful glance at Chun Chi on stage. She had great faith in this young woman. On stage, Chun Chi handed the microphone to the staff and returned to her position. Sister, I didn't in Oppos. See this coming. You and Oppos. Re so strong. Liang Yuding exclaimed in astonishment, leaning closer to Chun Chi. I never expected to receive such a high vote count. Chun Chi still felt as though she were dreaming. Initially, she thought that Xinghe and Sister Xiaoran were merely cheering her on, but upon reflection, it seemed otherwise. Just as Xinghe stated, as long as one is not nervous, they have already won half the battle. Sister Xiaoran and Oppos' assertion that she could be first in her group now appeared far from boastful. When they spoke so casually, could it be that they truly had insight? If that were the case, then both Xinghe and Sister Xiaoran were remarkably astute, almost possessing an otherworldly wisdom. However, it was unfortunate that she fell just short of surpassing Zhou Qianqian. Otherwise, they could have gleefully teased her later. Liang Yuding sighed in mild regret. Aran and Oppos, you upset? Chun Chi suddenly inquired. Upset about what? Liang Yuding was taken aback. I stole your first place in the group. Chun Chi pondered before finally speaking. Oh, if you can claim first, that is your talent. If I were to envy you for that, what difference would there be between me and Zhou Qianqian? Liang Yuding lightly patted Chun Chi's shoulder, then glanced at Zhou Qianqian in the resting area, observing her sullen expression, which only brightened her mood further. She relished any opportunity that caused Zhou Qianqian to experience a setback. I still owe you thanks for the tip earlier. Your advice to avoid looking at the audience was indeed effective. Chun Chi expressed newfound appreciation for Liang Yuding. Indeed, this is my carefully crafted essence, Liang Yuding chuckled. As the two conversed, the four singers ranked lowest in Group C were set to be eliminated according to the show's rules. The host invited them to the stage for one last appearance. Four ordinary individuals, merely performing fully on this stage was already a significant accomplishment. However, some aspired to achieve stardom through the competition. Unfortunately, success on such a platform requires not only talent, but also the right mindset and a touch of luck. Many contestants faltered due to excessive nerves, failing to perform at their true potential. Yet, life is such that there are no second chances. The four eliminated girls, all with red-rimmed eyes, bowed to the audience and cameras. Today's program must bid farewell to everyone. We once again extend our gratitude to the sponsor, Xiangguo Wuyu, for their generous support of this show. The host, with his signature rapid-fire delivery, concluded a lengthy acknowledgement of the advertisers. Amidst the audience's cheers, this episode of The Strongest Female Voice came to a definitive close. Overall, the level of excitement in Group C astonished many viewers. Initially perceived as the weakest group without any notable contestants, no one anticipated the emergence of Liang Yuding and the sensational newcomer Chun Chi. After 3 episodes, all contestants had taken the stage, and the audience had begun to grasp their respective talents, naturally heightening anticipation for the upcoming competition. Chapter 73, An Evening Engagement, Starlight Dream Studio. Little Chi won first place. Lin Qingming and Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed, embracing each other in their excitement. Sui, seemingly anticipating the outburst, had preemptively covered his ears. It appeared that Little Chi and Oppos' performance had been a resounding success. Considering this was only the first episode, her potential for a meteoric rise seemed imminent, should her subsequent performances maintain this caliber. Shuoyang, too, was visibly elated, having toiled in the studio for so long. A breakthrough had seemed elusive. Yet within a mere month, Zhang Xiaohan had risen to prominence, and now Chen Shi was on the cusp of stardom. This exhilaration dissipated the studio's pervasive sense of stagnation. Even the assistant and the receptionist radiated joy. It's unbelievable. I thought little Chi might merely qualify, but she actually secured first place. Lin Qingming exclaimed, taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Do you have so little faith in Chen Chi? Sui couldn't resist teasing. TCH, as if you weren't surprised, Lin Qingming retorted, annoyed. Why would I be surprised? I anticipated this outcome. Su-he chuckled softly. I almost believe you, Lin Qingming scoffed, unconvinced. Sister Qingming, teacher Xinghe mentioned in the group chat, and Sister Xiaoran also suggested that little Qi had a chance of winning her group, even providing detailed data analysis. Zhang Xiaohan chimed in, giggling. Like Chen Qi, she was astonished by the professionalism of Su-he and Sister Xiaoran. If it wasn't Oppo's TA bluff, then these two were formidable. Oh, Lin Qingming and Oppo's. As expression faltered, she turned to Su-he, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. How did you predict this? Predict? It's not a prediction. Chen Qi's singing has improved significantly over the past 2 weeks of training. Moreover, this show doesn't feature any particularly strong singers, and with my song, it's only natural that she'd win her group, Su-he said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, feigning profundity. You're amazing, all right, Lin Qingming conceded, finding herself unable to refute his smugness. How infuriating he managed to pull it off. The show concluded late into the night. However, Chen Shi was an integral part of their close-knit family, and everyone was eager to witness her debut performance. Watching it together at the office was a lively affair. Furthermore, with the studio's improving fortunes, Lin Qingming had even ordered a crayfish takeout. The group indulged in crayfish and beer while watching the show, making their work feel more enjoyable than being at home. Moreover, the entire studio was populated by singles, making returning home a rather solitary affair. With the show concluded, everyone dispersed. As before, Lin Qingming retreated to her office, waiting for the others to leave before emerging. She didn't want her colleagues to assume that she and Su-he were living together, lest the gossipy employees spread rumors, leaving her unable to defend herself. However, after waiting in her office for some time, Su didn't come and knock on her door. Upon emerging from her office, she discovered that everyone had already left, and Su-he was nowhere to be seen. Lin Qingming was utterly bewildered. She grabbed her phone, only to find a message from Su-he. I have an engagement this evening, so I won't be dining with you. Lin Qingming was taken aback by the message. She had initially anticipated feeling relieved at not having to return home and dine with him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of emptiness. Since Su-he's arrival, she had grown accustomed to returning home with him, shopping for groceries together, and sharing meals. Su-he's sudden engagement and absence from their routine left her feeling uncharacteristically out of sorts. Su-he, a confirmed homebody, usually shuttled between the office and home. What could he be engaged in tonight? Was it with a male or a female companion? Lin Qingming, what are you thinking? She suddenly realized, running her hands through her hair in frustration as she turned off the office lights. Without having to prepare so much food, I'll have an easier time. I wish he had an engagement every day, she muttered as she left the office. A roadside stall, Jianghu cuisine, is a distinctive culinary style of Shuangqing. Eschewing the formalities of upscale restaurants, it embraces a casual, sleeves-rolled-up approach, creating a vibrant, down-to-earth atmosphere. Many roadside stalls feature outdoor seating areas, even in the dead of night. Shuangqing and Oppo's July air was thick with humidity. As the fans whirred, Su-he leaned back in his chair, observing the passing throng. He handed a cigarette to Li Jiang, lighting one for himself. Soon, a waiter arrived with a large platter of braised crayfish. Boss, bring us a case of chilled guobin, Li Jiang called out to the owner. He then donned disposable gloves and began peeling the crayfish. If summer had a defining flavor, it would undoubtedly be crayfish, paired with ice-cold beer, an absolute delight. How are things progressing with the company? Su-he asked, discarding his cigarette and joining Li Jiang in peeling the crayfish. Do you doubt my abilities? Li Jiang replied, a hint of smugness in his tone. At that moment, a waiter delivered a case of beer, placing it beside Li Jiang. Li Jiang grabbed 2 bottles, expertly prying off the caps with chopsticks, handing one to Su He. After Su He accepted it, he continued, "The copyright department has hired 5 people, which should suffice for now, given your current level of fame. As for the other departments, there are about 20 people in total." "Not bad. Fatty, that's efficient," Su He remarked, surprised. He had underestimated Li Jiang's capabilities. When a fatty put his mind to it, he was indeed capable. "A piece of cake," Li Jiang replied, downing half a bottle of beer in one gulp, then exhaling with immense satisfaction. "However, given your rate of growth, the company will need to hire more people in a few months. Just handle it as you see fit." Sui nodded. He lacked Li Jiang and Appo's expertise in this area, and Wooden and Appo's interfere. By the way, Sister Yin and Appo's company is quite formidable, ranking among the top 10 in the Chinese animation industry. While they're currently facing difficulties, our current assets are still far from sufficient to acquire them, Li Jiang said as he peeled shrimp. Sui had previously expressed his desire to acquire Su Mayan's animation company, just as he had acquired Starlight Dream Studio. Li Jiang had investigated the company, discovering that it was a large-scale operation. Starlight Investment, still in its infancy, Kuden and Appo's possibly absorb such a large entity. That and Appo's troublesome. Sui frowned. He had the script for Song of Adolescence and had been holding on to it for 2 weeks. It was time to put into production and start generating revenue. He had an amp, Appo's. Previously looked into his sister and amp, Appo's career, assuming it was a small-scale operation. He had an amp, Appo's. Realized that her company ranked among the top 10 in China. "It is indeed difficult," Li Jiang said, finishing his first bottle of beer and opening another. "There might be a way," Su He suddenly said. "TSK, don't be cryptic," Li Jiang retorted, annoyed. "If we can't acquire them, Starlight Investment can become their client," Su He said, winking at Li Jiang. Chapter 74. Lin Qingming. "What on earth are you doing? Please elaborate." Li Jiang immediately became intrigued. "Our acquisition of the company where my sister works was intended to assist her when we launched our animation project." Su He had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, yet his face turned slightly flushed after just 1 bottle. He thought to himself, since we are venturing into animation, and my sister happens to be in this field, we might as well keep the benefits within the family. Indeed, I am quite eager to see the look on Sister Yan's face when she discovers that we are the ones providing her with the script. It will surely be delightful. Li Jiang chuckled. Acquiring such a large company is not particularly cost-effective, as it involves too many complexities. Our current company is relatively small, and managing it is quite challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Su He continued, "I have another model in mind. We could leverage the name of our investment firm, Xingchen Investment, to collaborate with these companies. We would provide the script and some funding, while they handle the distribution and promotion. This way, we not only alleviate the manpower shortage, but also retain the initiative." "Collaborate with others?" Li Jiang furrowed his brows, deep in thought. At first glance, it seemed that we would be in a subordinate position, yet upon reflection, Li Jiang began to understand the nuances of the proposal. Initially, this model may appear to favor the other party, but once Xingchen Investment establishes its reputation, it will no longer be us seeking partnerships. Rather, they will come to us. Once the roles are reversed, we will indeed hold the advantage. Furthermore, this model allows us to retain the copyrights to our works, although the initial phase may be challenging. Once we gain recognition, the cost will be significantly less than acquiring multiple companies. Therefore, Xingchen Investment must step into the limelight, which will undoubtedly increase the pressure on you, Su He added. Once we establish our reputation, we can no longer remain in the shadows. Our targets will grow larger, and the pressure from major corporations will intensify. Impressive insight, Heezy. How did I not think of this sooner? Li Jiang exclaimed, giving Su He a thumbs up. It's simply a matter of conventional thinking. And since I've consistently proposed the acquisition approach, it's understandable that you wouldn't conceive of this alternative. Su He waved his hand dismissively. In fact, this approach would alleviate much of my pressure. Li Jiang, grasping Su He's point, pondered further. How so? Suinkuir passive. You've always believed that Warner has overwhelming influence. Indeed, as an artist, one cannot contend with Warner, but from a commercial perspective, we are in a relationship of mutual need. There are other entertainment companies in Huagua besides Warner, such as Qinxi, Hongguang, and Shenying, which maintain a balance of power among themselves. As long as our work is exceptional enough for them to refuse, the initiative will forever remain in our hands. Li Jiang a lavorata passionatelli. Suhi began to realize the clarity in their discussion. While Suhi approached the matter from an artist's viewpoint, Li Jiang considered it from a business angle. Their differing perspectives, however, ultimately established a clearer goal for the future. The best strategy for Xingchen Investment, founded by Suhi and Li Jiang, is not to acquire other companies from behind the scenes, but to position themselves as content creators and engage in commercial partnerships. Xingchen Investment stands as Suhi's greatest asset and a formidable bargaining chip against Warner, but it must develop further. Currently, it is still too weak. Even a company ranked in the top 10 could easily suppress it. Nevertheless, since Li Jiang is the public face of the company, Suhi is not concerned about Warner discovering his involvement. After discussing the finer points, both agreed that this approach was indeed feasible. By the way, my sister finished her exams and asked me to inform you that she'll be coming to Shuangqing City soon. Li Jiang suddenly changed the subject after having a drink. It's already July. The school break has begun. Previously, Li Jiang's sister had mentioned her intention to visit Shuangqing City and stay with Suhi. Now, with the phone call confirming her plans, it seemed inevitable. She's really coming? Suhi mused, suddenly finding the crayfish in his hand less appealing. What business does a performer have in Shuangqing City? Suikemplant. My father also called, insisting that I take good care of her. But I have to focus on company matters, Li Jiang chuckled. Suhi found himself at a loss for a retort. He certainly did not wish for Li Ku to stay at his home, aside from his less than favorable impression of her. Having an 18-year-old girl suddenly living in his space would complicate his life. However, Li Ku seemed determined to stay at his house. And out of respect for Li Bo and Li Jiang, Suhi felt he could not refuse. After all, Suhi's family and Li Jiang's South family have been close for generations, being neighbors and maintaining a strong friendship between Suhi's father, Su Jinghua, and Li Bo. If Li Jiang were a girl, it's likely that Suhi and she would have been betrothed in childhood. Thankfully, this hefty fellow is a boy, sparing them from such a predicament. Li Ku is quite favored by Suhi's father, sometimes making Suhi feel as if she were his biological sister. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts, as they pertain to the friendship between their fathers. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for Li Ku to stay at his house in Shuangqing City. However, Suhi harbored many secrets and genuinely feared that she might divulge something to his father. If things went well, it would be one thing, but given the current state of affairs, he could already imagine the scolding he would receive upon returning home for the new year. Upon returning from the night market, Suhi felt slightly tipsy. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he encountered Lin Qingming carrying a trash bag. It's already past 1 a.m, and you're going out to throw away trash? Suhi glanced at her, astonished. What is it to you? Lin Qingming shot him a glare, disposing of the trash in the property bin before turning back to her apartment. Suhi shook his head helplessly and sighed. This woman can be quite perplexing at times. The moment Lin Qingming closed the door, her face flushed with anxiety, her heart racing. After returning from work, she had washed up and lay in bed, yet sleep eluded her as Suhi's image lingered in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder who he was meeting, male or female. Although Lin Qingming rationally knew she shouldn't be concerned, she couldn't help but toss and turn in bed, occasionally peeking through the peephole to see if Suhi had returned. Upon hearing the sound of the elevator, she hastily pretended to take out the trash, hoping to catch a glimpse of whether he was accompanied by anyone. When she saw Suhi return alone, she felt inexplicably relieved. Yet, in retrospect, Lin Qingming, what on earth are you doing? She touched her flushed face, rushing to her bedroom in a fluster. Chapter 75. The Old Contrarian. Suhi returned home, took a shower, and lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. The program's strongest female voice undoubtedly lived up to its reputation as a popular show on Blue River TV, quickly trending after its broadcast. In today's C group competition, Qinxi shone the brightest. This girl, in terms of both appearance and personal talent, possessed the potential for explosive success. All she needed was a stage and a memorable piece. This episode of The Strongest Female Voice provided her with the opportunity to showcase her brilliance. All contestants have made their appearances. The The competition in the strongest female voice is fierce. The strongest dark horse in Group C is actually this girl. A song Painting is vying for the title of TikTok's annual Newcomer King. This newcomer is impressive. Xing He, a remarkably talented new producer. Not only did Qinqi trend, but due to Lin Jingya's high praise for the song Painting, the producer Xing He also found himself in the spotlight. Within just a few hours after the show aired, Painting ascended to the top of the new song chart, followed closely by Lu Yu and Oppo's folk song In a Foreign Land. Much of this was attributed to the fact that other contestants sang old songs. Even if they were freshly reinterpreted, they wouldn't be recorded on the new song chart. Otherwise, based on Zhao Xiaoyan's popularity, Qinqi might not have secured the top spot. However, the speed of this competition was truly astonishing. Such as the terrifying heat of talent shows, where even an ordinary person can achieve nationwide fame in a short span. This is why, over the years, talent shows have remained a mainstay for major TV stations, with 1 or 2 seasons planned each year. On Weibo, although Chun-Chi's song garnered considerable debate among the judges, her impressive performance and popularity justified the votes she received. Frankly, if it weren't for Zhu Tao's less favorable critique, Chun-Chi's vote count might have been even higher. Zhu Tao's comments could easily be dismissed as a joke. While he honestly pointed out the lack of singing skills, he insisted on critiquing the song itself, only to be harshly rebutted by Lin Jingya. I believe Zhu Tao's assessments aren't entirely off. The song indeed lacks depth. However, Lin Jingya's high praise felt somewhat orchestrated to me. It made me chuckle to think that a producer who has to curry favor with both kings and queens of song would stoop to promote a virtually unknown amateur. Presently, some popular singers equate high notes with talent, and their fans boast about their idol's vocal prowess. Yet, to those well-versed in music, high notes do not necessarily indicate a good song. It's akin to certain singers who wail through every piece, while their fans excessively laud their abilities, leaving music students like myself feeling embarrassed. As for the casual listeners, I have no objections to their admiration for Qinqi, but isn't it somewhat unethical to subtly disparage others? I can already tell there are detractors targeting my beloved brother. If they have the ability, let them sing as high as he does. Why bother with negativity? My brother possesses remarkable vocal skills, and their criticisms are merely baseless. Reading through the comments on Weibo, Sui shook his head in exasperation. In this era of short videos, much of what was once deemed professional vocal knowledge has seeped into popular consciousness. However, this awareness has paradoxically diminished the public's aesthetic standards. Many judge a performance solely by the ability to hit high notes or scream, neglecting the vital emotions within the music. People have come to equate vocal prowess with the ability to reach certain pitches, and the market responds by molding idols into this mold. These artists may reach impressive heights, yet the quality of their high notes is often disregarded by their fans, who only acknowledge their idols' invulnerable high notes, flooding comment sections in an attempt to brainwash casual listeners. This is a market trend, one that cannot be altered by a mere few. The subjectivity of musical appreciation makes it a challenging endeavor. As for the skirmishes between audiences and fans, Suhi paid little heed, knowing that controversy is essential for the show's popularity. He even felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhu Tao, who had the audacity to question Qinqi, as it would inevitably boost her visibility. After scrolling through Weibo for a while, Suhi ventured into the comments section of Painting, perhaps due to its acclaim from the esteemed producer Lin Jingya. The comments section was filled with 5-star reviews. For the non-professionals, this song resonated beautifully. The melody and lyrics were exquisite. In Qinqi and Amp, Oppo's voice, I sensed a spirit of bravery and an unyielding courage against the storms of life. This girl possesses a unique charisma. If she continues to perform like this in subsequent episodes, I believe she could challenge Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian for the championship. The style is sweet, and such love songs are indeed rare. Moreover, Chun-Chi's singing style is quite distinctive, a tone that is memorable. I have been looping her song, Chun-Chi and Amp, Oppo's timbre is wonderful, yet I must also commend producer Xing He. From the first song, The Initial Dream, I have closely followed his work. Without discussing chart positions, the sheer quality of his music indicates that Xing He is far more than a mere newcomer. Xing He is indeed impressive. having held the top spot on the new song chart with 3 consecutive songs. I've become a devoted follower of this musician and eagerly await his future works. Scrolling down from the most liked comments, all I encountered were accolades. However, when I stumbled upon a single 1-star review, Suhee suddenly froze. Tian Dao Cho Chin. Upon seeing the song title, I initially assumed it would be a piece about the art of painting, eager to witness the producer's insights on the subject. Yet, what unfolded was merely a love song. I had hoped that a musician capable of crafting an inspirational song like The Awakening of Dreams would possess broader horizons. But alas, they remain ensnared by love. Pandering to the market. How tragic. The old literary hipster. The old contrarian. My previously uplifting mood was utterly shattered by this lamentation. This time, Suhee could no longer contain himself. He was logged into the Xinghee account on the Penguin Music platform and did not switch to another account. He picked up his phone and unleashed his frustration. What is wrong with you? You may not like love songs or my music, but there's no need to listen if you detest it. There's no reason to listen and then criticize. What a pathetic contrarian masquerading as a literary soul. If you enjoy it, listen. If not, just leave. This wasn't and Amp, Oppos, T merely a sign of Suhee and Amp, Oppos, as fragile state. In his earlier days as Suhee, he lacked the opportunity to voice his opinions. After gaining fame, he had developed an idol's restraint, but now that the Xinghee account was just beginning, he felt compelled to confront this lamenting individual. Otherwise, it might become a thorn in his career, forever pricking at his heart. Lamenting one, please, go listen to someone else in Amp, Oppos, S Music. Chapter 76. Would you like to join me for a meal? Brother Sai is quite renowned in the music review community. Many have followed his account and have seen him comment on Xinghee and Oppos' new song. However, people approach his reviews with a sense of amusement, as Brother Sai is notoriously strict. Even with Suhee and Amp, Oppos' songs, he seldom offered positive feedback, often delivering harsh critiques. Yet, when he witnessed the producer Xinghee personally confront Brother Sai, boldly declaring that if one enjoys the music, they should listen, but if not, they could leave, the comment section erupted. Haha, Brother Sai has met his match. It seems Xinghee's temperament is not as lenient as Suhee's. An irate producer confronting a critic is indeed a spectacle, and the endless bickering in the comments is rather tiresome. In truth, I believe Brother Sai and Oppos' assertions are not entirely unfounded. Music should not be confined to love songs. He remarked that Suhee and Amp, Oppos' work is commendable, yet criticized Xinghee, which seems excessive, particularly since Xinghee is still a newcomer. New artists naturally aim to cater to the market, and love songs undoubtedly represent the largest sector in domestic entertainment. Once one gains recognition, they can explore other genres. Suhee has grown accustomed to Brother Sai's critiques, but Xinghee will not indulge him. Following this incident, it is likely that Brother Sai will refrain from commenting on Xinghee and Oppos' works in the future. Regrettably, without Brother Sai, the joy of reading music reviews diminishes significantly. As usual, even after being directly challenged by producer Xinghee, Brother Sai chose not to retaliate. He seems like a mere passerby, offering a comment and then withdrawing from any debate. This indicates he is not merely a contrarian. After all, a contrarian can argue for days on end. While Brother Sai appears more like a bystander, sharing his perspective without concern for others and Oppos' acceptance, nor does he feel compelled to explain. Perhaps this is why he has issued so many negative reviews for Suhee, yet fans of Suhee hold him in high regard. The following day, due to the weekend, Suhee did not rise until noon. Just after he finished washing up, he heard a knock at the door. To his surprise, it was his neighbor, Lin Qingming. I seem to have made too much food. It would be wasteful not to finish it. Would you like to join me? Lin Qingming said softly, her head slightly bowed. Sure, Suhee replied, not one to refuse. Waking up to a home-cooked meal is indeed delightful. This marked Suhee and Oppos' first visit to Lin Qingming's home. The interior was simply adorned, yet exuded refinement. A plush carpet lay before the sofa, and the room was decorated in a distinctly feminine style. I prefer dining at the coffee table. Please make yourself comfortable while I fetch the dishes, Lin Qingming stated as she headed to the kitchen. Suhee settled on the sofa and noticed a cage on the balcony. where the cat that had previously wandered into his home was now glaring at him. You have a saliva allergy, so I locked it up to prevent it from licking you, Lin Qingming explained as she placed the dishes on the coffee table. Upon recalling the scene from that morning, where Suha had an allergic reaction due to her saliva, Lin Qingming's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Oh, Suha responded, completely oblivious to her embarrassment as he accepted the bowl and chopsticks she offered. Since Suha was seated on the sofa, Lin Qingming sat cross-legged on the carpet. Perhaps due to the slightly awkward atmosphere, she turned on the television and tuned it to an entertainment channel. I heard that Time Flies has premiered and its box office is performing quite well. Lin Qingming initiated conversation. Their efforts to hype the fleeting years have certainly paid off. Suha replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, it's a win-win for the production team, Han Hang, and you, Lin Qingming acknowledged with a nod. Suha smiled non-committally. The television displayed entertainment news, where Chen Qi was highlighted for securing first place in Group C, a noteworthy mention since only first-tier or super first-tier celebrities appear on such segments, indicating her performance had garnered significant attention. Among the trending entertainment news, aside from the high popularity of an AMP, Oppos, the strongest female voice in AMP, Oppos, there was another romantic reality show generating considerable buzz. Featuring the esteemed producer Suha and his partner, the diva Li Xian, making their debut in the variety show. Various entertainment websites were building anticipation. Li Xian benefited from this surge in popularity, gaining a significant number of new fans, and the show's discussions were rife with fans eager to ship her and Suha. Suha appeared unfazed, while Lin Qingming was visibly irritated by the show, changing the channel with the remote. You defend Suha so staunchly, yet he remains oblivious to your efforts. Does that hold any significance? Suha found her exasperation amusing. Have you never followed a celebrity? Lin Qingming shot him an incredulous look. No, Suha replied candidly, shaking his head. Then I cannot explain it to you, Lin Qingming retorted, somewhat exasperated. I can comprehend an appreciation for one's work, but I cannot fathom the madness of obsessively idolizing a person, Suha shrugged. Do you think I'm a mindless fan? Lin Qingming set down her chopsticks, pausing before continuing. Although I often declare Suha to be my idol and fantasize about being in a relationship with him, such fantasies remain just that. I view him more as a goal, an aspiration to strive towards. An aspiration? Suha replied, somewhat perplexed. I wish to stand before him one day and declare, I am the singer Lin Qingming. She mimicked the scene, adding, and thank him for his previous words of comfort. They were my source of strength. Suha was utterly bewildered. Did I ever comfort you? He had no recollection of such an event. Keep it up, he mumbled, unsure what else to say. Having shared several meals with Lin Qingming, he felt a genuine fondness for her. By the way, I recall you mentioned a breakup last time. Have you moved on? This question had lingered in Lin Qingming's mind for quite some time. She had always wanted to ask, but could never find the right moment. Now that the conversation had veered in that direction, she finally voiced her curiosity. How did you know? Suha suddenly connected the dots. The last time Li Xian had called him, she had annoyed him, and shortly after, Lin Qingming had called, leading him to mistakenly think it was Li Xian again, which prompted an outburst. It was just a breakup. What is there to move on from? I apologize for my reaction last time. Since the topic was broached, an apology was indeed warranted. It seems you weren't truly in love with your ex, Lin Qingming teased with a smile. It's not necessary to be devastated after a breakup to define true love, Suha replied, shaking his head with a chuckle as he continued eating. Wishing to steer clear of the subject, Lin Qingming gazed at Suha, suddenly realizing that he was not as intolerable as she had imagined. He appeared to be a man with many stories. What tales might he hold? The thought ignited her curiosity. Realizing this, Lin Qingming felt her cheeks flush slightly. Observing that Suha was engrossed in his meal, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 77. I feel your house suits me well after dinner. So he took the initiative to wash the dishes. This was a tacit understanding cultivated through their shared life. Lin Qingming retrieved some fruit from the refrigerator, washed a few pieces, and placed them on the coffee table. As she observed Suhi diligently cleaning in the kitchen, an inexplicable sentiment washed over her, leaving her somewhat dazed. They had only recently met, not even reaching the status of close friends, yet their interactions bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a couple, even reminiscent of an old married pair. Lost in thought, Lin Qingming covered her face with her hands and stepped onto the balcony, where she offered a handful of cat food to the feline in its cage. There, I'm sorry for making you wait, she said, gently stroking the cat's head through the bars. The cat mewed in a low tone, sounding both disgruntled and affectionate as it rubbed against her fingers. Finished. You've worked hard. Suhi's voice broke her reverie, prompting her to withdraw her hand and walk toward the living room. The cat's subsequent meow was filled with complaints. After dinner, Suhi felt it would be impolite to leave immediately. He settled onto the sofa, and Lin Qingming sat beside him. On the television, a music critic named Mei Wenhua was providing commentary on the song's strongest female voice. However, when it came to the piece painting, he echoed Zhu Tao's sentiments. I believe the atmosphere of a live performance is paramount in competitions. Over the years, many talent shows have taken place, and the champions often possess an exceptionally wide vocal range. High notes are the most exhilarating aspect, stirring the blood. Chen Qi's transitions between her chest voice and falsetto are commendable, but when it comes to high notes, she falls short. I support teacher Zhu Tao. This singer won T go far. Mei Wenhua's words flowed continuously from the screen. Meanwhile, on the sofa, the two fell into silence. It was unclear when the atmosphere had shifted to one of discomfort. In fact, it had become quite awkward. If they did not engage in conversation soon, the tension would become unbearable. They both spoke simultaneously. You go first, Sui chuckled. Xiaoqi has a wide vocal range, even broader than mine. Why not give her a more explosive song to silence the critics? Lin Qingming adjusted a strand of hair by her ear, sitting on the sofa with her long legs crossed, tilting her head to look at Suhi. That was intentional. Suhi shook his head with a smile. Intentional? Lin Qingming asked, puzzled. Of course. Suhi habitually reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but remembering he was in Lin Qingming's home, he refrained. What do you think of Chen Qi's abilities? Very strong, Lin Qingming affirmed. After a pause, she added, although I believe she won to achieve a remarkable ranking, it's largely due to her lack of recognition and support. Our studio cannot provide the extensive promotional backing that large entertainment companies do. Without publicity, even the most talented individuals struggle to secure good placements. You're absolutely right, Suhi concurred. In the Chinese music scene, there are countless skilled singers, yet the majority remain unknown. Many talented individuals perform in bars or become live-streaming singers. Because of visibility, it's incredibly challenging for ordinary people to gain visibility, even in this digital age where short videos proliferate and influencers abound. However, behind every viral internet personality, there is substantial capital at play. For instance, on Douyin, an average person's video might garner a few hundred to 1,000 views. Yet those backed by solid finances can purchase traffic, flooding their videos with monetary support, eventually creating a super influencer, leading to effortless revenue generation. A major influencer can easily rake in millions overnight through product promotions. This is the most common method of capital monetization. First creating a sensational influencer through investment, then recouping losses through sales or other means. In comparison to Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian, Chen Qi lacks that crucial visibility. Given our company's limited resources, we cannot compete with Warner or Yifeng Entertainment, so we must explore alternative routes. So he popped a grape into his mouth, unable to resist complimenting Lin Qingming's delicious, juicy grapes. Are you suggesting that you purposefully gave Xiaoqi a song lacking explosive potential, yet capable of moving professionals, orchestrating opposing opinions to sustain her visibility? Lin Qingming's eyes lit up as she spoke. Sui regarded her with mild surprise. She wasn't as dim-witted as he had presumed. Exactly. I even considered rallying support for Zhu Tao, heightening the contrast. The more heated the debate, the greater Chen Qi's visibility will become, and media attention will inevitably increase. Just like this program, he gestured at the television, where Mei Wenhua had finished speaking and another critic supporting Chen Qi was engaged in a heated debate with him. Controversial programs attract media interest and audience engagement. Suhi, I find you rather intimidating, Lin Qingming remarked, feigning fear as she patted her chest. Her ample bosom was accentuated by her loose home attire, creating a striking silhouette. Flattery, He averted his gaze from the distraction, swallowing hard. What comes next? Lin Qingming continued. Will you have her sing high notes later? Absolutely. High notes are Chun Chi's forte. Once the initial excitement has built up, she can showcase her true abilities, and the resulting impact will be remarkable. Sui nodded in agreement. Lin Qingming gave him a thumbs up, impressed. This man seemed to possess an intricate understanding of the entertainment industry's nuances and always appeared self-assured. After some more conversation, Sui realized it was getting late and stood to bid farewell, returning to his own place. Lin Qingming felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. She found herself at ease in Sui's presence. However, she did not express this sentiment. After seeing Sui off, Lin Qingming reclined on the sofa. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from her landlord. Miss Lin, didn't you mention wanting to move out? I have a friend interested in renting my apartment. Could you please move out in the next few days? I'll refund your rent, but only half of the deposit, as you propose the move. Does that sound fair? Upon answering the call, the landlord's voice reached Lin Qingming's ears. However, her brows furrowed in contemplation. A week ago, she would have felt elated, as it would mean she wouldn't have to cook for him anymore and could distance herself from him. But now never mind. I feel your house suits me well. Landlord. Chapter 78. Sister Yin, do you have a moment? In the office of the fantasy animation company, Sumu Yin set her phone down and rubbed her aching brow, leaning back in her chair to rest her eyes. Since childhood, she had been enamored with the world of anime and manga, often dressing in styles that reflected her passion. Today, she donned a JK, Japanese schoolgirl, outfit, a white blouse hugging her graceful curves, complemented by a short skirt that showcased her long, porcelain-like legs. Not only was she the director of the second division of fantasy animation, but she was also a renowned cosplayer in the domestic scene, enjoying considerable popularity within the anime community. Major conventions frequently invited her as a special guest. However, recently, Sumu Yin found herself in a predicament. Her division had not released any new works for several months, while the first division had reportedly secured the rights to adapt a best-selling novel into an anime. The company's policy dictated that the allocation of slots for the year-end animated feature film depended on performance metrics, meaning if the first division's adaptation succeeded, they would undoubtedly outperform her team. With dozens of individuals under her wing, the inability to produce a single commendable anime felt utterly disheartening. Nowadays, original anime is rare. Most adaptations stem from purchasing online literature IPs, as successful novels have been validated by the market, minimizing the risks involved in adaptation and garnering a large base of original fans. Unfortunately, the novels her team attempted to negotiate for in recent months had all been snatched up by other companies at exorbitant prices, leaving them empty-handed. Consequently, her team had effectively accomplished nothing in these past months. Director Su, the supervisor, has called for a meeting, her assistant announced, knocking on the door. I'll be right there, Sumu Yin replied, nodding and letting out a soft sigh. In the conference room, key members from both the first and second divisions were present, seated on opposite sides of the table. The first division was lively and cheerful, while Sumu Yin's second division wore expressions of concern, creating a stark contrast. This meeting is to discuss your performance summary for the first half of the year, Supervisor Lu Bo stated, casting a serious glance at both groups. Upon hearing the theme of the meeting, the members of the second division looked even more despondent. In the first half, our division continued the success of last year's Xianxia sequel, producing a second installment that has shown a significant increase in performance compared to the first. Chening, the director of the first division, said with a beaming smile. She shot a provocative glance at Sumu Yin and continued, we have signed a contract for the wildly popular Xianxia novel Zhang Jiantianya, which is currently in the modeling phase. We expect to have a finished product ready for launch by August. Excellent. Xianxia is a trending genre, and securing a best-selling work like that is quite an achievement, Lu Bo replied, a flicker of a smile crossing his stern face. In the fiercely competitive anime industry, obtaining quality works is challenging, especially when it comes to bestsellers, which are often preemptively claimed by larger companies. Chuning's team's success would undoubtedly secure their performance for the year. The praise only widened Chun Ing's smile. Meanwhile, the members of the second division hung their heads in silence. Director Su, what about your team? Lu Bo turned his attention to the second division. With a forced smile, Su Mu-yin stammered out her report on the first half's performance. We released sequels for 2 previous works, both of which made it into the top 10 of the anime rankings. After stating this, she lowered her head, falling silent. That's it? Lu Bo asked, bewildered by her lack of elaboration. That's all, Su Mu-yin mumbled softly. Over half a year, and you found no new projects? Are you simply coasting on past successes? Lu Bo retorted sharply. The competition for new IPs has been fierce, and many prominent authors have been preemptively signed by other companies. It's been difficult to find a potential work, Su Mu-yin muttered quietly. Lu Bo's expression darkened. That's because you haven't made the effort. Why was it that Chun Ing's team could secure a best-selling novel? Casting a glance at the smug Chun Ing, Su Mu-yin retorted. It's just a best-selling title. It's merely potential outside the top 10. Its true commercial value is not substantial. Her team had previously signed 2 novels with a 50,000 average subscription, which had far better chances of making it to the top 10. One audacious claim. In today's market, securing a novel with tens of thousands of subscriptions is nearly impossible unless by sheer luck. The top author's works have already been preemptively claimed by the major animation companies. Your team's earlier success was merely a stroke of luck. Do you truly believe such fortune will repeat? Chen taunted with a mocking tone. In the current IP adaptation market, the top 3 animation companies seem to have monopolized the field. Although fantasy animation was a formidable player, securing IPs with an average of 50 or 60,000 subscriptions was an uphill battle. The pricing and relationships with platforms were simply not on par with those major companies. Obtaining a work with even 10,000 subscriptions was a significant achievement. Enough. Lu Bo sighed, recognizing that Su Mu-yin's division had once been the company's highest performer. I'll make this clear. The year-end animated feature film will be assessed based on this year's performance. Those who have merely coasted on past successes will not be included in the evaluation. The division with the best performance will be awarded the film project. The animated feature film is a critical annual project for the company, serving as motivation for employees to develop new IPs. Last year, Su Mu-yin's team secured this opportunity, resulting in a successful film and substantial bonuses for everyone, including Su Mu-yin, who received a year-end bonus of over 100,000, much to the envy of Chun Ing's team. However, this year seemed bleak for them. Our division will not disappoint, the supervisor, Chun Ing exclaimed, her face filled with excitement. Securing the film project means a bonus of tens of thousands, or even more. We will definitely work hard. Yes, the other members of the first division chimed in enthusiastically. There's still half a year left. Our second division may yet prevail. Su Mu-yin scoffed defiantly. Her team could only muster bitter smiles. Even if they signed a contract now, the modeling and special effects would require a month or 2 of preparation, unless they could secure a breakout hit capable of ranking in the top 5 anime. Turning the tides in the final months would be virtually impossible. Since you all have such confidence, I shall rest easy. I hope everyone can produce a hit. The company will not treat you unfairly. Meeting adjourned. With that, Lu Bo rose and departed. Chun Ing approached Su Mu-yin with a beaming smile, whispering, after 3 years of competition, it's finally my turn to win. Isn't it? It's merely a best-selling title. Your smugness is unwarranted, Su Mu-yin replied, rolling her eyes. Then I shall eagerly await your masterpiece, Director Su. Chun Ing responded cheerfully, leaving with her team. Director Su, the members of the second division, witnessing their leader being mocked, suppressed their frustration. Let us disperse, Su Mu-yin sighed, rubbing her temples once more. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, her brows furrowed, yet she answered the call. Fatty, you actually called me? Yin-jia, do you have a moment? I need to discuss something with you at the CAF downstairs. Chapter 79, Childhood Sweethearts at the CAF. Li Jiang took a sip of the coffee in his cup, grimacing slightly at its lackluster flavor. Despite considering himself a successful individual, he had a preference for cola. He only opted for coffee when conducting business discussions. After all, inviting someone for a business meeting at KFC over 2 cups of cola while enjoying fried chicken to discuss contracts worth hundreds of thousands or even millions seemed rather unorthodox. While Li Jiang himself was unbothered by such matters, the prevailing atmosphere in Huagua placed great emphasis on appearances. It was commonplace to conduct even modest business deals in upscale venues. This was less about personal preference and more about maintaining one's dignity. Wow, fatty, you've been doing well for yourself these past few years. That little suit looks quite sharp on you, remarked Su Muyin, dressed in a youthful JK uniform that radiated vibrancy. Haha, Sister Yin, you're just joking. You've climbed to the position of director. I can't compare to you. Li Jiang shuklat fartili. He then signaled to the waiter, what would you like a drink, Sister Yin? Feel free to order anything. Very impressive. You're starting to exude the air of a wealthy tycoon. Su Muyin giggled, covering her mouth, before ordering a latte. After placing her order, she turned back to Li Jiang and teased, I've heard that you, young Master Li, have made a fortune in states. Are you here to make me rich? She had Li Jiang's WeChat and his exploits of turning 500,000 into 5 million in the U.S. were frequently showcased on his social media, often accompanied by motivational quotes. During that period, Su Muyin even contemplated blocking him on social media due to the incessant bragging. Indeed, Sister Yin, I'm here to make you wealthy, Li Jiang replied, momentarily taken aback, then offered a sincere thumbs up to Su Muyin. After discussing with Sui, he believed it prudent to seek collaboration with an anime company. However, to assist Su Muyin, they would not approach the company directly. Otherwise, the project might be assigned to someone else, which would be troublesome. Moreover, binding the anime business with Xingchen investment could elevate Su Muyin's standing within the company. Sui understood his sister's aspirations. She had long desired to carve out a name for herself in the anime industry to gain the respect of their stubborn elder. Sui himself shared similar sentiments. Had it not been for his wish to assist his sister, he could have pursued collaborations with top-tier anime companies for his script of Young Song Walks, which would likely yield greater profits. Nevertheless, one must help their own kin first. Never mind, Sister Yin, you possess a clear understanding of your own capabilities. The financial realm is not my forte. If you require a loan, I might be able to lend a small hand. For investment matters, you should consult Su He. That rascal is quite wealthy in the entertainment industry, Li Jiang said, winking at Su Muyin. What investment? I'm not here to discuss investments, Su Muyin replied with a playful glint in her eye. Li Jiang felt touched by her words. In this day and age, having someone willing to lend money unconditionally was quite remarkable. However, he was not there to borrow money. I've opened an investment company, and I currently possess a rather promising anime script. An anime script? Su Muyin exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn. Precisely. I thought, since Sister Yin is involved in the anime industry, I would inquire if there is a chance for collaboration, Li Jiang said with a grin. Is it an original script or an adaptation of a novel IP? Su Muyin inquired with keen interest. An original, Li Jiang replied, stirring his coffee with a spoon. Chuckling lightly. Original scripts can be challenging. Without market validation, the risk is considerable. Even if I wanted to assist you, the company would be reluctant to greenlight it. Su Muyin said, her expression turning serious. You mustn't be misled by the recent surge in anime popularity. If the plot is subpar, it can result in significant losses. Li Jiang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It appeared that Su Muyin assumed he was seeking her assistance in producing an anime. No, I assure you, this script is exceptional, rivaling mainstream anime. If you produce it, it will undoubtedly become a hit. Li Jiang astilikuntarat. He had thoroughly reviewed the script and found it quite exhilarating. Even as an outsider, he believed that the narrative of Young Song Walks was compelling, with its ensemble cast offering vibrant characters and a strong sense of immersion, making it perfect for anime adaptation. All the authors who submitted to us have echoed this sentiment. Su Muyin said, a peculiar smile crossing her face. Trust me, Sister Yin, I, Li Jiang, guarantee the quality of this script, Li Jiang declared, thumping his chest with confidence. All right, just let me take a look at the script. If it's promising, I will naturally assist you since you and my brother Su, your childhood friends, correct? Su Muyin winked at Li Jiang. Li Jiang found her words slightly peculiar. I'll send it to you via WeChat, but know that the copyright cannot be fully acquired. It would be a profit-sharing arrangement, Li Jiang stated, pulling out his phone to send the script to Su Muyin. He was not worried about whether she could discern the potential of the script, for even he, an outsider, recognized its value, let alone Su Muyin, an industry expert. Come on, that is a bit excessive. Unless it's the IP of a platinum-level creator. Our company typically operates on a buyout basis, Su Muyin replied, exasperated. Sister Yin, if I dare to propose such a condition, I certainly have my reasons. Please trust in my expertise, Li Jiang said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Fine, I will review it when I return, Su Muyin said, waving her hand, graciously choosing not to press further. A brief silence enveloped them. Su Muyin gently tapped her cup, suddenly breaking the quiet. You must be aware of Su He's situation, right? I've been in Shuangqing lately and just arrived in Kyoto today, Li Jiang nodded. Given your close relationship with Su He and your new investment company, you should lend him a hand whenever possible, Su Muyin suggested with a smile. Li Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Then a wry smile crept onto his face. Did Sister Yin really need to remind him? Their childhood friendship was well known. Do I really need to look after him? Your brother has even reopened a secondary account, and he is thriving with it. Not to mention, he is the mastermind behind Xingchen Investment, he replied with a chuckle. Haha, with your reassurance, I can rest easy, Su Muyin beamed. Just as her phone buzzed with a message from her assistant. I should get going. It's not appropriate to linger outside during work hours. Thank you for the coffee. All right, Sister Yin, go ahead with your work, but do take the time to review the script once you return. Please respond after you've finished. Li Jiang gestured as if making a phone call. I'll look at it as soon as I get home. Su Muyin nodded before leaving the CAF. Once Su Muyin departed, Li Jiang picked up his phone and sent Su He an OK gesture emoji. He downed the last of his coffee, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and hummed a tune as he exited the CF. Chapter 80. Flowing light, Su Muyin returned to the company, coincidentally encountering Chen Ying, who had also just returned from outside. Although they were colleagues, the rivalry between their respective teams was palpable, and as the leaders of their groups, their relationship was far from cordial. Previously, Su Muyin's team had consistently overshadowed Chen Ying's, with 2 anime series ranking in the top 10. However, this year, the second team faced difficulties, prompting Chen Ying to become more vocal. Considering your demeanor, it seems Director Su is in quite a good mood, even taking the time to enjoy coffee at the CAF downstairs. Chen Ying's tone dripped with sarcasm. Can you smell that? Are you a dog? Su Muyin replied, half surprised, half teasing. The CAF downstairs had a unique aroma that lingered on anyone who stayed too long. You. Chen Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. Acknowledging her inability to outmatch Su Muyin in verbal sparring, she said, You've basked in glory long enough. It's time for our team to shine this year. Signing a book with 100,000 subscriptions is nothing to boast about, Su Muyin retorted dismissively. Huh. Better than some who can't even secure 100,000 subscriptions and are living off past achievements. Chen Ying shot back with a mocking tone. It's only July. How can you be so sure I won into AMP? Oppos. T create a successful IP. Su Muyin remarked with an enigmatic smile. Chen Ying paused and scoffed. The bestsellers this year have all been monopolized by the 3 major anime companies. Do you really think you can fool me? Her understanding of the market was keen. The popular IPs had all been snatched up, leaving mid-tier companies like theirs in a precarious position. It was a classic case of the divine battling while the mortals suffered. Just then, the elevator arrived at their floor. Su Muyin cast a glance at Chen Ying and coolly stated, Just because the major IPs are gone doesn't mean we can't create original works. With that, she strode away in her high heels, leaving Chen Ying bewildered. Original? With Su Muyin's team? Chen Ying sneered. It's amusing you think you can still manage that. When our new show debuts and secures the year's blockbuster project, we and AMP, Oppos, LLC how you hold your tongue. With a light-hearted tune, she walked toward her office, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In the anime industry, there is a saying, originality is a perilous endeavor. The production costs of anime far exceed those of novels. Adapting a novel IP not only comes with an existing fanbase, but also benefits from market validation, ensuring a solid foundation. In contrast, original works risk significant losses if the storyline fails to resonate with the audience, which is why few companies dare to pursue original scripts. Upon returning to her office, Su Muyin rubbed her aching temples. What she had just said was merely bravado. She could not show weakness in front of an old rival. Chening was right. This year, the three major anime companies were fiercely competing for dominance, acquiring all the major IPs, making it exceedingly difficult for mid-tier firms like theirs. They found themselves in a bind, unable to secure either small or large IPs, which explained Shin-ing and Oppo's smugness over acquiring a book with 100,000 subscriptions. In the past, it wouldn't have been impressive, but now it represented the best resources they could obtain. With a frown, Su Muyin began to organize the documents her assistant had brought in. Once she finished, it was time to clock out. Just as she was about to shut down her computer, she remembered Li Jiang's script. Although she held little faith in original scripts, her connection to Li Jiang and Su He compelled her to take a look. She sent the file to her computer via WeChat and opened it. Young Song Journey screenwriter. Flowing light after discussions between Su He and the chubby guy, they unanimously agreed that the alias Xing He wouldn't remain hidden for long. Once it gained popularity, no matter how well it was concealed, it would eventually be exposed. Thus, it was best to create a new alias for the film and anime sector. Even if Warner discovered that Su He was Xing He, they would never suspect he was also Flowing Light. One was in the spotlight, the other in the shadows. Once both aliases reached the pinnacle of success, even Warner could not interfere. Flowing Light? This name seems unfamiliar in the web literature and editing circles. Su Muyin was quite professional in her work. She had familiarity with both web authors and renowned screenwriters. If she had never heard of this name, it was likely a newcomer unless it belonged to a great master operating under an alias. Given Li Jiang's connections, it was unlikely he would know any great masters. Yet he had mentioned wanting a share of the copyright. Who besides a platinum-level author would dare to make such a demand? Every industry operates similarly. To secure rights, one must possess a corresponding level of prestige. Those in the middle or lower tiers would never dream of obtaining such rights. Golden Coffin, Han Shui Temple. Though she harbored doubts about Li Jiang's connections to any great masters, she had promised to review the script thoroughly. Even if her interest was lukewarm, she would still give it a serious read. The first episode in Oppo's plot was not overly complex, laying the groundwork with the Golden Coffin and the storyline involving the master of worry-free from Han Shui Temple, whose passing sent shockwaves through the martial arts world. Characters like Wang Yong'an and Xiao Chu he featured prominently. The once formidable figures suddenly rendered powerless, only to endure and develop in silence. This premise intrigued her. As she delved deeper into the script, Su Muyin found herself captivated. The screenwriter, Flowing Light, displayed remarkable professionalism, not only providing the script, but also accompanying character sketches and storyboard images. Even the scripts produced by their team lacked such thoroughness. If the production adhered to these sketches and storyboards, it would significantly shorten the team's workload, and the character illustrations closely matched her own mental images while reading the script. As she flipped through the pages, her expressions shifted, revealing her growing interest. Unbeknownst to her, the urge to relieve herself crept up on her. When she glanced at the time, she gasped, "What? It's 10 o'clock?" She had inadvertently worked late into the night. Su Muyin was not one to work overtime. Even during major projects, she always left on time. As she exited the office to use the restroom, her colleagues from the second team were taken aback to see her. Forgetting to greet her, upon returning from the restroom, she hesitated, thinking, "I might as well finish this first." Ultimately, she returned to her office. Wow, Director Su actually stayed late. It seems she was truly motivated. She hasn't in Oppo's gone home yet. Sighing, one remarked, "Our second team has been lacking good scripts." So it in Oppo's. No wonder Director Su is anxious. Her pressure is no less than ours. When I visited the first team today, I was ridiculed by them. We've overshadowed them for years, and now that they've finally turned the tide, they're reveling in their triumph. The atmosphere in the office was thick with tension, as murmurs of discontent filled the air. Chapter 81. I must admit, I and Oppo's am not very interested either. At 11:00 and Oppo's clock in the evening, many employees remained at the office because Su Muyin had not yet left. This is the nature of the workplace. When leadership is present, It seems inappropriate for anyone to depart early. Even though Su Mu Yin did not impose strict requirements for overtime, the managers of various projects stayed behind as well. When Su Mu Yin emerged from her office again, she noticed a few managers from Group 2 gazing at her, and she couldn't oppose. T help but smile in surprise. You haven't left yet? With the leadership working late, we naturally must put in extra effort, chuckled Wei Kuan, the head of the planning department. Please, when did I ever ask you to work this hard? Everyone can leave as soon as their work is done. Su Mu Yin replied with a hint of exasperation. She held this same mindset and expected her subordinates to do the same. When there's work to be done, everyone should strive to complete it, and once finished, they should be free to rest. This approach is far preferable to those who insist on a fixed quitting time, leading to a lethargic work pace. Why are you working so late today, Director Su? Wei Kuan inquired. In everyone's eyes, it was rare for Su Mu Yin to stay late. I became engrossed in an intriguing script and lost track of time. Su Mu Yin answered with a smile. Is it a new script that has captivated even the director's attention? It must be a bestseller with at least 50,000 copies. Everyone became intrigued. It's not a major IP, merely an original script. Su Mu Yin waved her hand dismissively. However, based on her professional judgment, she believed that the young song could undoubtedly rival the bestsellers on the market. In fact, in terms of character development and the fervor of the protagonist group, it was even more deserving of an anime adaptation than those featuring a singular male lead. Original? The risks of originality can be quite daunting. The crowd's interest waned upon hearing this. Director, the risks associated with original works are too high, and our Group 2 can barely afford to take such chances. In this day and age, who still creates original content? Those with the ability have already turned to writing novels. Wei Kuan quickly protested, firmly opposing the idea of using an original script. At present, Group 2 could still rely on its established reputation to maintain performance. Taking the risk of pursuing an original script could lead to disaster if it failed, allowing those from Group 1 to seize the opportunity for a complete turnaround. Wei Kuan was a conservative. He believed such risks were unwarranted. Since everyone is present, let us convene in the meeting room for a brief discussion and review the script. We can also address post-production matters. Su Mu Yin suddenly clapped her hands and continued. After the meeting, I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack. Originally, the employees were disheartened by the prospect of working late, but upon hearing that Su Mu Yin would treat them to supper, they instantly erupted in cheers. Clearly, Director Su was serious about this. In the meeting room, Su Mu Yin activated the projector and uploaded the script of the young song that Li Jiang had provided her. Let us review the first 3 episodes before we discuss, she announced to the group. Director, Wei Kuan attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Su Mu Yin. Let us talk after we finish watching. He could only nod in resignation. As industry professionals, the team swiftly read through the first 3 episodes in just a few minutes. The young song opens with Xiao Sei and Lei Wu Jie exiting the Shualuo villa, where they encounter Tang Lian, leading them to the gambling den, Marin Zhuang, where Xiao Sei and a white-haired man engage in a life-or-death gamble. The first 3 episodes culminate right at a pivotal moment, leaving everyone in suspense. Director, what happens next? Please reveal the subsequent script. Wow, that cliffhanger is simply brilliant. I need to see what happens next. I want to see Xiao Sei's bravado. The group was filled with urgency. Such cliffhangers, reminiscent of those faced while reading a serialized novel, left them at a tense impasse, utterly exasperating. Please, everyone, let us discuss the plot first, Su Mu Yin remarked, amused by their eager reactions. The storyline is quite compelling. Martial arts and fantasy genres are currently all the rage. From the first 3 episodes, this plot possesses significant allure. What lies within the golden coffin? Indeed, director, what could possibly be inside? If you don't reveal the continuation, I won't be able to sleep tonight. The group was intensely curious, unable to focus on a proper discussion about the plot. Wei Kuan, what do you think about this original script? Su Mu Yin turned to Wei Kuan, deliberately emphasizing the word original. It's not bad. Wei Kuan stammered, compelled to admit that the plot was indeed captivating, even more so than some popular online novels with 50 to 60,000 copies. Although he was a conservative, he was also impatient, having a deep disdain for cliffhanger tactics. His mind was preoccupied with the mystery of the golden coffin. However, since it was Su Mu-yin who had intentionally left the third episode on a cliffhanger, he dared not voice his frustration. Let us reserve judgment until we've seen more than just the first 3 episodes, Wei Kuan insisted stubbornly. At that moment, the other colleagues could no longer contain their impatience, urging Su Mu-yin to unveil the subsequent plot. Fine, given your eagerness, perhaps this meeting is not the best idea. Su Mu-yin struggled to suppress her laughter. Wei Kuan, I'll leave this to you. You all can continue watching while I clock out for the night. After your late-night snack, please remember to submit the invoice in the group chat. I'll reimburse you. With that, she rose from her seat. Wei Kuan felt a bit awkward, having just questioned the worth of an original script, while now finding it appealing. His uncertainty left him at a loss for words. Actually, I'm not that interested. Su Mu-yin said nothing further. She bid farewell to the group and exited the meeting room. Hori, Wei Kuan. Let us see the next episode. Come on, I want to know what's inside the golden coffin. I want to see Xiao Sei's bravado. The crowd eagerly urged Wei Kuan. Despite his outward stubbornness, he was just as eager to continue. Seizing the opportunity presented, he hurried to the control panel, ready to view the next part of the story. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Mu-yin, her arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe with a playful smile. Wei Kuan's hand trembled slightly on the mouse, his face flushed with embarrassment. I forgot my bag, Su Mu-yin said, her eyes crescent-shaped as she approached her seat, retrieving her bag from a nearby chair and giving Wei Kuan a wink. He responded with an awkward smile. Once Su Mu-yin had departed again, he could no longer resist and hastily clicked to view the next episode's plot. It was already deep into the night. This evening, the management personnel of the Fantasy Animation Group 2 were all working overtime. Chapter 82. A live performance? The fervor surrounding the ultimate female voice has reached a fever pitch this week. Zhao Xiaoyan, with the formidable backing of Warner Music, finds herself in an exceptionally advantageous position. Not only did He share her chart-topping Weibo post, but even Empress Li Xian extended her felicitations via social media. Zhao Xiaoyan, already touted as Li Xian and Amp, Oppo's successor, has witnessed her fan base erupt with fervor after receiving the endorsement of the reigning monarch, anointing her as the undisputed frontrunner. Conversely, Zhou Qianqian of Yifeng Entertainment, the reigning queen of Douyin, has experienced a decline in popularity. Initially perceived as a co-contender for the championship alongside Zhao Xiaoyan. With the finale expected to be a duel between the two, Zhou Qianqian has failed to match Zhao Xiaoyan's dominance. The emergence of Lu Yu, an original singer within her group, has diluted her vote share, drawing the ire of her supporters. Unable to aggrandize their idol, the fans have redirected their discontent towards Zhou Qianqian herself, making this past week a trying one for her. Meanwhile, Group C, widely regarded as the weakest, has delivered an unexpected upset. Liang Yuding, a singer-dancer, has performed admirably, while Chen Shi has emerged as the competition's dark horse, igniting considerable controversy with her rendition of Painting. The online discourse has bifurcated into 2 factions. The high-note purists, led by Zhu Tao, who acknowledge Chen Shi's talent but find her technical execution lacking, arguing that Painting showcases only her transitions between head and chest voice, with limited display of other vocal techniques. Conversely, the emotion-driven camp, spearheaded by the esteemed producer Lin Jingya, prioritizes the emotional resonance of a song, asserting that its merit lies not in technical complexity, but in its capacity to evoke empathy. They contend that emotion is the paramount element in a singer and Oppo's performance. Both sides have fervently defended their positions, resulting in a heated online debate. It is also apparent that the show and Oppo's producers have deployed online influencers to amplify the discord. For a variety show, engagement is the currency with which to negotiate with sponsors, and both positive and negative attention can generate significant revenue for the production team. The producers are likely delighted by the substantial traffic generated by the controversy surrounding Chen Shi, and are inclined to further promote the debate, thereby maximizing the benefits for Blue River TV. Shuangqing City, Xingming studio Lin Qingming, formerly confined to her office, has recently taken to frequenting the workspace to converse with Zhang Xiaohan. Suhi, as always, occupies his customary window-side spot, indulging in a cigarette. I'm not particularly fond of men who smoke, but when Xinghe-sensei does, it seems incredibly alluring, Zhang Xiaohan confessed, her eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, beauty truly can conquer all. Humph, you haven't developed a crush on him, have you? Lin Qingming inquired, a hint of acrimony in her tone. I've always admired Xinghe-sensei, Zhang Xiaohan replied candidly. Huh? Lin Qingming exclaimed, momentarily flustered. When Amp, Oppos, is so great about him. Xiaohan, you and Amp, Oppos, still young. Smokers are unreliable. Listen to me, you can and Amp, Oppos, handle him. Hee. My admiration for him is different from yours, Qingmingjie. It's more of a reverential affection, Zhang Xiaohan teased. Admiration? Lin Qingming mused, seemingly understanding. Oh, you're terrible. Who has a crush on him? Lin Qingming and Amp, Oppos, cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully tickled Zhang Xiaohan. Zhang Xiaohan burst into laughter, retaliating in kind. Qingmingjie and Amp, Oppos, figure is simply divine. Your and Xinghe-sensei's children will certainly never go hungry. Are you going to keep talking? Lin Qingming exclaimed, her earlobes reddening with embarrassment. The two young women dissolved into a playful scuffle, their laughter drawing Suhi and Amp, Oppos, attention. Indeed, Lu Ziqiao was not mistaken. He mused, observing their antics with a sigh. Xinghe-sensei. Some melon? Shuai Yang, the studio and Oppos, elder statesman, emerged from the refrigerator, brandishing a watermelon. Can you vouch for its ripeness? Shuai Yang looked bewildered. I believe so. He cleaved the melon open, revealing a seedless watermelon that looked exceptionally enticing. It's ripe, Xinghe-sensei, he declared, offering Suhi a slice. Drawn by the prospect of watermelon, Lin Qingming and Zhang Xiaohan joined the group. Xinghe-sensei, Shuai Yang began, fidgeting nervously. What is it? Suhi inquired, savoring the cool watermelon, which he deemed the ultimate summer indulgence. When will I receive my new song? He asked somewhat sheepishly. Despite his reservations about Suhi's audacious plan to challenge Suhi, he couldn't deny the evidence before him. Zhang Xiaohan had released 2 new songs, and Chunxi was experiencing a meteoric rise to fame on the talent show. Of the studio and Amp, Oppos, 3 singers, he was the only one without a new song. Frankly, he would have relished the opportunity to sing a new song, even if it meant targeting Suhi. Moreover, the song was penned by Xinghe-sensei, the man who had penned 3 consecutive hits. To harbor any doubts would be sheer folly. It's only the first week of July. What's the rush? Suhi retorted, sounding a bit annoyed. Typically, the release of songs contending for the monthly chart occurs at the beginning of the month, maximizing exposure and data collection. However, Du Feng and Oppos' announcement at the Music Awards indicated a release towards the end of the month, a clear strategic move. His intention was twofold: to signal his impending release, ensuring that even those disinclined to favor Su, he would defer to Warner Music, discouraging potential contenders from entering the fray and guaranteeing his ascent to the top of the charts. Furthermore, Suhi's reputation as a hitmaker, coupled with his collaboration with CP Diva Li Xian, rendered him virtually unbeatable, save for the intervention of a musical prodigy. In essence, Du Feng had already staked his claim to the top spot on the July monthly chart. I merely wish to familiarize myself with the song in advance. Shuai Yang replied meekly. Very well, and Oppos. Wise to prepare, especially since it in Oppos, as a live performance. Extensive practice is essential to master the song and Oppos' emotional nuances. Lest you falter on stage, Suhi conceded, acknowledging the validity of his point. However, Shuai Yang seized upon the pivotal phrase. What? A live performance? Live? Lin Qingming echoed in astonishment, her eyes widening. She hadn't received any invitations for live performances lately. I made a call to an old friend. Shuai Yang will be able to appear as a guest on a show, precisely at the end of the month, Suhi declared casually, waving his hand dismissively. His words detonated like a bombshell in the hearts of those present. An old friend? A mere phone call secures a spot on a show? Chapter 83. What on earth is she imagining? What show? Lin Qingming inquired. Observing the astonishment of those present, Su-hee retrieved a Huangalu cigarette from his pocket, placing it delicately at the corner of his mouth, and replied nonchalantly, "It's that king of love songs. Surely you must have seen it?" "Goodness!" Lin Qingming exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. "Wow!" Shuoyang gasped, clearly taken aback. "You must be the esteemed teacher Xinghe. Are you perhaps in conflict with some wealthy heir? Seeking validation in our humble studio?" Zhang Xiaohan's gaze towards Su-hee shifted, as he suddenly appeared to her as an otherworldly figure. Just a casual greeting from him could land Shui Liang a spot on King of Love Songs. It is worth noting that King of Love Songs is a venerable romantic music program on Southeast TV. Although its popularity may not rival that of the currently trending The Strongest Female Voice, it has been dedicated to crafting professional love songs for 5 years, cultivating a loyal audience. Even top-tier singers must queue for a chance to perform on such a show. The notion of a washed-up singer like Shui Liang appearing on it was simply beyond imagination. "I've sent you the new song. Why are you all so astonished? It's just a program, as if you've never seen the world," Su-hee mused, secretly enjoying their shock. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of superiority, casting a dismissive glance at the group. Afterward, he strolled to the window, lighting his cigarette and gazing into the distance. "Let us see what song it is," Lin Qingming urged eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Shuoyang promptly pulled out his phone to check the demo file sent by Su-hee. It turned out to be a song titled The Empress. Upon seeing the title, everyone paused momentarily. Shuoyang then played the file, revealing a prelude of piano and strings, the quintessential accompaniment for a love ballad. "Finally finding an excuse to express all my feelings amidst the intoxication, loneliness deepening, silence lingering in the corners of the dance floor." The mechanical, synthesized sounds reminiscent of the initial dream left much to be desired emotionally. However, as seasoned singers, they could visualize the song's essence when listening to the melody and reading the lyrics. It must be said that this song epitomizes the archetypal, sorrowful ballad, with lyrics steeped in profound emotion. "I envy your love, radiant and commanding like a superstar. What you desire is not me, but rather a sense of vanity. Only when someone cares do you appear truly remarkable." When the chorus emerged, Lin Qingming and Shui Liang exchanged astonished glances. They discovered a defining trait of Xinghe's compositions. Each song possessed an ear-catching melody, a hallmark of mass appeal, deemed by industry insiders as possessing the potential for great popularity. In the realm of music, numerous high-quality songs fail to gain traction, as they may be sophisticated from a professional standpoint. Yet the general public is not comprised of experts. Many listeners simply seek pleasant sounds, oblivious to the intricate musical theories at play. This explains why certain 15-second hits on platforms like Douyin can explode in popularity. Those brief moments captivate the audience and Oppo's ears, rendering them catchy and unforgettable. Of course, Douyin features both quality music and fast food tunes. The latter consists of mediocre content beyond those catchy 15 seconds, relying on repetition to draw attention. In contrast, good music strikes a balance between professionalism and popularity, ensuring that every section of the song is commendable, a hallmark of true artistry. Su-hee and Amp, Oppo's songs epitomize this balance, which is why each one consistently tops the new song charts. "How delightful," Zhang Xiaohan remarked, narrowing her eyes and swaying to the rhythm. Shui Liang connected his phone to the office speakers, enhancing the audio quality to better discern the song and Oppo's nuances. Meanwhile, Lin Qingming gazed up in bewilderment, her eyes fixed on Su-hee, who was smoking by the window. In that moment, he seemed to exude an alluring narrative, captivatingly profound like the stars, prompting Lin Qingming to yearn to lose herself in it. If one day love is no longer perplexing, clear enough to discern all rights and wrongs, only then will you no longer be celebrated in my heart, no longer seen as the Empress. As the final segment concluded, Shui Liang inhaled deeply. The dread he felt towards Su-hee and Li Xian gradually dissipated. He could envision himself on stage, performing this song. Imagining the audience's response to his rendition of the chorus, the Empress was undeniably a perfect fit for him. He glanced towards Su-hee, who seemed to radiate a light, a beacon of faith. In that moment, Shuai was thoroughly captivated by Su He. This man had become his belief. Why do I sense that the lyrics carry a deeper meaning? Zhang Xiaohan suddenly interjected. Coughing slightly, Su He choked on the smoke, losing his cool demeanor. You desire not me, but rather a sense of vanity. Only when someone cares do you appear remarkable. Zhang Xiaohan quitte li son. Continuing. Is teacher Xinghe mockingly Xian for abandoning the true Su He while getting close to the false one? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingming hurriedly snatched the phone from Shuai, scrutinizing the lyrics with utmost seriousness. Su He, feeling utterly flustered, thought to himself, is Zhang Xiaohan in possession of script? How could she guess so accurately every time? Is she somehow cursed? As Su He pondered how to refute this, Lin Qingming spoke up. Su He, her gaze was as deep as water, filled with sincere emotion. Huh? Su tremblait, his cigarette falling to the ground. Thank you, she said, her cheeks flushed. Thank you for helping me. Su He was utterly bewildered. I previously criticized you for targeting the false Su He, but I apologize for my earlier words. Your willingness to confront Li Xian on my behalf has truly moved me. Thank you for avenging me. With that, Lin Qingming covered her face, sobbing softly as she dashed back to her office, leaving Su He and Shuai exchanging confused glances, unsure of what had just transpired. What on earth is she imagining? Does she think that I wrote this song to intentionally target Su He and Li Xian because she was hurt by the false one? Goodness, I certainly did not. Su He internally berated her convoluted reasoning, truly a labyrinthine thought process. Alas, Sister Qingming has succumbed, Zhang Xiaohan remarked, casting a teasing glance at Su He. Indeed, Teacher Xinghe is quite dashing and willing to stand against the false Su He for Lin. If I were Lin, I would be moved as well, Shuai added, scratching his head and sharing his perspective. Su He sighed, shaking his head. A small studio like Xingsong could produce two such remarkable talents. He mentally scoffed, yet felt a sense of relief. At least he wouldn't have to explain why he wrote the song. In fact, he found himself grateful for this woman's imaginative leaps, as they provided him with a convenient excuse. Chapter 84. How profound after a week of anticipation. Blue River TV and Oppos, as the strongest female voice, is set to commence a new episode. In the previous 3 rounds, during the elimination of 24 contestants down to 12, 4 singers from each of the 3 groups were eliminated, leaving 4 remaining. This episode features a competitive format where 12 contestants will be reduced to 6, with 2 being eliminated from each group, allowing only the top 2 to advance to the subsequent scoring rounds. No one anticipated that this fresh music variety show would frequently trend on social media after just 3 episodes. While it may not have achieved phenomenon status, for a low-investment show featuring newcomers, the production team has already reaped significant rewards. Given the current popularity of the program, the eventual champion's fame is likely to rival that of top-tier artists. Undoubtedly, even if interest wanes post-finale, it will likely maintain a strong presence in the second tier. The upcoming competitions are expected to be even more intense. If Zhao Xiaoyan clinches the title, she will surely secure her place among the elite artists. With Warner boosting her publicity, it won't be long before she rises to the forefront, potentially birthing another diva within 2 years. This is the advantage of being backed by a major company. Ordinary independent singers struggle to retain their popularity. Zhou Qianqian is also formidable, boasting a substantial fan base as a Douyin newcomer, and there are high hopes for her transformation from internet celebrity to singer. When considering the transition from internet sensation to singer, one cannot overlook the immensely popular Zhang Xiaoyan, whose 2 songs have firmly established her among the second-tier artists, something Zhou Qianqian cannot compete with. It seems Zhang Xiaoyan and Chen Qi are both performing songs by the same songwriter, Xing He. Are they perhaps from the same company? One cannot help but praise Xing He, who has produced 3 consecutive hits that resonate beautifully. Discussion abonde online. In truth, most listeners tend to focus on the artists rather than the songwriters, unless one reaches the status of a renowned producer like Su He, who enjoys significant recognition. Most producers toil in obscurity, producing numerous songs without gaining much fame. However, Xing He is different. Each song he releases becomes a sensation. And as more people discover that Chun Shi and Appos, as Hua and Zhang Xiaohan and Appos, as recent hits were penned by him, his reputation grows alongside theirs. Many are eagerly anticipating whether Chun Shi will perform Xing He's new song in this episode. In the program's lounge, the atmosphere has shifted significantly with half the contestants eliminated. The once crowded space now feels spacious. Previously, Chun Shi, lacking fame, had few engaging her in conversation. However, the situation has changed. She has emerged as the strongest dark horse of the show. The program and Appos, as heightened popularity can partly be attributed to the judges Zhu Tao and Lin Jingya, whose critiques have sparked much debate. Chun Shi, according to your profile, it seems you and Appos, were not part of a major company? Liang Yuding inquired, intrigued. Having developed a favorable impression of Chun Shi after she criticized her rival Zhou Qianqian, they have fostered a friendly rapport during the show. In an Appos, that's just a small studio. Chun Shi replied honestly, adding, a very loving little studio. She cherishes the atmosphere at Xingming Studio and is grateful to Lin Xingming for this opportunity. Your studio sounds wonderful. Liang Yuding expressed curiosity, as she typically views companies as competitive and exploitative environments devoid of affection, a luxury in the workplace. Of course, you should know Lin Xingming. She is our boss. Chun Shi smiled. Huh? Liang Yuding paused, then continued. Isn't she that first-tier artist who sings sweet songs? Chun Shi nodded exactly. Xingming and Appos, as persona, is all about sweetness and charm. The contrast between Lin Xingming and Appos, as public persona and her private self makes Chun Shi chuckle. Oh, and Appos, her. She was so popular a few years ago, but she seems to have vanished from the industry lately, Liang Yuding lamented. Xingming is just biding her time to accumulate her capital. When she returns, she will undoubtedly reign supreme in the industry. Chun Shi stated confidently. As an industry insider, Liang Yuding understands that a sudden disappearance of a skyrocketing artist usually signifies a falling out with investors. There and Appos, rarely another explanation. She chose not to dwell on that subject, but shifted the conversation to another individual. So, you can sing Xing He's new song? Xing He and Zhang Xiaohan are from your company, right? Certainly. Henin and I are the best of friends. Chun Shi beamed at the mention of Zhang Xiaohan. I once thought Zhou Qianqian and I were the best of friends. Liang Yuding smirked. Please, our bond is nothing like yours. Chun Shi rolled her eyes at the thought of Zhou Qianqian and Appos, arrogant demeanor. What about Xing He? Is your relationship with him also strong? Liang Yuding probed, aware that in the entertainment industry, genuine friendships often hold little value. Xing He is remarkable. I can only describe him with 4 words, Chun Shi responded, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What 4 words? Liang Yuding leaned in, intrigued. Chun Shi whispered in Liang Yuding and Appos' ear, who was dressed in a low-cut outfit, as deep as your career line. This was her and Zhang Xiaohan's assessment of Su He. He appears indifferent to everything, yet his first song skyrocketed online, followed by 2 more hits. His song Hua has garnered praise from renowned producer Lin Jingya. Su He is undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, during her conversation with Zhang Xiaohan, she learned that Su He had facilitated Shuel Yang's appearance on the long-established variety show King of Love Songs. According to Zhang Xiaohan's speculation, Chun Shi's sudden opportunity to audition for the strongest female voice was likely due to Su He's discreet assistance. If that were the case, this handsome newcomer from the company must possess far more than meets the eye. So profound, Liang Yuding remarked, feigning astonishment. Conceited, Chun Shi shot her a playful glare, glancing at her own modest assets, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Perhaps only Xingming could rival Liang Yuding in that regard. Just as they were teasing each other, staff members entered the lounge. Everyone, please prepare. The program is about to start, they announced. Upon hearing this, everyone rose from their seats, ready to head to the waiting area for the show to commence. Let us go. I've got a big surprise this time, Liang Yuding said, winking at Chun Shi. Good luck. Chun Shi encouraged her with a gesture of support, feeling a genuine fondness for this open and cheerful girl. However, in this episode, she had no grand surprise planned. Xing He had prepared a sweet song for her. In the past, she might have questioned the choice. But now she understood that she should trust Xing He's decisions and follow them without hesitation. Chapter 85. The Pinnacle of Pretentiousness in the Waiting Area. Zhou Qianqian and Appo's expression was more solemn than ever. As the most favored contestant in Group B and the strongest newcomer of the year on Douyin, she originally believed that this competition should be her moment to shine. Initially, among all the contestants, only Zhao Xiaoyun caught her attention. However, she was taken aback to discover that not only did her own Group B feature an original singer, Lu Yu, who garnered over 100,000 audience votes with her original song, but even the least favored Group C had a strong dark horse, Chen Qi, who irked her further due to their past enmity. Fortunately for Zhou Qianqian, there was considerable online controversy surrounding Chen Qi. Many who supported Judge Zhu Tao believed that she could not go far without hitting high notes. Both Zhou Qianqian and her manager concurred with this assessment. It was quite typical for a controversial singer to gain initial popularity, but as the competition progressed, their appeal would wane. Given that most contests hinge on the singer and amp, Appo's technical prowess, without an electrifying live performance, the audience would hardly be impressed. Aside from Zhou Qianqian, numerous other contestants were also curiously observing Chen Qi. Wasn't she, aside from Zhao Xiaoyun, the most popular contestant? Yet, this popularity stemmed merely from controversy, which could never compare to Zhao Xiaoyun's genuine fanbase. Chen Qi's online buzz was largely inconsequential, comprised of indifferent onlookers. Do you think she can hit high notes? Someone pondered. Who could say? Chen Qi's falsetto transitions were impressive, but the impact of her falsetto was limited. In my opinion, she likely belonged to the style of painting. Otherwise, why wouldn't she showcase her trump card in such a crucial first round? I suspected she was concealing her true abilities, especially given her leather attire that gave off a rock singer vibe. Judging a singer and amp, Appo's prowess by their outfit is rather unprofessional. I assenti it. Amidst hushed discussions, Liang Yuding leaned closer to Chen Qi and chuckled softly. It seems you've become their formidable rival. It's all part of the competition. Chen Qi waved dismissively. For a singer like her, without any backing, to have achieved such considerable popularity was already a stroke of fortune. Chen Qi's mindset was straightforward. Having finally stepped onto the grand stage, she intended to showcase her talents to the fullest and relish the experience of competition. Everyone aspired to win, and Chen Qi was no exception. Yet she believed the foremost priority was to appreciate this hard-won opportunity, focusing on how to deliver the best performance rather than engaging in petty rivalries. Will there be high notes in this round? Liang Yuding inquired with curiosity, adding, the competition is about to start, and the production team won't allow any song changes. So even if you tell me in advance, I can't really strategize against you. I'm genuinely intrigued. In truth, Liang Yuding and Chen Qi were each other's greatest competitors, yet both held mutual respect, fostering a camaraderie that was rare in fiercely competitive talent shows. Historically, even when contestants appeared to share strong emotions, shedding tears over a teammate's elimination, most secretly rejoiced that it wasn't their own elimination. Such insincerity was merely a performance for the audience. Nevertheless, Liang Yuding had a clear objective for the show, to compete against Zhou Qianqian, while Chen Qi's past with Zhou Qianqian made them allies. As the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Given that both girls had pleasant personalities, forming a friendship was quite natural. No, Chen Qi replied candidly, without any pretense. Truthfully, she found it odd. High notes were her forte, her most confident area. The first song, Painting, utilized her vocal techniques, but today's selection was a sweet song. Upon hearing this song from teacher Xinghe, she couldn't help but wonder why she hadn't chosen a high-note piece to quell the online criticisms. However, teacher Suha's response in the group chat completely won her over, even prompting Sister Shaoran to send a thumbs-up emoji. The most captivating aspect of the competition was the unexpected twists, which were colloquially termed pretentiousness. The ultimate form of pretentiousness was to achieve a dramatic reversal at the moment when everyone deemed you incapable, thus maximizing the impact of the pretense. Truly, teacher Xinghe had masterfully harnessed the entertainment industry's nuances. I shall unveil my trump card this time. if you don't showcase your true strength. I want to go easy on you, Liang Yuding said, momentarily taken aback before winking at Qinqi. Go for it. Qinqi felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. During this period, thanks to Sister Xiaoran's guidance, both she and Zhang Xiaohan had made significant progress. Moreover, Sister Xiaoran had taught them the nuances of emotional expression in a song, how to make their performances more delicate, how to evoke the greatest emotional resonance in a song, which opened their eyes to new possibilities. Sister Xiaoran had emphasized that a good singer should not confine themselves to a single style. Understanding each style was essential to becoming a competent artist. Thus, Qinqi eagerly anticipated this performance. Welcome, everyone, to the 4th episode of The Strongest Female Voice, proudly presented by Xiangwu Wuyu. As the host's signature rapid-fire delivery echoed, the 4th episode of The Strongest Female Voice commenced. The segment began with the entrance of the judges. Zhu Tao, Chun Jinsheng, and Zhao Lan, the Song Queens, performed a piece by the esteemed producer Lin Jingya, who even sang a couple of lines herself. Although her singing prowess paled in comparison to these vocal titans, she still received a considerable amount of applause from the audience. Now it was clear why Zhu Tao held high notes in such high regard. His high notes were astonishing. Such was the might of a true vocal king. I support Zhu Tao. Lin Jingya should stick to songwriting. Her singing simply doesn't measure up to Zhu Tao. Comparing a producer to a vocal king is utterly nonsensical. Some fans are truly deluded. Why not compare Zhu Tao's songwriting to teacher Lin Jingya's? The audience had split into two factions, supporters of Zhu Tao and supporters of Lin Jingya. Many casual viewers were drawn to the program due to this controversy, which was also fueled by the production team. Zhu Tao and Lin Jingya refrained from making any comments, while their fans engaged in relentless disputes. Once the judges had taken their seats, it was time for the official competition. This week, all 3 groups of singers would perform, so to accommodate the program's duration, there weren't many additional segments. Group A's 4 singers would take the stage first. Chapter 86, the 4th episode among the remaining 4 singers in Group A. Only the newcomer Zhao Xiaoyan, who is fervently supported by Warner, displays considerable strength, while the others are comparatively weaker. This is why Zhao Xiaoyan leads by a significant margin, attaining her current level of acclaim. In this episode, she performed a classic sweet song, perfectly aligning with her charming persona, which resonated deeply with the live audience, garnering widespread praise. During the judges and oppos commentary segment, Zhu Tao also bestowed upon her high accolades. Lin Jingya, however, merely offered a positive remark without any constructive criticism, focusing solely on the song itself. This old tune, having withstood the test of the market, hardly requires her analysis. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaoyan opted for a stable approach by using the original accompaniment without any alterations, prompting Lin Jingya to comment only on her compatibility with the song. Zhao Xiaoyan did not showcase high notes. Why didn't Zhu Tao mention this? Would he dare to critique her? After all, she is a Warner artist, a newcomer that the 4 major entertainment companies in the industry are keen to promote. It's amusing how others have high expectations for her when they do not impose the same standards on Qinqi, who is not known for singing high notes either. Zhu Tao seemed to be under pressure from fans, unable to extricate himself from the situation, thus resorting to nitpicking Qinqi. This maneuver was likely aimed at boosting the show and Oppo's popularity. Zhao Xiaoyan and Oppo's vote count even doubled this time, reaching an impressive 430,000, while the other 3 singers in Group A managed only a maximum of 130,000 votes. Such a decisive victory undoubtedly thrilled Zhao Xiaoyan and Oppo's fans. Following the conclusion of Group A, the competition moved on to Group B. Although Zhou Qianqian's support had waned somewhat, she remained the TikTok newcomer king. In this episode, she showcased her signature talent by performing her hit song from TikTok, striking a chord with many viewers and ultimately earning 390,000 votes. Based on the current tallies, Zhao Xiaoyan's chances of winning seem substantial, particularly with the backing of the entertainment giant Warner orchestrating her career. Unlike Zhou Qianqian, who transitioned from being an internet celebrity to a singer, a path fraught with challenges, Zhao Xiaoyan has cultivated a pristine online persona as a traditional singer, embodying sweetness and charm, making her a favorite among fans. In contrast, Zhou Qianqian's journey has been more arduous, as numerous internet celebrities have attempted to break into the Chinese music scene, only to falter, often experiencing a decline in popularity compared to their influencer days. However, in this episode, the unexpected standout from Group B, Liu Yu, delivered a performance that left much to be desired. Despite presenting an original song, it failed to captivate the esteemed producer Lin Jingya, resulting in only a lukewarm review. Ultimately, Liu Yu secured 300,000 votes, placing second in her group and third overall. Having concluded Group B, the competition progressed to the final group, Group C. Initially deemed lacking in potential, Group C surprised everyone with the remarkable talents of the capable singer-dancer Liang Yuding and the formidable dark horse Chen Qi. Both had delivered stellar performances in the previous episode, heightening expectations for this round. Liang Yuding continued to embrace her singing and dancing style, preparing a show-stopping performance with a popular girl group in AMP, Oppo's song, infused with electronic elements that energized the audience. Coupled with her alluring physique, the atmosphere erupted in cheers following her dynamic routine. What truly defines sensuality was vividly displayed through her performance. Her stunning legs and captivating presence left a lasting impression. Liang Yuding and AMP, Oppo's allure was undeniable. She was a mesmerizing enchantress on stage. Viewers, enthralled by the show, flocked to their browsers, eager for more. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, as many artists ventured into the realm of sensuality, yet few reached its pinnacle. True sensuality is not merely about allure. Liang Yuding and AMP, Oppo's remarkable figure exuded an innate sensuality that spoke volumes without uttering a word. Her dance prowess further complemented her performance, delivering a stable vocal execution while dancing. I found her performance immensely enjoyable, sensing the emergence of a new star in the singing-dancing domain. On the judging panel, the renowned diva Zhao Lan offered high praise for Liang Yuding's performance, recalling her own journey along a similar path, albeit without the same advantages that Liang possessed. Ultimately, she chose to pursue the route of a powerful vocalist. It has been ages since a noteworthy newcomer emerged in the singing-dancing arena of the entertainment industry. Liang Yuding's impressive display today captured Zhao Lan's admiration, particularly her ability to maintain stability during high notes, showcasing her formidable talent. Zhu Tao nodded in agreement, eliciting a wave of applause from the audience. However, a hint of helplessness crossed his features. In the previous episode, he merely touched upon the topic of high notes, never anticipating the uproar it would incite. He found himself caught between fan expectations and the support of fellow artists renowned for their high notes, who openly rallied behind him, effectively positioning him as a representative voice for the high note enthusiasts. Consequently, he felt compelled to continue down that path. Your choice of song is commendable, though it may have been released a tad prematurely. Your performance was outstanding, sensual without veering into vulgarity. Your natural attributes suit this style perfectly. I recommend collaborating with a talented producer who can craft songs tailored to you, aiding in the swift development of your unique artistic identity, Lin Jingya remarked with a smile. Grateful, Liang Yuding bowed in appreciation to Lin Jingya, though a bittersweet smile emerged on her face. With her contract expiring and no new agency in sight, securing a capable producer seemed a distant dream. Even an intermediate producer's composition demanded a 5- or 6-figure investment, far beyond the means of a mere online celebrity. Following Liang Yuding's performance, it was time for the next contestant from Group C. The production team seemed to intentionally place Chen Qi last. A logical choice given her built-in appeal and the anticipation surrounding her song selection. In a bid to maintain suspense, the program naturally reserved her performance for the finale. Soon, all 3 contestants from Group C had sung, leaving only Chen Qi to take the stage. Accepting the microphone from the staff, she stepped into the spotlight, offering no extraneous words, but a simple nod to the crew. The screen illuminated with the song details. My Secret, performed by Chen Qi, lyrics and music by Xinghe. Chapter 87. My Secret, the prelude, accompanied by harmonious piano melodies, evokes a sense of comfort. due to Chun-Chi's soaring popularity on the show. This episode presents an entirely different experience compared to the last. Previously, the production team had not provided her with any stage or lighting arrangements. This time, however, a plethora of stage decorations and 2 backup dancers were provided. The lighting technician also tailored the lighting to complement the song's atmosphere. Having performed on such a grand stage once before, Chun-Chi now exudes confidence, standing gracefully under the spotlight with her gaze steady and forward. In truth, the stage lights are blinding, rendering the audience almost invisible, yet the supportive glow of fan light boards is evident. Most of the audience comprises fans of Zhao Xiaoyun or Zhou Qianqian, and Chun-Chi cannot help but feel envious of their support. Nevertheless, she firmly believes that one day, she too will have fans in attendance, holding light boards while listening to her sing. Recently, she has been in a delightful mood for reasons unknown, and in this state, she wishes to sing for you. The piano, coupled with Chun-Chi's distinctive vocal style and enunciation, creates an exceptionally relaxed ambience. This song is simple, candidly portraying a girl's secret crush. Rather than a melancholic atmosphere, it conveys a light and sweet confession, reflecting the delicate thoughts of a young girl. It is perfectly suited for Chun-Chi and Appo's current persona. Gazing at the twinkling stars outside the window, she contemplates her secret, uncertain if it counts as love. Yet she knows she is thinking of you. As the stage lights gradually shift to a soft pink, the production team initially proposed that Chun-Chi don a youthful, voluminous dress to better harmonize with the stage. However, Chun-Chi declined, preferring her ensemble of leather jacket and pants. Yet, her performance on stage exudes a unique charm, fitting the venue remarkably well. The audience, even those who are not her fans, are gradually captivated by her performance. If she performs exceptionally well, most attendees will cheerfully wave their light boards in support. As the main verse concludes, a sweet and youthful atmosphere envelopes the venue. At the moment the chorus begins, the drums and other instruments erupt, propelling the atmosphere into a brief crescendo. The distance between us seems to fluctuate. Though you're not by my side, I feel a closeness. There is a feeling I wish to express. My secret is the sweetness you have given me. This is yet another catchy tune. At the judges' table, Lin Jingya unconsciously smiles. Following the last episode, she researched Xinghe and listened to several of his previous songs, growing increasingly intrigued by him. From the initial dream to the hasty year, each melody resonates beautifully. Lin Jingya muses that if she had penned those songs, she might have even claimed the top spot on the monthly charts. However, Xinghe is indeed impressive, despite his relative obscurity. Every one of his songs has reached the top of the new song charts, a feat nearly impossible for a newcomer. He is a perceptive producer, acutely aware of public taste, and his musical aesthetic aligns well with market demands, each piece possessing the potential for great success. Lin Jingya silently evaluates Xinghe, while Zhu Tao chuckles and shakes his head. He had anticipated that Chun-Chi would select a song with high notes or a heart-wrenching ballad, but he never expected her to perform such a sweet song. Although the chorus presents some challenges, he perceives it as still lacking in depth. This leads him to conclude that Chun-Chi and Appo's journey may not extend far. With this thought, Zhu Tao feels a sense of relief. Recently, Chun-Chi has gained significant online popularity due to the controversy surrounding him, and he feels that she is merely riding on his coattails. If she were to be eliminated, the attention would revert to him, making him the ultimate beneficiary. As the chorus and Appo's lively rhythm unfolds, many audience members raise their light boards, swaying in time with the music. Chun-Chi and Appo's confidence grows as she embraces her unique style. She begins to revel in the stage, and although her lack of experience prevents her from adopting the signature movements of Liang Yuding, she is gradually discovering her own essence and style. The audience, too, acclimates to her performance style. Initially, some found her enunciation and nasal tone challenging to adjust to, but as they became accustomed, they recognized her distinctiveness. Once heard, she is unmistakable. Chun-Chi has considered altering this aspect, yet Sui advised her that a singer and Appo's most crucial attribute is their unique style, whether in stage presence, vocal quality. or singing technique. Having a distinctive character aids audience recall. Thus, Chen-Chi refrains from forced change and continues to sing in her authentic manner. At night, my voice accompanies me. Even when worn, it remains melodious. This weary sound is the gentlest proof. The emotional depth of the second rendition of the verse surpasses the first. Coupled with the audience and Oppo's immersion, they begin to embrace the feelings of youthful infatuation and confession, particularly among female attendees who sneak glances at their friends while listening. The barrage of comments has transformed into a confessional wall characteristic of the entertainment industry. Chun Jingyu. I like you. That fool. Don't you know I've always had a crush on you? I just want to be with Xiao Li forever and ever. My secret is that I like you, but I fear that after confessing, we won't even be friends. I hope you see this, the one I like. Perhaps this reflects human frailty, timid in reality, yet bold online. However, matters of the heart are often complex. Many secretly harbor affections for someone, some acutely aware of their lack of opportunity, while others dread that a confession might sever their friendships. Taking that step requires immense courage. Thus, Chun-Chi and Amp. Oppo's song My Secret encapsulates an emotion that resonates with many, an expression of longing and desire. P.S. My Secret original artist. G.E.M. Lyrics. G.E.M. Composition. G.E. Monsieur Chapter 88. Astring Rapport. Star Dream Studio. Much like the previous episode, everyone gathered at the company to watch Chun-Chi and Oppo's performance. With the show playing, melodies filling the air, and paired with succulent crayfish and chilled beer, it was a delightful homage to the summer. Such a beautiful song. I absolutely adore it. Assistant A. Jiao helped Lin Qingming peel the crayfish. It's a rather feminine song, tailored for you young ladies. Lin Qingming divided the peeled crayfish in half, offering some to a Jiao, and then remarked with an air of maturity, Qingming, your words imply that you are quite aged. Zhang Xiaohan sipped her beer and retorted with a hint of annoyance. I am indeed aging. A woman begins to decline after 25. Although most women shy away from discussing their age, Lin Qingming was unperturbed. Qingming is also at the age to seek a partner, Zhang Xiaohan said, glancing at Su He. ISN and Oppo's. That right, Teacher Xinghe? I find your assertion quite reasonable, Su He replied, tossing a peeled crayfish into his mouth and wiping his lips with a napkin. Lin Qingming was a year older than him. Some of Su He and Oppo's former classmates already had children of their own. What reasoning is that? I still wish to reignite my career and embark on a second spring. Finding a man now is akin to courting disaster. Lin Qingming shot a disapproving glance at the two. Qingming, what outdated notion is that? The entertainment industry thrives on pairing up now. Many fans relish the sweetness of such relationships. You are a powerhouse, not a mere idol relying on popularity. You don't need a husband, fan. Zhang Xiaohan chuckled. Times have changed. In the past, celebrities concealed their romances, but now they are more forthright, often gaining additional fans in the process. Of course, only those artists who rely on their talents can afford such openness. Those who depend on their looks certainly cannot, as their careers hinge on the support of their devoted fans. Lin Qingming was not a celebrity of fleeting fame. She possessed genuine talent. If she were to form a pairing for a comeback, it would indeed be a wise choice. Even if I were to seek a partner, I cannot be indiscriminate, Lin Qingming asserted, taking a sip of beer, her cheeks flushed, whether from slight intoxication or shyness, revealing a faint blush. Teacher Xinghe would be quite suitable. He possesses both charm and talent. Dating him would not be a loss, Zhang Xiaohan teased, pointing at Su He. She then turned to Su He with a playful smile. Teacher Xinghe, having someone like our Qingming, an intelligent and mature type, as your girlfriend would surely be delightful. She is not worthy of such a pairing, nor is he. Both Su He and Lin Qingming replied in unison, shooting each other an incredulous glance. Though Su He had an affinity for intelligent and mature women, it was evident that Lin Qingming bore no resemblance to that description. This woman could be likened to a hidden gem at Stardream, lacking intellect and prone to fanciful thoughts, making her far from his type. Lin Qingming reacted reflexively, but upon hearing Su He echo her sentiment, a twinge of disappointment flickered within her. She buried this feeling deep within, reluctant to contemplate its origins. After their exchange, an awkward silence settled over the group. Why has it suddenly gone quiet? Shuel Yang, the earnest one, inquired while peeling crayfish. Such a strong rapport. Zhang Xiaohan clapped her hands to ease the tension, though her gaze toward the two became increasingly peculiar. Little Qi has finished singing. Let us watch the show. Lin Qingming shot Zhang Xiaohan a glare, wishing to steer clear of that topic. Teacher Xinghe, how many votes do you think Little Qi will receive this episode? Shuel Yang, feeling out of place discussing relationships, was nonetheless keen on the competition. It should be similar to the last episode, but whether it gains more traction depends on Zhu Tao and Amp. Oppo's actions. So he pointed to the judge, Zhu Tao, with a chuckle. Zhu Tao is likely to be backed by fans and fellow singers, and it seems he will remain steadfast in his opinions. Lin Qingming held strong views on work matters. Isn't it rather harsh for Little Qi to sing high notes later? Zhang Xiaohan burst into laughter. That's why I say Zhu Tao is Chun Qi and Amp. Oppo's benefactor, Suhi remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he sipped his beer. Without Zhu Tao, Chun Qi's popularity would likely have diminished by half. He essentially leveraged his fame to propel Chun Qi into the limelight. Tears in my eyes, my friend. At the show venue, Chun Qi had concluded his song. The applause and cheers were noticeably louder than during the first episode. Now, let us invite the 4 judges to share their comments, announced the host, directing the camera toward the judges. Chun Qi, your performance in this episode clearly surpasses that of the first. You appeared somewhat nervous then, but this time you were much more at ease and confident. Well done. Your singing today was impressive, and I continue to have high hopes for you. The renowned vocalist Zhao Lan maintained her usual encouraging demeanor, primarily offering praise unless glaring mistakes were evident. Thus, she was the most approachable among the 4 judges. Today's performance revealed another facet of you. Your overall strength remained stable. Keep it up. Chen Jinxing's feedback was brief, yet his support for Chun Qi was apparent. Next, it was time for the most anticipated judge. Zhu Tao cleared his throat, shaking his head with a smile. Another new song, still a piece by Xinghe. Since we have Lin Jingya here to comment on the song, I shall refrain from elaborating. As for the performance, while this time the emotion was somewhat fuller than the first, it still failed to move me profoundly. Learning from previous critiques, where Lin Jingya had challenged him, Zhu Tao approached this evaluation from a subjective standpoint, offering a commentary that could be interpreted in various ways. As ultimately, it was up to him to declare whether he was touched or not. Moreover, Zhu Tao was not particularly fond of this genre. Even if he believed Chun Qi performed well, he could not offer a glowing review, as it would contradict the sentiments of his supporting fans and fellow singers. Fortunately, Zhu Tao could discern Chun Qi and Oppo's general style. With his experience, he surmised that Chun Qi would not remain in the competition for long. You performed exceptionally, capturing the emotional essence of the song. It's a very girlish song, imbued with a hint of emotional shyness. I find myself curious about this Xinghe, whether he is male or female. After all, writing such an exquisite piece about youthful infatuation requires a tender heart. Furthermore, this song serves as a splendid confession. Young men and women, you should be grateful to Xinghe for this offering. I'm already looking forward to your next new song. Lin Jingya, perhaps due to her role as a producer, exhibited a greater interest in Xinghe than in Chun Qi. Nevertheless, she too bestowed high praise upon Chun Qi's performance. She did not refute Zhu Tao's earlier comments, but her demeanor indicated a stance contrary to his. Chapter 89. Is this even scientific? It seems our esteemed teacher Zhu Tao remains as strict as ever. The host, sensing the awkward atmosphere on stage, quickly stepped in to ease the tension. However, he was well aware of the controversy between Zhu Tao and Lin Jingya, a matter that the station held in high regard. It was indeed the leadership's desire for Zhu Tao to continue in this episode. Many programs manufacture controversy when there is none, but this time, the renowned Zhu Tao had delivered it right on a silver platter, much to the delight of the production team. For Chun Qi, this was an unexpected boon to her popularity. In the backstage area, the chief director Li Guangliang was overjoyed. No wonder the singer recommended by Su he could create such a remarkable program. His future was undoubtedly bright. Li Guangliang felt immense gratitude towards Su He. After much contemplation, the production team had struggled to devise a compelling conflict, yet now they found themselves with a situation ripe with controversy. Their task was simply to allocate a larger budget to promote this topic and foster a rivalry between the two factions of fans. This would ensure high visibility for the production team, Zhu Tao and Chen Qi, culminating in a win-win scenario. Director and AMP, Oppos, the strongest female voice in AMP. Oppos has now secured a spot in the top 5 of variety shows, and the station has elevated our budget to a level. Zhao Hui was immensely grateful to be assigned to the strongest female voice team. He even felt fortunate that Li Guangliang had managed to bring Chen Qi onto the program. Zhao Hui mistakenly believed that his own connections had facilitated Chen Qi's participation, unaware that it was actually Su He who had influenced Li Guangliang. Thus, Zhao Hui felt rather accomplished for introducing such a stellar contestant to the production team. Regrettably, he had missed the opportunity to garner favor with Lin Qingming. Nevertheless, this program's success would add a significant achievement to his resume, granting him yet another credential to boast about during future reunions or gatherings. Xiao Zhao, it was you who brought Chen Qi to the program. Your contribution is invaluable. I shall relay this to the leadership, so prepare to receive your year-end bonus. Li Guangliang praised, patting Zhao Hui on the shoulder. In the workplace, it is common for accolades to be claimed by superiors while rewards are distributed to subordinates. Thank you, Senior. I will strive to elevate the program even further. Zhao Hui felt invigorated by Li Guangliang's commendation. Li Guangliang cast another approving glance at him before addressing the other staff. This time, Lin Jingya has taken the initiative to support Chen Qi. A renowned producer commands immense influence. We must seize this opportunity. A gold medal producer not only represents top-tier production standards, but also a vast array of talented singers. Though Lin Jingya has not openly criticized Zhu Tao, her unwavering support for Chen Qi and her praise for the producer Xing, he clearly indicate her stance. The production team must amplify this controversy. The best strategy would be to draw in the numerous singers associated with Lin Jingya, effectively harnessing their support for free publicity. Let's act immediately. The others responded eagerly. On stage, after the host had successfully invigorated the atmosphere, the tension had notably dissipated. Next, please scan the QR code on the screen and cast your precious vote, the host announced. A tense background score filled the air as lights flickered across the stage. Chen Qi stood there, her delicate face adorned with a subtle smile. In contests reliant on audience votes, vocal appeal takes precedence. As long as a song resonates with public taste, there is no need for concern regarding vote counts. Those who opt for obscure songs purely for showmanship rarely achieve high scores. This perspective was echoed by Su He in their group discussions. The strongest female voice diverges from professional talent shows, where judges primarily serve a guiding role, as the true measure lies in audience votes. Given that the competition employs audience voting, some professional standards must be relinquished, for public taste often diverges from professional criteria. The song My Secret, which had gained immense popularity in Su He's previous life, featured slightly Na'vi lyrics but undeniably aligned with popular taste, ensuring that Chen Qi would secure a substantial number of votes. The screen displayed a rapid increase in vote counts within mere seconds. Over 200,000 votes had been cast. In the resting area, Zhou Qianqian's expression grew increasingly grave. She had garnered 390,000 votes this round. But upon hearing Chen Qi perform this sweet tune, she had initially felt elated, believing such songs could scarcely attract many votes. Although Chen Qi had performed admirably, she shared Zhu Tao and Oppo's sentiment that without an explosive live performance, high scores would be elusive. However, she was utterly unprepared for the meteoric rise in Chen Qi and Oppo's vote count. Why was this happening? Zhou Qianqian was bewildered. Why would a song like this garner so many audience votes? Could there be foul play involved? If Chen Qi were affiliated with a major company like Warner, perhaps there could be a scandal. But Zhou Qianqian had learned that Chen Qi was merely an artist from a small studio, one so obscure even influencers like herself would not consider it. How could such a minor entity wield enough influence to orchestrate a scandal? Wow, this is astonishing. Why are so many people voting for Chen Qi when there are countless critics online? Regardless, I voted because I genuinely believe this song is wonderful. It's truly delightful, especially the sweet moments in the chorus. It resonates with me profoundly. Whether or not she can hit high notes, if it's enjoyable, I will support her. After watching this episode, I would gladly loop this song repeatedly. The public cares not whether it's a new release or if it features soaring vocals. All that matters is the enjoyment factor. In talent competitions, song selection is paramount, and Suhi possesses an extensive catalog of songs validated by the market. As long as he remains sensible, he will avoid selecting obscure tracks for such contests, leading to favorable audience reactions. Only 10 seconds left. Chen Qi's votes surpassed Zhou Qianqian, breaking the threshold of 400,000. She surged towards the leading position, overtaking Zhao Xiaoyan. Is this even scientific? Zhu Tao and Zhou Qianqian shared the same expression at the judges' table. This is indeed scientific. With a producer like Xing He, it is not difficult for Chen Qi to achieve a commendable ranking. Lin Jingya's lips curled into a confident smile. As a gold medal producer, she could discern which songs would be embraced by the public and comprehend the intent behind Xing He's choices for Chen Qi's 2 songs. Her curiosity about this producer was steadily growing. 5. 4. The host and Amp, Oppo's spirited voice echoed throughout the venue. The audience and Amp, Oppo's cheers rose like a tidal wave. Ultimately, Chen Qi amassed 420,000 votes. Once again, she secured first place in Group C and second overall. Chen Qi, Chen Qi. The crowd erupted in a unified chant of her name, their cacophony gradually harmonizing. Upon witnessing this result, Chen Qi felt little surprise, for it closely aligned with the predictions shared by her sister, Xiao Ran, in the group. As a participant in the competition, she felt deeply appreciative. With professionals like Xing He and Xiao Ran assisting behind the scenes, the contest seemed almost effortless. It felt akin to winning simply by having a dog on a leash. Chapter 90. Lao Shui. Don't you need to use the restroom? In the lounge, Zhou Qianqian's face turned an ashen hue as she witnessed Chen Qi surpassing her. The discomfort she felt was akin to swallowing a fly. At the moment when the audience erupted in cheers for Chen Qi, she felt that such treatment should have been hers, only to be blindsided by the unexpected emergence of Chen Qi. As a newcomer in the Douyin world, she was supposed to be the center of attention in the competition. Yet, all the limelight was seized by Chen Qi. Ha ha! Chen Qi is truly impressive. Liang Yuding, though she did not secure first place in her group, was overjoyed. For Chen Qi had finally surpassed Zhou Qianqian. Watching Zhou Qianqian suffer was more gratifying than claiming first herself. Furthermore, securing second place meant that only she and Chen Qi would advance from Group C, ensuring her safety from elimination. In Liang Yuding's eyes, being able to sing another song was already quite satisfactory. As for Chen Qi, Zhao Xiaoyan, who ranked first, wore a grave expression. Her first-place position was bolstered by a substantial fan base and promotional support from Warner. Moreover, there was another factor. Fans of Su He desired her advancement to the finals, which featured Su He's new song. However, despite these advantages, she almost fell victim to Chen Qi's rise. A sudden wave of unprecedented pressure surged within Zhao Xiaoyan. Thank you all for tuning into this episode as the host delivered his customary rapid-fire gratitude to the sponsors. The episode drew to a close. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Yet, many foresaw that Chen Qi had truly ignited her fame. In just 2 episodes and 2 new songs, she had eclipsed the Douyin newcomer king, Zhou Qianqian, firmly establishing her position as the strongest dark horse. At Xingming Studio, Xiao Qi has risen to prominence. Lin Qingming clapped her hands in delight. Teacher Xinghe and sister Xiaoran were extraordinarily insightful, predicting this outcome. Zhang Xiaohan was left utterly dumbfounded. Being part of that group, she had also witnessed the pre-competition analysis by Su He and sister Xiaoran. In her view, their predictions were remarkably accurate, especially sister Xiaoran and Oppo's as pre-competition analysis materials, which Zhang Xiaohan felt even the industry's top agents could not match in professionalism and thoroughness. She gazed at Su He in astonishment, realizing just how formidable he was. What predictions? Lin Qingming inquired, puzzled. It was the pre-competition analysis provided by Sister Xiaoran in the group, predicting that Xiao Qi would surpass Zhou Qianqian to secure second place. She even mentioned that if teacher Xinghe wished, he could help Xiao Qi claim first, although it was still a bit premature for that. They aimed to elevate Xiao Qi's popularity before orchestrating a reversal to win over fans completely. Zhang Xiaoan pulled out her phone to show Lin Qingming the chat records from the group. Lin Qingming was left speechless. The detailed analyses were far more professional than anything her previous agent had provided. Even more astonishing was the duo and Oppo's market analysis, which seemed beyond the capabilities of individuals at their level. Han Heng, add me to the group. I want to join. Lin Qingming was filled with a thirst for knowledge, as if she had discovered a treasure. Initially, she thought Suhi had merely hired a music teacher to instruct Qin Qiqi and Zhang Xiaoan. However, it was evident now that he was no ordinary music teacher, but a top-tier analyst and agent. Without a doubt, merely observing the conversations of Suhi and Sister Xiaoran in the group would be immensely beneficial. Teacher Xinghe, is the group owner Zhang Xiaoan pointed to Suhi, who was peeling small crayfish nearby. Some people thought the individuals I hired couldn't teach them, right? Suhi remarked, examining a small crayfish. I must have been blind. Please forgive this humble lady, teacher Xinghe. Lin Qingming said, her eyes sparkling at Suhi. Alas, the small crayfish is delicious, but it is so difficult to peel. Suhi sighed, holding the crayfish, glancing left and right, appearing quite forlorn. Lin Qingming's eyes twitched involuntarily before she forced a smile, exclaiming, how can we let teacher Xinghe peel crayfish personally? I'll help you. With that, she donned disposable gloves and began peeling the crayfish. Here, the crayfish needs to be dipped in the sauce to bring out its essence. She placed the crayfish meat into the sauce and offered it to Suhi. Ouch, it seems I've cut my hand. Suhi looked down at his slender fingers, where indeed a small cut from the shell was visible. Lin Qingming's expression turned dark. She managed to squeeze out a smile, softly saying, I'll open your mouth. I'll feed you. By the end, she gritted her teeth a little. Suhi raised the corners of his mouth in a faint smile and obediently opened his mouth. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingming rolled her eyes dramatically before feeding the crayfish into Suhi's mouth. However, when her fingers brushed against his lips, even through the disposable glove, the warmth of his lips sent an unusual sensation through her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Memories of their wild night in the hotel flooded back, and a blush crept onto Lin Qingming and damp Oppo's cheeks. Is that enough? Lin Qingming stifled her feelings and asked Suhi, just this? Suhi shrugged, responding coolly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingming bit her silver teeth. Nevertheless, the thought of acquiring extensive industry knowledge upon joining the group rekindled her determination, and she picked up another crayfish to peel. Not satisfied, let us feed a few more together. Oh, that cucumber is quite tasty. I want a drink. Sue, my hand hurts. Come, let us drink. Their intimate gestures filled the air with a subtle ambience of flirtation. Ahem, I'll step out for a moment. Zhang Xiaoan swallowed hard and rose from her seat. I'll go too. Assistant A Jiao and Xiao Li also stood up. Lao Shui, don't you need to use the restroom? Zhang Xiaoan noticed that Shui Liang was still watching Su He and Lin Qingming interact with a silly grin and couldn't he help but remind him. You all go ahead. I just went, so I don't need to use the restroom now. Shui Liang waved his hand. No, you do need to go. Zhang Xiaoan grabbed his arm and pulled him away. After everyone had left, Su He and Lin Qingming fell into silence. Lin Qingming continued peeling shrimp to feed Su He, but the atmosphere shifted from flirtation to a hint of awkwardness. All right, I'll add you to the group. When Lin Qingming offered to feed him again, Su He waved his hand. I've eaten this one. Lin Qingming, blushing, held out the peeled shrimp to Su He's lips. Seeing this, Su He had no choice but to open his mouth. As Lin Qingming pressed the shrimp into his mouth, her phone suddenly rang, causing her to flinch and inadvertently push her fingers too far in. Suhi's teeth lightly grazed her finger, but he released it almost instantly. Whoosh! Lin Qingming turned her head away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Once again, they fell into silence. Chapter 91. Her smile is more beautiful than the flowers in her hand. Well, The two spoke almost simultaneously, only to fall into silence once more. After a long pause, Lin Qingming broke the ice. Cough where Han Nins and the others. Why haven't they returned yet? As she spoke, she took out her phone and saw Zhang Xiaoan had messaged the group, stating that she had finished work with Shuai Liang and the others. Instantly, she pouted. They could at least let us know they were leaving. It's getting late. We should head back. Sui pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, preparing to retrieve his lighter. However, upon noticing Lin Qingming's frown, he halted his actions and smiled at her with the cigarette still in his mouth. I'll tidy up here. Seeing Su He's gesture, a gentle smile graced Lin Qingming's lips. She recalled how, previously, when he smoked in her presence, he had disregarded her feelings. Now, he not only consciously moved to the window to smoke, but also cared about her sentiments. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over her, sweet yet fluttery. Let us do this together. I'll help you. Su He, still with the cigarette, began to clear away the shells of the crayfish and the empty beer bottles from the table. Soon, their combined efforts rendered the resting area spotless. The last train of the light rail in Shuangqing City departed at 10 in the evening, passing by the company around 10:30. However, it was already 11:00 and Oppo's clock, and they had certainly missed it. Suhi initially planned to take a taxi, but Lin Qingming suggested they walk home to aid digestion. After a brief contemplation, he acquiesced to her suggestion. The walk from the company to their home would take approximately 20 minutes, and given the fullness from their crayfish and beer feast, a stroll seemed quite agreeable. Their route home led them through the renowned Geo Street of Shuangqing City, a hub for the youth and internet celebrities, often dubbed the city that never sleeps. The roads were lined with bars and KTV establishments. Walking side by side, the night breeze was cool, bringing an unexplainable serenity to Lin Qingming's heart. Occasionally, they encountered street performers. Some were wandering musicians, while others were internet stars or streamers. Most were young individuals striving for their dreams, filled with hope for the future, yet many remained anonymous in the crowd. In this world, only a select few could rise to fame, while the vast majority traversed the path of dreams laden with regrets. Compared to them, we are fortunate, Lin Qingming suddenly remarked. Sui paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. Indeed, many have toiled for a lifetime just to step onto the grand stage, yet still fall short of their aspirations. I was referring to myself and Han Nins, not you. Lin Qingming shot him a glance. Why not? Sui checked lately. Although I am unaware of your past, I can sense you are more than just a newcomer. Lin Qingming, typically carefree, was not naive. Xiaoan had mentioned that Chun Chi's audition opportunity was due to him, with a string of successful songs, each achieving remarkable results, and an acute understanding of the entertainment industry's dynamics. It was evident that he possessed an uncanny ability to seize opportunities and elevate a singer to stardom. And then there was that impressively professional Sister Anne. Only a fool would believe Suhi was merely a novice. Does it matter if it's because of me? Suhi smiled non-committally. To him, the outcome was what mattered. The journey was inconsequential. Of course it matters, at least to me, Lin Qingming stated earnestly. Why? Suhi asked, puzzled, as he held the cigarette. If it were because of Zhao Hui, I would have mixed feelings. But if it's because of you, Lin Qingming hesitated, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. If Chen Chi's opportunity stemmed from Suhi, a sense of happiness blossomed in her heart. Am I not different from others? Suhi casually inquired, oblivious to Lin Qingming's inner turmoil. After posing the question, he felt it might be somewhat inappropriate. Of course, because you're my employee, Lin Qingming finally found a reason. Exactly, as Suhi is my employee, it is only natural for him to contribute to the company. Right, that's it. Finally, Suhi lit the cigarette, donning a whimsical expression as he shot Lin Qingming a playful glare. Damn capitalists. I'm certainly not a capitalist, Lin Qingming retorted, rolling her eyes as she hummed the tune of Chun Chi's new song. It felt as though the distance between them was gradually closing, and perhaps there was a special sentiment from him towards her. However, after singing a couple of lines, she realized the lyrics were slightly off, prompting her to stop. They continued walking side by side when a petite girl, around 8 years old, Selling flowers approached them from the bar's entrance, clutching a large bouquet with hopeful eyes. "Mister, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Why not buy her a bouquet?" "I'm not his girlfriend," Lin Qingming stammered, quickly waving her hand. The girl's face fell slightly upon hearing this. In this street, many children sold flowers. Typically, when met with refusal, they would persistently follow the potential buyers. Yet, the girl simply lowered her head and stepped aside. Seeing her demeanor, Lin Qingming chose not to walk away immediately. Instead, she crouched down before the girl, eyeing the bouquet of roses in her hands. "How much for one?" 10 yuan, the little girl replied timidly. Lin Qingming smiled and nodded, taking the bouquet from her hands and counting. There were over 30 roses. Glancing at the payment code hanging from the girl's neck, she pulled out her phone and scanned it for 400 yuan. Gently ruffling the girl's hair, she said, "You're still growing. Head home early and rest well. Good luck." The girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she deeply bowed to Lin Qingming. "Thank you, sister." After expressing her gratitude, she dashed off into the night, disappearing into the darkness. "You can't help everyone," Suhi sighed. "There are countless children selling flowers, and the circumstances are often complicated. Some come from struggling families, trying to ease their parents' burdens. Others are pushed into selling flowers by negligent parents. Regardless of the situation, there's little that can be done to change it." The girl likely just started selling flowers, hence her reluctance to beg passers-by for sales, unlike others who clung to the legs of strangers. Lin Qingming buying her flowers today wouldn't change her fate. She would return to sell flowers again tomorrow. "I am not a savior, nor do I wish to be one." Buying her flowers may not significantly assist her, but for me, it was a trivial act. Lin Qingming smiled, holding the bouquet of roses. Suhi, hearing her words, felt a stir within him. At that moment, he realized Lin Qingming's smile was indeed more beautiful than the flower she held. Chapter 92. Unexpected popularity after the conclusion of this episode of The Strongest Female Voice. Countless topics regarding the program emerged on Weibo, garnering immense attention. No one anticipated that a talent show predominantly featuring newcomers would attract such high traffic. Among them, Qinqi undoubtedly stood out as the most remarkable presence. Due to her controversy with the renowned singer Zhu Tao, her popularity even surpassed that of Zhao Xiaoyan, who had taken first place for 2 consecutive episodes. Zhu Tao was left humiliated, as the artist he underestimated, Qinqi, managed to secure 420,000 votes. One could almost feel his embarrassment. I believe Zhu Tao and Amp, Oppo's assertion holds some truth. Qinqi and Oppo's impressive vote count is primarily attributed to the appeal of the song itself, rather than her personal prowess. If another singer were to perform My Secret, they too would likely accumulate a substantial number of votes. Nonsense. I contend that Qinqi's unique timbre and vocal style significantly enhanced the song. Even with numerous covers on Douyin, none can replicate her distinct flavor. Regardless, there is an undeniable fearsome quality to Xinghe. It seems every song he crafts is destined for success. Apart from the initial inspirational piece, The First Dream, the subsequent tracks are merely conventional love songs. What accounts for their remarkable popularity? The answer is simple. They are melodious, and their emotional resonance is profound. It is unlikely that anyone listens to a love song seeking deeper meaning. Xinghe's love songs have become a hallmark. The ongoing disputes involving Qinqi and Zhu Tao, as well as Lin Jingya and Zhu Tao, continue to proliferate online. Voices of support for both Qinqi and Lin Jingya coexist with those favoring Zhu Tao. Notably, well-known music critic Mei Wenhua, who previously expressed support for Zhu Tao during the show, has now offered his critique of My Secret on his personal Weibo. Xinghe understands the art of appealing to the masses. Each of his melodies is remarkably catchy, undeniably showcasing his talent as a producer. Regrettably, Qinqi and Oppo's limitations as a vocalist hinder Xinghe's potential to create more explosive and exhilarating songs. With such a consistently skilled producer backing her, had she been a different artist, she would have long led the pack. In his previous evaluation, Mei merely echoed Zhu Tao and Oppo's sentiments, explicitly stating that Qinqi's high notes were her weak point. This time, however, he incorporates Lin Jingya's perspective, acknowledging Xing he is a formidable producer, yet lamenting that Chen Qi's skill set restricts his creative output. This assessment appears more objective and balanced, pleasing both Zhu Tao and Lin Jingya, garnering considerable support from netizens. With Mei Wenhua's remarks, the online popularity of producer Xing he has soared. I concur with Mei. I can listen to each of Xing he's songs on repeat for an extended period, a testament to his capabilities. If paired with a more accomplished vocalist, his growth trajectory would undoubtedly accelerate. This producer boasts an impressive track record, with every song achieving widespread acclaim. Sadly, his collaborations are limited to lesser-known artists. I eagerly anticipate Xing he's talent being recognized by major companies, leading to collaborations with prominent singers. While it is indeed true that Xing he possesses considerable talent, he still has a long way to go before collaborating with the likes of top-tier singers. Let us not exaggerate. Xing he's recent songs are rather unremarkable, merely meeting average standards. What caliber do we expect from top singers? Does Xing he truly belong in their league? Due to the widespread dissemination of expertise online, the comments section exhibits a peculiar phenomenon. Whether regarding singers or producers, one can acknowledge their strength in reality. Yet online, one must still strive for improvement. In the realm of the internet, recognizing the excellence of others is a formidable challenge, particularly in the context of various music variety shows. Even when a musical genius steps forward, there will always be critics ready to dissect their work. Of course, alongside the critics, there are those who have become enamored with Xing he's songs. My Secret is particularly well suited for young girls to express their affections, coupled with short videos on Douyin, where girls send this song to their crushes as a declaration of their feelings. The trend exploded in popularity. Following the virality of these short videos, many began to emulate the trend. Send my secret to your crush and see his reaction. After this topic surged to the top of Douyin's popularity rankings, bolstered by its staggering traffic. Chen Qi's My Secret finally achieved widespread acclaim. As more individuals joined the trend, the fervor escalated, prompting notable video creators to participate as well. It can be said that Douyin has become awash with videos of individuals confessing their feelings through this song. After much hesitation, I finally mustered the courage to send it to him, only to be surprised when he reciprocated by sending me a song in return. What could that mean? Alas, the boy I have harbored a crush on did not reply, bidding farewell to my years of unrequited love. I wish to share too, but I have no one to confess to. After 2 months of flirtation, this song finally solidified our relationship. Thank you, Chen Qi. Thank you, Xing he. Countless individuals followed suit, sending this song to their crushes and eagerly awaiting reactions. Naturally, there were both successes and disappointments. Regardless of the outcomes, the song's popularity has undeniably skyrocketed. As the weekend unfolded, Suhi remained at home. As a professional producer, he naturally needed to stay updated on new releases. The unexpected popularity of the confession trend on Douyin took Suhi slightly by surprise, simultaneously revealing to him the platform's formidable reach. However, he was not particularly concerned with these unforeseen delights. As usual, he opened the Wangyun app to check the comments section for this song, eager to gauge public response. Most comments praised the song, with many newcomers drawn in by the confession trend. However, as Suhi continued scrolling, he suddenly found himself taken aback. The entertainment industry continues to indulge in trivial love stories, perpetuating shallow reflections on the human heart. How lamentable. He has arrived. The non-professional music critic, known online as Tiandao Chochin and affectionately referred to as Brother Sai by netizens, is back. Indeed, after being chastised by Suhi previously, Brother Sai has returned to comment beneath My Secret, once again urging Suhi to explore more meaningful themes rather than confining himself to love songs. For goodness sake, is this never-ending? Suhi felt his blood pressure rise. He indeed possesses traditional cultural songs and has many artistic pieces. However, one must consider the context when releasing music. On a platform like The Strongest Female Voice, is it appropriate to have a girl in her early 20s sing such songs? Chapter 93. Temptation Kyoto. Warner Entertainment. As one of the 4 major entertainment companies in Huagua, it boasts the nation's premier recording studios. equipped with millions worth of state-of-the-art equipment and top-notch sound engineers who record for Warner and Oppo's artists. Teacher Zhang, there are a couple of lines I find lacking in perfection. Let us do it again, Li Xian said as she exited the recording studio, addressing the sound engineer outside. Nearly 2 months had passed since Su He left Warner, and it had been almost 6 months since Li Xian released a new song. Her popularity had waned considerably, which made her particularly invested in this new release. Xiao Xian, you don't need to push yourself so hard. I genuinely think it sounds great, Du Feng interjected with concern. I don't want even the studio version to have flaws. Li Xian shook her head. Seeing my song treated with such seriousness warms my heart, Du Feng said, stepping closer and gently taking Li Xian and Oppo's hand, a smile gracing his lips. Li Xian recoiled slightly, but ultimately did not pull away. During this period, her emotions were tumultuous. Faced with Du Feng and Oppo's ardent pursuit, she maintained a stance of neither acceptance nor rejection. Yet, Du Feng seemed unsatisfied with this state and desired to advance further. Li Xian considered that although Du Feng did not quite compare to Su He, he possessed considerable talent. After all, he was a returned overseas scholar. The new song he wrote had significant potential for success. Having ended her relationship with Su He, she pondered the possibility of exploring a connection with Du Feng. After all, it had been a long time since their breakup, and some people needed to be let go. I'll go record now, Li Xian stated, turning back toward the studio. Xiao Xian, I've booked a Western restaurant for dinner tonight, Du Feng hurriedly added. Li Xian replied without turning back, softly closing the studio door. Du Feng's face lit up with joy. This was the first song he would release since returning home, and also the first song since acquiring the identity of Su He. With the star Li Xian and the golden producer Su He collaborating, reaching the top of the monthly hit charts seemed almost too simple. However, Du Feng's ambitions extended far beyond merely topping the monthly charts. He aspired to achieve a 12 consecutive win streak, earning the title of musical deity, a fitting accolade for one of his caliber. Yifeng Entertainment Conference Room. Recently promoted artist Zhou Qianqian, alongside senior producer Xie Xiaodong and several company executives, were present. Zhou Qianqian, the company has provided you with ample resources, yet you cannot even secure second place. Do you have anything to say? Lu Hao, the director of the artist department, spoke coolly. For the current season of the strongest female voice, the company had tasked Zhou Qianqian with achieving at least second place, even if she could not surpass Warner's Zhao Xiaoyan. Although Zhou Qianqian's previous performances had been subpar, she at least maintained second place. However, in this round, she had been surpassed by a newcomer, much to the company and Oppo's dissatisfaction. After all, she was the annual TikTok newcomer king, boasting considerable traffic and popularity. It was unacceptable for her to secure only third place in a minor talent show. Director Liu, I've given it my all. That Chen Qi has been in the spotlight lately, and she sings Xingha's new songs every time. Zhou Qianqian began. But upon noticing Lu Hao's increasingly dark expression, she immediately lowered her head, silenced. No matter how glamorous she appeared to outsiders within the company, she was merely an employee. In this industry, unless one reached the level of a song king or queen, they possessed little authority. Chen Qi, an insignificant newcomer accompanied by an obscure producer, was a competitor Zhou Qianqian could not afford to overlook. What difference was there between her and a failure? I don't need to hear your excuses. I only care about results. If you cannot achieve a good outcome in the next round, the company will retract its support. Lu Hao coldly remarked. Zhou Qianqian's face fell, bitterness flashing across her features as her resentment towards Chen Qi deepened. If it weren't for Chen Qi, even if she didn't achieve first place, second would have been attainable, and the company wouldn't be troubling her. It was this Chen Qi who had thrust her into her current predicament. Ahem. Chen Qi is quite formidable, and as for the producer Xingha, I have been closely monitoring him. He is undoubtedly no ordinary talent. Every song he crafts becomes a hit, demonstrating a precise grasp of the market. Far beyond what a mere newcomer could achieve, Xie Xiaodong interjected to ease the tension. His first encounter with Xingha occurred on Yuego Online. At that time, he attempted to sell a song worth 500,000 through a secondary account, only to have the order snatched by Xingha. From that moment, he began to follow this producer into AMP. Amp, Oppo's S work. Later, due to the unfair circumstances surrounding the song The Initial Dream, Xie Xiaodong raised awareness online, seeking justice for the piece. After researching Xinghe, he doubted that the producer was indeed a newcomer. While newcomers might occasionally experience a creative surge, producing a viral song, it was implausible for them to consistently deliver hit after hit. Although Xinghe's songs thus far had not reached a level of overwhelming astonishment, they undeniably possessed strong commercial appeal, music that resonated with the masses. As a senior producer, Xie Xiaodong understood that crafting such commercially viable songs was no simpler than producing those that would amaze professionals. It required an exceptional understanding of public taste. Is Xinghe truly that impressive? Lu Hao inquired, directing his gaze toward Xie Xiaodong. While he could afford to be stern with Zhou Qianqian, he treated Xie Xiaodong with greater deference, recognizing his value to the company. Very impressive. I also wonder if he is intentionally withholding high notes from Qinqi. If that is the case, not only might we falter, but even Warner's Zhao Xiaoyun could stumble. Xie Xiaodong offered his assessment in a conjecture. He was unaware of Qinqi's specific abilities, but the current uproar online suggested that none of Xinghe's songs featured explosive high notes or intensely emotional expressions. The Paint in My Secret leaned towards a sweet style, yet Xie Xiaodong speculated whether this was a deliberate tactic, as Qinqi's songs aligned with public preferences, allowing her to garner high votes, and her collaboration with Zhu Tao stirred public interest. In Xie Xiaodong's view, her fortune seemed excessively fortuitous, almost as if meticulously orchestrated. Lu Hao frowned slightly upon hearing this. He then turned to Xie Xiaodong and asked, "Mr. Xie, would you like to test the waters ahead of time?" Taken aback, Xie Xiaodong chuckled softly. "Are you suggesting she perform my song in the next round?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianqian's heart surged with elation. Originally, the company had planned for her to sing Xie Xiaodong's new song in the finals, but Lu Hao now intended to advance this plan. If she could perform Xie Xiaodong's new piece, coupled with her inherent popularity, she would have no need to fear Qinqi and Xinghe. I will intensify the promotional efforts. In this case, for Qinqi to continue achieving favorable results, she must showcase her true abilities. If she has no hidden talents, we can reclaim second place or even seize first. Lu Hao concluded, glancing towards Xie Xiaodong. Zhou Qianqian felt as though she were soaring. If she could truly attain first place in the overall rankings for a round, her popularity would undoubtedly skyrocket. Xie Xiaodong appeared contemplative for a moment. Eventually, he expressed his hesitation. However, it seems that Su He is vying for the top spot on the hit charts this month. As Warner had announced Su He's intent to claim the monthly hit chart as top position, many notable producers and artists had refrained from releasing new songs. If you're to debut a new song now, it might appear disrespectful to Su He. Isn't that even better? Su He is collaborating with the diva Li Xian. If he wins, it's a tremendous gain for you and Zhou Qianqian. If he loses, it can easily be attributed to Zhou Qianqian, and we can claim the artist caliber was not on the same level. Lu Hao chuckled. Zhou Qianqian, while somewhat displeased, recognized the undeniable disparity in stature between herself and Li Xian. They were worlds apart, and comparison was futile. Xie Xiaodong fell into silence once more. Eventually, he took a deep breath and nodded with a smile, saying, "It matters not whether I can surpass Su He. I merely wish to ascertain whether Qinqi and Xing He possess any concealed capabilities." Chapter 94. Why does it feel like being caught in adultery? With the conclusion of the elimination rounds and the strongest female voice, each group now boasts only the final two singers. Following the overall rankings, the top 6 have emerged. Currently, Warner's Zhao Xiaoyan leads with 430,000 votes, followed closely by Qinqi with 420,000 votes, and Zhou Qianqian in third place. After 4 rounds of eliminations and 1 advancement round, only 3 episodes remain in the competition. In the next round, 2 more singers will be eliminated, narrowing the field to the top 4 as they advance to the semifinals. The 3 groups will be merged, and only the overall rankings will prevail, with no subgroup standings. As the competition intensifies, the excitement escalates. Given the overall popularity, each of the top 6 contestants has garnered their own supporters to varying degrees. Notably, aside from Zhao Xiaoyan, who has been heavily nurtured by Warner. Chun-Chi is undoubtedly a favorite, coupled with the controversy surrounding her and the renowned singer Zhu Tao. Her popularity may even surpass that of Zhao Xiaoyan. The question remains, can Chun-Chi truly hit high notes? The online discourse is fervent, and all eyes are on her next performance. Should she continue with her current style, she may find herself in peril as the competition nears its conclusion, with all contestants poised to unleash their full potential. Many believe Chun-Chi should have been eliminated already. Her advancement has been attributed to the controversies and the success of Xinghe's new song, which seems quite unjust to other competitors. However, some fail to grasp her talent, mistakenly believing Chun-Chi lacks ability. If she were truly devoid of skill, would My Secret be such a sensation? Currently, that song reigns as the most popular track online, with the Confession Challenge sweeping across various short video platforms. Its success stems from Xinghe's composition, and any other artist performing it would likely achieve similar acclaim. Despite numerous covers of My Secret, none have surpassed Chun-Chi's rendition. After several rounds of competition, she has amassed a loyal fan base. Her Weibo followers exceed 800,000 and are on the verge of breaking 1 million. Such a rapid increase in followers is remarkable, even for a major talent show like The Voice of Huagua. The rivalry between Chun-Chi and Zhu Tao, while drawing her into controversy, has simultaneously propelled her career. This phenomenon is why many artists, lacking engaging topics, resort to stirring controversy, even utilizing negative press to maintain their online visibility. In the current entertainment industry, popularity reigns supreme. As news of the strongest female voice spreads across the internet, Yifeng Entertainment suddenly shares a link regarding Zhou Qianqian on their official website, accompanied by a message. In the next episode, Zhou Qianqian will perform a new song by teacher Xie Xiaodong. Please show your support. This post has significantly boosted Zhou Qianqian and AMP Oppo's visibility. Prior to the competition, rumors had circulated that she would perform Xie Xiaodong and AMP Oppo's new song in the finals. But no one anticipated its release before the final round. Is this an early release? Zhou Qianqian's performance in this competition has been somewhat lackluster, and perhaps Yifeng Entertainment aims to bolster her popularity. Xie Xiaodong daring to release his work this month poses a risk. However, he is the only high-level producer to have ever defeated Su He. Currently, the top song on the charts is Xinghe's Painting. I initially thought he would secure the monthly top spot, but with Xie Xiaodong and AMP Oppo's release next week and Su He and AMP Oppo's new song at the end of the month, it appears unlikely. Xinghe and Oppo's current dominance is largely due to the lack of new releases from other artists this month. Does he genuinely possess the strength to claim the overall top position? He seems unfortunate, as he has only just risen to fame before facing Su He's new release. Given that the strongest female voice airs weekly, Xinghe has monopolized the new song charts in recent weeks. Likewise, the monthly overall and hot song charts have also been dominated by him. However, many believe that his top position lacks substance, as Warner and AMP Oppo's Su He had already announced a new release for the end of July, prompting many renowned artists to withhold their songs this month. Obtaining the overall top spot under such circumstances indeed seems fortuitous. Looking ahead, with Xie Xiaodong releasing a new song, even though the performer is Zhou Qianqian, Xie Xiaodong's stature as a high-level producer suggests that Xinghe's reign may soon be challenged. Furthermore, with the collaboration between renowned producers Su He and Diva Li Xian at the month-end AMP Oppo's end, such esteemed producers can propel a song to the top instantly, regardless of when it is released. Many of Su He's fans are proclaiming that the era of Su He is about to commence. As it is the weekend, Su He remains at home, binge-watching dramas. However, he has been unable to find any recent domestic period dramas that pique his interest. They all seem to be mere popularity-driven productions, with actors delivering performances that are painfully subpar, special effects that fall flat, and costume design that is uniformly bland. The fight scenes are even worse, with slow-motion sequences that induce nausea. With a shake of his head, Su He turns off the television, feeling utterly disenchanted. Suddenly, his phone rings. "Hey, fatty, press the elevator. Li Jiang instructs before hanging up. Su-hee, cigarette in mouth, obliges and presses the elevator button for Li Jiang. Upon entering, Li Jiang quickly makes his way to the kitchen and guzzles a bottle of cola. Hey, why is there leftover food in your fridge? He questions, eyeing the half-full pot of spicy blood pudding from the previous night. Takeout, didn't he finish it? Su-hee replies, suddenly recalling that Lin Qingming is now his neighbor. If she were to see Li Jiang, how would he explain their relationship? Would she suspect him of being the shadowy backer behind Xingchen Investment? After all, Li Jiang had just acquired Xingming Studio, and now Su-hee has joined the studio. If she discovers their connection, Zhang Xiaohan might deduce the truth. But Lin Qingming's intellect might not lead her to that conclusion. Better safe than sorry. Regardless, he cannot let her find out about Li Jiang. Yinjia has secured the project for Youth Song, but I've heard her situation in the company is not great. A competitor has been targeting her, Li Jiang informs Su-hee, sitting heavily on the sofa, which groans in protest. What competitor? Su-hee inquires, intrigued, as he hands Li Jiang a cigarette. Their company has an animated film project slated for year-end, and two teams are competing for resources. The one with better performance gets the project. Yinjia hasn't secured any notable scripts this year. While her rival has signed a best-selling novel, Li Jiang explains the predicament surrounding Su Mayan. Su-hee chuckles at the revelation. So, we're actually helping our sister out significantly this time? Of course. Yinjia mentioned that once Youth Song is released, she wants to treat you to a meal. She likely wishes to establish a good rapport with you. Li Jiang winks at Su-hee. Su Mayan remains oblivious to the fact that the writer of the Youth Song script is her younger brother, whom she is eager to connect with in reality. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it. Su-hee waves his hand dismissively, just as they are engrossed in conversation. A knock resounds at Su-hee's door. His expression shifts, and he cautiously asks, "Who is it?" "Su-hee, I brought some spare ribs. Would you like to have braised spare ribs?" Lin Qingming's voice calls from outside. "Wait a moment," Su-hee replies, quickly turning to Li Jiang. "Get in the room and hide." Before Li Jiang can comprehend the situation, Su-hee pulls him into the bedroom and slams the door shut behind them. Why does it feel like being caught in adultery? Li Jiang scratched his head, a look of utter bewilderment etched across his face. Chapter 95. You make me feel so strange after hiding the chubby one away. Su-hee went to open the door. It was the weekend, and Lin Qingming had likely just returned from grocery shopping. Her loose-fitting loungewear